Chapter 1. Transmigration. The alarm on her phone rang punctually, rousing He from her slumber. She turned over, gazing at the ceiling for a moment before rising from the bed. After changing in her clothes, she casually grabbed a piece of bread to eat. She had arrived in this body just yesterday, which was already burning with a fever of 40 degrees Celsius. Forcing herself to take an antipyretic, she had drifted back into a hazy sleep. This rest was far from restful. She awoke several times during the night, plagued by bizarre nightmares that shattered her sense of reality. When she finally opened her eyes, she felt as though she had awoken in another world. The original owner of this body was an 18-year-old high school student whose parents tragically perished in a car accident while rushing home to celebrate her birthday. Unable to bear the blow, she succumbed to depression and dropped out of school. Yesterday marked the 5th day of her relentless fever, and she ultimately succumbed, leaving behind her earthly existence. Thus, Ji had transmigrated. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, characterized by her solitary nature, embodying the quintessential self-serving pragmatist. Upon discovering her newfound space, her immediate instinct was to seize the opportunity for personal gain. Learning the requirements for upgrading her space, she hurried to the seaside to collect seawater. Without hesitation, she took a taxi directly to the coast, only to realize that the driver was infatuated, distractedly sending voice messages to his girlfriend. By the time he noticed the impending danger ahead, it was too late. The driver instinctively shoved her into the passenger seat to save himself. Reflecting on this, he sighed. What kind of good fortune allows one to meet their demise merely a day after acquiring such potential? This was a fate that left her restless in the afterlife. With these thoughts in mind, she swiftly finished her bread, stored her packed belongings in her space, and hurried out to catch the subway to the train station. She dared not take a taxi again. Surely the subway would be safe. After her fever had slightly subsided yesterday, she had confirmed her basic condition. The good news was that her space had accompanied her into this new life. Although still in its initial state, her space was divided into two sections. The left side was a patch of black soil, while the right side was an empty room. The two areas varied significantly in size. The planting area spanned over 20 square meters, while the storage space exceeded 50 square meters. She had previously tested the capabilities of the black soil, which allowed for plant cultivation, while the empty room served as storage where time stood still. A sign in the planting area displayed the daily time allowance and the materials required for upgrades. Currently, she was permitted only 1 hour per day, which could accumulate. Reluctant to expend this precious time, she intended to utilize it for farming later. She had already amassed 2 hours of time. The conditions for upgrading from level 1 to level 2 were relatively simple: seawater and sand, with no specified quantities. The notion of upgrading her space had become an obsession for her. Without regard for her health, she had determined to catch the 7:40 a.m. train to the nearest coastal city. Once aboard the train, with the air conditioning blowing, he finally exhaled in relief. Despite it being early morning, the outside air felt as oppressive as August. Having just recovered from her fever, her energy was depleted. After a morning of exertion, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, prompting her to close her eyes and rest against the seat. At that moment, the chatter of a few young girls nearby reached her ears. "I'm dying of heat. It's only early March, and it feels like August already. I read a report that experts say this year's temperatures might be unusually high, and sea levels are expected to rise again. Experts say that every year, yet they never propose any solutions. Isn't the heat nice? It's perfect for wearing skirts earlier. Do you like my new dress? It's lovely. Where did you buy it?" The girls continued their lively conversation, but since hearing about the rising temperatures, Jihee's right eyelid began to twitch incessantly. This incessant twitching rendered her unable to sleep. Her mind drifted back to the bizarre dream she had last night, a continent collapsing, faces shattering. Yet, that continent was clearly not of this world. After pondering for a while, without clarity, she set those thoughts aside and pulled out her phone to check the latest weather forecast. Indeed, the temperatures were higher than usual. For most people, this would be a trivial concern. After all, life would go on despite the heat. But Jihee was different. Having narrowly escaped death, she held her life in high regard. Coupled with the persistent twitching of her eyelid, her unease deepened. With a decisive motion, she placed her phone on her lap and patted her chest, resolving to stockpile supplies regardless of potential mishaps. She could always eat them slowly later, especially since they wouldn't spoil in the storage space. With her decision made, she began calculating her available funds and the supplies she intended to purchase. The original owner of this body had modest means, with limited cash on hand. Apart from a small house on the outskirts of the city, she had savings of over 300,000 yuan. Everything was uncertain. She had no idea if or when disaster would strike, nor what form it might take. Thus, her preparations needed to be extensive. From what she knew, various types of disasters existed: extreme heat, extreme cold, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, acid rain, nuclear radiation, and so on. There were also viral threats, such as zombies, infectious diseases, and parasites, alongside invasions from extraterrestrial civilizations or the resurgence of spiritual energy. He found herself overwhelmed by these thoughts, her anxiety only escalating. If such calamities were to unfold, would she even survive? Perhaps she would need to reincarnate as a tortoise to endure the cataclysm. Despite her despair, she quickly drafted a shopping list on her phone, primarily consisting of food, water, medicine, and survival technology. She intended to avoid purchasing excessive food, at once not due to poverty, but because cultivating her own would be more cost-effective. For water, she planned to buy only what she needed for drinking, as she could dig a hole in her space to access water from a reservoir, thereby saving money. As for medicine, there was no room for economizing in the event of a disaster. Lacking medication would render her efforts futile. Survival technology was also a significant expense, with vast price differences between high-end and low-end options. She hoped to acquire some mid-range items, as her life was at stake and she dared not settle for the cheapest. As he listed her required items and calculated her funds, she quickly realized that her money was insufficient. She had to delete some non-essential items from her list, prioritizing necessities. Time flew as she continued to assess her needs, and soon the train's announcement rang out, signaling their arrival. With no choice but to set her thoughts aside, she gathered her belongings and squeezed through the crowd to disembark. She contemplated whether to prioritize her shopping or upgrading her space first. Chapter 2. Upgrading the space. After much contemplation, ultimately resolved to upgrade her space. This was an unavoidable decision, as the area was currently far too limited. Without an upgrade, even if she procured supplies, there would be no room to store them. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, she took the subway directly to the nearest beach. At this hour, the number of visitors by the seaside was relatively sparse. He chose a spot with the fewest people, first retrieving a plastic bag from her pocket to carefully wrap her shoes before placing them in her bag. Only then did she roll up her pant legs and wade into the sea. She walked until the water reached her knees, at which point she began to absorb. Rather than standing idly, she moved back and forth, collecting while pretending to frolic in the water, ensuring she attracted no attention. Thus, she spent over 2 hours in the ocean before receiving a notification that the upgrade had been completed. Immediately, he directed her consciousness into the space. The area for planting had expanded considerably, now appearing to be 1.5 times its previous size. Adjacent to it was a miniature ocean, approximately the size of a basketball court, bordered by a ring of golden sand. Could this mean she could cultivate seafood within her space? Elated, he explored the space for a while longer, noting the absence of other changes before checking the display board. The updated information revealed that her current level allowed for an increased daily stay of 2 hours within the space. The materials required for the next upgrade were fresh water and soil. A thought struck her. Would the next level introduce a lake, or perhaps a stream? Personally, she longed for a continuously flowing stream, alleviating her concerns over water usage, though that seemed unlikely. After examining the planting area, she turned her attention to the storage space, which had also expanded significantly, now roughly double its previous size, around 100 square meters. This area was nearly sufficient for her needs, even with a larger space. Without funds, she could not fill it. Checking her phone, she noted that there were still several hours before her evening train departure, and she was unwilling to waste time. Resolutely, she searched for the nearest reservoir, intending to engage in some furtive activities. The city boasted several reservoirs, and soon he found one that was not only nearby, but also completely free of charge. She hastened to the shore, dried her feet, donned her shoes, and made her way towards the subway station. uncertain of how long this upgrade would take. She aimed to avoid delays on the journey and purchased 10 buns from a roadside vendor, eating as she walked towards the subway. Any leftover buns could be stored in her storage space. The subway arrived swiftly, and the train was not overly crowded. Before long, Ji found a seat, took out her phone, and logged onto an e-commerce platform to fill her shopping cart with desired items, subsequently comparing prices. The subway reached her stop quickly, and Ji disembarked, scanning her surroundings for direction. The subway station did not lead directly to the reservoir. She would need to walk a bit further. Having determined her course, she set off at a run towards the reservoir. Initially, the idea seemed promising, allowing her to save time while simultaneously exercising, two benefits in one. However, her physical stamina fell short. In the sweltering afternoon heat, she soon found herself drenched in sweat, her t-shirt soaked, beads of perspiration rolling down her forehead, and her labored breaths resembling a worn-out bellows. She had no choice but to slow down and walk. Her physical condition was quite poor, far inferior to her previous form. This hardly resembled the vitality of youth. Following the main road, Ji occasionally used her phone for navigation, and gradually, the number of people around her began to increase, with street vendors setting up stalls to sell their wares. She purchased a roasted egg, savoring it as she continued forward. The roasted egg was delectable, far superior to bland boiled eggs. She finished it in just a few bites and soon caught sight of the reservoir. Despite the oppressive heat, as she approached the reservoir, a refreshing breeze greeted her, alleviating her discomfort and making her feel much more at ease. This reservoir was a popular free attraction, bustling with visitors. Ji sought shade but found none, so she settled in a relatively quiet spot, crossed her legs, and extended her left hand into the water to absorb it while using her right hand to log onto the e-commerce platform. Previously, she had added numerous items to her cart but had not meticulously compared them. With time on her hands, she reviewed the evaluations and began placing orders for several moderately priced items. Unsure whether her funds would suffice, she excluded instant foods and snacks from her shopping list for the time being, intending to purchase rice and clothing at the wholesale market. Thus, she focused on buying daily necessities online. These items had quick shipping and ample stock, making online shopping far more economical than a supermarket visit. Items included shampoo, body wash, sunscreen, floral water, soap, laundry detergent, sanitary pads, toilet paper, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, dish soap, and thermoses, totaling 15,000 yuan. She prioritized bulk purchases over brands, seeking quantity above all. After messaging each seller to expedite shipping, he finally closed her phone and gazed at the water surface. In truth, she was uncertain whether it was wise to spend all her savings on supplies. However, she felt she could not take the risk with her current frail physique. If an apocalypse did occur, she would be ill-equipped to compete for resources. After more than 3 hours, the space finally notified her that the freshwater resources were sufficient. Ji withdrew her hand from the water, rubbed her numb legs, and stood up. By now it was past 6 in the evening, and she still needed to find a secluded spot to collect some soil. Gathering soil took considerably less time. The area surrounding the reservoir was largely barren, and at this hour, it was mostly deserted. Within an hour, she had accumulated the soil required for her space. At this point, her space had advanced to level 3. In addition to the previously existing ocean and planting area, it had expanded once more, now featuring a small lake and a hill. Although the hill was merely a modest mound devoid of vegetation, he was nonetheless elated. While a stream would have been preferable, a lake offered great potential for fish cultivation. Even in the absence of a natural disaster, she could develop aquaculture for profit. She had also devised a plan for the nearby mound, envisioning it as a site for fruit trees. Given the limited time she could spend in the space each day, it was impractical to dedicate all her hours to farming. She needed to reserve some time for contingencies. After reviewing the changes in the planting area, she shifted her gaze to the notice board, eager to ascertain the requirements for advancing from level 3 to level 4. However, upon doing so, her good spirits plummeted by half. Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies to elevate from level 3 to level 4. One requires an astonishing array of 10,000 distinct specimens of flora and fauna, which may consist of either partial or complete collections. He gazed at the daunting figure of 10,000 specimens, her heart constricting with anxiety. Oh, space, you truly fail to comprehend your master's financial plight. This demand merely exacerbates the already precarious situation of her family, compelling her towards a path of no return. Given her current circumstances, where on earth could she procure 10,000 specimens of various plants and animals? She hastily dismissed the thought, choosing to ignore it and continuing her reading. The daily duration of her third-level space transformed into a generous 3 hours, significantly uplifting G's spirits. The storage space expanded considerably, becoming several times larger than before, rendering the leftover buns from lunch particularly pitiable. With a heart full of joy, He walked with a spring in her step, consuming the warm bun she had saved from lunch, relishing each bite. In truth, during her previous life, she seldom indulged in buns. Life as an orphan was fraught with challenges, requiring her to save for both tuition and living expenses. Most days, she subsisted on steamed bread accompanied by the cafeteria's free soup. Her classmates were generally kind, never looking down upon her, often inviting her to gatherings. Yet, as the shared expenses mounted, she found herself unable to keep up and eventually declined further invitations. He boarded the subway, heading straight to the train station to catch the evening train back to Harbin, the original owneress city. By the time she arrived in Harbin, it was past 3 in the morning, the surroundings enveloped in darkness. The night often feels unsafe, and he wished to avoid any risks. With dawn only a few hours away, she decided to rest at the train station, planning to head to the wholesale market at first light. Her slumber was restless. She awoke with every passerby. At long last, she made it to 6 in the morning, washed her face, and curiously attempted to store some water in her storage space, discovering to her delight that the water automatically clumped together without spilling. This revelation saved her the expense of purchasing water storage containers. Emerging from the train station, promptly made her way to a car rental agency, as she needed to purchase a significant amount of goods in the coming days. After a bit of haggling and playing the sympathy card, she secured a dilapidated but functional 3-wheeled vehicle for a deposit of $2,000 and a rental fee of $80 per day. Although the vehicle was paint-chipped, it was serviceable enough, which she considered satisfactory. It wasn't that she didn't wish to rent a car. The original owner had just turned 18 and had yet to obtain a driver's license. She feared that a brief stint on the road would result in her being apprehended by the traffic police. He pedaled swiftly to the largest agricultural wholesale market nearby. Though she could cultivate her own vegetables in her space, she still needed sustenance until her crops were ready. Once at the market, she headed straight for the vegetables section. Despite it being morning, the wholesale market was bustling with people, each purchasing large quantities. G's modest purchases were hardly noteworthy. She carefully selected her staples: various leafy greens, lettuce, spinach, rapeseed, water spinach, winter melon, pumpkin, lotus root, potatoes, sweet potatoes, scallions, ginger, garlic, and an assortment of radishes, acquiring 30 pounds of each to ensure a sufficient supply until her own vegetables began to grow. Ultimately, she spent 500 yuan on a diverse array of produce. As she explored the market, she encountered many unfamiliar vegetables. With a curious demeanor, she inquired with the vendors, requesting a sample of each, and they were obliging. By the time she finished, she had amassed over 10 types, not counting her earlier purchases. After securing her vegetables, she stepped out of the market, found a secluded spot to store her goods, and then pedaled back to the fruit section, spending another 1,000 yuan on various fruits. Compared to vegetables, fruits were quite pricey. Even at wholesale prices, 1,000 yuan only afforded her a mere 10 boxes, and she opted for the more ordinary selections. Upon completing her fruit shopping, he rushed to the grain section, where the crowd was overwhelming. She resisted the urge to make impulsive decisions, instead observing how others filled their carts until she found a reputable vendor. She chose 10 bags of rice and flour, each weighing 50 pounds, as well as 100 pounds of various noodles, rice noodles, and vermicelli. Additionally, she purchased 50 pounds each of red beans, green beans, peanuts, black beans, black rice, glutinous rice, and yellow beans. She acquired 70 barrels each of peanut oil, corn oil, and soybean oil, opting not to buy too much of the rice and beans since she could cultivate them in her space. However, she decided to stock up on the oils, considering the effort involved in producing them. In total, she spent approximately 25,000 yuan, primarily due to the high cost of oil. After engaging in a bit of bargaining with the vendor's wife, although she did not manage to negotiate a discount, she received 2 large bags of millet and 1 bag of yellow millet as a bonus. While the vendor prepared her order, he ventured into the spice section, where the atmosphere was vibrant with the scents of various spices and large jars adorning the floor. Unsure of what to choose, she eventually settled on a larger establishment. "Hello, how do you price soy sauce and vinegar?" she queried. The vendor's wife, busy with her tasks, barely looked up, responding, "The prices are marked. Take a look yourself. Sales start at 2,000 yuan, and there's no bargaining." She then called out to her staff, "Where are you? Hurry and deliver. Baile's supermarket has been pressing for our goods. Coming now." He noted the hustle and bustle, choosing to inspect the prices herself. Indeed, they were quite reasonable. Often a third of supermarket prices, albeit with a minimum purchase requirement. They offered a variety of vinegars, soy sauces, cooking wines, oyster sauces, white sugar, rock sugar, and numerous spices, including some she had never seen before. Each item was available at various price points, with the cheapest rice vinegar selling for just over 2 yuan for a 500 milliliters bottle. As she was shopping for her own consumption, she did not seek the absolute cheapest options, but rather aimed for quality. After browsing, she approached the still busy vendor's wife and requested 500 pounds each of soy sauce, cooking wine, vinegar, and white liquor, 300 pounds each of brown sugar, rock sugar, white sugar, and yellow sugar, and 10 pounds each of chicken essence, oyster sauce, 5-spice powder, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, chili powder, star anise, cinnamon, peppercorns, bay leaves, cumin, baking soda, and sesame oil. She also requested 600 pounds of salt. He calculated the quantities, confident that even in the event of a disaster, she would not waste any of it. The vendor's wife diligently tallied the costs while promoting additional items. "Would you like some chili sauce, stinky tofu, or fermented bean curd? They're quite popular." "Yes. Please give me 20 bottles of each, along with some Dabanjiang," he replied. After the vendor's wife completed the calculations and handed her the order, he reviewed it once more before nodding and transferring the payment. The total for the spices amounted to approximately 18,000 yuan. Noticing he was a new customer, the vendor's wife, eager to cultivate clientele, offered, "I'll throw in a box of curry cubes and a box of dipping sauce. Enjoy, and do come back next time. Thank you very much. With so many spices at home, could you possibly include some samples of the ones I didn't purchase?" Chapter 4. Purchasing livestock. What else there's see? Just take what you want. The proprietor was generous, her business thriving. Granted permission, he excitedly selected a single grain of each spice, displaying no greed. Her intention was merely to gather enough for upgrading her space. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper urged her staff to expedite the packaging. Although sold by weight, the current spices were packaged in individual barrels, not in bulk. Having secured her spices, he realized it would take some time before the inventory was ready. So she informed the proprietress that she would return shortly and hastily made her way back to the grain section. Upon arrival, her supplies were ready, and she enlisted assistance to load them onto a tricycle, making several trips until everything was delivered. After transporting both the grains and spices, she noticed the dried goods section and decided to procure some black fungus, mushrooms, kelp, seaweed, red dates, and preserved vegetables, acquiring 50 pounds of each. Ultimately, she spent 7,000 yuan before departing. With her purchases complete, she ventured to the wholesale seed store on the side of the market, which opened her eyes to a vast array of grain varieties, many of which she had never encountered before. Even corn was categorized into sweet corn, glutinous corn, black corn, ordinary corn, and high-oil corn, with numerous subtypes beneath each category. He requested the shopkeeper to provide insights, and after careful selection based on taste and seed retention, she gathered an assortment of vegetable, grain, fruit, cotton, and medicinal herb seeds. Bending down, she also spotted a heap of yam, sweet potatoes, and sugarcane, and she decided to take some of each. Although the shopkeeper found her extensive purchases somewhat peculiar, adhering to the principle of not turning down a paying customer, he introduced her to various mushroom kits, which could yield 3 harvests with just a splash of water. G seized the opportunity to select 40 packages of frequently consumed varieties such as enoki mushrooms, pleurotus mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms. At the register, she spent 1,000 yuan. While the seeds themselves were reasonably priced at 1 to 2 yuan per package, her bulk purchases added up considerably. Noticing her substantial haul, the shopkeeper generously offered her several additional seed varieties, encouraging her to return once she had cultivated them. Exiting the seed store, he proceeded to the nearby sapling section. Choosing 2 saplings each of apples, bananas, oranges, dragon fruit, jujubes, pears, bayberries, mulberries, apricots, honey peaches, oil peaches, plums, mangoes, cherries, mangosteens, lychees, durians, lemons, pomegranates, yellow flesh kiwis, and jackfruit. The proprietor kindly warned her that tropical fruits like durians and mangoes would likely not thrive in this region. He assured him she would conduct her own research, indifferent to their viability. In truth, she merely wished to experiment. If her space could indeed sustain durians, she could pivot from selling vegetables to cultivating durian trees, which would surely be far more profitable than other fruits. In addition to these saplings, she acquired numerous farming tools, such as hoes and shovels. In total, her expenditures amounted to over 50,000 yuan. Although she felt a pang of regret, he was ultimately satisfied, as her space brimmed with resources, instilling within her a profound sense of fulfillment and security. After finding a secluded spot to store the saplings within her space, he ventured to the breeding base, which was sizable but bore an unpleasant odor. She selected 10 hens, 2 roosters, 5 ducks, 2 drakes, 3 female rabbits, 2 male rabbits, 3 geese, 1 gander, and 6 quails, paying for the juvenile animals, each costing only a few yuan. After these purchases, she also opted for 1 male and 1 female of pigs, cows, and sheep. These livestock were pricier, even in their juvenile state, totaling 500 yuan. Despite her attempts to negotiate, the proprietor remained firm on the price, but agreed to include some feed and related supplies. Though not ideal, he accepted the offer, grateful for the extras. Having acquired her livestock, he realized she was quite famished. She had skipped breakfast and had been busy all morning, her stomach now protesting. She soon found a construction site selling boxed lunches, queuing alongside the workers and spending 12 yuan on a meal. Upon opening her lunch, the delightful aroma wafted up, and a single bite confirmed its quality. The meal consisted of meat chunks, spicy peppers with dried tofu, dry pot cauliflower, and braised eggplant, a satisfying combination of 1 meat and 3 vegetables. He relished every morsel, leaving not a grain of rice behind, and even finished the egg drop soup the proprietor had gifted her, feeling revitalized. After retrieving her livestock from the tricycle, she headed to the aquaculture base. Having no prior experience with fish, she was overwhelmed by the multitude of fish fry available, many of which were unfamiliar to her. Ultimately, she decided to selectively purchase a few varieties, approaching a larger vendor to express her needs. "Sir, I wish to raise fish at home and would like to choose some with good taste," she stated. The vendor, a middle-aged man with a kind demeanor, did not take advantage of her youthful appearance. "Do you prefer freshwater or saltwater?" "Both, ideally the varieties that are both delicious and marketable." After hearing his requirements, the vendor presented a package and carefully detailed the various fish species, explaining which could be raised together, such as crayfish and crabs, and which could not. He nodded attentively, and with the vendor's guidance, she purchased around 20 varieties, including small crayfish, mitten crabs, eel, and loach, ensuring she acquired just enough to propagate. Gradually, the vendor's expression shifted, as if he wished to caution her against such a purchase. However, seeing his determination, he ultimately refrained from further comments, acknowledging that offering any advice at all was a sign of conscience. Once he completed her fish purchases, The vendor shared some fish-rearing tips and promoted an array of fishing worms, aquatic plants, seaweed, fish feed, and nets. Finding all of this useful, Ji decided to buy everything, additionally acquiring several fishing nets to create partitions in her aquatic space. After all, she had spent money on these items. She certainly didn't want the carnivorous fish to devour everything before she had a chance to eat herself. In total, her expenditures reached nearly 6,000 yuan. After finalizing her fish fry purchases, she negotiated with the vendor for one of each of the remaining fish fry, which he readily consented to without hesitation. As those fry were small and not worth much, he instructed her to catch them herself while he prepared additional stock. Chapter 5. The Null Farm bustles on this particular day. Ji managed to gather 100 different species of flora and fauna without spending a dime, merely by foraging around. Upon returning, she organized what she had acquired in her space, anticipating that she could add even more to her collection. The proprietor, beaming with delight, assisted Ji in loading her purchases onto a tricycle, reminding her to feed the small crayfish and crabs with high-protein animal bait, including various animal carcasses and entrails. After bidding farewell to the owner, Ji rode her tricycle to a secluded spot where she first stored the fish in her space. Fearing for their survival, she quickly dove into the water, racing to the beach. She stripped off her clothes and plunged into the waves, using a fishing net to delineate sections of the ocean before setting up shrimp traps and scallop cages. Only then did she release the marine fish fry she had just purchased. Once she had completed this task, Ji repeated the process by releasing freshwater fish fry into the lake. Despite her swimming proficiency, the exertion left her utterly fatigued. She rested on the ground for 5 minutes before rising to venture into the city's largest clothing wholesale market. The market was teeming with people, many hauling carts filled with clothing. Ji began her shopping spree in the winter clothing section, where the current high temperatures had rendered winter apparel out of season, leading vendors to offer steep discounts. She meticulously selected the thickest down jackets, military coats, cotton trousers, insulated coveralls, thermal underwear, cashmere pants, chunky sweaters, and coral fleece pajamas, purchasing 3 sets of each. Not to be forgotten, she acquired 5 pairs of shoes, sneakers, hiking boots, and snow boots. Having completed her winter wardrobe, she moved on to spring and autumn attire, including sun protection garments, windbreakers, black sportswear, and an assortment of undergarments, buying extra underwear and a total of 5 sets of other essentials. Finding a place to store her new clothes, she then bought 3 each of air-conditioned blankets, down comforters, and heavy cotton quilts. She also picked up 3 sets of bed linens, duvet covers, and pillowcases. After finishing her purchases, she hurried to an outdoor supply store, selecting an inflatable boat, sleeping bags, a first aid kit, a tent, climbing ropes, binoculars, waterproof flashlights, portable camping stoves, and solar chargers, amassing a significant collection. With many items on sale, Ji compared prices at 3 different stores, haggling vigorously and managing to obtain additional freebies from the vendors. Before leaving, she spotted alcohol stoves, ethanol blocks, portable gas stoves, insecticides, disinfectants, water purification tablets, and hand warmers, purchasing a substantial quantity of each. Upon exiting the clothing wholesale market, her total expenditure amounted to 40,000. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. In Ji found a bustling food stall, ordering a plate of fried rice noodles, relishing the meal as hunger heightened its flavor. After dining, Ji began calling various pharmaceutical sales companies. Medicines yield significant profits, and purchasing from drugstores proved exorbitant. If she could connect with pharmaceutical representatives, she could procure them at a reduced cost. After several calls, she successfully ordered 30,000 worth of essential medications, primarily everyday items such as antipyretics, antidiarrheal drugs, cold medicines, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medication, ointments for injuries, masks, deworming treatments, and herbal remedies. Not being a medical professional, he felt satisfied with this selection, planning to pick up the supplies and secure a loan the following day. As she cycled home, she reflected on her spending over the past 2 days, which had exceeded 150,000, leaving her with half of her funds depleted. Upon reaching home, Ji lay on her bed and checked the status of the daily necessities she had ordered online, all of which had been shipped and were expected to arrive within a few days. Instead of rushing into her space, she opened her computer and began researching agricultural practices. Ji-hee, who had been a schoolgirl with minimal experience, had only helped plant trees in previous jobs. She had never truly farmed. As she searched and downloaded useful tools, resources, videos, and maps, Ji-hee frowned at the realization that rice cultivation was incredibly time-consuming. Not only did it require seedling preparation, but it also necessitated the establishment of paddy fields. She was aware that her time spent in the space was limited, and even if she devoted all her time there, she might not have enough to farm and raise livestock. It seemed she had purchased too little rice, necessitating further acquisitions. However, other crops like sweet potatoes would be simpler to cultivate. As for rice, she would need to reconsider unless her time in the space became more abundant. Yet, she was not overly anxious. Her current purchases would suffice for a while. Noticing the late hour, Ji let her computer continue downloading while she slipped into her space to plant the saplings on a hillside, busying herself for over an hour. After planting all the saplings, she carefully plucked a wilting leaf from one and deposited it into the space, eager to test its limits. To her surprise, the space welcomed the offering, and she found her collection of species had expanded by dozens. This success sparked Ji-hee's imagination. Perhaps she had discovered a quicker method to enhance her space. After finishing the sapling planting, she turned her attention to arranging her livestock, but was dismayed to realize her inexperience had led her to forget to purchase fencing. With the animals set to roam freely, she had no choice but to confine them to cages for the night, planning to buy fencing the next day. While her living arrangements remained unaddressed, she ensured the animals were well fed, having gone a day without food. She fed them some of the donated feed and tidied up their droppings, preparing them for composting. After tending to the livestock, Ji hurried to feed the fish. The environment within the space was remarkably comfortable, and the animals and fish appeared to adapt well, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. This was Ji-hee's second entry into the space. During her last visit, she had lacked the time to measure the dark soil. This time, with a ruler in hand, she discovered the area spanned over 60 square meters. This was no trivial size. If cultivated with vegetables and grains, it would suffice for her sustenance. Having completed her tasks, Ji exited the space. In truth, there remained much to be done. The land had yet to be sown, and her storage space was still disorganized. However, the clock had struck past 11, and after several consecutive days of labor, she was utterly exhausted. If she did not rest, she feared she would lack the energy for tomorrow's endeavors. After washing up and turning off the lights, Ji lay in bed, preparing to drift into slumber. However, her mind was abuzz with thoughts, and after tossing and turning for a while, she found herself unable to sleep. She retrieved her notebook and began jotting down ideas, planning to gather the remaining supplies by morning. The room was enveloped in silence as the hour hand quietly crept toward midnight. Unbeknownst to Ji, a sudden crackling sound pierced the stillness, followed by a moderately loud electronic voice. Greetings, residents of Planet M. We are pleased to inform you that you have been selected for the assistance game. This game is entirely democratic and operates on a voluntary basis, with no penalties for refusal. Will you participate in the game? Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initially stunned, Ji hesitated. Having read numerous novels, she was aware that entering such games often led to dire consequences, where survival was uncertain. Yet, opportunities often accompany peril. The emergence of this game could signify significant changes in the real world. Refusing might lead to stagnation, and stagnation could result in hardships. She, unwilling to endure punishment, steeled her resolve and decisively clicked yes before the countdown concluded. Instantly, darkness enveloped her, and she found herself transported into the game. Upon opening her eyes once more, she beheld a vast farm, standing before a chicken coop, with the sounds of the game resonating in her ears. Congratulations on arriving at a 1-star level. The farm is bustling. Labor is the most honorable pursuit. As the largest farm in the Tatarac star system, the Kekita farm is inundated with countless tasks each day. In order to ensure a swift and abundant supply of the freshest and most delectable food, Keketa Farm has had to recruit a contingent of temporary workers. You are now among the latest batch of temporary workers. Please slaughter over 100 chickens and process them thoroughly within 8 hours, submitting the fresh chicken meat as required. Chapter 6. The farm is bustling. He glanced around, surrounded by an endless expanse of chicken coops, each manned by an individual whose face was obscured by a veil, rendering their features unrecognizable. It was evident that many had come directly from their beds, as several, like her, were barefoot and clad in pajamas. They all looked around with curiosity, yet none dared to step inside the coops. Before long, a burly man, seemingly impatient, boldly pushed open the door of a coop and stepped inside. This prompted others to follow suit, and he too entered the coop. However, she harbored doubts about the task of processing 100 chickens in 8 hours. It was not merely a fanciful notion on Planet M. A skilled chicken slaughterer could dispatch over a dozen in a minute. She herself was such a ruthless expert, having once dispatched hundreds in an hour to secure a job. Processing 100 chickens, merely for plucking feathers and gutting, should not require such an inordinate amount of time. Upon entering the coop, he was taken aback. Several hundred chickens, adorned with pure black feathers and green crowns, leisurely roamed the ground. As she entered, all the chickens halted, their hostile gazes fixated upon her. To her astonishment, a few flared their wings as if to warn her that any further approach would incite an attack. The chickens were not only menacing in color. Their size was alarming as well, towering at her thigh. Their sharp beaks glinted ominously, suggesting a painful encounter for anyone who dared to provoke them. The claws of the 2 chickens on the ground were equally fearsome, leaving deep scratches on the earth. A mere scratch from them could draw blood. What were these creatures? Chickens plus. He hesitated, but glancing at the clock overhead, she noted that 5 minutes had already elapsed since the task commenced. Delays were not an option. Though she no longer aspired to process hundreds within an hour, she had never been one to concede defeat throughout her working life. Surveying her surroundings, he spotted a jumpsuit, an apron, and a large cleaver hanging on the wall, all marked with stains of blood, presumably remnants from prior operations. After donning the somewhat oversized attire and securing it tightly to avoid any impediment, she grasped the cleaver and searched for her first target. The chickens grew restless as she dressed, seemingly aware of the impending events. Ignoring their agitation, he scanned the flock and identified the most defiant rooster, determining that it would be her initial victim. With determination, she raised the cleaver and charged at the chicken. The moment she brandished the weapon, the previously aggressive flock scattered in fear, many emitting cries of panic. Yet, amidst the chaos, a few chickens charged at her, flapping their wings in a fervent display of defiance. He sighed inwardly. They were indeed bold. She swiftly tucked the cleaver into her belt and advanced, skillfully evading the sharp beaks as she seized 2 chickens by their legs. In the fray, 1 chicken pecked her arm, drawing blood, but she paid it no mind. With fluid motions, she executed a rapid spin, sending the attacking chicken sprawling. Struggling to maintain her grip, she flung one of the chickens into the crowd, resulting in a satisfying collision with 3 others. A triumphant 3 kills, indeed. If time permitted, she might have whistled in celebration, for her agility remained impressively intact. Drawing the cleaver once more, he lunged at the remaining chickens, swiftly dispatching 3 more with precise strokes. The blood sprayed high, splattering her face and rendering her a terrifying sight to the remaining fowl. As one final chicken staggered to its feet, it froze in terror upon witnessing his relentless prowess. In a futile attempt to flee, it found itself cornered, ultimately succumbing to her blade. Having vanquished the most rebellious of the flock, the remaining chickens were far easier to handle, while a few would still resist fiercely, inflicting minor wounds upon her. As long as she protected her vital areas, they were not life-threatening. After an hour of relentless slaughter, he finally felt the toll on her stamina. She dropped onto a nearby seat, gasping for breath while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Soon, she spotted a large water basin in a corner of the coop, accompanied by a smaller knife and a basin, as well as a conveyor belt. Rising, she approached slowly, examining the setup. It soon became clear that this was the processing area for the chickens, where feathers would be removed and the birds cleaned before being sent down the conveyor. Curious, she touched the water, finding it refreshingly cool yet unremarkable. Beside the basin was a trash bin, previously obscured from her view, likely meant for discarded feathers and refuse. With this understanding, he returned to collect the chickens she had just slain. Noticing her lack of intent to harm them, the remaining chickens resumed their leisurely stroll. These alien chickens were no different from those on Planet M, quick to forget past threats. He dismissed their presence, focusing instead on completing her task. On Planet M, chickens were typically scalded in hot water before plucking. Lacking such luxury here, she prepared to rely on brute strength. But then, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 7. The farm is busy. Just as the chickens were removed from the water tank, the outlet valve at the bottom of the tank activated automatically, causing the water, now mixed with feathers, to vanish in no time. Once the outlet valve was shut, the faucet above began to pour water down with a steady flow, quickly filling the basin. Marvelous! He widened her eyes in astonishment. Was it truly this remarkable? She instinctively reached into the tank, curious to see if she could collect the water into her space, only to watch as the entire basin of water rapidly disappeared before her eyes. He thought, would anyone believe her if she claimed it was unintentional? Driven by curiosity, she merely wished to experiment, yet now it was all gone. What to do? Fortunately, the faucet soon resumed its flow, easing G's anxious heart. At this point, she dared not attempt to collect water again. She took a seat and began her work. Although these chickens were quite large, the basic procedures remained the same. She was a skilled worker, and it wasn't long before she found her rhythm. Without boasting, few could match her expertise. She had dedicated 2 entire holidays working at the poultry farm. Had it not been for the outbreak of avian flu leading to the farm's closure, she would have been reluctant to leave. He swiftly plucked feathers, eviscerated the birds, and cleaned them, placing the chicken meat on the conveyor belt. However, the conveyor remained motionless, accompanied by a mechanical notification. Not qualified. Please clean the chicken properly. He exclaimed. How could it not be clean? All that remained were meat and bones. With no other option, he had to take the chicken off the conveyor and redo her work. She removed the bones and placed it back. Yet, once again, the notification indicated it was not qualified. She then chopped off the head, neck, and rear, but still it was deemed unacceptable. Resolute, she severed the wings and placed the chicken back on the conveyor. If this too failed, she would have no choice but to remove the thighs. Finally, it was accepted, and the chicken was swiftly transported away. He felt a mix of joy and regret, realizing that her chicken thighs had vanished. With a sigh, she waved her hand, collecting the pile of chicken heads, necks, wings, and entrails into her space. After some thought, she decided not to neglect the feathers either. They could be cleaned and fashioned into dusters. While others might discard them, she welcomed every bit. In fact, she found meat too expensive to purchase. So if she could harvest it from the farm, it would be a splendid opportunity. Her third-level storage space was quite ample, nearly 1,000 cubic meters in volume, with her purchased items occupying only a small fraction. Inside, things were in disarray, as she had yet to organize them. Although there were many items, there were no containers, meaning the meat would need to be piled on the floor for now, thankfully without any blood spilling out. He reminded herself to buy a basin later and focused on her work. She secured the chickens with her feet, immobilizing them, and used both hands to pluck feathers at double speed. Her swift movements nearly created an afterimage in the air as she gritted her teeth, determined to pluck as quickly as possible. It felt as though her aching body was momentarily numb to pain. At this moment, her mindset shifted. She was no longer just an employee diligently working for the farm. Now, she was fiercely laboring for herself. All the chicken scraps and wings belonged to her, and she refused to waste even the hindquarters, which could feed the crayfish and crabs in the water. Her motto became, if I cannot be killed by this, then I shall work myself to exhaustion. This time, she cleaned a chicken in half the time it took earlier, without hesitation, swiftly removing the head, neck, wings, entrails, and rear, washing them thoroughly before placing them on the conveyor. Once more, it was deemed qualified, and the chicken was sent away. He, satisfied, began processing a third chicken. Over the next few hours, she continued the cycle of slaughtering and processing chickens. Once the chickens were gone, she wielded her knife like a merciless butcher among the remaining flock. When her arms grew weary, she paused, carrying the chickens to a corner to pluck feathers and remove bones. Gradually, she gleaned insight from her experience. Wasn't it all about the meat? Each chicken varied in size, contributing different amounts of meat. After all, the machine did not dictate how much meat to leave on the skeleton. So she decided to leave a bit extra, testing the limits, and was pleased when it was still deemed qualified. Jihi smiled, realizing that the baseline could only be discovered through trial and error. As she continued to deb one, she no longer removed every ounce of meat, but rather swiftly carved off generous portions along the bones, enhancing her efficiency while simultaneously contributing to her meager savings. It was a win-win situation. When Ji finished with her last chicken, she picked up a large cleaver, ready to continue her work. However, as she surveyed the chicken coop, it appeared desolate, with not a single chicken in sight. Ji thought, was it truly this easy to deplete them? She felt as though she hadn't yet had her fill. Despite her lingering desire for more, the chicken coop was empty, leaving her no choice but to walk slowly towards the exit, where she hung her work attire. Caught up in the frenzy of plucking feathers, she hadn't noticed until now that every step she took sent waves of pain through her body. Glancing down, she saw multiple gaping wounds on her arms and thighs, with the torn fabric of her pants revealing the gruesome injuries beneath. Although the bleeding had slowed, any movement still caused a trickle of blood to seep out. It was a ghastly sight. With no medicine available in her space, Ji was left unable to tend to her wounds and could only endure the pain, which seemed to amplify with each passing moment. She even began to feel an ache deep within her bones. At that moment, Ji fervently wished for her game character to awaken some latent ability, particularly a healing power, to alleviate her suffering and avoid enduring such discomfort. Finding humor in her plight, she redirected her focus to the clock above her head. Though it resembled a clock, it functioned more like a countdown timer, currently indicating that there were still 15 minutes remaining. Ji pushed against the door of the chicken coop, but it wouldn't budge. It seemed she would have to wait until the time expired to exit, uncertain whether they would be transported away or if something else would occur. With time still on her hands and nothing to occupy her, Ji decided to meander around the chicken coop, hoping to distract herself. Despite being called a coop, it was essentially a large yard, devoid of any buildings, where all the chickens roamed freely. Now that the chickens were gone, the space felt overwhelmingly empty. She strolled slowly across the yard, leaving no corner unexamined, her mind wandering with the hope that among such a vast space, there might have been a few understanding chickens. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Chapter 8. The farm was bustling with activity. What had she discovered? Eggs. Enormous eggs, concealed amidst the weeds at the base of the wall. How regrettable it would have been had she overlooked them. Ji hurried over and swiftly picked up the eggs, instantly storing them away, her spirit rejuvenated. Is there anything more delightful than the scent of freshly found eggs? She thought not. Ji crouched down and began to search through the grass with remarkable agility, leaving no spot unexamined. Her movements were so practiced they tugged at one's heartstrings, and soon she unearthed a second egg. This success fueled her determination, and she diligently combed through other patches of grass. But unfortunately, her initial stroke of luck did not repeat itself. Other areas yielded only 3 more eggs in total. Yet, Ji felt quite satisfied. She had found 5 colossal eggs today, each substantial enough to satiate her hunger. With 5 minutes still remaining, Ji made efficient use of her time by fetching a stool and seating herself by the water tank, beginning to collect water. Even if she did not drink it, it would serve well for washing vegetables and clothes. After silently gathering water for 5 minutes, the countdown finally reached 0. A familiar electronic voice resonated in her ears. Dear temporary player, congratulations on surviving and completing the 1-star quest. The farm is busy. The quest settlement will be completed in 15 minutes. You now have 15 minutes of free activity time. You may choose to exit the quest directly or explore freely within it. You will be transported out in 15 minutes. Once the system finished its announcement, it fell silent. Ji rose and briskly walked towards the gate. Rather than exiting the quest immediately, she yearned to explore further. Since the quest granted a 15-minute safety period, it must serve a purpose. She could not squander this opportunity. Moreover, the system's words lingered in her mind. Temporary player, surviving completion? Did that imply the existence of permanent players? What might they be like? What did it mean to survive a quest? Did this game entail the possibility of death? However, the initial level was undeniably simple. She realized that had she not wished to complete it, according to the system's implication, she could have merely waited without needing to kill any chickens to be transported out. She just did not know what the consequences of being dismissed would be. Would she return safely to M-Star or perish? Though Jihe's thoughts raced, her actions did not falter as she swiftly approached the door and gently pushed it open. Just moments ago, this door had been firmly shut, resisting all her efforts. Stepping outside the chicken coop, she noticed others already moving about, their faces obscured by pixelated masks, rendering their identities indistinguishable, only allowing her to discern their genders. Many bore traces of blood, suggesting a rather grim experience. Everyone maintained a respectful distance from one another, seemingly taciturn in their understanding. These individuals were likely the survivors of the quest, and there seemed to be quite a number of them. Jihe observed silently, noting the predominance of robust men among the group, with a few women present as well. They were not overly muscular, but rather athletic and strong, contrasting sharply with Jihe's slender frame, which made her appear rather unique. As she scrutinized the others, they too were observing her, casting astonished glances at her slender form. But such scrutiny was fleeting, as the masks on their heads ensured that they maintained a safe distance. Upon exiting the confines of the chicken coop, the group naturally dispersed, each wandering off to explore their chosen paths. He had a plan in mind. She ventured deeper into the farm, specifically seeking out secluded corners and hidden spots. However, the vastness of the farm was daunting, stretching endlessly before her eyes, filled with machinery and devoid of human conversation. Jihe attempted to engage a robot in conversation, but it ignored her, solely focused on its tasks. With no other option, she continued her search independently. As time ticked away, Jihe hastened her pace, anxious about the dwindling minutes. She had no idea how many places she had scoured without finding what she sought. Just as doubt began to creep in, her gaze fell upon a somewhat disheveled machinery workshop. Instantly, she felt a thrill. This was the place she had been seeking all along. Excitedly, she quickened her pace, rushing to the door and pushing it with all her might, but it would not budge. Panic gripped her as she exerted more force, yet the door remained steadfastly closed. What if she couldn't gain entry? Time continued to slip away, and she forced herself to remain calm, certain that a solution existed. Stepping back, she resolved to circle around to the back. As she approached the side of the building, she noted the absence of windows. Climbing through one was out of the question. Upon reaching the rear, her eyes widened in delight. The back door stood wide open, revealing a gap of over 2 meters. A filthy robot was busy shoveling debris from within the room into a nearby garbage truck, using its built-in shovel. Before her lay a pile of animal entrails, significantly larger than those from M-Star. At first glance, she failed to recognize them, but upon closer inspection, she realized they were sheep intestines. Did this farm have sheep? However, that was not her primary concern at the moment. Her immediate priority was scavenging. She needed to act quickly. The more she collected, the better. To avoid provoking the robot, Jihe opted not to rush into the garbage room immediately, but instead approached the garbage truck. The robot remained oblivious to her presence, glancing away as she peered inside. The truck was filled with discarded animal remains, bones, and fur. It seemed that in this farm, anything not classified as meat was considered refuse. Tentatively, Jihe reached in and retrieved a piece of beef tripe, and to her relief, the robot showed no reaction. Encouraged, she continued her foraging, and the robot remained indifferent, focusing solely on its task of loading the trash into the truck. Jihe grew bolder, her speed outpacing that of the robot, and soon, the garbage truck was entirely emptied. She had no idea how much edible material she had collected, but she would examine it later upon her return. After clearing the truck of animal entrails, Jihe turned her attention to the garbage room itself. As she cautiously stepped inside, The robot suddenly halted, its body freezing as it turned its head towards her. A beam of light shot from its eyes, scanning her from head to toe. G's heart raced, her pulse quickening as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She stood frozen, unable to move. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the robot's massive shovel. If it struck her, she might very well meet her end. At that moment, she felt a pang of regret. Had she taken too great a risk? Perhaps it would have been wiser to only collect the refuse from the truck, even if it meant a slower, more modest haul. Safety was paramount, after all. Yet almost immediately, she dismissed that notion. Even if given a second chance, she would still choose to step into this room. Chapter 9, the farm was quite busy. Waiting idly was not in her nature. Survival demanded relentless effort. Had she been complacent, she would have perished from hunger in her previous life, never reaching this moment. He felt as though time stretched endlessly, though it was merely a few seconds. The beam from the robot's eye retracted, followed by an electronic voice announcing the status of a temporary worker, highly skilled, fond of scavenging, with no danger involved. The robot turned away as if nothing had occurred and resumed its task of transporting waste. With a sigh of relief, G took a deep breath, overwhelmed by a nauseating stench that nearly overcame her. She instinctively retched, but, fortunately, her stomach was empty, leaving her to stifle the urge and quickly suppress the sensation. Uncertain of how many more minutes remained, she was unwilling to waste time. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she hastened deeper into the refuse, collecting everything she could find. Wherever her fingers touched, piles of garbage, animal entrails, and bones vanished. From the outside, one could not discern the extent of the mess, but once inside, he saw the refuse room overflowing, reaching from the floor to the ceiling without a single inch of space. This arrangement facilitated her task. There was no need to crouch, as she could simply stretch her hands and sweep continuously. Just as she was frantically gathering waste, the system's prompt chimed in. 15 minutes have elapsed. The instance will now be transmitted out. He barely had time to swiftly collect the last of her findings before she was transported away. She felt a pang of regret. In such a short span, her haul amounted to less than a tenth of what was inside the house. Watching the abundant food being discarded as refuse broke her heart. Wastefulness was shameful. This instance was truly remarkable. She adored it. Upon her return, he immediately glanced at the time, 1:00 p.m. She was unsure of the time she had entered the instance, but it certainly was not 1:00. She had lain down at 11, and the time spent sketching could not have extended to 1. She had remained in the instance for 8 hours and 15 minutes. If the instance time were synchronized with reality, it should be just past 8 in the morning, yet the clock told a different story. This discrepancy confirmed that the time within the instance did not align with reality, flowing at a faster rate compared to the slower pace of real life. Before he could ponder further, the familiar electronic voice echoed in her ears. Congratulations, temporary player on successfully completing a 1-star instance. You have earned the opportunity to enter the assistance game again. The rewards for this instance are as follows: a total of 138 live chickens processed, resulting in 13 copper coins, which can be used for purchasing supplies in the store. Due to your extreme frugality and passionate love for scavenging, the talent Scavenger has been activated. Scavenger. Upon wearing the badge, game natives will assume you're a waste worker. When you collect refuse, they will instinctively overlook you, and there's a certain probability that the waste in your hands may be transformed into treasure. Stay true to your innermost desires. The talent Healer has been activated. Healer possesses the ability to treat wounds. The next assistance game will occur at an undetermined time, so please remain prepared. With that final statement, the system vanished. In her palm, a badge materialized, and a surge of power coursed through her. He felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It was utterly absurd. Could she truly claim to have any affection for scavenging? Her only desire was to reap the benefits without any genuine fondness for refuse. She summoned the system multiple times, yet received no response, leaving her with no chance for reconsideration. Standing still, she took deep breaths to calm herself. They say a man's destiny is to become a security guard, and a woman's, a cleaner. Perhaps scavenging could be considered a facet of cleaning. She reasoned that she had circumvented 40 years of detours to reach the pinnacle. With this thought, her acceptance grew. Ji raised her hand to examine the badge closely. It was indeed the scavenger badge, adorned with a simple illustration of a broom and a trash can. Quite fitting. The badge lacked a clip. When she attempted to place it on her chest, it adhered automatically, and despite her efforts, she could not remove it. However, when she changed her mind and pulled firmly, it came off effortlessly, quite user-friendly. After testing the badge, he stored it carefully in her space, now ready to assess her injuries. Even after exiting the instance, her wounds had not healed automatically. Instead, they continued to throb with a persistent pain. She gazed down at her tattered nightgown, sighing at the bloodstains and holes. It was evident she could no longer wear it. She removed her clothing and attempted to heal her wounds using her newfound ability. A soft white glow emanated from her palm, illuminating the most severe injury. Within moments, the wound began to close, forming a scab. She refrained from continuing there and moved on to treat her other injuries. Uncertain of the extent of her healing ability, she aimed to maximize its use, especially given the number of wounds she had sustained. Once the wounds scabbed over, the pain diminished significantly, allowing her to focus her ability on the more serious injuries. After a thorough treatment, he felt gratitude for having awakened her healing power. This ability proved valuable. Prior to treatment, she had 8 severe wounds and 6 minor ones. Now, only 6 severe wounds remained, all in the scabbing stage, and the minor injuries had vanished without a trace. Looking in the mirror, she admired her smooth, unblemished face. Satisfied with the results, this skill was indeed beneficial for survival, and combined with her identity as a scavenger, she should manage to persist within the game. Having completed these tasks, exhaustion weighed heavily on her. She had been awake for 24 hours. Despite her fatigue, she forced herself to take a shower and change into fresh clothes, collapsing on her bed without even drying her hair, surrendering to a deep sleep. The rest could wait until morning. At 6:30 the next morning, the alarm clock roused Ji from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes, silenced the alarm, and lingered in bed for 5 more minutes before sitting up. Observing her unremarkable room, a table, a wardrobe, and a double bed, she was reminded that this was the place where she had lived for 18 years, and that everything that had transpired was no dream. Once again, she accessed her space with her consciousness, the items within serving as a reminder that last night's events had indeed occurred. She had been summoned into an assistance game and had spent 8 hours processing chickens. Regardless of what had happened, life must go on, and this sudden game only confirmed Ji's suspicions, leaving her with a sense of unease. Chapter 10. Stockpiling after tending to the livestock and fish in the space. Ensuring their good adaptation, he stepped out to casually munch on a piece of bread. The house she resided in was a self-built structure located in the suburbs, comprising 2 levels and a small courtyard. The original owners, her parents, were often away driving large trucks, leaving little time for gardening. Thus the yard remained bare. He wandered through the house. Her room was upstairs while her parents' room was downstairs. Besides the 2 bedrooms, the lower floor included a storage room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room. The upper floor, aside from Ji's room, contained 2 additional rooms. The 3-member family enjoyed ample space in this house. Peering into the storage room, she noted the abundance of supplies stacked within. Some were brought back by her parents from their trucking journeys, including plenty of bread, cakes, biscuits, sausages, and instant noodles, provisions for times when the original owner was hungry and alone. There were also discarded items the family couldn't bear to throw away. Grabbed 2 packs of biscuits and 6 small loaves, storing them in her space, preparing for the inevitable hunger pangs during the day. After eating a loaf and drinking a bag of milk, she mounted her tricycle and set off once more. Her first destination was the wholesale market. She had underestimated her purchase of rice and flour the previous day, so today she decided to buy in greater quantities, 30 bags of rice and 30 bags of flour, each weighing 100 pounds, totaling 12,000 yuan at wholesale prices. After completing the transaction, she made several trips to transport the grains home. Next, she returned to the spice vendor from the previous day, spending another 10,000 yuan on various seasonings, this time selecting additional cooking wine, baking soda, and assorted marinade ingredients. The shopkeeper, recognizing her, greeted her warmly. Although the prices remained unchanged, she generously included several boxes of meat marinade for Ji-hee to try. Ji-hee considered her situation. It was likely that she would only be able to salvage innards in the future, with proper cuts of meat remaining out of reach. Furthermore, her space was already filled with a plethora of innards. If she did not adequately prepare her seasonings, she would face a culinary dilemma. While passing by, she spotted aloe vera and cactus seedlings and impulsively purchased a pot for just 6 yuan. After transporting the grains, she proceeded to the agreed-upon location, exchanging cash for the medications she had reserved. The following day, she rode her tricycle throughout the city, prioritizing essential purchases. At the electronics market, she procured a diesel generator, a solar generator, large batteries, solar panels, an incubator, an ice maker, an electric blanket, a rice cooker, and an induction stove. She refrained from purchasing air conditioning units and fans, as she already possessed functional older models. The electronics varied in price and wary of inadequate quality. Ji did not opt for the cheapest. In total, she spent 21,000 yuan. The generator was diesel-powered, and when Ji expressed concerns about the limited availability of diesel, the shopkeeper handed her a business card, assuring her that she could obtain it through that contact without issues as long as the quantity remained modest. Nodding in understanding, Ji continued her shopping spree, first acquiring diving suits, oxygen tanks, and life rings, 10 oxygen tanks in total, with a combination of diving and regular oxygen bags. She then purchased 5 entrenching tools, 3 axes, 1 chainsaw, 1 hand saw, 1 electric drill, 1 stone mill, 30 stainless steel basins, 10 large stainless steel barrels, 30 plastic barrels, and 10 large pickling jars, totaling approximately 7,000 yuan. With her shopping list still not complete, she ventured to the wholesale meat market, primarily frequented by large buyers. Ji observed the current pork prices, which were reasonable, varying by cut, some as low as 8 yuan per pound. She purchased 700 pounds of pre-cut pork, including ribs, belly, and tenderloin, but declined the pig's head due to the excessive fur needing removal. She also ordered 600 pounds each of beef and lamb, 200 pounds of rabbit meat, and 50 each of chickens, ducks, and geese. The quantity was modest for the wholesale market, and the owner even rounded down the total, gifting her additional offal. Ultimately, she spent 35,000 yuan. With time still on her side, she detoured to the gardening section, where she found bamboo fencing and various bamboo products. Many city dwellers enjoyed cultivating small gardens, surrounding them with bamboo fencing for a trendy touch. Ji, needing only 50 meters for a modest space, spent 1,000 yuan, and the owner included several bamboo chicken coops and baskets as a bonus. Thus far, Ji had spent a total of 86,000 yuan that day. After deducting the previous day's expenses, she retained approximately 65,000 yuan, intending to reserve some for gasoline, diesel, and coal. However, with her space requiring upgrades that necessitated plants and animals, she had to set aside a portion of her funds for unforeseen needs, delaying any further acquisitions. After stowing her purchases in the space, Ji prepared to return the tricycle, suddenly recalling that she needed bees for pollination. Without bees, who would pollinate the flowers? Would she have to resort to manual pollination? Quickly reversing her course, she bought a box of bees, complete with a queen, for 600 yuan. The heat had rendered the bees somewhat lethargic, but the vendor assured her they would revive once settled. If any perished, she could return for a replacement box. After securing the bees in her space, she glanced at them before moving on. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and she needed to return the tricycle before the rental shop closed to avoid incurring additional charges. Hastily, she managed to return the vehicle before closing time, even taking a moment to wipe it down to prevent being penalized for dirtiness. With her deposit refunded, Ji indulged in a delicious barbecue, spending 100 yuan and savoring every bite. As she ate, she reflected on her situation. She would rather hoard supplies than face an apocalypse, fearing she might never again enjoy such delectable barbecue. After finishing her meal, Ji took the bus home, observing the bustling street scene. It was now 5 in the evening, and the temperature had risen significantly, even hotter than the previous days. She had been drenched in sweat while riding, consuming several bottles of mineral water to stay hydrated. This reminded her that she had yet to stockpile drinking water. Recognizing that living water could be stored in her space, she planned to purchase 2 collapsible water tanks online for emergencies. For drinking water, she felt a sense of urgency and quickly switched to a nearby bottled water factory, where fortunately there were still staff present. She ordered 7.5-liter bottles for 10 yuan each, ensuring that even if she were stranded in a desert, she would not succumb to thirst. The factory had stock available, and they agreed to deliver the next morning. He then made her way back home. Arriving before complete darkness enveloped the sky, she opened the door and surveyed her room anew, contemplating replacing the doors and windows if given the chance. Chapter 11. It is indeed quite expensive, yet my finances are rather constrained, with merely over 50,000 remaining. I must reserve some for purchasing gasoline and diesel, which are exorbitantly priced, rendering 50,000 insufficient for a substantial quantity. Fortunately, the original owner's parents were not often at home, concerned for their child's safety, and thus replaced the doors and windows with sturdier ones. Though not bulletproof, they are significantly more robust than ordinary ones. He chose not to turn on the air conditioning, opting instead to open the windows. The evening temperature was far more bearable than the sweltering heat of the day, with a gentle breeze that was quite pleasant. She proceeded to the bathroom, retrieving the bathing tub to fill it with water before swiftly entering the space. The time available within the space had accumulated to 8 hours, and he was determined not to waste it, preparing for a swift and decisive endeavor. She began by installing the fence. With limited black soil available, he had no intention of enclosing an expansive area. She settled on a total of 10 square meters for the time being, sufficient for her current needs, with the possibility of expansion later, if necessary. Once the enclosure was completed, she retrieved the grass seeds gifted by the merchant, who had assured her of their high quality, imported varieties delicious to livestock, with high yields and rich in nutrition. He meticulously scattered the seeds across the black soil and installed the feeding troughs before releasing the livestock. Though still young and small, they were obedient, following her without resistance, though they appeared somewhat hungry, bleating persistently in her direction. After ushering them into the enclosure, she hurried to find feed, diligently feeding them one by one, and only then did she exhale in relief. Keeping livestock, while rewarding, indeed requires a considerable amount of feed. Although many merchants had provided complementary supplies, they would not last long. He contemplated the necessity of planting as soon as possible to avoid the need for purchasing animal feed. She decided to cultivate potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn, all of which yield abundantly and are relatively easy to manage. She opted against planting vegetables for now, as the local market offered affordable greens, available for mere cents in the morning market. She could always plant them later when prices rose during the colder winter months, observing the livestock enjoying their meal. She took care of their waste and stored the enclosure in the storage space. Next, she visited the pond, where the water plants she had planted the previous day had already flourished considerably. These plants would provide shelter for the fish and serve as sustenance during times of hunger. He retrieved the inflatable boat, placing it in the water temporarily. It was an unavoidable situation without a wooden boat in her space. She was reluctant to emerge from each feeding drenched. Once the feed was scattered, he ascended a small hill to check the saplings she had planted the day before. The saplings were thriving remarkably well. Despite their variety and differing climatic needs, they harmoniously exhibited signs of vitality. After a thorough inspection, she hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to water them. Ultimately, she decided to water them sparingly to avoid overwatering. Using water from her storage space, she gave them a light watering before exiting the space. She returned to the nearly full bathing tub, allowing it to continue filling while ensuring the door remained open to monitor it, preventing overflow. She then retrieved an old basin from the storage room and took out the potatoes and sweet potatoes she had purchased the previous day. After locating the tutorial she had downloaded, she began with the potatoes, observing them closely. Unfortunately, they were all fresh and had yet to sprout. setting the potatoes aside. She went outside to dig a small basin of soil, moistening it before placing the potatoes inside, covering them completely with soil. She then stored them in the planting space without further concern. Next came the sweet potatoes, which required a bit more attention, including sprouting. Contemplating the unsprouted sweet potatoes in her hand, she decided to slice one in half and found some wood ash in the kitchen, evenly applying it to each half before setting them aside. She fetched another large basin to fill with soil, moistening it, and arranged the sweet potato halves inside. After completing this task, she stored the basin in the planting space, planning to wait a few days to see if they would sprout before deciding on the next steps. This was all learned from videos, and he was uncertain of her success. She then retrieved another basin, placing the purchased corn seeds inside and soaking them in warm water, preparing to plant them the following day. After completing these tasks, she washed her hands and opened her computer, discovering that the materials she had downloaded before leaving were all complete. She selected additional technical materials for download, focusing on topics such as planting and farming. These resources were essential for her life, and downloading them in advance was not a burden. Once this was done, he lay on her bed, directing her consciousness into the storage space. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by the small mountain of internal organs she had collected the previous day, indeed resembling a small hill. Despite the brief time spent collecting, she had amassed quite a substantial amount. She estimated at least several thousand pounds. With no time to process them at the moment, she glanced over them and began organizing the space with her mind. Previously, in her haste, the items had been placed haphazardly, appearing quite chaotic. He utilized her consciousness to categorize the items. One pile for food, another for condiments, a separate one for clothing, another for daily necessities, and yet another for survival supplies. After approximately half an hour of this laborious task, she found herself with a splitting headache, her vision becoming blurred and indistinct. Realizing that relying solely on her consciousness for organization was impractical, she knew she needed to balance her efforts with rest. After about 10 minutes of recuperation, her headache subsided slightly. She gazed at the ceiling, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, she recalled that upon completing the task yesterday, she had received 13 copper coins to spend in the marketplace. Where was the marketplace? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a screen materialized before her, emblazoned with the word marketplace. It displayed several categories: clothing, food, shelter, transportation, weapons, and others. Curiosity piqued, she clicked on the food section. The first item listed was bottled mineral water, priced at 10 copper coins each. How disappointing to realize that after working for 8 hours, she could barely afford 2 bottles of water. With a resigned shake of her head, she reflected on the exploitative nature of such labor. Little did she know that her earnings were relatively high. Many temporary workers had failed to complete their tasks and were dismissed outright, while others who managed to finish could only claim a few copper coins, insufficient even for a single bottle of water. After all, butchering a large chicken was no small feat. Merely plucking its feathers could take an eternity, especially for those unskilled in the craft. Moreover, most people purchased pre-processed chickens. Who would bother with feather plucking? Many ended up leaving feathers on the chicken, resulting in having to redo the work. Confused and hurried, even an hour might not suffice to properly process a single chicken. He refrained from purchasing the mineral water and exited the marketplace, resolute in her decision not to squander her hard-earned copper coins on such an item. She then took a closer look at the marketplace, which offered a wide array of items that could cater to her basic needs, albeit at exorbitantly inflated prices, several times higher than those in the real world. Pondered the purpose of such a marketplace. Would anyone truly resort to working in the shadows just to make purchases here? She also searched for weapons, discovering a variety: knives, electric batons, firearms, bulletproof vests, and so forth. Yet the prices were not measured in copper coins, but rather in gold coins, with the system noting that 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins. 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 copper coins. Therefore, 1 gold coin must equal 10,000 copper coins, correct? He merely glanced at the price below before promptly closing the interface. Was she being too demanding? She directly selected the most affordable item from the search bar above. She was determined to ascertain whether this marketplace was merely ostentatious yet lacking in substance. Soon, the search bar displayed the results. Chapter 12. Classification G. He clicked to take a look. Radish seeds, uno copper, coin per seed. Cabbage seeds, uno copper, coin per seed. Tomato seeds, uno copper, coin per seed. These were the 3 cheapest seeds available. The others were slightly more expensive. After some deliberation, he opted for the economical choices, purchasing 5 radish seeds, 5 cabbage seeds, and 3 tomato seeds, depleting her funds entirely. Upon completing the transaction, 3 small paper packets materialized in her hands, each labeled distinctly, radish, cabbage, tomato. Curiously, he opened them one by one, revealing ordinary plant seeds. She then retrieved the seeds she had previously acquired from her storage space to compare. However, she discerned no apparent differences, so she carefully repackaged them and rose to find an empty cookie jar in the storage room, placing the seeds inside for safekeeping. Although she couldn't organize her space at the moment, he remained industrious. She took out several large plastic buckets and began sorting the livestock entrails she had collected yesterday. With her ample experience, she could easily identify the livestock from a mere glance at the entrails. This batch belonged to cattle, so she placed them in one pile. This set was from chickens, which she sorted into another. In total, she identified 5 types: cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. The collection included not only entrails, but also several heads, necks, and bones, with an abundance of meat clinging to the bones, more than she had salvaged during her previous foray. Clearly, she had previously been more lenient. The farm was exceedingly wasteful. Not only were the entrails discarded, but even prime cuts like beef ribs and lamb chops were left uneaten, such exquisite delicacies. He felt a pang of regret for the waste. She wondered if she would venture into this instance again tonight. If so, she would seize the opportunity to gather more. As she pondered and worked, she made several trips to the restroom to fetch water. Her hands moved swiftly, efficiently sorting entrails into one pile and ribs into another. It wasn't until she had emptied all 30 newly purchased buckets that she finished categorizing the entrails. In the end, there were no pig entrails. He mused whether the refuse room lacked pig offal or if the farm simply did not raise pigs. Casting those thoughts aside, she glanced at the time. It was already 11:30. Hadn't she entered the game around this hour yesterday? She placed the buckets of entrails on the kitchen and dining room floor, and then turned to her room to change into a black tracksuit and sneakers. Afterward, she retrieved a large loaf of bread and settled onto her bed to eat, aiming to replenish her energy for the evening's gaming session. She waited and waited until her eyelids grew heavy and the clock struck midnight. Yet still, there was no system notification to enter the game. He attempted to contact the system, but received no response. Checking the clock again, it was 12:30. She was certain she had begun playing at this time yesterday. It seemed she would not be entering the game today. Quickly accepting reality, he changed into her pajamas, stored the 30 buckets of entrails in her space, and finally fell into a deep slumber. The past few days had worn her out, and on the following morning, she remarkably slept until 7. It was not that she did not wish to continue sleeping. Rather, the heat was unbearable. She awoke drenched in sweat. She reached for her phone to check the weather forecast. Goodness, it was already 32 degrees at 7 in the morning. Would it reach 40 during the day? At that moment, her phone rang. It was the supplier of the mineral water barrels from yesterday, asking her to have someone at home to receive the delivery. He agreed and quickly washed up, changing into a simple t-shirt and jeans, looking like an ordinary student. She donned an apron over her outfit before entering her space to feed the livestock, tidy up. And for the morning, she opted for feed. It was efficient and quick. Today she had fewer tasks, planning to mix vegetable leaves and cornmeal for their evening meal. After feeding the livestock and fish, she exited her space, opened the yard gate to facilitate the delivery truck's access. Surrounding the house were several others, all self-built. Some 2 stories, others 3, all appearing quite decent, but hers was the most rudimentary. Not far off was a high-end residential area developed a few years prior, featuring high-rises in the front and villas in the back, promoting a lifestyle close to nature, healthful living, and a respite from vehicle emissions. After opening the yard gate, He returned inside, gathered a significant amount of cattle entrails, and carried them outside, sitting on a small stool to begin cleaning them. First, she removed the excess fat, placing it into an empty basin, then poured flour over the entrails to soak for a while. Before cleaning, she remembered to retrieve a small crayfish from her space, chopping the beef fat and placing it before the creature to see if it would eat. The crayfish obliged, quickly devouring the offering. After observing for over 20 minutes without any sign of distress, he was reassured. The meat seemed safe. With so many entrails piled up, she realized she couldn't consume them all herself, and a nascent idea began to form. She intended to chop the entrails, marinate them, and sell them, not too finely, just in small chunks so that no one would recognize them as extraterrestrial creatures. Earning some money could provide a cushion in case of an unforeseen disaster, preventing her from going bankrupt. As for the fat beside the entrails, it could be fed to the carnivorous fish in her space, ensuring nothing went to waste. He glanced at the time. It was nearing 8 o'clock, and she thought the delivery truck should arrive soon. She stood up to bring the entrails inside, while she continued to wait in the shaded area of the yard. In her mind, she diligently organized her storage space. This time, having learned from experience, she took breaks while sorting, avoiding the headache she had endured the previous day. Just after 8:10, the delivery truck arrived. He opened the gate to assist the workers in unloading the goods. As they departed, she noticed one of the workers, a man in his 40s, glistening with sweat, and handed him a bottle of mineral water. "Here, have a drink. It's sweltering today." The man gratefully opened the bottle and took a hearty swig. As she walked them back, he casually inquired, "With this heat, your business must be thriving, right?" Chapter 13. Collection indeed. There has been a notable increase in the purchase of bottled mineral water lately, prompting the factory to work overtime to meet demand. The uncle spoke of this with a hint of joy. Although the work was exhausting, it brought employment and, consequently, a higher commission at the end of the month, a silver lining, indeed. He exchanged a few polite words before seeing off the delivery truck, locking the courtyard gate behind her, and then bending down to carefully transport the water bottles into the house. Given the numerous onlookers and the pervasive surveillance, she dared not utilize her space to store the bottles in the courtyard, and even kept the curtains in her room drawn tightly. After a considerable period of moving, he finally managed to bring all the water bottles inside. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she changed into a fresh outfit before slinging her bag over her shoulder, taking her keys and stepping out. In comparison to her tasks at home, she had something far more critical to attend to: the upgrade of her space. The requirements for this upgrade were stringent, and she had an inkling that if she did not act swiftly, the future would only become more challenging. Boarding a bus, she headed straight for the city's largest zoo, renowned for housing hundreds of animal species, including terrestrial creatures, avians, and amphibians. He knew exactly where to go, the small back entrance used for garbage disposal. She reasoned that since the space had not specified the need for whole animals, collecting fur, nails, or scales that had naturally fallen from the creatures would suffice. Fortune smiled upon her as she arrived at the zoo's rear entrance, where she spotted a woman disposing of waste. Adjusting her expression to appear innocent and harmless, she approached with eager, wide eyes, exclaiming, "Auntie, may I help you with a cleanup?" The woman had already noticed G's approach, and, seeing a young girl, brushed her aside with an arm, saying, "It's dirty here. What are you doing here, little girl? Skipping school?" He felt a surge of emotion and quickly filled her eyes with tears, struggling to hold them back as she softly replied, "No, Annie. My parents passed away in a car accident, leaving behind a wish. I have come today to fulfill their dreams." The woman's heart softened upon witnessing G's sorrowful demeanor. Stopping her work, she wanted to comfort the girl, but her hands were too dirty to touch her. Flustered, she said, "Don't cry, dear. I had no idea about your parents. What was their wish? Perhaps I can help in some way." The woman felt genuine compassion for the young girl, who appeared far younger than her own daughter, possibly still in high school. Amidst her sniffles, explained, "My parents loved animals and wished to collect fur, nails, or scales that animals shed. Just a little of each would suffice, so I can burn them at their grave." The woman clapped her hands, saying, "That's nothing. I can help you. It's hot right now, and the animals are shedding quite a bit. Each time we clean up, we find heaps of fur. Initially, we would collect it for fun, but now we don't bother anymore. Just wait here. I'll find someone to assist you. I know many keepers, and they have plenty. After hearing G's plea, the cleaning lady quickly finished her task and hurried back inside. He wiped her tears away, revealing a smile, grateful for the kindness of her fellow cleaner. Finding a shady spot, she pretended to pull out 4 bags of fruit: apples, pears, dragon fruit, and bayberries, each weighing over 20 pounds. She could carry no more in her backpack. These fruits had been prepared beforehand, as she hoped to offer them as a gesture of gratitude should her plan succeed. Setting the fruit down, she resumed organizing her supplies in her space, timing her efforts to work for 10 minutes and rest for 5, maintaining this rhythm without a headache. After 2 hours, He finally organized her space, clearing a substantial area. At that moment, the cleaning lady emerged from the door, a joyful expression on her face. Holding a black plastic bag, He quickly adjusted her demeanor, donning a sweet smile as she approached. Before she could reach her, the woman exclaimed, "Little girl, you've struck gold. Not only have the terrestrial animals shed fur, but even the amphibians have lost plenty of scales. When I mentioned your situation, everyone was eager to help, and they gathered a lot for you. This bag contains not only land animals, but also many from the water. Due to the heat, some have died, and they even cut off some fins to give you." Without immediately accepting the bag, He extended the fruit she had brought, her sincerity evident. "Andy, your help means the world to me. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Please accept this fruit. I truly cannot bear to take your generosity without giving something in return." The woman hesitated, trying to decline, but seeing G's earnestness, she accepted the fruit, her heart swelling with affection for the girl who had lost her parents. "You're such a brave child," she thought to herself. Holding the fruit, she pondered before asking, "Do you need insect specimens as well?" "Insects?" He exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "That would be wonderful. Insects are indeed part of the animal kingdom. I have an old friend who works as a cleaner at the Insect Research Institute. They study insects there, and if they are intact, they can be made into specimens. If they are damaged, they're usually discarded. Would you like me to ask her for some?" Nodded enthusiastically, expressing her gratitude. Yes. Just a part of the insects would be perfect. "Thank you so much, Andy. All right, let us exchange contact information. I'll give your address, and you can visit her later tonight." This was splendid news. After exchanging contact details, the woman hurried back to her work, while He joyfully made her way home. Upon reaching a public restroom, she quickly slipped inside with the bag. Once she stored the items in her space, the count of animal specimens surged by over 500. She sighed, reflecting on the honesty and kindness of the cleaning lady. In such a short time, she had gathered so many specimens, surely putting in considerable effort. He resolved to express her gratitude once again when she had the chance. Chapter 14. The Collection of Null to Null. Emerged from the restroom and made her way towards the bus station, her next destination being the botanical garden. This place boasted a myriad of plant species, and she mused that if she could pluck a leaf from each tree, upgrading her space would become an effortless task. Thus, on that afternoon, donned a hat and engaged in her clandestine activities within the garden. She refrained from uprooting flowers or selecting large leaves, instead opting for the inconspicuous, withered tree leaves scattered beneath, unperturbed by the dry, yellow foliage mingled with the weeds. The botanical garden was expansive and relatively devoid of visitors, allowing to move cautiously without drawing attention. Even if someone did notice her, they would likely mutter a few words about her lack of civic sense, without delving deeper into her actions. Throughout the afternoon, she remained relentless, hastily gathering leaves until the garden's closing time. Leaves that were out of reach or cordoned off had to be left behind. As she exited the garden, he felt utterly exhausted. She had walked over 40,000 steps that afternoon, tirelessly racing against time, hoping that the cost of her admission would resolve her challenges. Yet, upon leaving the garden, she realized she still needed over 900 species of flora and fauna to meet her upgrade criteria. Strolling along the roadside, he spotted flowers in a nearby flower bed that had been absent from the botanical garden. Instinctively, she squatted down to gather some leaves. Upon glancing back, she noticed several passers-by, regarding her with bemusement. A bit embarrassed, she managed to smile and quickly stood up to leave. Despite her embarrassment, she continued to squat down to gather leaves whenever she encountered unfamiliar plants. While ambling along, she suddenly noticed a traditional Chinese medicine shop. As she approached, the strong scent of medicinal herbs wafted towards her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, herbs too counted as plants. Although she had purchased some medicinal seeds, her collection was incomplete, and this shop surely held many varieties she did not possess. He swiftly entered the shop, leveraging her persuasive skills and determination, and spent 500 yuan to acquire small portions of each herb from the elderly pharmacist. The generous man provided her with whole pieces for the cheaper herbs and offered her bits of the more expensive ones that had fallen into the containers, which she gratefully accepted. Having never done such a thing before, he was uncertain about the quantities, but she was aware of the trouble she had caused the old man and thanked him profusely as she departed, carrying a bag full of herbs. The sweltering heat failed to extinguish her joy. After leaving the shop, she boarded a bus heading towards the address provided by Aunt Lee, which, though not in the city center, was accessible via a direct route, ensuring her return home that evening would pose no issue. Concealing the herbs within her backpack, Ji watched the display board and noted that her collection of plant species visibly increased by over 200, filling her with delight. She was close, with just over 600 species left to gather. Ji discreetly stowed some fruits in her backpack, then cradled her bag in her arms. Leaning back against the bus seat while gazing out the window, her heart once again whispering a fervent plea. Please, let there be no apocalypse. She would rather endure poverty in reality than navigate the trials of survival amid chaos. Upon alighting from the bus, he made her way to the location Aunt Lee had provided. It was the entrance to an old residential community, bustling with individuals returning home after work, laden with groceries and fruits. The entrance barrier scarcely impeded the flow of vehicles, with cars continuously entering and exiting the area. Numerous vendors had set up stalls selling various goods, including grilled squid and chicken strips, the aroma of which was tantalizing. Having not eaten a proper meal all day, he found her stomach protesting against the delicious scents wafting through the air. Silently, she shifted her position to distance herself from the squid vendor. Knowing she could not indulge just yet, merely inhaling the fragrance was tormenting enough. After waiting for a while, he sensed someone approaching her. Turning around, she was met by a somewhat plump woman who appeared decently dressed. The woman scrutinized he from head to toe, her gaze lingering momentarily on the red marks left by the fruits in his hands before she approached with a smile. You must be Xiao He, right? Though phrased as a question, her tone was laden with certainty. Yes, hello, Annie. Thank you for your help today, he replied, her face lighting up with a charming smile as she nodded in acknowledgement. What's this trouble? Just a small task, the aunt said, extending her hand to offer he a bag while effortlessly taking the fruits from her grasp. Why bring fruits when you could simply come? He maintained her smile, replying, It's merely my token of appreciation. Please do enjoy them when you get home. All right then, it's getting late, and I must rush back to prepare dinner. So I won't keep you any longer, the aunt said, waving goodbye before turning to leave. He said nothing further, shouldering her bag and blending into the crowd as she departed, not forgetting to send Aunt Lee a message to ease her worries. Unable to contain her excitement, he found a discreet corner by the roadside, utilizing her backpack for cover as she successfully stored the black bag in her space. She kept her eyes fixed on the display board, watching as the numbers fluctuated until they finally settled at 9872. He stared for a long moment, ensuring it remained immobile, before lifting her head and shouldering her backpack as she proceeded towards the bus station. Her mind raced with thoughts, pondering where to find the remaining 128 species. Without hesitation, she joined the throng and boarded the bus home. Given the rush hour, the bus was quite crowded, but thankfully, the air conditioning kept the atmosphere manageable. He, petite in stature, managed to find a spot near the door and stood still. As she gazed out at the passing shops, her mind churned with strategies for her next steps. Where could she go to complete her collection? After much contemplation, she decided to abandon her mental deadlock, pulling out her phone to search for vendors selling electric tricycles. Having nearly exhausted her funds, She recognized the necessity of continuing her livelihood, realizing that purchasing a tricycle would facilitate her small business endeavors far better than renting one. Shortly, she located a convenience store just 3 stops away from her home, ideal for purchasing an electric vehicle that she could ride back. G disembarked 3 stops early and followed her phone's navigation to the electric bicycle specialty shop, feeling fortunate that it was still open. Ultimately, she opted for a well-known brand of electric tricycle, spending over 300 yuan. While slightly more expensive, it came with excellent warranties, including a year of coverage and a month of free replacements. The shopkeeper, concerned for her youth and inexperience, cautioned her not to forget to register the vehicle at the traffic police station the next day, as electric vehicles now required licenses to operate, or else they risked being confiscated. Chapter 15. Setting up shop. Jiha readily agreed and rode her new bicycle home. Upon arrival, she pedaled straight into the yard, locked the gate behind her, changed her shoes, and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a long day, she felt ravenous, with hunger gnawing at her insides. She opted for simplicity and quickly boiled a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. As she cooked, she realized she had forgotten to purchase eggs. Fortunately, she found 2 left in the house. If she wished for more, she would have to rely on the enormous eggs from her space. She had not forgotten to feed her livestock at noon, but had only managed to eat a single piece of bread herself, feeling as though her circumstances were even worse than those of the animals in her space. While eating, she directed her consciousness into her space, reassured to see her livestock thriving. However, her amusement was short-lived. What were those cows and sheep doing? The grass seed she had sown yesterday had sprouted into tender shoots, while her animals, oblivious, were voraciously devouring the new growth, one mouthful after another, clearly enjoying themselves. Before long, the ground beneath them was stripped bare, and they began to shift their focus to another patch. Jia's lips twitched in frustration. She knew without being told that this batch of grass seeds was a failure, wasted. It was indeed her own fault for lacking experience and being overly anxious. She had released the livestock into the pasture before the grass had matured. What a blunder! Yet, with the situation at hand, she pushed aside her thoughts and quickly finished her meal. No matter, she mused. Although this planting had failed, she could devise other strategies, such as planting on the small hillside meant for fruit trees. After all, grass seeds were easy to sow and wouldn't consume too much time. Once she had finished washing her bowl, she filled a water container from a spring and checked on the sprouting potatoes and sweet potatoes she had stored in her space. They were thriving, with long shoots emerging. Clearly, her space was highly conducive to the growth of flora and fauna. Carefully, Jiha extracted the sweet potato chunk from the soil, placing them in a basin of water before returning them to the space, intending to wait until the vines grew larger before planting. The potatoes were simpler. After a day, they had several budding points. Jiha cut them into large pieces, ensuring each had 2 to 3 sprouts, then coated them in wood ash and set them aside. Soon, a small bowl of potatoes was prepared. Jiha set the potatoes aside and checked the corn seeds that had soaked for the day. They appeared promising as well. She returned the potatoes and corn seeds to her space and stepped inside herself, grasping a hoe to begin digging trenches for the potatoes, following the methods shown in the videos. While the quantity of potatoes was not vast, she managed to plant approximately 15 square meters. Next, she commenced planting corn, following a similar procedure, leaving less than 20 square meters for the sweet potatoes. With the black soil fully sown, Jiha ascended the hill to plant grass seeds in the gaps between the fruit trees. She used up all her grass seeds, covering less than a third of the small hillside. This area was significantly larger than the black soil. After finishing the planting, she checked on the bees, pleased to find they had adapted well, showing no inclination to attack her proximity. Not only were the bees friendly, but the other animals in her space also exhibited a remarkable level of obedience. Jiha prepared some sugar water for them, ensuring they wouldn't starve before blooming, then turned her attention to feeding the livestock and aquatic creatures. Despite her speed, completing her tasks in the space took over an hour. Given the 3 hours provided by her space each day, after accounting for essential activities, she realized she could not accumulate much time. The notion of saving the entire 3 hours was but a whimsical dream. Fortunately, with her life currently tranquil, she had the luxury of gradually accumulating time in her space. After finishing her chores, Jiha reclined on her bed, gazing at the ceiling. She pulled out her phone, retrieved the business card from the appliance supplier, and dialed the number. After some contemplation, she decided to use her 50,000 yuan to purchase fuel for storage. Following a final round of bargaining, the supplier agreed to sell her 3,000 liters of diesel and 500 liters of gasoline for 50,000 yuan, throwing in 5 gas canisters as a bonus. They arranged a time for her to collect the goods the next day, and Jiha hung up the phone. With all her money spent, only a little over 1,000 yuan remained in her pocket. After resting for another 10 minutes, Jiha rose to begin her work. The absence of funds did not frighten her. She believed that diligent effort would yield rewards. With the treasure of her space at her disposal, she could hardly starve. Jiha first turned on the television to watch a variety show, then grabbed a small stool, donned gloves, and began meticulously cleaning the sheep's innards. Her years of labor had bestowed her with the skills to handle such tasks adeptly. She planned to prepare a pot of sheep offal soup to gauge the market's reception. If successful, she could profit from selling the soup. If not, she would simply enjoy it herself. Besides the soup, she could also sell spicy tripe and cold dishes. After setting aside the cleaned innards, she walked to the kitchen to mix seasonings in a large iron pot. Given that these were extraterrestrial creatures, the size of their bones differed from local poultry. She intended to keep the bones for herself while chopping up the less recognizable innards for sale. On her first day, she would prepare a sheep soup, spicy tripe, and braised duck and goose intestines for sale. She chopped them into sizes that would be indistinguishable to customers. Jiha's home was equipped with an old-fashioned stove, an induction cooker, and a gas stove. She had used the induction cooker for her noodles the previous night, but now opted for the wood-burning stove. Seated on a stool, she loaded the stove with firewood, struck a match to ignite some dry grass, and watched the flames rise. She then placed the cleaned sheep offal into boiling water, skimming off the foam as it surfaced. This offal not only included the entrails, but also some meat from the sheep's face. Her focus was on using quality ingredients, hoping to attract repeat customers. Jiha adjusted the heat to allow the sheep soup to simmer gently while she began preparing the braising spices. She included duck heads, goose heads, and chicken heads, intending to use them for her own meals as they could not be sold. Along with these, she chopped some vegetables, including lotus root and potatoes, to add at the end. Once she completed her kitchen duties, she glanced at the clock. It was already past 1 in the morning. Had the game not started yet? She found this lack of punctuality quite unprofessional. She wondered how often it occurred. Feeling fatigued, Jiha yawned, double-checked that the stove was extinguished, and turned off the faucet that was still running water. After washing up in the bathroom, she collapsed on her bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiha awoke promptly. Checking the clock, she noted it was 6 o'clock, with the outside temperature at 32 degrees Celsius. Since she was awake, she did not linger, instead continuing to fill the water container she had not completed the day before. She grabbed a marinated duck head and began to gnaw on it. The flavors were savory, spicy, and delightful, a taste unlike that of local ducks, with a wonderful chewiness that Jiha could not quite articulate, but certainly enjoyed. The duck heads were large, with plenty of meat. After consuming 2, Jiha paused. Chapter 16. The beginning of the lamb offal soup venture in the morning. She felt as though she had not eaten if she skipped her staple food. Ultimately, she resorted to a packet of instant noodles to satisfy her hunger. Rising from her seat, she commenced the preparation of the ingredients required for the day. First, she retrieved cilantro and scallions from her storage space, washed them thoroughly, and chopped them finely, placing them into a small bowl. Next, she took out the marinated duck intestines, chicken intestines, and goose intestines, sorting them carefully, while also chopping the lamb offal and placing it into a large stainless steel basin. Only then did she pour the simmered lamb soup into a stainless steel bucket and securely cover it. She then rose to fetch a cardboard sign from the storage room, inscribing it with the prices: lamb offal 10 yuan, small, 12 yuan, large, water blanched tripe 15 yuan, small, duck intestines 70 yuan per gene, goose intestines 50 yuan per gene, chicken intestines 35 yuan per gene, and vegetable box 8 yuan. With everything in order, Ji proceeded to the nearby morning market to survey the market conditions and to check for disposable food containers. If possible, she intended to purchase a few blocks of tofu, as tofu puffs, when marinated, were also quite delectable. Despite the clock indicating it was past 7, the morning market was still bustling with people, many carrying large bundles of vegetables. Numerous small stalls offered daily necessities, with socks and underwear available at an astonishingly low price of 10 yuan for 10 pairs. Ji focused on locating disposable containers and quickly found them. Upon inspection, they were quite sturdy and of decent quality. She purchased 500 containers in various sizes, accumulating a total of 1,500 disposable boxes for 400 yuan. The vendor generously provided her with several disposable plastic bags and chopsticks, encouraging her to return for more in the future. As of now, Ji had 600 yuan remaining. Carrying the plastic bags and disposable containers, she surveyed her surroundings. Many patrons were seated enjoying breakfast, noodles, soy milk with fried dough, buns, and tofu pudding. Despite the heat, the sunlight was not particularly harsh at this hour. Observing the throngs of people showing no signs of dwindling, Ji made a swift decision to return home. She laid out the lamb soup, duck intestines, and water-blanched tripe, then hopped onto her tricycle, heading straight for the morning market. Upon arrival, she chose not to push her way through the crowd, but instead set up her stall at the edge of the market, hanging her sign and preparing to sell. She ignited the gas and allowed the lamb soup to gradually come to a boil. In no time, the enticing aroma of the soup wafted through the air, capturing the attention of many passers-by, yet no one approached to make a purchase. Ji remained patient, standing aside as she awaited her first customer. After a lengthy interval without a single buyer, a market supervisor approached, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a serious expression, with a loudspeaker clipped to his waist. He glanced at Ji and inquired, "Young lady, how old are you? Are you of age? Where are your guardians?" Ji obediently replied, "Uncle, I am 18, just reached adulthood. My parents passed away in a car accident, and I must earn a living for myself." Had it been the original owner, she might have felt hesitant to reveal such vulnerability. After all, it is challenging for a freshly minted adult to voice such sentiments. However, Ji had long since developed a thick skin. As she spoke, her face bore a look of dejection and sorrow, devoid of any embarrassment. She had learned to leverage her vulnerabilities to elicit sympathy from others, allowing her to navigate life more effectively. She did not resort to theft or deceit. She earned her living through hard work, and she felt no shame in that. Indeed, the man's demeanor softened somewhat, and he no longer appeared impatient. He regarded Ji and stated, "This is a legitimate morning market. You need to pay a stall fee of 20 yuan per day. Are you aware of that?" Ji nodded eagerly, retrieving 20 yuan from her pocket and offering it to him. The man did not accept it. Instead, he looked down at the money and then back at her, saying, "There's not much time left today, so you can stay here. If you plan to set up tomorrow, come early, between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. With that, he turned away without waiting for her response. Ji tucked the money back into her pocket, once more adopting a cheerful demeanor as she observed the crowd. Several individuals had overheard her mention being an orphan, and they now regarded her with sympathetic glances. Unfazed, Ji called out lamb offal soup, delicious and affordable, made with genuine ingredients. Before long, her first customer, a middle-aged man, approached, ordering a large serving of lamb offal soup. Ji generously scooped a hearty portion of offal into a strainer, heating it in the lamb soup. Once ready, she transferred it into a disposable container, filling another container with lamb soup. "Would you like scallions, cilantro, and chili oil?" "All of them, please." "Certainly. Here you go." After the man handed over his payment, he quickly departed without further conversation. Soon, Ji welcomed her second and third customers, and her business flourished, keeping her busily engaged in serving one customer after another. In response to inquiries about her young age and why she was selling lamb soup, she candidly shared her status as an orphan striving to earn money for her education. Her tone was calm and optimistic, her smile infectious, evoking a sense of compassion among the older patrons, many of whom subsequently purchased her marinated delicacies. By the time she began to pack up around 9 o'clock, Most of the lamb offal she had prepared had sold out, with only a small amount remaining in the stainless steel basin. She placed the remaining offal into the pot to cook, filled a large bowl with lamb soup, and carefully sealed the lids on the disposable containers. When the previously stern-faced man with the loudspeaker returned to remind them to close up, she waved at him, saying, "Uncle, uncle." The man approached, his expression still serious. "Begging me won't help. You can't keep your stall open. We have regulations that require you to pack up at the designated time. Do you understand?" "Uncle, don't worry. I understand. I would won't make things difficult for you." G nodded obediently, presenting him with 2 disposable containers. "Uncle, I saved these 2 boxes for you. Please take them home and try my cooking. I'd love to know what you think." The man paused, seemingly taken aback. It appeared he had perhaps judged too hastily. What if she cries? He thought. Standing still for a moment, he finally glanced down at the containers. The lamb soup revealed a generous amount of offal, and the adjacent box was brimming with marinated delicacies. It looked quite appetizing. At that moment, his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. Both he and the man heard it. Desperate to escape, he feigned ignorance and cleared his throat. "All right, I'll take them. Come back tomorrow morning around 5:30, and I'll reserve a good spot for you." With that, he grabbed the lamb soup and turned to leave, his steps somewhat hurried. He quickly packed up her items and, without lingering, hopped onto her tricycle to exit the market. She still needed to visit the traffic police station to obtain her permit. Chapter 17. The dog market at 10:30 in the morning. He exited the traffic police station, her tricycle now adorned with a legitimate license. The sun blazed mercilessly, and despite her fatigue, she adorned her face with a middle-aged makeup, deliberately aging her appearance. Upon reaching the designated location, she retrieved the 50,000 yuan worth of gasoline and diesel in batches. The gas canisters took up considerable space, and the fuel was not as abundant as she had anticipated. Once everything was in order, he rode her newly acquired tricycle to the back entrance of the zoo. The afternoon sun bore down relentlessly, causing her to perspire profusely. She parked her vehicle under the shade of a large tree, where the incessant chirping of cicadas was a distraction. Taking out her phone, she sent a message to Aunt Lee. After troubling her quite a bit yesterday, he intended to deliver some leftover duck and goose intestines from this morning's sales. As she finished her message and packed the intestines into disposable containers, Aunt Lee emerged from the zoo's rear entrance, a black bag in hand, her face brightening with a smile upon seeing He. "Xiao He, what brings you here again? We were just talking about you. I brought you some food." He replied, dismounting and presenting the containers filled with intestines. "Please, try my cooking. You helped me immensely yesterday, and I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. So I made some duck intestines for you. Please don't refuse. You silly girl. You struggle yourself, and yet give so freely? Duck intestines are quite precious these days. Take them back for yourself. I insist." Aunt Lee playfully swatted He's shoulder, urging her to take the food back. "What I gave you yesterday was merely some animal fur. Rubbish, really. Even if I hadn't given it to you, it would have gone straight to the trash." He stood firm. "Auntie, please accept them. Even if they're scraps, you gathered such a variety, and that took considerable effort. I sincerely appreciate your help." After a bit of back and forth, Aunt Lee finally relented and accepted the containers. "You know, my dear," Aunt Lee said with a smile, "everyone wishes to help someone who is grateful. Knowing you need these things, I've collected quite a few for you. Take them, and if I come across more in the future, I'll keep you in mind." As she spoke, Aunt Lee handed He the black bag she had been holding. He gratefully accepted it, her spirits lifted. Aunt Lee then lamented, "Lately, the weather has been strange. Not only is the temperature abnormal, but many fish at the aquarium have perished. They are in a panic and have spent a fortune urgently procuring replacements from elsewhere. The bag I gave you contains quite a few fish fins. I had my friend who cleans over there cut them for me." He listened intently, her heart stirring. In this heat, many fish dying? They chatted a bit longer, but Aunt Lee, fearing someone might notice her absence, hurried back. He, however, took her time before departing. She reached into the black bag, glancing at the figures displayed on her spaceboard. She calculated that Aunt Lee had given her a total of 15 different types of animals, leaving her in need of 113 more. After pondering for a moment, she devised a plan for her continued collection. She tucked her tricycle away in a corner of her space and prepared to take the bus to the expansive dog market on the outskirts of Harbin. As a bustling metropolis, Harbin's dog market could not be situated in the city center. He endured an hour and a half on the bus to reach her destination. The bus ride was quite pleasant, with air conditioning and few passengers. He occupied the back seat, relishing the solitude. She took advantage of the moment to discreetly count her earnings from the morning's sales. She had longed to do this, but never found the time. Now, she could no longer contain her excitement. The total from her bank transfer was 920 yuan, and the cash she had accumulated was substantial. One by one, she retrieved the bills from her space, methodically counting 400 yuan notes, followed by 50s. By the end, her eyes widened in disbelief. Adding the transfer, she had made a grand total of 958 yuan that morning. He carefully tucked the money back into her space, overwhelmed with joy. If she could earn 4,000 yuan a day, that would amount to 40,000 in 10 days and 120,000 in a month. Indeed, she had chosen the right path. This was a game of support, one that truly aided her. Such a delightful game was worth nurturing, indeed a precious treasure. With a heart full of delight, He planned to finish her tasks swiftly, return home, and continue her preparations, aiming to earn even more the following day. She had plans for this money. It would not simply sit idle in her hands. There were still many supplies she needed to procure, such as eggs, coal, and snacks. She took out her phone, logged into an online shopping platform, and enthusiastically placed several orders for items she had previously overlooked. She purchased biscuits, instant noodles, ham sausages, cured sausage, chips, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, chocolate, fruit candies, pickles, and snail noodles, totaling over 5,000 yuan. When funds fell short, she resorted to Mbei, where she could borrow money, ensuring she could spend this month and repay the next. Her credit limit was 6,800 yuan. After securing these instant foods, she bought some previously deemed unnecessary items, such as insecticides, rodenticides, plastic barrels, stainless steel basins, paper towels, wet wipes, sanitary napkins, and potassium nitrate, spending over 1,000 yuan in total. It was only after exhausting her credit limit that she managed to restrain herself from further purchases. Having once been frugal to the extreme, this newfound freedom of spending felt exhilarating, almost uncontrollable, as she found herself wanting to buy everything in sight. At that moment, the bus began to sway as it approached the outskirts and the dog market. As soon as he alighted, the oppressive heat caused her to feel faint. She had checked the weather forecast that morning, which predicted a high of 39 degrees, but she sensed it was far worse. Mere moments under the sun had her sweating profusely. Without delay, she hurried into the dog market. The air was thick with unpleasant odors. Animal waste mingled with the heat created a nauseating atmosphere. He donned a mask, which offered some relief. Surrounding her were various shops, with numerous animals displayed on stalls, all appearing somewhat lethargic under the sun's harsh glare. The market was bustling with people. Young couples were on dates, and families brought their children to observe the animals. Most were merely spectators, though a few were buyers, albeit not in large numbers. He had a clear objective. She was there to collect fur. On such a hot day, cats and dogs were shedding more than usual. Approaching the display stalls, she noticed the vendors seated and lazily fanning themselves with handheld fans, barely acknowledging her presence. Chapter 18. The Null Farm bustles at first glance. It was evident that the individuals were not genuine customers. They were simply visitors. He was quite pleased to be left alone. She strolled over and noticed a few strands of fur on the platform, which she promptly collected before moving on to the next stall. Throughout the afternoon, many shop owners observed this peculiar girl wearing a mask as she stood before the displays, rarely touching anything, yet diligently picking up any stray hairs that fell. The stall owners, noticing her lack of inquiries, spared themselves the trouble of conversation, treating her as inconsequential. Had it not been for this excursion, he would never have realized the vast array of dog breeds. Within just an hour, she had amassed a collection of 48 different types of fur from dogs and rabbits. Having tasted the sweetness of success, she turned her attention to more unconventional pets, miniature pigs, sugar gliders, lizards, foxes, hedgehogs, and even dragons, all of which she eagerly embraced. For those she could touch, she did so, and for those she could not, she generously offered to purchase a sample from the owners. This resulted in her gathering over 10 additional varieties. Next, she ventured into a pet shop, initially intending to buy some ornamental fish. However, upon peering down, she spotted an alarming number of deceased fish carelessly tossed aside. Undeterred by the awkwardness, she boldly approached the owner and asked if she could take some. Seeing her earnest desire, the owner waved her off, permitting her to collect what she wished. After all, they were beyond salvage, serving no purpose other than as refuse. Thus, she left the pet shop with over 30 different types of ornamental fish, collecting scales from larger fish that the owner was reluctant to part with. Emerging from the dog market, she found herself only 12 species short of her goal. It had indeed been a fruitful day. He joyfully boarded the bus, ready to return home. Upon disembarking, her gaze fell upon a grand willow tree by the street. She approached it, plucking a leaf and depositing it into her space. Just 11 varieties remained. As she ambled homeward, a sudden thought struck her. She had yet to contribute the fur from the alien cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese to her space. With one of each, the space acknowledged her efforts, displaying that only 6 varieties were still needed. Victory was within reach. She pressed on, continuing her walk. She occasionally bent down to gather weeds, though regrettably, these were ones she had already collected, and the numbers displayed in her space remained unchanged. Undeterred, she remained optimistic, knowing that she was merely 6 varieties away from completion. Upon entering her home, she immediately switched on the air conditioning, having spent the day in the sweltering heat. The cool air invigorated her appetite. With the summer heat upon her, she retrieved a chilled cucumber from the fridge, slicing it into strips to prepare a refreshing cold noodle dish. The preparation was simple. She boiled the noodles and rinsed them in cold water, then garnished them with cucumber and cilantro, adding her pre-prepared sauces. A fragrant bowl of cold noodles was soon ready. As she savored her meal, he praised her foresight in preparing the seasoning. Truly, the essence of a dish lies in its spices. After an exhausting day and with no desire to diet, she relished the vibrant flavors. While enjoying her noodles, she also indulged in duck heads, chicken heads, and goose heads. By day's end, it was this meal that left her feeling most satisfied, in stark contrast to her hasty lunch. Post-meal, he filled a water jug, planning to connect 3 faucets simultaneously for efficiency. Earlier, Antley had mentioned a mass die-off of fish, a troubling omen that lingered in her thoughts. Comparing her storage space to the size of a seasoning box, she estimated it to be roughly 1,000 square meters. Ample room for her belongings, indeed. Yet, she yearned to fill her water jug entirely, but a myriad of tasks kept her perpetually occupied. He settled down, opening her computer to download materials while reviewing the sweet potato seedlings she had harvested yesterday. They appeared to be thriving, now suitable for planting. It seemed that plants in her space grew significantly faster than in reality, which was fortunate, as she worried that the 60 square meters of fertile soil might not suffice for her livestock. She gathered cornmeal and the large cabbage she had previously bought, chopping them and mixing them together before entering her space. She fed the livestock with this mixture, continuing to provide feed to the cattle and sheep until the grass seeds on the mountain matured, allowing them to graze freely. After tending to her animals, he rolled up her pant legs and planted the sweet potato seedlings. With this, she had utilized every inch of her planting space, surveying her surroundings with satisfaction. She adored this sense of fulfillment that filled her with security. However, a less favorable revelation awaited her. During her livestock feeding, she discovered that the animal feed had run out, necessitating a trip to purchase more the following day. Exiting her space, she opened her computer to investigate fish feed formulations. Long-term purchasing was impractical. She pondered whether she could attempt to create her own. As she delved into the research, her brow furrowed. Although feasible, the recipe required soybean meal, wheat bran, and peanut cake, agricultural byproducts that could be repurposed for fish feed, reducing waste. Yet, several obstacles loomed before her. She lacked the machinery for peeling and oil extraction, and the black soil was already fully utilized. He diligently noted down the items she would need to acquire in the future, planning to purchase them once she had earned sufficient funds. Closing the window, she continued selecting materials for her computer to download at a leisurely pace. She resolved to buy more feed the next day. After all, she couldn't allow her fish to starve. He walked into the living room, turned on the television, and resumed her work as a variety show played in the background. That morning, the offal and marinated delicacies had sold well, so she planned to prepare a larger batch to ensure sufficient supply for the following morning. Working efficiently, she completed all her preparations by around 11 p.m. Setting her alarm for 5 a.m., she decided to retire for the night to avoid oversleeping. Despite her suspicion that the game would not commence that evening, he donned her sneakers as she settled into bed. Clothing was manageable, but she couldn't afford to have her feet unprotected while traversing the farm. In the midst of her half-awake state, she suddenly heard a familiar electronic voice beside her. "Dear temporary player M, greetings. The support game invites you to participate in the second round. Will you join?" Chapter 19. The farm is bustling. Startled, he jolted awake, her heart racing as she hastily confirmed before the countdown expired. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity in this game, one that offered unmatched rewards. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing before a goose pen. To her astonishment, the faces of those around her were no longer obscured. Many individuals were peering about, and she could clearly discern the expressions on their faces. To her left stood a woman in her 30s, while to her right was a young man in his 20s. Quickly, he averted her gaze, pretending to rummage through her belongings to don a mask. She preferred to maintain her anonymity in the game. Who could predict what adverse consequences might arise upon her return to reality? At that moment, the woman beside her called out, "Young lady, your mask looks quite nice. If you have an extra, could you spare one for me?" He shook her head, intending to refuse, but before she could utter a word, the system's notification chimed in. "Greetings, temporary players. Congratulations on arriving at the first-level farm, where labor is esteemed. As the largest farm in the Tatarac Star, Kekata Farm has an abundance of tasks to undertake daily. In pursuit of providing the freshest and most delicious food, Kekata Farm must recruit a number of temporary workers. Due to your commendable performance in your previous assignment, you have been retained. Whether you can successfully transition to permanent status as esteemed employees depends on your performance. Please, within the next 14 hours, eliminate at least 200 geese and process them thoroughly, submitting the fresh goose meat. Note, your final remuneration will be determined by the quantity completed. The more you toil, the more you shall earn. Let your enthusiasm shine, temporary workers." Upon hearing the announcement, he ceased her wandering gaze, pushed open the door, and stepped directly into the goose pen before her. Having recently dealt with animal entrails, she recognized the size of the goose heads. No exaggeration. They were significantly larger than those of chickens, with much sturdier bones. Today, as quota of geese had doubled, yet the time allocated had only increased by 6 hours, rendering the task rather daunting. He furrowed her brow further as she observed the geese towering over her waist. In her hometown, geese were known for their ferocity, capable of guarding homes despite lacking the sharp teeth of dogs. However, their beaks were remarkably strong, capable of delivering a painful bite that could leave a sizable bruise, if not draw blood. The geese before her were adorned in soft pink feathers, with red plumage at the tail, lending them a youthful appearance. Yet, as they spread their wings and elongated their necks, revealing their formidable beaks, they seemed far from innocent. With a stoic expression, he began to change her attire. Having previously managed to dispatch chickens without any skills, she felt emboldened now that she possessed the talent. Moreover, she had thoughtfully prepared a gift for the farm's inhabitants. From her space, she retrieved a makeshift mace, a sturdy wooden stick studded with nails. Having learned from her prior lack of experience, she was now well prepared to subdue these formidable geese with minimal cost. Gripping the mace firmly, he surveyed the flock of geese, eyeing her intently, and smiled with malicious intent. "You are still too young and unaware of the harsh realities of life. Today, I shall impart a lesson." With a swift motion, she summoned a barrage of stones from her space, hurling them toward the flock. These stones had been collected during her earlier travels, specifically for this purpose, to outnumber the geese. It would be foolish to confront them head-on. Instead, she decided to use her surroundings to her advantage. He was careful not to launch too many stones at once, instead adjusting her aim to target their heads. Her goal was not to kill them in one fell swoop, but to disorient them. Seizing the opportunity while the geese were in disarray, she charged into their midst, using her mace to strike their heads from a distance. Her strength was formidable, and the geese struggled to raise their heads after the blows. Not wishing to overextend herself, struck a few more geese before retreating to avoid being surrounded. She swung her mace to keep the geese at bay while darting around the perimeter, searching for the perfect moment to hurl stones at their heads. The cacophony of honking filled the air as the geese grew increasingly agitated. He tirelessly waved her mace, maintaining a safe distance from the geese while simultaneously looking for opportunities to strike. However, she soon realized her weapon was somewhat inadequate. The geese's long necks came dangerously close, and a moment's inattention could lead to a painful bite. Drawing her large machete from her waist, she prepared for close encounters. After all, the machete was far more effective than the mace for swiftly dispatching a goose. After running for over 40 minutes, exhaustion began to set in. Her breath grew labored, and her legs felt heavy as if weighed down by lead. As she glanced back at the relentless flock pursuing her, she knew she could not sustain this pace indefinitely. She needed a refuge. A battle of attrition against these geese would not end in her favor. Geese were far more formidable than chickens. While she could occasionally rest while slaughtering chickens, these geese were tireless, having chased her for an hour without losing their vigor. Instead, they seemed more enraged, their determination unwavering, eyes fixed with a fierce resolve. While continuing to evade the geese in the yard, he kept a keen eye out for a suitable hiding spot. Soon enough, she discovered a corner of the yard, forming a right angle, flanked by walls and devoid of any weeds. She only needed to block the front. Resolute, she began tossing stones to construct a makeshift wall as she ran. After what felt like an eternity of circling back and forth, he finally completed her stone barricade just as her strength was waning. Elated, she turned to face the geese, brandishing her mace to frighten them back. Then, with a swift leap, she dashed into the corner behind the barrier she had just built, quickly unloading the remaining stones from her space to reinforce her defenses against the approaching geese. Having secured her position, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. She was utterly exhausted, feeling as though her lungs might burst. Just as she thought she could take a moment to rest before re-engaging, a cacophony of collisions echoed from the stone wall, signaling that the geese were upon her. Chapter 20. The farm was bustling with activity. The stones piled at the outer layer began to cascade down incessantly. Jihe's expression turned grave as she straightened her posture, gripping her wolf-tooth club tightly. The stone wall, hastily constructed, was merely a heap of stones, lacking substantial solidity, with small gaps interspersed. Coupled with the geese's not so insignificant intelligence, she feared they might use brute force to breach the wall. If that occurred, she would have to continue fleeing. Being overwhelmed by the flock of geese would surely result in a fate far more dire than her previous encounter with the chickens. These geese possessed exceptionally sharp beaks. A single bite could lead to more than just a bruise. It could mean the loss of flesh. With so many geese, one peck each would render her life forfeit. While the stone wall still held, Jihe leaned against it, hastily retrieving a chunk of chocolate to consume. After several hours without sustenance, her energy reserves had dwindled, and she knew she could not persist without replenishment. Once she finished the chocolate, she took a few sips of water, feeling revitalized. Meanwhile, the stones continued to tumble from the wall before her, and the geese showed no signs of retreating. Jihe understood that the weakest point of the wall was now merely the final layer. A few more pecks from the geese would expose her completely, heightening her alertness. She gripped her wolf-tooth club with her right hand while her left hand reached to her bleeding lower back to tend her wounds. She didn't need to heal completely, just to staunch the bleeding enough to maintain her mobility. Earlier, while fleeing from the geese, she had been unfortunate enough to lose some flesh to their bites, and blood now flowed steadily from the wounds. As she hurriedly applied pressure to stop the bleeding, Her gaze remained fixed on the stone wall, which was growing thinner by the moment. Through the cracks, she could distinctly see the enormous heads of the geese. Unexpectedly, she locked eyes with one, and she perceived a glaring rage and disdain emanating from its gaze. This was no ordinary goose. It resembled a small tank. Prepared for an imminent confrontation, he was startled when a hole suddenly formed in the wall. The first goose, unable to contain its eagerness, thrust its extraordinarily long neck through the gap before the wall had fully collapsed. Realizing the opportunity, he seized the moment. Hesitation would be a disservice to her 20-plus years of experience devouring duck necks. With her left hand, she gripped the goose's neck, preventing it from writhing, while her right hand swiftly wielded her knife, executing a precise throat slash. Goose blood erupted, splattering her face. Without a moment to wipe her face clean, she pushed the thrashing head through the opening. Then came the second, third, and fourth geese, each head following suit into the breach. He struck with relentless speed, dispatching each one in quick succession. Despite her efforts, the stone wall began to buckle under the geese's relentless assault, resulting in multiple breaches. With only 2 hands at her disposal, her frantic attempts to fend off the geese's beak strikes while grasping their wildly thrashing heads proved challenging. Time slipped away as he lost track of how many hours she had been at it. Her grip on the goose necks began to tremble from fatigue, and finally, the wall crumbled entirely. Yet, the slaughter was not yet complete. Reacting instinctively, she leapt sideways, but still fell prey to the attack of a goose stationed outside, which savagely bit in her rear, causing her to gasp in pain. Nonetheless, she pressed on with increased urgency. Stopping now would mean losing more than just a piece of flesh. He sprinted a few paces, casting a quick glance over her shoulder. To her relief, the number of geese pursuing her had significantly dwindled after hours of fierce struggle. If she could hold on just a little longer, victory would soon be hers. A flicker of determination shone in G's eyes as she quickly stuffed another piece of chocolate into her mouth for energy, grasping her wolf-tooth club, ready to re-engage in battle with the remaining geese. Time passed in a blur, and when the last goose finally fell, the tension she had been holding onto dissipated. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, nearly crying out from the pain. Her rear was riddled with bite marks from the geese, which had mercilessly targeted her backside. Shaking, she extended her hand to treat the most painful spots, swiftly moving on once the bleeding ceased. After tending to her wounds, she finally rose to inspect the time by the door, discovering merely 7 hours remained on the countdown. With 200 geese to process, she calculated she needed to handle at least 30 within the hour, approximately 2 minutes per goose. Glancing down at the sprawled geese, she hesitated for not even a second before turning on her heel and running. Time was of the essence. She had no luxury to linger. Failing to complete her task would mean dismissal, and that was simply not an option. The fear of being cast aside in this supportive game loomed over her, threatening to plunge her into the depths of poverty. Driven by the dread of dismissal, he knelt upon the body of the goose, her hands fervently plucking feathers. Pain was no longer a concern. She worked with both hands, frantically yanking them down. Her eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. She had become an emotionless feather-plucking machine. Knowing that the farm had no use for the heads, necks, or wings, she bypassed those parts entirely, focusing on the body for storage, intending to process them later at home. Thus, amidst her fervent labor, she finally completed the processing of all the geese just in time. After submitting the last goose, he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, her arms aching with every movement. She realized why the poverty alleviation game was not a daily occurrence. If it were, everyone would surely face dismissal. What kind of animal could endure such a workload? After a brief moment of rest, he forced herself back to her feet. This was not the time to relent. She still had greater objectives to fulfill. Approaching the door once more, she noted only 2 minutes remained on the countdown. She swiftly removed her clothing to hang it up, then sat by the water trough, collecting water into her space while restoring her stamina. Estimating that about 20 seconds remained, she rose and slowly made her way to the door. Preparing to charge out as soon as the moment arrived, she raised her gaze to the countdown timer, quietly counting down in her mind, she finalized her preparations. First, she ensured her face mask was secure, then donned the scavenger badge upon her chest. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Charge. Chapter 21. The farm as busy as the designated time approached. The familiar chime of the system echoed in Jihe's ears, propelling her forward like an arrow released from its bow. She was the very first to burst forth from the goose coop, her pace unrelenting, her objective crystal clear. While other weary temp workers stumbled out, nursing serious injuries, Ji had already dashed far ahead. They glanced at her swiftly vanishing figure, silence enveloping them. Was she truly that strong? After plucking the feathers from 200 geese, she felt no fatigue at all, despite her rapid departure. Ji was not the sole individual opting to remain. Numerous others who had completed their tasks also chose to linger. No one was foolish. If the game afforded them 15 minutes of free activity, it was undoubtedly valuable, though they had yet to discover its purpose. The crowd gradually divided into factions. Like-minded individuals exchanged glances and began to gather, preparing to explore the farm together. There were also solitary wanderers, wary of both the game and others, who decided to venture into the farm alone. Regardless, everyone began to disperse, each following their own path. Drawing on her previous experience in locating the junkyard, Ji adorned herself with a scavenger's badge and swiftly made her way to the filthiest corner of the farm. She ignored the glossy surroundings, focused solely on her goal. Indeed, after a brief search, her eyes lit up. Wasn't this the very thing she sought? The weathered, dim exterior was unmistakably that of the familiar factory building. She quickened her pace, racing towards the small door she had opened last time. However, as she approached, unease settled in. This junk room could not be the same as the previous one. The last had only a wall behind it, while this time, not far from the back of the factory, a shining metallic door caught her eye, so out of place with the junk room. Anxiety crept in. What if the door was locked? Turning a corner, her heart sank as she discovered the door behind the junk room was ajar. Inside, a machine was processing refuse, using its large shovel to transfer entrails into an awaiting vehicle. The machine showed no reaction to Jihe's presence. Armed with her prior experience, she didn't hesitate at the entrance. She dashed into the junk room and began swiftly gathering items with both hands. The room was dimly lit, making it difficult for Jihe to see clearly. Yet it mattered little. She needed whatever she could find, and she bore no prejudice against the refuse. The robot was surprisingly intelligent, avoiding her as it continued its work. If only she could free a hand, she would have given the robot a thumbs up for its thoughtfulness. Even with the extended time compared to her last endeavor, Jihe could not collect all the entrails from the storage room. There was simply too much, far more than her storage space could accommodate. Even if left to her own devices, she couldn't transport everything. As the 15 minutes elapsed, the system signaled the end of the instance. In a flash, she was enveloped in darkness once more. When her vision returned, she found herself back in reality, standing before her small bed. She immediately glanced at the clock, 1:50. Soon, the system's notification chimed in her ears. Dear M-Star player, we are pleased to inform you that you have been officially promoted. You have one opportunity to change your name. Please use it wisely. Congratulations, official player Jihe, for perfectly completing the 1-star instance. The farm is busy. The next game will not prompt for confirmation, entering by default. The instant settlement rewards are as follows. You processed a total of 205 live geese, earning 29 copper coins, which can be used to purchase supplies after settlement. The game will now provide a chat discussion area. Please explore freely. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. This notification was even more succinct than the last, lacking any mention of talent upgrades. Jihe noted the time. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Fatigue overwhelmed her, and all she wished for was sleep. She set everything aside, turned to take a shower, determined to rest despite the impending collapse of the world around her. The following morning, she needed to rise at 5 to set up her stall. If she didn't sleep soon, she feared she might collapse from exhaustion. While she slept soundly, countless individuals tossed and turned, plagued by insomnia until dawn. Some were anxious about not becoming official players, while others at home laughed with excitement. And many more began forming alliances in the chat channel. Strangely, When they attempted to share their gaming experiences on the real-world network, they were met with garbled text. However, within the game's chat channel, there were no such barriers. Everyone spoke freely, unrestrained by limitations. Desires were amplified, and the game divided people into two factions. Across the globe, countless individuals were stirred into unrest by this game. Unaware of any of this, he slept soundly. When her alarm rang at 5 in the morning, she struggled to process the sound. Staring at the ceiling, she scratched her head and rose to take a shower, hoping to awaken herself. After a little over 10 minutes, she was ready, sitting in the kitchen to enjoy her breakfast, a warm bowl of porridge she had prepared in advance, accompanied by a marinated gooseneck. The wound peeking from her clothing had healed sufficiently, but she didn't rush to treat the concealed injuries, opting instead to tend to her arm first. Having exerted herself the previous day, she needed to ensure her arm was in good condition for the day's work. No matter the state of the game, life must go on. After all, the copper coins earned from the game were hardly sufficient to sustain her, if not for the entrails she acquired for free. He found herself questioning the very purpose of participating in the game. To gain superpowers? But did she truly dare to employ them in reality? Was she not afraid of being captured and dissected? Though her mind was rife with such thoughts, her actions remained swift. She quickly finished her breakfast, washed the bowl, hopped on her tricycle, and set off for the morning market. Arriving early, she found the market was not yet bustling with activity. Just as she arrived, she encountered the stern uncle from yesterday, who was meandering through the market. Upon spotting he waved her over and pointed to a spot. It turned out that the regular vendor for that location had been absent for some time, and she could set up her stall there. Glanced at the chosen spot, nodded in approval. It was indeed a prime location, ensuring that everyone visiting the market would pass by. Business should be promising. As she busily arranged her items, she cheerfully called out to the stern-faced uncle. "Uncle, have you had breakfast yet? I can make you a bowl of lamb soup." "No need," he replied, collecting 20 yuan from Jihe for the stall fee before waving her off and walking away. Recognizing his sincerity, she didn't press further. Chapter 22. Continuing the stall, she first ignited the flame to simmer the mutton soup, followed by arranging the marinated delicacies prepared the day before. Given the success of her sales yesterday, she had prepared over twice the quantity for today. Soon, the enticing aroma of the mutton soup wafted through the air. Taking advantage of the lull before the crowd arrived, he glanced around. To her left stood a middle-aged man selling vegetables, busily unloading fresh produce from his cart. However, she noticed that the usually vibrant green leaves appeared somewhat wilted today. Curious, she crouched down to assist the man, striking up a conversation. "Uncle, how long have you been selling here?" "About a year now." "You look new here. Did you just arrive today?" The man seemed pleased to have help and chatted amiably while he arranged the greens. "I came for a bit yesterday and thought the business was good, so I returned today. By the way, why do the vegetables look a bit wilted? They weren't like this yesterday." He carefully arranged the wilted greens, sensing something was amiss. This was a morning market, not a vegetable stall. It shouldn't have overnight produce. "Don't mention it. The heat today is intense. They looked fine when I picked them this morning, but the journey here has taken its toll." The man expressed his concern, aware that the morning crowd, primarily composed of elderly patrons, was quite discerning. He feared he might not sell the vegetables today. While speaking, he took out a spray bottle to mist the leaves, which immediately perked up. Just as he was about to say something more, she noticed customers approaching for mutton soup, prompting her to suppress her words, don a bright smile, and focus on her work. The mutton soup she prepared was rich and flavorful, abundant with awful and generous servings of meat, attracting returning customers who had enjoyed it the previous day. As the crowd began to swell, he found herself busily attending to orders. In the midst of her fervent work, a sudden exclamation broke through the din. Startled, she looked up to see a middle-aged woman clad in sportswear, scrutinizing her with an inquisitive gaze, her eyes flitting over Jihe's stall. Upon spotting the duck intestines and goose intestines, a glimmer of delight crossed her face. Realizing the value of such delicacies, before Jihe could respond, the woman seized a disposable container from the side and began to fill it, chattering loudly. "You really ought to let your family sample your skills. It's quite unfilial not to share." She aggressively selected the most expensive duck intestines, avoiding the chicken intestines altogether, and swiftly filled the container to the brim. He felt her brows furrow in dismay. She grabbed the woman's arm and reclaimed the container, smiling as she said, "Auntie, the duck intestines are spicy. They aren't suitable for the elderly. How about I serve you a bowl of mutton soup instead?" The woman, initially displeased at having her container commandeered, pouted but quickly brightened. "All right then, give me 5 bowls of mutton soup, generously filled with offal, and pack the duck intestines for me to try later. If I like it, I'll come back for more." Maintaining her smile, set the duck intestines aside and handed the woman a bowl of mutton soup, saying, "Annie, we are family, so I want to hold back. My parents passed away, leaving behind a debt of 3 million. Daily, creditors come knocking, threatening to seek help from my grandparents if I fail to repay. After pleading with them, they allowed me to set up this stall to pay off the debt, and I must hand over the profits each day. If I don't meet their expectations, they threaten me with repercussions." Noticing the woman's expression darken, he sighed and continued, "I haven't approached you lately for fear of drawing them to your doorstep. Since we've met today, Annie, would it be possible for me to borrow some money? I only need 100,000 to settle part of the debt." The woman's face turned pale with dread as she scanned the area, feeling the weight of gazes that made her feel like a debtor herself. Cursing under her breath, she snatched the mutton soup from his hands. Disregarding the duck intestines entirely, and without uttering a word, she pushed through the crowd, leaving hastily. He called after her, "Annie, take care, watch for the cars." The woman, hearing her words, quickened her pace as though pursued, disappearing into the throng. With a steady expression, he lowered her head and continued selling the mutton soup. "Would you like some scallions or cilantro?" "Yes, please." "All right, since you were here yesterday, I'll give you a generous serving of offal." Time flew by amidst the bustle, and even the morning warmth. He stood before the boiling pot of mutton soup, her clothes thoroughly drenched. Once the soup was sold out, she glanced at her watch, realizing it was already 8:30. It was nearly time to pack up. All that remained were the pricier duck and goose intestines, which attracted many buyers. Began to tidy up, placing the stainless steel pot back on her tricycle before making her way to the stall on her right. A woman in her 30s was selling tofu. Upon seeing approach, the woman immediately beamed. "Sister, would you like some tofu?" Nodded. "Sister, how much tofu do you have left? Can I take it all? I plan to fry some for sale." Yes. I still have 3.5 trays." The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke rapidly. "If you take it all, I can give you a discount. I'll sell you each tray for 55. Normally, I sell them for 60. That sound good? I'll drop this off and come back on my bike." "Perfect. My store is right behind here. Can you see that tofu workshop? They sell tofu all day, not just the big ones, but also dried tofu and tofu skin. You must try my tofu. It's made with pure brine. Look at the soup. It's so clear." As the woman gestured behind her, he noticed the sign for the tofu workshop. After finalizing the deal, she turned to head back, only to encounter the stern-faced uncle announcing that it was time to pack up. He waved goodbye, hopped on her tricycle, and navigated slowly through the crowd. To avoid bumping into anyone, she rode cautiously, glancing at the vegetable stalls as she passed. Chapter 23. Purchasing eggs this morning, the vegetables appeared noticeably wilted compared to usual. Many vendors had unsold produce still displayed at their stalls. After some contemplation, he decided to ride her tricycle over. "Auntie, I'll take all your vegetables." "How much?" The vendor looked up in surprise, replying, "Dear girl, I'm closing up soon. I'll sell you everything for 14 yuan. That's 10 baskets of vegetables." He handed over the money and asked, "Could you help me load it onto my tricycle?" "Of course." As the morning market was nearing its close, the prices were incredibly low, with everything sold in baskets rather than by weight, some even at 2 yuan for 3 baskets. He pushed her tricycle, gathering any decent quality vegetables she encountered. After all, they were inexpensive and she needed to eat, so she decided to buy them all. By the time she exited the morning market, her tricycle was piled high with vegetables. She squeezed through the crowd, hopped on her bike, and quickly vanished from sight. Finding an inconspicuous corner, she unloaded her haul and prepared to head back for tofu. The tofu vendor had already packed the tofu into small plastic bags, and he simply had to place them on her tricycle. After spending 165 yuan on 3 trays of tofu, she spent another 35, bringing her total to 200, allowing her to purchase a substantial amount of dried tofu. On her way back, she noticed several vendors who were reluctant to pack up due to unsold goods from the morning. A stern-faced uncle was shouting loudly through a megaphone, urging everyone to hurry. It's South time to close up. Don't make me chase you. He paused and selected a few more baskets of vegetables from several stalls. Though she referred to it as packing up, she was only spending a little over 10 yuan at most for each stall. Ultimately, she acquired a considerable amount of vegetables, spending just over 500 yuan in total. As she was about to leave, an elderly woman stormed back, furious, grabbing a vendor's arm and shouting, "You can't leave. How about you sell me spoiled soy milk?" The vendor looked genuinely bewildered, insisting, "My soy milk was freshly made this morning. How could it be spoiled? I didn't cheat you out of 2 yuan. My child drank it and is now in the hospital with acute enteritis." The woman's eyes reddened with anger as she clung to the vendor, refusing to let go, stating she would go to the police. The vendor continued to protest, asserting that the soy milk was fresh and had not been left overnight. The commotion attracted a crowd, and by now, it was past 9 in the morning, with the sun causing dizziness. He watched the spectacle for a while before preparing to leave. Checking her phone, she noted the temperature had already reached 39 degrees. She suspected the weather forecast was inaccurate. With a sigh, pedaled directly to the agricultural wholesale market, feeling she couldn't afford to stop. She was merely 6 different plants and animals away from upgrading her space, and she was determined to gather them today. Upon reaching the largest agricultural market, he wiped the sweat from her forehead, secured her tricycle, and took a moment to count her money. Indeed, she needed to ensure she had sufficient funds for her purchases. Sitting on the back of her tricycle, she delved into her backpack and quickly counted her earnings. To her delight, she had made a total of 8,538 yuan that morning. Elated, she thought if this business continued, she could escape poverty within a month. With her money tucked away, he headed straight for the fruit section rather than rushing to buy eggs. She realized she had previously bought fewer varieties of fruit, so she hoped to discover some rare fruits this time. As she entered the fruit area, a wave of heat enveloped her. It was poorly ventilated and even warmer than outside. There were quite a few people, but the fruits displayed seemed lackluster, as if they had been sitting out for several days. Despite the vendor's attempts to keep them fresh by watering them, it was of little effect. He focused her search on fruits she and previously purchased. To her surprise, she found several varieties still on her list. Before long, she gathered 6 types: egg fruit, kawano, ginseng fruit, rambutan, prickly pear, and jujube. She bought one of each from the vendor, who was initially hesitant, but, due to poor sales, agreed to sell. With her fruit in hand, he turned to leave, eager to witness the changes in her space after the upgrade. Entering the public restroom, she quickly covered her nose, overwhelmed by the stench. Braving the unpleasantness, she closed the stall door and transferred all the fruit into her space. Soon, a notification indicated that her space was upgrading. After a brief wait, she was informed the upgrade was complete, and eagerly focused her consciousness on her planting space. First, she noticed that the black soil had significantly expanded, now covering at least 100 square meters, with a newly added area for cultivation nearby. Not far from the black soil, a grassy area had appeared, seemingly similar in size, indicating a space for raising livestock. It seemed the animals residing on the black soil could now move to a new home. Apart from these notable changes, the other 3 areas had also expanded considerably, and he surveyed the improvements with satisfaction. It appeared she was on her way to becoming a livestock magnate. Eventually, her gaze fell upon the notice board to check what was required for upgrading from level 4 to 5. The revelation made her jaw drop. The requirements included gasoline, diesel, and natural gas, with no specified quantities. He concluded that continuing to sell her lamb soup was indeed necessary, not solely for profit, but for the gratifying sensation of earning money through hard work. Though the upgrade conditions were stringent, there were still many positive developments. The time allowed in a level 4 space had increased to 4 hours, which was excellent news. G, he felt pleased, as this would enable her to accumulate more time. After reviewing the planting space, she took a glance at the storage area, which had also expanded, now more than twice its previous size. The provisions she had stockpiled occupied only a minuscule portion of the space, indicating she could store much more. Unfortunately, she lacked sufficient funds. Her total was just over 10,000 yuan, rendering the expanded space somewhat impractical. Emerging from the restroom, G, he turned her attention to purchasing eggs. The wholesale price for eggs was 3.8 yuan per gene, and she decided to buy 500 gene, confident that this batch would surely yield eggs from her hens. After securing the eggs, she spent another 500 yuan on miscellaneous grains and cornmeal, selecting glutinous rice flour, yellow millet, black sesame, and white sesame from her previous list, with the remainder allocated to the cheapest cornmeal for feeding her livestock. Once she completed these purchases, He contemplated acquiring 5 tons of coal, spending a total of 7,250 yuan. During the summer, coal prices were lower than in winter at 1,450 yuan per ton. It wasn't that he wished to buy less. She still needed to reserve funds for fish feed. She planned to let the cows, sheep, and rabbits roam the grassy area to fend for themselves. The chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs would receive kitchen scraps mixed with cornmeal. However, she was uncertain about the fish in the pond and decided to buy some feed to experiment with while she researched further. Chapter 24. Crop production. By the time he completed her rounds and purchased all necessary items, she was left with merely 200 yuan in her pocket. Under the relentless midday sun, she mounted her tricycle and hurried home. As she approached her doorstep, she received a call from the courier station, notifying her that her package had arrived and urging her to collect it. He acknowledged the message, made a quick turn, and accelerated towards the courier station. Packages had been arriving over the past few days, but she had not found the time to retrieve them. Today was the perfect opportunity to gather them all at once. After several trips back and forth, she successfully transported all her packages from the courier station to her home. Aside from the snacks she had ordered just yesterday, there were no other deliveries. Upon entering her house, he promptly closed the door and turned on the air conditioning. The heat was unbearable. The outside temperature must have soared above 40 degrees. Surely it was only reported lower to avoid alarming anyone. She gulped down half a bottle of water, feeling revitalized. Sitting on a stool, she savored the cool air from the air conditioner, taking a moment to rest before rising to open the tap and refill her mineral water jug. She had no intention of venturing out again that afternoon. She planned to work from home. First, however, it was time for a meal. He had prepared a large pot of porridge previously, which remained uneaten. This would certainly simplify her dining experience. She dished herself a bowl of porridge, complemented by a plate of pickled vegetables for a complete meal. The oppressive heat dulled her appetite, making it difficult to consume anything substantial. After finishing her meal, she retreated into her space to relocate her livestock. She began by partitioning the lawn into 8 varied-sized sections with fences. The poultry in her space were few in number and still young, not overly large. Even with the lawn divided into 8 parts, they had significantly more room to roam compared to the barren soil. Once the fences were securely in place, she guided the animals into their new quarters. They complied readily, showing no resistance, and soon the relocation was complete. Afterward, he proceeded to feed them. Once all the living creatures had been fed, she exited her space. Time was limited within that realm. Not a moment could be squandered. Who knew whether that very minute might prove crucial in a pivotal moment? Perhaps it was her upbringing that led her to instinctively prepare for the worst in every situation. With the livestock gone, a considerable area of barren land emerged, which could not remain unutilized. Gazing at the vacant plot, he pondered what a plant. The grains cultivated in the black soil were not intended for sale, as the investment did not justify the returns. After much deliberation, she ultimately resolved to plant corn. Corn was straightforward to grow and yielded high returns. After soaking the seeds overnight, all that remained was to dig a hole and plant them. The black soil had proven its worth. Despite the lack of watering and care recently, the small seedlings had thrived, growing robustly. Resolute in her decision, he retrieved the corn seeds, soaking them in warm water in preparation for planting the next day. Once she completed her tasks in the space, she turned to her computer, resuming her downloads, while she settled down in the living room to watch television. Amidst the towering piles of offal that required cleaning, she worked diligently while absorbing the news broadcast. Before she realized it, evening had arrived and she had grown weary. Rising to stretch, she ambled about the living room, grabbing a goose head to nibble on. The flavor was exquisite, providing a primal satisfaction akin to vanquishing an adversary. As she indulged in the goose head, her ears remained attuned to the news. The latest report detailed the ongoing heat wave, which had resulted in severe drought in various regions, leading to diminished crop yields and substantial losses for numerous farmers. He furrowed her brow and sat down, focusing intently on the broadcast. Regrettably, the segment was brief, followed by a video insert, before transitioning to other stories that painted a serene picture of life. After waiting for a while and receiving no further updates, she retrieved her phone to conduct a search. The results were alarming. Not only was the temperature high in her city, but many other cities were also experiencing unbearable heat. Numerous individuals were posting pictures of their seaside vacations online. A sense of foreboding enveloped Ji. Something felt amiss. Was an apocalyptic scenario truly imminent? An extreme heat apocalypse? At that moment, she recalled that a game had launched yesterday, and the system seemed to have prompted her to access a chat interface, even allowing her to change her username. Distracted by the day's demands, she had entirely forgotten about it. He quickly summoned the chat interface in her mind. An luminous screen soon appeared before her, revealing a single area channel without displaying specific participant numbers. The system prompted, "Dear official player, you have one opportunity to change your name. Would you like to proceed?" Without hesitation, he selected yes, choosing the name, borrowing 500 billion from heaven. Indeed, her aspirations were refreshingly simple. The system swiftly confirmed the change, and her username was now borrowing 500 billion from heaven. She perused the area channel, noting that the system limited daily messages to 5. She still had all 5 opportunities remaining. Rather than rush to speak, she opted to observe for a while. Nian Bu Wong. What did everyone buy with the copper coins after finishing the game? Whirlwind little gold bean. I've been saving. What can you buy with so little money? Forgetful one. I experimented and found that spending copper coins conjures the items you purchased in thin air. However, the prices are exorbitant, rendering these copper coins virtually powerless. Blossoms and wealth. Are you here, Dad? Nian Bu Wong. Auntie, you're remarkably spry. At your age, you can still complete the game. So impressive, I envy you. Can you teach me? Blossoms and wealth. Which of your eyes saw me as old? I'm younger than you. Stop pretending to be innocent. Nian Bu Wong. Auntie, please don't be upset. If I said anything wrong, I sincerely apologize. Instantly, several sycophants chimed in to placate her. He sighed. Amidst such tumultuous times, how could anyone waste their limited 5 messages on trivial chatter? Forgetful one. From my current research, there seem to be at least 5 different game types: farm, fishery, school, forest, and prairie. If anyone discovers additional game instance information, please message me privately, and I will compile the data for everyone's benefit in overcoming the challenges. Snow in the wind. To be honest, I'm uncertain about the purpose of participating in this game. It's exceedingly difficult, and they only reward us with a paltry few copper coins that can't purchase anything. If they ask me again if I want to participate, I will absolutely refuse. I want to play even if it kills me. Chapter 25. Omen Yu Jiao. Everyone. What do you do when you get injured in the game and have to return home? I have several wounds, and I can barely stand, let alone go to work. I can only take leave and stay at home. This is already my 2nd leave this month. My boss said if I take another leave, he will fire me. What should I do? Spring breeze in you. Message me privately. Come to my company, and I will pay you 10,000 a month. Yu Jiao. Okay. Hello, boss. Instantly. Many others expressed their desire to work at Spring Breeze and Yu's company. He is quite generous. Spring Breeze in you. Since we are fated to enter this game together, we are friends now. As friends, we should help each other. If any of you encounters difficulties in life, feel free to contact me, and I promise to do my utmost to assist. Jen. The boss is magnanimous. Our game needs a leader like you. Spring breeze in you. I do not dare to consider myself a leader. I am merely doing my small part. Take you for hot pot. This is a game world. Do not bring your real-life issues here. Only a fool would fall for your rhetoric. Jen. Look at your envious expression. You are simply jealous of the boss's capabilities. You may choose not to help others, but please do not hinder their goodwill. Take you for hot pot. What a joke. Do you truly believe that Spring Breeze is acting out of kindness? In this game, one can directly kill others. If you reveal your real identity to him, are you not afraid of meeting a swift demise? Moreover, do not blame me for being blunt. This is a world of talent. We will inevitably diverge from ordinary people, and those who are unprepared will eventually be eliminated. Shao. Talent? What talent? Can someone explain that to me? He continued to read, but no one discussed the matter of talent. They chose to ignore it and engaged in light-hearted banter instead, indicating that everyone was keeping their cards close to their chest. Held a cautious perspective regarding Take You for Hot Pot's comments. He was not entirely correct. However, she did agree with part of his assertion. It is best to separate the game from real life. After all, there are few orphans like her. What if conflicts in the game spill over into reality? After a while, found no useful information and closed the chat interface. Leaning back on the sofa, she pondered seriously. She had always wanted to know what determined the awakening of talent. Was it true that anyone who played the game for the first time would awaken their talent? She wondered if there was a limit to this awakening. Could one continue to awaken indefinitely, or only a finite number of times? After her last encounter with the Great Goose, she felt she had put in considerable effort, but did not experience another awakening of talent. After contemplating for a while, without arriving at any conclusions, she decided to set the thought aside for now. She opened the marketplace, where the prices remained alluring, yet he could afford nothing. Ultimately, she purchased only a few seeds, depleting her copper coins. In the following 4 days, he did not wander aimlessly, but instead stayed at home, cooking and fetching water. Every morning, she consistently went to the morning market to sell sheep offal, returning home immediately after to fill her mineral water buckets. While fetching water, she also prepared meals. After several busy days, she filled all her mineral water buckets. If she calculated based on consuming 1 liter per day, the water she currently possessed would suffice for her alone for 3 years. In addition to the water in the mineral water buckets, she collected a considerable amount of water for daily use in her space. If necessary, that water could be boiled and consumed. All the internal organs and bones she had stored in her space were cleaned and cooked, neatly stored in stainless steel barrels. For those that cannot fit, she simply placed them in her space, waiting for the opportunity to purchase more barrels. The second batch of internal organs she collected included not only chicken, duck, goose, cow, and sheep, but also a significant amount of pig innards. After cooking, sorted and labeled each type to avoid confusion. During this time, she ordered several storage racks based on the dimensions of her space, spending 210 yuan each and ordering 30. These racks would hold some daily necessities and food, while any surplus could be stacked in the corners of her space. Taking advantage of the convenience during this period, he spent her days cooking, lighting the stove for braised dishes, and preparing sheep offal. The rice cooker would steam rice, yielding 2 large pots every hour. The bones, clearly not of local breed, were placed at the back of the racks for her consumption. The sheep offal and duck intestines she had sold out during these days. Although she initially gathered a substantial amount, the remaining quantity was not as plentiful as she had imagined after sifting through various livestock. Despite being a vendor at the morning market, the purchasing power of the crowd was robust. Having nearly consumed all the sheep offal, he prepared to start selling braised dishes the following morning. She had collected a significant amount of pig offal, which she intended to prepare for sale. She added some fried tofu and radish to the mix. After cooking, she sampled a bowl for herself and found the flavor delightful. She had cleaned everything thoroughly, leaving no strange odors. Only the rich aroma of fatty meat and the unique chewiness of the offal remained. Feeling that something was missing, she added some cilantro and green onions. Tasting it again and nodding in satisfaction. Yes, this was the flavor she desired. With her cilantro and green onions nearly depleted, had asked a nearby vegetable vendor to prepare 800 jin for her the next morning. Having organized everything needed for her stall the following day, took a shower, donned her sportswear, and lay on her bed, browsing the chat channel. During this period, the chat channel had proven somewhat useful. Wang Yu, reminiscent of a scholar or expert, had summarized numerous gaming experiences and selflessly shared them. For instance, the game typically notified players at midnight, and players would disappear from reality for over an hour each time. He was certain her first guess was correct, aligning closely with her estimates. Thus, she decided to wait until midnight every day. Only when she confirmed that she would not enter the game did she change into her sleepwear and retire for the night. After yawning multiple times and waiting until 12:30, she did not receive a system notification. Realizing she would not enter the game that day, she finally got up, changed her clothes, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, Ji awoke at 5, had a quick bite to eat, and rode her tricycle to the morning market to set up her stall. The recent weather had been abnormally hot, with several heat warnings issued. Many private companies had mandated employees to work from home, with no plans to venture outside unless absolutely necessary. However, mornings remained manageable, unlike the scorching afternoons. At around 5 o'clock a.m., with the temperature hovering around 30 degrees Celsius, Ji furrowed her brow as she entered the market. Typically by this hour, numerous vegetable vendors would have already set up their stalls, but today there seemed to be remarkably fewer. The streets appeared sparse, and even the sides of the road were not crowded. As Ji arrived at her usual spot, the serious-faced uncle approached to collect the stall fee, suddenly remarking, "Girl, hurry and sell your goods so you can go home." Chapter 26. Ji-in having concluded her remarks, she cast not a glance at Ji-he, but turned away to continue collecting stall fees. Ji-he felt a weight descend in her heart. Something was amiss. Instead of hastily setting up her stall, she crouched down to converse with the elderly vendor selling vegetables beside her, whose selection that day was pitifully scant. He wore a frown, a reflection of his distress. "Uncle, why did you bring so few vegetables today?" Ji inquired. With a heavy sigh, the uncle lamented, "This morning, when I rose, you wouldn't believe it. Nearly all the crops have perished. Whether large or small, they are unfit for consumption and can only be fed to livestock. Is there truly no hope left?" Ji mused, gazing at the meager bunches of greens on his stall, far less than usual. "Absolutely none," he replied, shaking his head despondently. "With the temperatures soaring and no rain, the little river near my home is nearly dried up. I fear this world is on the brink of chaos. Once I sell these vegetables, I shall return home. Young lady, it is not easy for you alone. Remember to stock up on grains. They won't spoil. Uncle, you shouldn't continue selling here. Let me buy all your vegetables. I usually set up my stall, and my family has nothing to eat." "Fine, I'll include the scallions and cilantro you wanted, though I don't have much of those either. I'll bring what looks acceptable. Just pay me what you think is fair." After chatting a bit longer, he stood up, her heart heavy with concern. The death of the crops felt ominous. She pondered for a moment before asking the uncle to watch her stall while she dashed to the tofu shop to order 10 blocks of tofu. Her intuition warned her that if she delayed, she might not have access to tofu in the future. Upon placing her order, she returned to her stall, where customers had already begun to gather. Adjusting her mindset, she donned a smile and set up her wares, determined to continue her business for the day, regardless of whether she would return tomorrow. In this world, clever individuals abound. Observing the sparse greens at the market, several elderly patrons began to inquire, and the vendors were candid about the situation. Given the limited supply and inflated prices, clarity was essential for sales. Before long, word had spread that all the greens had perished overnight, igniting a fervent buying spree. Even wilted vegetables, typically sold at several times the price, were snatched up. Ji's stall was not immune to this rush. By 8 o'clock, nearly all her braised dishes had sold out. Carefully, Ji set aside the remaining pieces of braised food, tofu, and radish to deliver to the serious-faced uncle, who had always looked after her. Since she did not plan to return the following day, this would serve as a farewell. After gathering her items, she approached the uncle to deliver the braised food and informed him of her absence the next day. The uncle, upon receiving the dish, paused momentarily, then added Ji on WeChat, promising to keep her informed of any developments. Ji was pleased, realizing for the first time that his surname was Yin, confirming she had not misnamed him. Waving goodbye to the uncle, He collected her tofu and, with the more than 40,000 yuan she had recently earned, made her way to the large wholesale market. Passing a stall selling stainless steel basins, she stopped to purchase over 40 large bowls. These bowls were excellent for food storage, and her own supply was now full, necessitating this purchase. During her recent market outings, she had utilized a considerable amount of seasoning, so she planned to restock her supplies of spices and grains. Anticipating a potential heat wave, she reasoned that grain prices would surely soar, making advance purchases a prudent move. The wholesale market was bustling as ever. Though vegetable prices had skyrocketed, grains and spices remained relatively stable. After spending 10,000 yuan each on grains and spices, she turned to leave, heading straight to the electronics market. Now with funds in hand, she intended to buy an oil press and a peeling machine, spending a total of 800 yuan for both. He then diverted to the clothing wholesale market, selecting 20 sets each of pajamas and sportswear, totaling 1,000 yuan. She allocated only 300 yuan for herself, spending the remainder, over 20,000 yuan, on gasoline and natural gas, as her space needed an upgrade. Although the process might be convoluted, she refused to abandon her goals. By the time everything was settled, it was nearly noon, the hottest part of the day. He had only been cycling in the sun for a short while before feeling lightheaded. Glancing around at the now sparsely populated streets, she decided to enter a nearby shopping mall to explore, as she had yet to visit one since arriving in this world. Upon entering the mall, he let out a sigh of relief. The establishment was luxuriously decorated, offering a pleasant atmosphere complemented by robust air conditioning, a testament to the owner's wealth. The mall was bustling with people seeking refuge from the heat, many of whom had chosen to venture out during their break from work to enjoy the cool air. Dressed in a complete outfit costing no more than 100 yuan, he felt entirely at ease as she wandered through the upscale mall. Curiously, she gazed at the clothes displayed in the glass windows, only to lower her eyes to the 5-digit price tags, astonished. Such exorbitance. Does it truly cool one down? With that money, how much rice could I buy? Shaking her head, she continued walking, aware of her financial limitations and choosing not to inconvenience anyone by entering the stores. As she strolled, she spotted an ice cream vendor and thought to indulge in a treat. However, upon approaching, her eyes widened at the sight of the prices: 188 yuan for a small box of ice cream. For that amount, I could buy 60 at the supermarket near my home. Just as she was about to turn away, a voice called out behind her. Turning around, she recognized her cousin Ji-een and several classmates from her former school. Ji-een scanned her attire, a t-shirt and jeans, then rolled her eyes, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Why aren't you in school? Dropping out is not right. Imagine how heartbroken Grandma and Grandpa would be if they knew. Is it because your parents have passed that you can't afford to study? Beside Ji-een, Su Qian, holding her hand, wore a similarly malicious grin as she chimed in loudly. Chapter 27. Sleep Experience Center Qianqian. How could you say that? Hurry up and apologize to Ji-een feigned a shove towards Su Qian, then turned to Ji-he with a mockingly sweet tone. Ji-he, don't take Su Qian's words to heart. She doesn't mean it. She just speaks a bit too bluntly sometimes. Are you craving ice cream but can't afford it? Would you like me to treat you? She continued. I heard your family is in significant debt. You're even selling seafood at the morning market now. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qian, who was beside her, burst into laughter. Ji-een pretended to cover her mouth, as if just realizing her faux pas. Oh dear, Ji-he, I should have mentioned your seafood venture at the market. I didn't mean it. I'm truly sorry. You will forgive me, right? Ji-een harbored a dislike for Ji-he. They were of the same age and had been compared by their parents since childhood. Her father drove a luxury car worth over $1 million, while Ji-he's father could only afford a vehicle worth several tens of thousands. Ji-een's family was far better off than Ji-he's, so why did their grandparents favor Ji-he? Ji-he, too, was cunning. She appeared innocent, but had a dark side. Every time her mother returned from a parent-teacher meeting, she would scold Ji-een, lamenting how she squandered the excellent conditions provided for her, resulting in her falling behind Ji-he academically. Ji-he's family was impoverished, living in a small house. Why did the teachers favor Ji-he, always using her as a positive example at parent-teacher meetings? What was so impressive about being first in class? After graduation, Woon T, she just ended up working for Jean? Now, her parents were gone. It served her right. Jean glanced at Ji Hee, her eyes filled with malice. Su Qian pinched her nose and mockingly waved her hand as if fanning away a foul smell. No wonder there's been a strange odor since just now. I was wondering where it was coming from. In such a high-end mall, I can't believe a whiff of poverty managed to sneak in. Ji Hee joined in, pinching her nose and laughing in a similarly odd manner. Their voices weren't quiet, and soon a crowd gathered around them, whispering and occasionally pointing. Ji Hee, unfazed by their words, turned to the attendant behind the counter. Did you hear what they said? The one with high cheekbones on the left is my cousin. She's treating me to ice cream. Please bring me one of each flavor from the counter. Thank you. After a moment's thought, perhaps fearing the attendant might hesitate, she added, the dress she's wearing is worth over 10,000. Her family has plenty of money, so don't worry about her being unable to pay. Ji only knew the dress's price because Ji had messaged the original owner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized it even if it was right in front of her. The attendant, having already watched the commotion for a while, felt a twinge of disdain for Ji. What is wrong with being poor? Is it crime? Don't think just because she's working here, she can afford the ice cream. Without hesitation, she quickly found a bag and filled it with boxes of every flavor, handing it to Ji. Ji accepted the ice cream and turned to the stunned Ji, nodding. Thank you for the ice cream. Remember to invite me to dinner next time, and give me a call. With that, she navigated through the crowd and left. Ji, fuming, stomped her feet in place, shouting angrily at Ji's retreating figure. Come back. Who wants to treat you to ice cream? Miss, your total is 5,264. How would you like to pay? Ji had just intended to leave when the attendant stopped her. Wait, Ji, unbothered by Ji's thoughts, was in high spirits holding the ice cream. The words Ji spoke might have stung a teenager, but they were of no consequence to her. She even wished for more such envious individuals to appear. It was just ice cream. If it were a restaurant invitation, she would make sure Ji went bankrupt before she'd leave. To save space, Ji stored most of the ice cream away and took out a box of vanilla to find a spot to sit and enjoy. The moment she took her first bite, her eyes lit up. It was undeniably better than the supermarket ice cream priced at 2 yuan 50. The rich, creamy flavor was utterly delightful. On this scorching summer day, indulging in a box of ice cream was pure bliss. Just as Ji finished her ice cream, a person stood before her, handing her a flyer. Hello, miss. Our sleep experience center is opening today. If you have time, you can join our event. Ji instinctively wanted to decline. She was just passing time here. Soon, she would ride her bike home, leaving no time to attend any opening event. To her surprise, the person continued, today is our grand opening. We invited the head chef from a 5-star hotel to collaborate on a luxurious buffet. Every esteemed guest can enjoy a complimentary experience with us. Ji's intended refusal vanished. Where is it? It was merely a desire for food. She couldn't bear to turn down such goodwill. It's on the 16th floor. Ji took the elevator and soon arrived on the 16th floor. This high-rise was built alongside the mall, designed to resemble an office building, with each unit rented out. The 16th floor was spacious, hosting 2 businesses. On the left was a pharmaceutical company, and on the right was the newly opened Sleep Experience Center. Ji glanced at the pharmaceutical company before turning to enter the Sleep Experience Center. The owner clearly invested considerable effort into this establishment, creating several small suites, each decorated in a distinct style. The beds and bedding were impressive, with prices not falling below 5 figures, and some even reaching 7 figures. The place was bustling with people dressed elegantly, leisurely perusing the surroundings, occasionally stopping to touch or sit on the furnishings. Ji wandered around, marveling at the various styles of bedrooms. Her eyes opened wide. As she explored, she found herself in the buffet area. At that moment, the restaurant wasn't too crowded, with only a few scattered patrons, seemingly either not hungry or putting on airs. They merely picked up plates and took a few items from the center, typically no more than 2 pieces of broccoli. Ji walked around the buffet table, noting at least 40 different dishes, both Chinese and Western. Many of the covered plates hadn't even been opened. Curious, she lifted a lid and saw the dishes were full, untouched. How disheartening it must be for the chef, having worked so hard only for the food to go uneaten. He thought this simply wouldn't do. She quickly bent down, grabbed a plate, and filled it to the brim with steak, crab, fried chicken, pasta, and 2 slices of pizza. Chapter 28. Sudden change. She was unlike the others. Not only did she not diet, but she also relished delectable food. Balancing a plate, he settled at an empty table and picked up a small piece of steak with her chopsticks. Upon tasting it, she nodded in approval. The meat was tender and succulent, undeniably delightful. Whether it was the skill of a 5-star chef, she could not ascertain, but the flavor was unmistakably exquisite. As he savored her meal, she quickly finished her plate. Just as she prepared to rise and fetch more food, the lights abruptly went out. The room was instantly engulfed in darkness, accompanied by the sounds of a woman sobbing and a man's soothing voice. He retrieved her phone and turned on the flashlight. Several others mirrored her actions, standing to investigate the situation. However, he chose not to rush. Instead, she turned back to the buffet table and carefully covered all the food containers. She hadn't finished eating yet. She couldn't let a few insects spoil her meal in the dark. Next, she walked over to the beverage station, grabbed 2 bottles, and leisurely returned to her seat to enjoy her drink. It was merely a power outage, a common occurrence. She opened her phone to check for updates. Soon, he learned that the power outage was due to the high temperatures outside, leading to widespread blackouts in Harbin, including her current area. The government announced they were organizing repairs, but no timeline was provided. After closing her phone, she finished her drink and glanced at the game chat channel briefly. Many were discussing apocalyptic theories, with some suggesting they should take advantage of the blackout. When capability does not match temperament, such situations often arise. He observed for a while longer, then closed the chat channel, sitting quietly to allow her eyes to adjust to the dark before slowly making her way outside. In the short time she had been distracted, the others had all departed, realizing there was little reason to linger in the pitch-black room. Due to its design, the room had no windows, and the encroaching darkness was oppressive. With the air conditioning off, the temperature had already risen by at least 5 degrees and continued to climb. He wiped the sweat from her forehead and cautiously made her way along the wall toward the exit. She carefully adjusted her phone flashlight to illuminate her path as she proceeded, noting that the once crowded experience center had emptied. As she navigated around various pieces of furniture, she suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass. Instinctively, she turned off her flashlight and crouched down, peeking out cautiously. Before her, a burly man with tattoos on his neck wielded a large hammer, violently smashing the glass door of a pharmaceutical company. Inside, several individuals shone their flashlights at him, demanding he leave. Unfazed, the man continued his assault, and despite the glass's apparent sturdiness, it quickly shattered under his blows, creating a large opening through which he entered. Soon, sounds of struggle and screams erupted from within. "What are you doing? This is a crime. Do you understand? Leave now or I'll call the police." "Call the police? In an apocalypse? Go ahead, see what good it does. You ordinary folks know nothing." Bang, bang, bang. Crouched behind a sign, he remained frozen, her heart pounding at the horrifying screams echoing from the room. What was happening? The power had just gone out. How could someone dare to commit robbery? Should she leave? But with the power out, the elevator wouldn't work, and taking the stairs might lead to an encounter. Before she could resolve her dilemma, another man stealthily entered the stairwell, moving silently with a flashlight in hand. He quickly crouched down, attempting to remain undetected. The flashlight briefly illuminated the area before it was turned off, allowing her to cautiously peek out again. The man switched off his flashlight and crept into the pharmaceutical company, slowly advancing deeper inside. He was torn between fleeing or staying put. Just then, several disheveled figures burst through the shattered glass, their appearances marked by varying degrees of injury. Like startled birds, they dashed down the stairs without a moment's hesitation. They were likely the staff from inside. Watching their retreating figures, his resolve hardened. After donning a mask for protection, she followed them inside. The pharmaceutical company was in disarray. Many tables and chairs lay wrecked, discarded carelessly, and several staff members were sprawled on the floor. Their phones, abandoned, continued to shine brightly, casting flickering light into the darkened environment. Using the light, he spotted the second man sneaking in, while the first man frantically stuffed his pockets with stolen goods, unaware of the approach behind him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the first man, sending him into a fit of agonized screams as he dropped the drugs he was carrying and swung his hammer wildly. "Ah!" The second man echoed with a cry of pain. He watched in shock. What kind of grudge drove them to such violence? The hammer was aimed directly at the head. This was no mere scuffle. It was a deadly confrontation. Remarkably, the man struck by lightning remained standing, unfazed. Impressive. He crouched behind a column, her eyes glued to the unfolding chaos. Both men appeared to be players, strong and formidable in their combat prowess. And what of her? She was a player too. Why should she be dismissed? Just then, an enormous black shovel materialized in her hands, its head significantly larger than any she had encountered before, with a sharp edge that promised to be a reliable tool. This, well, it was quite practical. While he contemplated her newfound weapon, the two men had reached a conclusion in their skirmish, with one having decisively overpowered the other, now bending down to continue collecting the drugs. Chapter 29. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the sound of a man searching for medicine and the aroma of barbecued meat wafting through the air. Due to the power outage, the atmosphere became stifling, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. She cautiously leaned out, observing the man ahead, who appeared oblivious to her presence as he focused intently on his flashlight while rummaging for supplies. His heart raced, her hands gripping the shovel's handle so tightly that sweat began to trickle down. He seemed to be a formidable adversary, and she questioned her ability to confront him. Gritting her teeth, he held her breath, steeling herself as she quietly lifted the shovel, concealing it behind the wall, ready to strike as soon as the man approached. The office was sparsely decorated, and if the man intended to leave, the path before him was the most direct route. His movements were swift, and in no time, he had gathered the medicine and slung it over his shoulder, making haste towards the exit. As she heard the sound of his footsteps and heavy breathing, he instinctively held her breath, counting in her mind. Now was the moment. Bang! The shovel struck the back of the man's head with a resounding thud, echoing in the stillness of the office. Aware of his ruthless nature, she did not relent, delivering several more blows. It was only when he lay motionless on the floor that she exhaled, cautiously prodding his head with the shovel. Approaching him felt too risky. What if he retaliated? He remained still, seemingly unconscious. A quick check confirmed he was alive. Thankfully, he released a sigh of relief, her racing heart finally beginning to settle. She dismissed any fanciful thoughts. No matter how skilled one might be, a shovel was still a formidable weapon. Quickly wiping her brow with her pants, she donned gloves and used a staff member's phone to call the police. The line was busy, and it took several attempts before she succeeded. If individuals were bold enough to commit robbery, they certainly needed to be apprehended and taught a lesson. After reporting the incident, he turned to venture further inside. By now, the power had been completely cut off, and the earlier commotion had damaged the refrigerator, leaving the vaccines inside vulnerable to the rising temperatures. What a waste it would be if they spoiled. He collected the vaccines on the verge of deterioration, leaving the rest untouched. She would wait for the police to arrive. Exiting the pharmaceutical company, he felt a heaviness in her heart. The corridor was dim, obscuring her vision as she cautiously descended the stairs. The silence in the stairwell was unnerving. She wondered where everyone had gone. Initially, she had switched on her flashlight, but soon turned it off, opting to navigate by the faint glow of her phone screen. The oppressive heat soon soaked her clothing in sweat. Wiping her forehead with her arm, she continued her careful descent and quickly reached the first floor. Outside, a cacophony of voices reached her ears. She leaned in closer, trying to listen without making a sound, feeling the heavy iron door of the stairwell warm to the touch. Apocalypse. Hurry. Food. Supplies. Children. Superhumans. The disarray of voices outside conveyed a palpable sense of fear and anxiety that he could clearly perceive. Even from behind the door, a sense of dread settled within her, Something unexpected was unfolding. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and too preoccupied to wipe it away, he pressed her ear against the door to listen intently. Soon, she heard people lamenting that all the food supplies were gone and that they could no longer eat. There were reports of superhumans causing chaos, robbing places, and even attacking the police station. Upon hearing this, he jerked her head away from the door, her heart pounding furiously. Superhumans. Could it be true? She hoped the news was false, yet an instinctual feeling suggested otherwise. Hastily, ascended a few flights of stairs and concealed herself in a corner, crouching down. Seizing the moment when the coast was clear, she immediately logged into the game's chat channel, eager to discover any pertinent updates. The calamity is a revelation from the M-Star. It signifies that the world is destined for a reshuffle, and we are to be the architects of this new order. Fellow brothers and sisters, it's not too late to join us. The opportunity is ripe for the taking. If we seize this moment, we can redefine the world and ascend to its pinnacle. Dominating all. Dominate all. Let us reshape the world to our satisfaction. Let us eradicate all forms of injustice and silence those who have looked down upon us. I urge you not to provoke our wrath. Join us while we are still willing to show you mercy. If you linger too long, you will find yourselves at the receiving end of our fury. Are you all insane? Has a sudden surge in temperature extinguished your humanity? Do you even comprehend the scale of devastation you've caused? How many innocent lives have been lost because of your actions? How many families have been shattered? Let's not bicker. Since we are all participants in this game, we are one family and should strive for mutual understanding and tolerance. Surely, there are extenuating circumstances for what they have done. They are not the monsters you portray them to be. Pictures. They are nothing but heartless beasts. The game's awakening of your abilities is a grave error. Initially, we trusted the state to navigate this drought, but look at the chaos they've unleashed, robbing banks, police stations, jewelry stores, instigating terror across multiple cities. The populace is in turmoil. Do you understand how grave this is for our nation? Indeed, the game bestowed you with abilities not to engage in violence and plunder. Do not mistake your newfound powers for invincibility. No matter how strong you believe yourselves to be, you cannot withstand missiles. Your reckless behavior will lead to dire consequences. Chapter 30. Looting the hungry gamer exclaimed. Do you still have time to chat? Hurry up and grab supplies. Everything in this game is so expensive. Can we truly survive solely on what it offers? If we don't seize more now, our families at home will starve. Another player remarked, am I living in outer space? Why are there so many gamers causing chaos outside? A third player added, I saw people frantically looting at the supermarket next door, and I managed to grab quite a bit myself. Someone else cautioned, everyone, please calm down. The flames are also driven to desperation. I heard the food outside is infested with maggots. They can't just starve to death, can they? The soul of flames retorted. Only the weak possess such futile sympathy. Those ordinary people hold no societal value. What harm is there in them eating a little less? We, the new humans, are the true hope for evolution. Why should I, with my abilities, go hungry? In the future, the one with the strongest fist will determine the rules. The chat channel was ablaze with heated discussions as he swiftly scrolled through, occasionally clicking on the shared photos. The images depicted a multitude of supplies and scenes of looting. Most gamers were merely in the phase of grabbing items, yet a faction appeared to have formed, engaging in vandalism and theft, taking over supermarkets and recruiting others to join their cause. The scenes captured in the photos were horrific: ruined walls, pools of blood on the ground, and many lying unconscious, evoking a sense of a crime scene. These individuals were cautious, refraining from revealing their identities, primarily sharing images of the supplies instead. As Ji continued to view the images, her heart sank, and she bit her lip anxiously. This was dire. After a while, she closed the chat channel and pulled out her phone to search for news. The local news was rife with real-time updates, primarily reporting multiple terrorist attacks occurring outside. Ji scrolled down, unable to reach the end of the feed. Fortunately, their actions seemed targeted. There had been no attacks on residential buildings yet. The public was merely panicking, and chaos had not erupted. The assailants primarily targeted locations rich in resources, such as police stations and supermarkets. The government had promptly issued a notice, offering little explanation, simply urging citizens to remain indoors until the situation stabilized, promising to provide timely updates. As Ji-hee perused the news, her mind remained on high alert, occasionally pausing to listen for any sounds, fearful that someone might approach her. Suddenly, her phone alerted her to low battery. Frowning, she carefully tucked it away. The heat caused her phone to drain rapidly. It had barely lasted since she charged it that morning. Of course, Ji-hee refused to admit it was due to her 4-year-old battery. She insisted it was merely the weather's fault. Rising to her feet, she cautiously approached the front door on the first floor, attempting to turn the handle to open it. It wouldn't budge. She exerted more force, but still, it remained stubbornly locked. After several attempts, she had no choice but to abandon her efforts. Baffled by the cleverness of whoever had secured the door, it was impassable. With no other options, she descended another level, attempting to push the door inward. It opened. How fortunate! This door wasn't locked. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the throngs of people. This was the basement level, housing the supermarket. In the darkness, people wielded flashlights and pushed shopping carts, frantically snatching up items amidst the chaos. The cacophony of shouts, crying children, and the clattering of falling goods painted a scene of utter madness, sending chills down Ji-hee's spine on this sweltering summer day. The disparity between the images and reality was stark. At the supermarket's front desk, a staff member stood atop the cash register, flashlight in hand, desperately shouting, "Don't loot. Don't loot. Form a line. Pay for your items." The moment she finished her plea, the frenzied crowd knocked her to the ground, swallowing her up. Silencing her cries, the madness continued unabated. Ji-hee stood in the shadows, hearing voices shouting frantically, "It's the apocalypse. All the vegetables are rotten. The grains are infested. Hurry and grab what you can, or we'll all starve to death. We'll all perish." Upon hearing these words, Ji-hee felt a surge of adrenaline, as if she were on the verge of starvation if she didn't act immediately. For a fleeting moment, she felt disoriented. Something was off. This was not right. She bit her tongue, the taste of iron flooding her mouth, clearing her mind. She focused her gaze upward, following the voice. In the dim light, a figure stood atop a high shelf, face obscured, arms outstretched, flashlight waving wildly, inciting the crowd with a continuous stream of persuasive rhetoric, urging them into greater frenzy. Was this another seasoned player? Ji-hee fought against the internal temptation, surveying her surroundings. Beneath this man, 2 others supported the shelf, clearly part of his group. She recognized her limitations. While she could handle 1 or 2 ordinary individuals, taking on 3 gifted players was out of the question. Bowing her head, she turned and merged into the crowd, distancing herself from them. "Take what you need without worry. All the surveillance has been destroyed. Trust us. We'll alleviate all your concerns. This is our sincerity. Please join our family. All brothers and sisters are welcome." The supermarket was shrouded in darkness, save for the beams of flashlights illuminating the otherwise terrifying void. Having distanced herself from the man's enticing voice, the surrounding crowd appeared notably calmer. Most were congregated in the grain and oil section, and Ji-hee had no desire to compete with them for supplies. Instead, she navigated against the tide of people toward the deli and frozen food sections. The supermarket was well-stocked, yet with no staff to restock after the rampant looting. The shelves were alarmingly bare. In the deli, people were madly loading their carts, and one of her companions pulled at her insistently. "Are you out of your mind? It's so hot. It's been sitting out for hours now. Even if you take it home, can you eat it? Just grab something decent. Let's hurry and get some rice. Hey, let's go now." After their exchange, they dashed off. Ji-hee thought, is it really that serious? It's only been a short power outage. How could it possibly spoil? Yet, there was a grain of truth in what they said. In this heat, anything left in a container for a couple of hours would likely go bad. Surveying her surroundings and seeing no one, she slipped behind the counter, stealthily gathering roasted chickens. Fried chickens, twist snacks, fried meatballs, grilled fish fillets, sausages, cold dishes, cold noodles, pig trotters, spare ribs, and pickled vegetables. This was an upscale supermarket, boasting a vast array of deli items, not just meats, but also a variety of pastries, buns, and pancakes. In addition to the pre-prepared foods, there were items being made on-site. As he finished gathering her haul, she stumbled upon spicy beef slices and spicy crayfish, items she hadn't prepared for initially, but were perfect for her to take home and savor. Chapter 31. Where is everyone? He frantically rummaged through the deli section, and just as she was about to leave, she abruptly halted and bent down to peer into the counter. Indeed, it was filled with gas canisters. A grin spread across her face. This was splendid, as she hoped to upgrade her space. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the gas canisters. While clearing out the area, she discovered several semi-finished products, including twisted pastries yet to be fried, meatballs, and strips of meat. She didn't mind the leftover half-open sauces and the remaining half-barrel of oil, promptly packing them into her storage space. It would be a shame to let them spoil here without air conditioning. Having cleared the deli section, he moved cautiously into the frozen foods area, which was equally unwelcoming. Even if she took something from here, it would melt if not placed in a freezer immediately. That would lead to spoilage, and discarding it would be wasteful, especially since the items were rather heavy. At that moment, the area was deserted, and the glass doors of the freezers were flung wide open, revealing a chaotic mess inside, with many items already taken. As the freezers had lost power, a number of items were beginning to thaw. Casually pinched an ice cream, which felt somewhat soft. It was melting rapidly. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she began to collect what little remained, which consisted mostly of dumplings, buns, steamed dumplings, wontons, and ice cream. Even with just half of the items left in each freezer, she soon found herself drenched in sweat after thoroughly searching the frozen section. Without air conditioning, the underground area was not much cooler. The heat was stifling. Leaning against the wall to catch her breath, she seized the opportunity to take a sip of water. She was well aware that the temperature outside soared above 50 degrees Celsius. Without any specialized training, she could not endure the blazing sun for long. Unless there was a dire emergency, it would be best for her to remain in the mall until the sun's intensity waned. She had ample time to gather more supplies from the supermarket. Listening to the sounds of chaos and shrieks resonating from the store, he rested for a moment before continuing to navigate her way forward in the dark. She soon arrived at the spice section, which was not overly crowded. These spices were indeed treasures, featuring numerous brands she hadn't purchased before. She had only bought essentials for daily life, neglecting various seasonings for dishes like stir-fried chicken and boiled fish. Now that she had this opportunity, she could not let it slip away. Perhaps due to a lingering sense of shame, no one was using flashlights. Everyone was blindly grabbing items. Taking advantage of the confusion, he collected a significant amount of spices, the specifics of which she would review later. After securing the spices, she moved forward and discovered jars of jam and canned fruits, which she lacked in her storage space. There were only a few bottles left on the counter, and she took them all. Jam was a valuable commodity, providing both vitamins and sugars. In the event of an apocalypse, she could trade it for goods. In high spirits, he proceeded to the instant food section, only to find it completely empty. Puzzled, she felt around again, but it was indeed vacant. Turning on her flashlight, she scanned the shelves, which were entirely bare, not one to be easily deterred. She searched thoroughly and found a few hidden treasures on the top and bottom shelves. Spicy items like snail noodles and Xinjiang fried noodles, which required further preparation. With a wry smile, he thought how well these individuals understood what could be stored. Sighing, she gathered these items. While others might shun the spice, she welcomed it, intending to savor them slowly. Continuing onward, she swiftly reached the beverage section, where a considerable crowd was frantically grabbing items. The shelves of bottled water were entirely cleared, though some drinks remained. Moving in the darkness, collected a substantial amount. Beverages were quite costly, and she had previously refrained from buying many. Now, with this replenishment, while she might not achieve total beverage freedom, she could certainly indulge her cravings. As she moved further, she arrived at the daily necessities section, which was relatively deserted. Most were focused on food, leaving little concern for these items at the moment. After all, the pressing issue was still food, and few were particularly in need of toiletries. He boldly approached and began selecting laundry detergent, expensive shampoo, and sanitary pads without hesitation. Had she known this opportunity would arise, she would have refrained from spending frivolously before. Though her thoughts wandered, her actions did not falter. She had no grand aspirations. Her goal was simply to accumulate enough daily necessities to last a lifetime. That way, if life in the city became unbearable, she could retreat to the tranquility of the mountains for a solitary existence. Once he completed her collection of daily necessities. She wasted no time resting and promptly made her way back in the dark towards the exit. This supermarket would likely be one of the most populated places, and it was not particularly safe to linger. With her arms full, there was no reason to stay longer. She needed to find a secure location. Carefully, she maneuvered to avoid the crowd, yet the supermarket had only one exit, making the throngs increasingly dense as she approached. The scuffles intensified as well. Many who failed to secure food resorted to snatching items from others' carts. In no time, he witnessed 3 altercations, each close to resulting in serious injuries. Such occurrences, if mentioned earlier that morning, would have been met with disbelief. Noticing her, several individuals paid her no mind, recognizing she merely held a stainless steel basin, which was common at home and deemed unnecessary to seize. He placed the basin atop her head as a makeshift helmet and hurriedly pushed her way outside. At the entrance of the supermarket, the previously fervent instigator had vanished, leaving the crowd considerably calmer, yet with palpable wariness among them. Bloodstains marred the ground outside, prompting many to circumvent it as they pushed their carts upstairs. The elevators were out of service, forcing people to rely on sheer strength to haul their belongings up. He glanced at the escalator entrance, then turned away. She had no intention of going to the first floor now. It was sure to be crowded and unsafe for her alone. Continuing her ascent via the stairs, she aimed to return to the Sleep Experience Center, a place devoid of others. Carefully climbing the stairs, she felt an unsettling quiet envelop the corridor, leaving her to wonder where everyone had gone. Upon reaching the floor of the Sleep Experience Center, he hesitated before entering, recalling that 2 official players were still inside the pharmaceutical company. Squatting at the door, she listened intently and discerned no sounds within. Only then did she cautiously bend at the waist and enter the room. The interior was not exceptionally dark, as a glimmer of light filtered in from the corners. He advanced slowly, crouching down. Upon reaching the spot where the earlier occupant had fallen, she furrowed her brow. The individual who had been there was now conspicuously absent. She pondered when this person had left and where they might be hiding. Were they still in the room? Chapter 32. The Golden Beast. He suddenly felt parched as she crouched motionless behind the table, straining her ears to listen intently to the surrounding silence. After a brief wait, she cautiously began to crawl forward, soon reaching the inner room where the medicines were stored. To her dismay, the man who had been lying there was nowhere to be seen. The physical prowess of these players was indeed remarkable. Without lingering, he swiftly turned and dashed back to the adjacent Sleep Experience Hall. This time, she exercised caution, pausing at the entrance to listen before stepping inside. Fortunately, the place remained as tranquil as when she had left, devoid of any intruders. This was to be expected, considering the room was filled solely with beds and furniture, which had become the least valuable items at this stage. He made her way to the back, gathering all the prepared meals with great care. She was fortunate to return quickly, otherwise the food would have spoiled. After securing the dishes, she selected several comfortable mattresses and beds, along with a considerable number of sheets and duvet covers from the wardrobe. The items available for sale were all of high quality, smooth to the touch, the kind she could seldom afford. Once she had finished collecting everything, he glanced at her phone. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Approaching the door, she was about to step out when she suddenly heard voices not far outside. "Brother Chong, this is the pharmaceutical company. The medicine I just took was from here, and there is plenty more inside. All right, I'll go in and take a look. If there is really something, you won't miss out on the benefits." "Thank you, Brother Chong. I've heard there is someone in our group who can perform material conversion." "Of course." He held her breath. "Brother Chong? Material conversion? What would this mean?" The voice sounded like that of the tattooed man. She could not afford to be discovered, or the consequences would be dire. Contemplating whether to hide in her space, she ultimately decided to wait a little longer, prepared to retreat should danger arise. Crouching in the pitch-black room, she dared not move a muscle, focusing intently on the conversation. Unfortunately, no useful information emerged. The two men each carried several bags of medicine, stating they would report back to their boss and return with others to collect everything before leaving the floor together. Listening to their departing footsteps, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Those two appeared formidable, clearly not the sort of individuals one would trust. They were searching for their boss, indicative of their nefarious intentions. These people had truly integrated into the real world. She pulled out her phone for one last glance at the weather report, which indicated an outside temperature of 51 degrees. He quickly turned off her phone and tossed it into her space. Just yesterday, the temperature had peaked at 40 degrees, and now it had soared to 51. Completely outrageous. No wonder even breathing felt like exhaling fire. Taking a deep breath, she stood up and headed to the neighboring pharmaceutical company. Rather than allowing those rogues to benefit from the medicines, she would seize them for herself. At least she wouldn't resort to indiscriminate violence. Having secured the medicines, he swiftly turned to leave the floor. She could not afford to linger, fearing the return of those two men with reinforcements. Descending the stairs, she sought a safe place to hide, ideally somewhere unoccupied. However, after surveying several levels, she found that each contained individuals in hiding, leaving her feeling like a startled bird. Pausing on the staircase, she overheard a cacophony of voices, ultimately deciding against entering. In her 2 lifetimes as a person, though somewhat self-serving, she had always been a good citizen, with no desire to be apprehended by the police and face confinement. Thus, she bypassed any enterprises with people inside. Soon, she stumbled upon a high-end kitchenware company. Its doors were wide open, and the interior was devoid of any personnel, leaving her puzzled as to their whereabouts. Seizing the opportunity, she entered and collected numerous pots and bowls on display. Venturing further, she discovered a storeroom filled with an array of cookware. With a wave of her hand, she gathered them all, envisioning their use for storing food, especially since her stainless steel basin in her space was already full. In addition to the cookware, the company housed an impressive selection of kitchen knives and boning knives. Upon seeing them, he was elated. Now she not only possessed defensive tools, but also weaponry. Given the stringent gun control in her country, acquiring illegal arms was exceedingly difficult, making even a few kitchen knives a welcome addition. Collecting all the knives, he chose not to linger further. Instead, she found a table and slipped beneath it, retreating into her space. Continuing to search would yield diminishing returns. It was wiser to utilize her time efficiently and complete her tasks in the space. As soon as she entered the space, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was paradise. In stark contrast to the sweltering weather outside, the comfort within was simply incredible. If only there were no time constraints, and if water and electricity were available, she would gladly remain in the space indefinitely. Though she entertained such thoughts, she knew it was not feasible. He first placed the gasoline she had purchased that morning into the space upgrade section. As expected, the 20,000 yuan worth of gasoline vanished entirely. Yet the upgrade requirements remained unchanged. Thus, she acquired a golden beast. Patience was key. Chapter 33. Hustling he cast aside her errant thoughts and concentrated on her work within the space. Over this period, the animals had grown significantly, thriving in splendid condition. Upon her arrival, they approached eagerly, hoping for food. Observing their robust physiques, he nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, they would likely reach maturity in 6 months. Although the first batch of livestock was reserved for breeding, she was not overly anxious, as her current food supplies remained ample. After tending to the livestock, he collected the manure, setting it aside to compost. The crops she had planted earlier, all low-maintenance varieties, had flourished, and she bent down to harvest sweet potato sprouts. At their most tender, she gathered extra, intending to use them in future meals. Alongside the well-cared-for livestock, the marine life in both saltwater and freshwater was thriving as well. She found herself feeding them multiple times a day, ensuring they were well fed. Watching them swim playfully brought her immense joy. This space was truly a treasure. She had nurtured the creatures for so long without a single loss. Once she had completed her agricultural tasks, he glanced at the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. Reluctant to waste any more time in this precious space, she swiftly exited. The moment she stepped outside, She was met with an oppressive heat that felt akin to being thrust into a steamer, even more stifling than when she had first entered. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead instantly. Cautiously, He crawled out from beneath her bed, careful not to make a sound, and made her way down the staircase. The hottest part of the day was nearly over. Could she finally return home? As she reached the third floor, the sound of sirens grew increasingly louder. Were the police arriving? Elation surged through her as she hurried to the second-floor staircase, pulling at the door with all her might. Fortunately, it was not locked. She rushed out and made her way to the mall. There were many people seated on the floor of the second level, all having heard the police sirens, and they were descending the escalator. Many carried large bags, clearly having just emerged from the supermarket. He took nothing with her and blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. Upon reaching the escalator, she finally grasped the chaotic scene on the first floor. It was far more congested than the second level. The majority of people had gathered here. Even the shops were filled to capacity, as individuals guarded their supplies, wary of one another. As the sirens blared, several of those clutching their goods instinctively stood up, scanning their surroundings anxiously. A few, driven by desperation, dashed out, clutching their supplies as they fled home. Seeing the first person bolt, others quickly followed suit, all laden with their possessions. Meanwhile, police cars had come to a halt at the entrance. Several officers leapt from their vehicles, shouting, "Stop! Submit to inspection! Do not run! It may lead to unforeseen consequences." However, the crowd ignored their warnings, especially those who had stolen goods, who ran even faster upon spotting armed officers. It was no joke. If apprehended, they would lose everything they had taken. It wasn't that they lacked money. They feared that even with wealth, they couldn't procure necessities. He was swept along by the throng as they surged outward. The police, shouting into megaphones, struggled to maintain order. But the sheer number of people pouring out rendered their efforts futile. As He stepped outside, it felt as though she had entered an oven. The heat was distinct from the sauna-like atmosphere indoors. Although the sun was not as scorching as at noon, the outdoor temperature was still unbearable. She mounted her tricycle and hurried home. Fortunately, the roads were not overly congested, allowing for a relatively smooth journey. On her way home, noticed numerous vehicles parked outside the supermarket as people frantically loaded their goods into their cars, as if they were free. After riding for a while, she began to feel breathless, her chest heavy with heat. Aware that it was due to the sweltering conditions, she sought refuge under a tree, gulping down half a bottle of water before feeling somewhat refreshed, allowing her to continue her ride home. Grateful for her electric tricycle, she knew she would have fared far worse without it. Along the way, she diverted to the parcel station. In her area, there were no large supermarkets, and the gamers dismissed the smaller stores nearby. Thus, the parcel station remained relatively tranquil. It was open for business, and several patrons were inside collecting their packages. Some even requested the owner to deliver their parcels back home. The owner, accommodating, agreed, but he did not have the luxury of waiting until evening. She loaded her parcels onto her tricycle, making several trips to collect them all. Noticing that he had a vehicle, others asked if she could help deliver their items as well. After a moment of thought, she replied, "On this scorching day, it would be quite a chore. If you are willing to offer me 5 bags of snacks or instant noodles, I can make the delivery." It was still the first day of the heat, and many had yet to adjust their expectations. When offered the 5 bags of snacks in exchange for the ride, they readily agreed. He first returned home with her own parcels, then headed back to the parcel station entrance to seek additional work. At this point, the heat had rendered everyone quite lethargic, and many were reluctant to walk even a short distance. Seeing hustling, more approached her, inquiring if she could take them home in exchange for the same 5 bags of snacks. Did not refuse and agreed to all requests. As an elderly woman boarded the tricycle, she inquired about his circumstances. He was candid, explaining, "The rice has become infested with weevils, and I have no food for dinner. I should have gone to the supermarket, but I lack funds. I thought to earn a little by transporting people, hoping to gather enough instant noodles to last a few days and avoid going hungry." Oh dear, a child from a poor family must grow up quickly," the woman exclaimed. "This poor girl should let my son see this. Perhaps he would think twice about wasting food." Having initiated the conversation, Ji found that the other elderly women soon joined in, engaging in conversation amongst themselves, allowing her to focus on her task of transporting others. As she continued her work, people were more generous, seeing this young girl sweating profusely as she rode her tricycle, often providing her with additional food. By the end of the evening, Ji returned home with an impressive haul: 30 packs of instant noodles, 15 bags of chips, 5 packs of sausages, 1 bag of 350 grams of sunflower seeds, 2 boxes of beverages, 10 packs of pickled vegetables, and 5 pieces of frozen meat. Chapter 34. The small gang. After finishing her errands, Ji returned home, diligently securing the doors and windows before exhaling a sigh of relief. The journey had indeed been arduous. Given her evening endeavors, it was likely that the neighbors would become aware of her financial struggles, which, in a strange way, provided her with a sense of comfort. Without taking a moment to rest, Ji hurried to the kitchen and bathroom, turning on all 3 faucets and positioning water buckets to collect water. Fortunately, there had been no water supply disruption yet. In the event of a natural disaster, food and water would undoubtedly be of utmost importance. Even if her stock of bottled water was full, who could ever complain of having too much water? One could never predict how long she might survive. Should she possess the means yet succumb to thirst, it would indeed be a disgrace to her resources. Once the water was collected, Ji reached for the remote control, hoping to activate the air conditioning, but to her dismay, there was no response. She tested other appliances, yet none seemed to work. It appeared that the power had been cut. Rushing to the kitchen, she opened the refrigerator. Thankfully, the contents of the freezer were merely thawed and had not spoiled. She swiftly stored everything into her reserves before finally sitting down to rest. However, as soon as she settled, a sharp sting coursed through her arm. Cautiously peeling off her clothing, she glanced down to find several areas of her skin sunburned, radiating a burning sensation. She even noticed blisters forming on the back of her hand. The back of her neck burned as if on fire. Realizing she had suffered a sunburn, she extended her hand, which glowed with a bright light, and soon the blisters vanished. Satisfied with her healing ability, she proceeded to treat the other affected areas, and before long, her sunburn was entirely remedied. The injuries she sustained that day were not too severe. Even after full recovery, she did not feel excessively fatigued. After her treatment, Ji sat down to charge her phone with a power bank and open the internet to browse the news. The online atmosphere was chaotic, filled with an array of opinions. Numerous young individuals proclaimed that the apocalypse was imminent, urging everyone to hoard supplies as if their lives depended on it. Some, undeterred by the heat, ventured out in their vehicles to seize resources, only to find their cars breaking down midway, leading them to seek assistance online, yet no one came to their aid, even at inflated prices. The sweltering heat was unbearable. Those who ventured out found themselves overwhelmed, while elderly individuals at home suffered from heat stroke, unable to secure an ambulance in time. Others advertised carpooling with air conditioning for 200 coins per seat, with 2 spots still available. The moment this was posted, a flood of inquiries followed. Videos surfaced showing neighbors taking refuge in the underground parking lot, where the temperature, albeit still hot, was a more bearable 40 degrees Celsius. Some individuals resorted to purchasing herbal medicines online at exorbitant prices, claiming that local pharmacies had been completely cleared out. Supermarket owners expressed their outrage online, lamenting the looting of their stores and wishing harm upon the thieves. Many were frantically placing online orders, only to discover that delivery riders were unwilling to accept jobs even at inflated rates of 200 coins. He raised an eyebrow, compared to the 200 coins per trip. Her offer of a few bags of snacks delivered to her doorstep was a veritable bargain. After perusing the news, she opened the game store to check for any changes. The prices remained exorbitant. A bottle of water cost 10 copper coins, and a pack of instant noodles 20 copper coins. While the inventory was extensive, including meat and vegetables, the prices were astonishingly high, with spinach priced at 50 copper coins for just 3 stalks. He had never seen vegetables sold by the stalk before. Selecting a price range from low to high, He was left speechless by the results. Previously, seeds for radishes, cabbages, and tomatoes had been affordable at 1 copper coin each. Now, the prices had skyrocketed to 10 times that amount. Why had the market prices fluctuated? Had they become aware of the food crisis in reality? After much contemplation, she could not discern the reasoning, so she closed the marketplace. With not a single copper coin to her name, the price hikes were inconsequential. Opening the game's chat channel, she observed the discussions unfold. A user named the Unfading Blade shared images, boasting of the supermarket they had raided, claiming to have amassed an abundance of supplies and inviting others to join their ranks, asserting that these provisions would sustain them comfortably for years. Another user, Salute, cautioned against stubbornness, warning that such actions constituted a crime and that there would be consequences. Soul of the Blaze had their message obscured by the system for being too offensive. After a brief observation, he discerned that the chat channel had been largely divided between two factions. One side appeared to be composed of those involved in the supermarket raids, who had extended their game into reality, rallying a group to seize control during this heatwave. The opposing side seemed to represent official authorities, speaking with a firm resolve. He gathered that this calamity affected not just their city, but the entire nation. It seemed that gamers had formed a coalition in reality, seizing the opportunity presented by the soaring temperatures to occupy several large warehouses and supermarkets, holding hostages and causing considerable distress to the government. Realizing this, he understood why the situation in the shopping centers was so chaotic and why the police had not responded promptly. They were likely preoccupied with more severe incidents elsewhere, as a majority of those in the malls were just ordinary people, posing far less threat than the gamers. The looting of food was minor compared to the territorial claims being made by these groups. With a sigh, he reflected on her recent preoccupations with cooking and earning money, realizing she had been oblivious to these developments. She had no idea how these individuals had transitioned their gaming activities into reality. Did they lack common sense? Ordinary people could become gamers, surely. Trained special police and armed forces could do the same. The two gaming missions, although challenging, were still feasible for an average person. Asking soldiers who trained daily to perform such tasks was akin to chopping vegetables. It was hardly insurmountable. Did they not realize that others could possess talent as well? After pondering this for a while, without reaching any conclusions, he decided to set it aside. She had no intention of exposing herself. She lacked compatibilities, and revealing her presence would merely make her target. Rising and stretching, she prepared to begin her work. She would leave the water running for now, striving to collect as much as possible while the supply lasted. In addition to gathering water, she planned to prepare some food to avoid inconveniences later. Most of her reserves were comprised of pre-prepared delicacies, and if consumed long-term, even she would tire of them. To elevate her standard of living, he resolved to cook a variety of dishes. Chapter 35. Cooking. She entered the kitchen and first retrieved a large basin before beginning to wash the vegetables from her space. Unlike renowned chefs who create elaborate dishes, she preferred to prepare simple home-cooked meals. Her repertoire included braised pork ribs with green beans, spicy potato shreds, sauteed eggplant, crispy meat, stewed beef brisket with tomatoes, cumin-flavored lamb, garlic stir-fried lettuce, spinach soup, pork and winter melon soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with chili, braised pork with quail eggs, braised tofu, cold mixed enoki mushrooms, garlic broccoli, stir-fried zucchini, stir-fried bok choy, oyster sauce lettuce, dry pot cauliflower, and smashed cucumber. Her primary focus was to prepare all the leafy greens first. For vegetables like radishes, cowpeas, and cucumbers that could be pickled, she planned to gather them for a jar of pickled vegetables later. Upon acquiring lotus root, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't planted any in her space's lake yet. Glancing at the plump piece of lotus root in her hand, she silently set it aside, deciding not to eat it for now, but to see if these sections could be used as seeds. In the kitchen, she was busily engaged, her feet barely touching the ground as she stir-fried dishes while also steaming buns in a large pot beside her. Taking advantage of the fact that food supplies were still relatively abundant and people were not overly sensitive to flavors, she resolved to prepare a generous amount. Staples were equally crucial. She intended to make as many as possible. If hunger struck, a bun paired with pickled vegetables would suffice as a meal. She worked tirelessly until the moon hung high in the sky, finally sitting down to eat. At that moment, both large pots were in use, and she sat on a kitchen stool, munching on a bun accompanied by a plate of cold mixed enoki mushrooms, all while scrolling through the news on her phone. Indeed, the government's efforts were commendable. After an afternoon of emergency repairs, many households already had electricity restored. However, her area, being somewhat suburban, had yet to be addressed. With electricity and water restored, she could use the air conditioner and cook, allowing life to temporarily return to normal. And the panic that had gripped the midday hours had eased. The grisly videos that had circulated in the afternoon had vanished, presumably handled by the relevant authorities. With the temperature dropping, numerous police and military personnel were deployed, and public order had improved, no longer resembling the chaos of earlier in the day. Some individuals shared videos online of grocery shopping at supermarkets, depicting armed personnel in green uniforms maintaining order, allowing shoppers to feel somewhat at ease. The earlier turmoil was no longer a pressing concern. However, a loudspeaker nearby continuously broadcasted announcements. Each person is limited to purchasing 1,000 units. Please consume rationally and avoid excessive stockpiling to prevent waste. The ingrained habit of stockpiling among the populace was hard to shake. Despite the constant announcements, most individuals purchased to their limits, and many returned to queue again after offloading their goods, with entire families mobilized for frenzied shopping. In addition to supermarket shopping videos, numerous hospital footage surfaced. The earlier riots had resulted in numerous injuries. Hospitals were now overwhelmed with patients suffering from heat stroke and injuries, with wards filled to capacity, forcing some patients to be accommodated on the floors of already cramped hallways, which could only allow one person to pass sideways. The government hadn't yet addressed the looting at supermarkets that afternoon. It seemed they had other priorities. After some time, she closed her phone, realizing these matters were of little concern to her. She preferred to focus on her own life and not burden the nation further. After finishing her meal, she rose to continue her tasks. The temperature had dropped significantly from the scorching daytime heat, now around 40 degrees Celsius. Although it was still quite warm, it lacked the oppressive sunlight. She opened the windows while working, allowing some breeze to flow in, albeit hot. It was better than none. She planned to slightly alter her routine in the coming days, sleeping during the day and cooking at night, making things a bit more bearable. She concentrated on washing and chopping the leafy greens, aware that despite the abundance of vegetables, they would shrink considerably once cooked. With gas and water still available, she aimed to prepare as much as she could. By the time midnight approached, she glanced at the clock, realizing she wouldn't be able to access her game today. She stood up and went to the backyard, retrieving the solar charger, and began working according to the instructions. Standing in the yard, she could still smell the cooking from the neighbors and hear an elderly woman complaining about the heat and lack of electricity. Throughout the afternoon, many had expressed their frustrations, lamenting the perishable food in their refrigerators, fearing it would spoil without power. Discarding it was not an option. They had to find ways to manage. The scent of her cooking was hardly noticeable amidst the stronger aromas wafting from nearby homes. Cautiously, she worked in the backyard with a flashlight, unwilling to set up in the front yard where it would be too conspicuous. The backyard offered some semblance of privacy, despite the presence of other residents. As she struggled to install the solar charger, she took over 2 hours, yawning and checking the time, which had already passed 3 a.m. The neighbors had fallen silent, and the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility. Rubbing her eyes, she returned to the kitchen to continue her work. This late hour was the least conspicuous time for cooking, and she refused to waste it. Even while installing the solar generator outside, she kept the kitchen busy boiling water. The water she had stored previously was unboiled. If she wanted to drink it, she had to heat it. She planned to boil 20 barrels of water in advance, so she wouldn't have to do so later. As the water approached boiling point, she mentally sorted through the supplies she had collected in her space that day. The food she had stored mostly comprised non-perishable snacks and sealed packaged goods, with very few fresh vegetables and meats. These were valuable items. Should the need arise to barter in the future, they would prove convenient. She meticulously categorized and recorded everything in a notebook, ensuring she kept track of her supplies. After organizing the food, she turned her attention to daily necessities, which required little explanation. Just find a box to store them and log them for easy access when needed. Although she had gathered many items, she doubted she would utilize them all by the time she turned 60. If possible, she still aimed to collect more for a sense of security. Once finished with the daily necessities, she began sorting through her medicines. Today, she had accumulated a considerable amount, including many vaccines, but after a cursory glance, she decided against logging them all due to the sheer volume. Instead, she carefully placed the medicines in a corner of her space, marking them for future reference. With everything neatly organized, her space appeared spacious once again. The clock struck 4 a.m. She retrieved vegetables and cornmeal from her space, preparing to cook pig feed outdoors. Chapter 36. Infestation. The food for pigs must be thoroughly cooked. While the chickens and ducks can consume it raw, merely needing to be chopped and mixed. After preparing the meal, he stepped into her space. The temperature within the space was pleasant, and the animals grew at a significantly accelerated rate compared to the outside world. Approaching the pig pen, noticed that the 2 piglets she had purchased had grown considerably and were eagerly waiting for their feed. She opened the enclosure and entered, gently stroking the piglets, who responded with their gentle nuzzles, displaying their amiable disposition. He gave their backs a hearty pat before pouring the pig food into the trough. The piglets immediately disregarded her presence and rushed to the trough, devouring their meal voraciously. Their appetites were hearty, relishing both the feed and cornmeal with delight. Observing their joy, he turned to clean up the pig droppings. As the pigs grew, so did their output. Fortunately, they were well-behaved and defecated in a designated area, making cleanup manageable. Once the droppings were collected, he attempted to employ a skill of hers. Alas, it was once again futile. Initially, her talent indicated a chance to transform waste into treasure, yet her previous attempts at converting refuse had all ended in failure. This instance was no exception. Unperturbed, she disposed of the pig droppings in a designated spot outside and proceeded to the chicken coop. The chickens, ducks, geese, and quails were also thriving, now undergoing a molting phase that rendered them quite unsightly, with patches of down missing in a rather peculiar manner. The environment was conducive to their well-being, as none had perished. They spent their days wandering the grassy areas after meals, occasionally nibbling on blades of grass, living far more comfortably than herself. Contemplating their needs, resolved to catch some insect for them to consume, for it was essential for chickens to eat insects to ensure their nutritional needs were met, thereby promoting their growth. After tending to the animals, she checked on the bees, which appeared lively and well-fed. Recently, she had planted a half-circle of sunflowers and various flowers around the edge of the black soil. When she had gone to purchase seeds, the vendor had gifted her a variety of flower seedlings, each type represented by a single plant, encouraging her to experiment with them. Adhering to the principle of not refusing a gift, she accepted them, and they were now proving useful. Although the seedlings were not numerous enough to fill the entire perimeter of the black soil, he had filled the remaining gaps with sunflowers. Though they had yet to bloom, they had grown significantly and were nearing flowering. He replenished the bee sugar water before turning her attention to the field. The black soil required minimal maintenance. It did not necessitate watering, weeding, or pest control. After planting, all she needed to do was check on it daily. The most labor-intensive task involved thinning out the overly dense sweet potato sprouts, preventing them from growing excessively without producing tubers. Nevertheless, this was a positive issue. The sweet potato sprouts alleviated his anxiety until other vegetables could supplement her harvest. Upon completing all her tasks, he gazed at the tranquil space and sighed wistfully. Were it not for the constraints of time, she would have relished the opportunity to reside there indefinitely. Ultimately reluctant to squander the precious time within her space, hesitated not and swiftly exited. Upon stepping outside, she was met with an oppressive heat that felt akin to being in a steamer. Initially intending to rest, she reconsidered and returned to the kitchen to continue her cooking, determined to make the most of her limited time and prepare in advance to avoid future panic. After finishing her immediate tasks, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 7 in the morning. She rechecked the door, set an alarm to rise an hour later to collect water, and without changing her clothes, she lay down on her bed and fell into a deep slumber. His sleep was restless, interrupted by the sounds of sirens and ambulances outside her door. At first, she awoke startled, but soon she drifted back into a hazy sleep. Throughout the night, She stirred several times, groggily heading to the faucet to collect water. And after filling her container, she returned to her slumber. When the alarm sounded once more, he awoke from her bed, feeling a peculiar joy akin to having slept through the night. Shaking her head to dispel the remnants of sleep, she rose. First collecting the nearly full water container into her space before splashing her face with cool water. Just as she prepared to eat, a loudspeaker blared from outside. Quickly, stored her food back in her space, donned her sun protective clothing, and stepped outside with an umbrella, intending to inquire about the power outage. To her dismay, the moment she stepped outside, her arms felt as if they were scorched by flames, prompting her to retreat indoors. Ultimately, she decided that her safety was paramount and chose not to inquire further. While eating, he checked her phone. Uncle Yin, girl, joined the trading group. It's filled with vendors from the morning market. Many have supplies at home, and you can purchase what you need there. Without hesitation, he sent a smiling emoji and quickly joined the group. The chat was lively, filled with chatter. Oldly, selling rice for 60 yuan per jean. Flour for 70 yuan per jean. Contact me if you need any. Self-pickup only. Spring blooms. Has vegetables. You're quite the opportunist. Just 2 days ago, you sold it for 5 yuan per jean, and now you've increased the price tenfold. Beware, I might report you. Oldly, go ahead. I'm offering a fair price. You haven't seen many out there selling for 100 yuan per jean. If it weren't for our mutual presence at the morning market, I wouldn't be selling at all. Chicken King, offering 3 yuan per jean for live insect feed. Bulk purchases welcome. Contact me. Spring blooms. Has vegetables. Old Wong. What do you need that feed for? There are more insects than grains. You want to even be able to consume them all. Chicken King, they're for feeding my chickens. I want to eat them. Oldly, how much for your chickens? Chicken King, live ones for 50 yuan per jean, dead ones for 20 yuan per jean. How many do you want? Oldly, how can you sell dead chickens? Aren't you worried about inspections? Chicken King, image, yesterday with the rising temperature, a large number of my chickens died. I've lost a fortune. Shouldn't I recoup some losses? What is wrong with dead chickens? I eat them myself. Chicken King, image, he opened the image, and the first picture revealed numerous lifeless chickens sprawled on the ground, easily numbering in the dozens. It appeared that the heat had caused considerable losses at the farm. The second image depicted the dead chickens salted and hung up to dry, possibly to avoid spoilage. Oldly, image, oldly, thousands of jean, Old Wong. If you want them, come collect them yourself. He opened the first image from Oldly, and her scalp prickled at the sight. The open grain was infested with a dense mass of tiny black insects. Chapter 37. Weeding. The black insects outnumbered the white grains of rice. It was evident that the food was no longer fit for consumption. The other photos sent by Oldly also depicted open bags of food, not only rice, but also flour, millet, and various other grains, all infested with worms. Scattered across the ground, their numbers were considerable. High-end fruit vendor, Old Wong. Do you need any fruit? Chicken King, how bad is it? High-end fruit vendor. Images, high-end fruit vendor. The price is negotiable. Just come and help me take them away. They're crawling with worms. High-end fruit vendor. Yesterday's high temperatures and power outage caused all my fruit to spoil, resulting in significant losses. He clicked on the fruit images, which were even more distressing than the grain. They were infested with fat, white maggots, and swarms of flies buzzed around, their numbers alarming, at least dozens of boxes. Spring blossoms. With vegetables. Stop comparing misfortunes. Are you suffering more than me and Old Wong? Let me show you my vegetable garden. It's all ruined. Every single plant is gone. Spring blossoms with vegetables. Images. Spring blossoms with vegetables. Rapeseed at 300 per pound. Lettuce at 300 per pound. Contact me if you need any. Limited quantity. First come, first served. He frowned tighter upon seeing the images of the vegetable garden. Regrettably, all the greens were dead. Many dried up and lying on the ground, unfit for human consumption, let alone livestock. Grain seller Oldly, Old Son, how can you charge such exorbitant prices for a handful of greens? Be careful, I might file a complaint against you. Spring blossoms, with vegetables you'd still pay that price even with a complaint. These greens are cultivated with diesel-powered air conditioning, and the cost is exorbitantly high. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't buy today, The price will be higher tomorrow. Grain seller Old Lee. I'd rather eat meat. Old Wong. Bring me a live chicken. Chicken King. I want to take your money. Trade me your grain for chicken meat. Grain seller Old Lee. My grain can withstand storage far longer than your chickens. If you don't sell them soon, they die, and you'll be left with nothing. Chicken King. Don't be so smug. Didn't the government talk to you this morning? At this remark, the group fell silent during the day. He furrowed her brows. Government? Had they noticed something amiss and were preparing to intervene? Electrical appliances specialist. I have air conditioners, electric fans, and generators for sale. Contact me if you need any. Chicken King. Bring me a generator too. Electrical appliances specialist. Private message me. Vegetable Prince. Give me one as well. The heat is so intense that the seeds, 1T germinate. Wee socks. The supermarkets are going crazy. A bottle of mineral water is selling for 20 yuan. Is there no one to manage this? And there's no grain left. Even instant noodles are sold out. Who has rice? I'll trade socks for it. Fortified bun, damn. Even the pharmacies have purchase limits. I wanted to buy some medicine for heat stroke. But after visiting several stores, I couldn't find any. My elderly family member can't endure this heat at home. If I can't find medicine soon, I'll have to take them to the hospital. Pineapple with honey. Stop complaining. The large supermarket at the entrance has been taken over by the government. They are currently moving supplies out. After saying this, several photos followed. He clicked to see a medium-sized supermarket with a large truck parked out front, guarded by armed special police. It seemed the government was acting swiftly, preparing to seize all supplies. Just then, a news alert popped up on her phone. A flour mill had exploded. He glanced at the unclear footage, but could still make out the mill sign. Just when things seemed bleak, this explosion would undoubtedly cause significant losses in grain, not to mention possible casualties. Vegetable Prince. Oh no, my water and gas have suddenly stopped. Does anyone know why? Spring blossoms. With vegetables, I rushed to check, and thankfully my utilities are still on. Jasmine. With this heat, it might be a pipeline issue. We'll have to wait for the government to send someone to fix it. Vegetable Prince. How long will that take? I just planted these vegetables. Without water, they perish. Little sheep miscellaneous. Did you see the news about the flour mill explosion? Stock up on water and grain. Vegetable Prince. Oh no. Fortified bun. Oh no. Chicken King. Oh no. High-end fruit vendor. Oh no. Grain seller Old Lee. Buddy, I urgently need some grain. Please sell me some. A flurry of previously quiet group members began to tag Grain seller Old Lee. Grain seller Old Lee. Hey, we're all in the same group. We've known each other for years. Don't say I, Old Lee, am not loyal. The price is still the same as before. Anyone wanting to buy grain should come to my place before dark. Don't say I didn't warn you. After today, all my grain will be turned in to the government. If you come looking for me tomorrow, there won't be any left. After saying this, Old Lee disappeared. Regardless of how much the group called for him, he remained silent. He understood that the government had moved. One should never underestimate the power of the state. In the face of such a colossal entity, individual strength is insignificant. At such a moment, one could only submit. There was no alternative. He set her phone down, finished her meal in haste, and got up to cook. Today, in addition to finishing the vegetables she hadn't cooked, she intended to make noodles. Buns, dumplings, wontons. Noodles are versatile, as they can be filled with meat and vegetables, making them convenient to eat. He poured a large basin of flour, added yeast, kneaded it, and set it aside to rise, then reconsidered and decided to store the dough in her planting space. What if in a stroke of bad luck, the dough became infested with worms in such a short time? These pests were insidious, and until the government announced the cause, she needed to be cautious. After preparing the dough, he took out red beans and soaked a large basin of them in water, which she should have done earlier, but she had forgotten yesterday. However, it was no matter. If they didn't soak well today, she could still make red bean buns tomorrow. Once the red beans were stored in the planting space, he began soaking mushrooms. She planned to make 3 types of buns: pork and cabbage, mushroom and meat, and zucchini with a medley of vegetables. He felt a twinge of regret. When she stockpiled supplies, it was intended as a precaution. She had only bought 30 pounds of each vegetable, and even though she purchased a bit more later, it was not nearly enough for her needs. The recent consumption had nearly depleted her supplies. With all the fields now planted with grain, it would take time before she could grow vegetables again. If the vegetables ran out, she would face a serious risk of shortage. As Jihi chopped meat and vegetables without pause, her mind raced with thoughts of a solution. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to pull up the grass growing beneath the fruit trees. Chapter 38. The door-to-door investigation. The crops have been sown, flourishing splendidly, and she cannot bear to uproot them. Thus, she must resort to harvesting the pasture instead. After all, the grass in the fields is thriving, ample enough for the calves and lambs to graze. She need not remove all the mountain pasture. She can cultivate vegetables while simultaneously harvesting. Initially, she intends to plant quick-growing leafy greens to avoid a shortage in the future, while the rest can be dealt with as circumstances arise. With her resolve firm, he hastens her actions. She first completes the remaining stir-fried dishes until she has nearly exhausted her stock of greens. Following that, she prepares the filling for buns. By 8 p.m., she has crafted over 800 buns, filling several large basins, all of which she stows in her storage space. At this point, she's engaged in making dumplings, utilizing chives and eggs as well as celery and pork for the fillings. As is her custom, she seals them after cooking and stores them away, unperturbed by the potential spoilage in her storage space, as she plans to make at least 2,000 dumplings. Given her appetite of about 20 dumplings per meal, this would suffice for 100 meals. After nightfall, the sounds of commotion from outside persist, yet Jihi, engrossed in her tasks, does not venture out to investigate. She continues her work until 11 p.m., just as she finishes the last pot of dumplings, when a knock resounds from beyond the courtyard. Swiftly, she turns off the gas and hurriedly retrieves the final pot of dumplings, even pouring the remaining broth into a large container for storage before making her way to the door. Before stepping outside, she remembers to change out of her soiled clothes. Upon her exit, she hears a voice amplified by a loudspeaker. This is the neighborhood committee, here to conduct a population survey. It is a woman's voice. G does not open the door immediately. Instead, she retrieves a wooden stick from the yard, gripping it firmly before gradually cracking the door open. Standing outside is a middle-aged woman, and her apprehension diminishes slightly. Behind the woman, several neighbors are gathered, questioning another individual. The woman, clad in athletic wear, is perspiring profusely, a water bottle dangling from her neck as she wipes her brow. Upon noticing G, she tucks the flashlight under her arm and begins her inquiries. What is your name? How old are you? How many people reside in your household? Jihi replies, I am Jihi, 18 years old, and I live alone. My parents have passed away. The woman glances up in surprise, her expression softening a bit as she continues to jot down notes. Do you have any other relatives? Jihi pauses for a moment before stating, I have an uncle and his family. The woman hurriedly scribbles on her notepad. Where were you yesterday? Jihi's mind races. She contemplates whether to tell the truth. However, she encountered Jean yesterday, and if she lies and is later discovered, at Yinhai Mall. The woman looks up, fixing her gaze on Jihi. There was chaos at Yinhai Square yesterday. How did you return home? I rode a tricycle. Jihi responds. Have there been any peculiar occurrences around you recently? The grain has been infested with pests, and the temperature has risen. The woman continues with her customary line of questioning before finally advising Jihi to exercise caution while alone at home. Do not open the door to strangers, and try to refrain from going out unless necessary. If you encounter difficulties, you may seek assistance from the government. She then produces a QR code for Jihi to join a neighborhood group before turning to the next household. Jihi glances at the crowd gathered in the distance, ponders for a moment, then locks the door and approaches. Before she gets close, she hears numerous voices rising in distress. My home has no electricity. The food in my refrigerator is nearly spoiled. What should I do? When will the power return? I can't even charge my phone. How are we supposed to stay at home with no electricity? My elderly relative is struggling to cope with the heat. What are we to do? My grain has been infested. How can I procure more food? Is there any way to obtain some vegetables? My elderly family members cannot digest meat. The crowd is a cacophony of complaints, each person brimming with grievances. The middle-aged woman who had just collected Jihi's information returns, seizing the loudspeaker to address the throng. Please remain calm. Listen to me. I am the director of the neighborhood committee. My surname is Sue. You may call me Director Sue or simply Old Sue. Regarding the power outage, the temperatures are excessively high, and our workers cannot operate during the day. They must work at night, which reduces efficiency. We appreciate your understanding. Our committee has secured a batch of portable chargers. You may come here to rent them for charging your phones. As soon as she finishes speaking, a voice from the crowd interjects, "What good is charging our phones? It's too hot. The elderly cannot endure this without air conditioning." The woman, feeling helpless, acknowledges the challenge but strives to soothe the crowd. In light of your needs, the government has provided several refuge locations. You can head to the underground parking garage or nearby garage, where the temperature is considerably cooler than outside. Shortly, I will announce the locations in our residence group. There are some not far from here, and you can go before dawn. Please remember to bring water and food with you. Additionally, you may seek refuge in your cars. A private vehicle can accommodate 5 or 6 people if you share rides. In times of disaster, we must support one another. Regarding the issue of food spoilage in refrigerators, you may privately swap items with neighbors. See who needs what, and exchange uneaten food to minimize waste. As for acquiring medication, the government has just issued a notice allowing each person to purchase up to 500 yuan worth of medicine with their ID. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you with this. It would be best to take advantage of the cooler night to drive and purchase your medications, as pharmacies operate 24 hours. If you go now, you may still be able to find what you need. As for the food shortage, there is a Meihua supermarket 7 kilometers away, which has now been taken over by the government, ensuring safety for shoppers. You may go there with your ID to purchase up to 500 yuan worth of goods. Why was it 1,000 yesterday, and now only 500? A voice from the crowd questions. Director Sue glances at the speaker before continuing. Due to the severity of the disaster, this measure is designed to minimize waste. Now, I must continue the population survey. If anyone has further questions, please direct them to Xiao Lu. With a hoarse voice, Director Sue concludes her announcement, hands the loudspeaker to a young man beside her, and resumes her survey, knocking on doors nearby. Chapter 39. Old Wong. Bring a chicken. As Director Sue departed, some individuals surrounded Xiao Lu to continue voicing their concerns, while others turned to prepare their vehicles for a trip to the supermarket to procure supplies. Having something to buy was certainly better than having nothing at all. After all, their vegetables and fruits at home had spoiled, and even if they possessed some rice, it wouldn't suffice to stave off hunger entirely. Just as Ji was about to retreat into her home, she was unexpectedly halted by 3 elderly ladies. "Young lady, you didn't finish the instant noodles we gave you yesterday, did you?" One of them queried. Ji nodded in affirmation. The elderly woman's face instantly brightened. "Dear, would you be willing to trade some noodles for meat? Our freezer has become overloaded with thawed items that we simply cannot consume before they spoil. Eating meat is far more nutritious than instant noodles." Ji was indifferent. "That's fine. But how do you plan to make the exchange? I worry it may not be suitable." "Oh, there is nothing unsuitable about it. If we don't trade, it will spoil and we'll have to throw it away anyway. Here's the deal. Instead of weighing it, I'll give you a piece of meat for a bag of noodles. I also have a chicken that has thawed, so I'll exchange 3 bags of noodles for it. How did that sound?" "All right, it's entirely up to you, but please don't give me too much. I wouldn't want it to go to waste," Ji replied. "Absolutely. We wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you. You're so thin. You should eat more meat at home." With that, the 3 elderly ladies cheerfully returned to their homes to fetch the meat, while Ji went inside to retrieve the instant noodles. She didn't take much, merely the 30 packets she had exchanged for the previous day. Before long, the 3 ladies returned, each carrying a small bag. Upon seeing Ji, they promptly handed over their offerings. "Here, dear, I assure you it's more than enough. Take it home and enjoy." Ji accepted the bag, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, her lips twitched in surprise. Inside was an assortment of thawed meats, some of which felt slightly warm to the touch, yet they did not seem spoiled. However, she knew that if not consumed soon, they would certainly go bad. Without further ado, she passed her instant noodles to them. "Grandma, this is all I have left. Is it acceptable?" "Of course, it's perfectly all right." The elderly ladies were aware of the value of what they had given and, satisfied with the exchange, turned on their heels, and hurried away. In their eyes, they had struck a magnificent bargain, trading away surplus meat for food that could be stored longer. They mused that if he had someone older at home, she would never have been allowed to make such a trade. With the items in their possession, they felt assured that even if they regretted their decision, there was no turning back. He simply smiled and said nothing more, returning to her kitchen to continue her cooking. Weighing the meat on her food scale, she discovered a total of 12 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of beef, 3 pounds of lamb, a chicken, and a bag of chicken hearts and feet. He chuckled to herself, pondering just how much these elderly ladies must have hoarded at home. Had it not been for the rising temperatures that caused the power outage, it was likely that their stockpile could have sustained them for 2 months. She retrieved all the chicken hearts and feet she had saved and soaked them alongside today's bounty in a plastic basin, planning to prepare them together later. Turning back to her tasks, she washed her hands and resumed wrapping dumplings and steaming buns. Her goal for the day was to use up 150 pounds of flour. With the newfound meat, she decided to be generous and utilize all of it. She prepared dumplings filled with garlic chives and meat, steamed buns with beef and onions, and pork with scallions. This endeavor consumed her entire night. After finishing the buns, began to stir-fry the chicken hearts and marinate the chicken feet. Once these were completed and stored away, she commenced making various types of porridge: black rice, red bean, green bean, millet with dates, treasure, century egg with lean meat, and plain rice porridge. By 6 o'clock the following morning, as daylight broke, stored the last pot of green bean porridge in her space, gazing at the remaining 5 large buckets with a contented sigh. Keep it up. Once I fill these last 5 buckets with food, I will have enough provisions to last half a year. He mused, lowering her head to tidy up. Perhaps due to the heat, insects were particularly rampant. Just yesterday, swarms of flies and mosquitoes invaded her home, and she had spent considerable effort combating them throughout the night. After ensuring every corner was clean and placing all food in her space, he yawned, ready to take a bath and retire for the night. Bathing was still manageable for now, but she was uncertain about the future. Setting her alarm, she lay down and quickly fell into a deep sleep. At 2 in the afternoon, awakened promptly. The first order of business was to store water in her space, followed by logging into the game as chat channel. The chat was as chaotic as ever, with messages scrolling rapidly upward. After eavesdropping for a few days, had gained some understanding of the situation. The troublemakers were divided into 2 factions, the Chintian Gang and the Dragon Slayers. Their names seemed rather juvenile. Besides them, there was a self-proclaimed socialist successor group engaged in a verbal spar with the others. Their tone resembled that of righteous youth rather than an official stance. There might be more than these 3 factions, but for now, these are the most vocal in the chat. The first 2 groups advocated for looting and announced apocalyptic news, while the last group opposed them, continuously sending individuals to critique the former 2. Remained silent, confident that there were many like her who simply wished to lead ordinary lives without taking sides, showing little interest in violence or chaos. Closing the game chat, opened the homeowners group, only to be met with grim news. Due to the excessive heat, 3 elderly residents had succumbed to the conditions. Their families were currently in the group voicing their anger towards the government for inaction, asserting that if air conditioning had been available, their loved ones would not have perished so prematurely. Sighed and exited the homeowners group, moving on to the morning market group. Messages flooded in, with individuals seeking to buy bottled water and generators. Spring blooms, with vegetables, oil, lettuce, 500 half a pound, a total of 20 pounds once sold out. There will be no more. Oldly, the grain seller. You could have looted, yet you still offered us some greens. Thank you. Spring blooms, with vegetables, pictures. Spring blooms, with vegetables. Once this batch of vegetables is sold, the next one is uncertain. This weather is truly bizarre. I've been running the air conditioner 24/7 to grow my crops, and I can't even return home. The seeds I planted aren't sprouting. And after I sell this last batch of greens, I won't be planting anymore. The more I plant, the more I lose. Vegetable prints. Everyone can try sprouting some bean sprouts at home. It counts as a type of vegetable. Spring blooms, with vegetables sprout bean sprouts. My home doesn't even have water. I'm currently drinking bottled water purchased from outside. Chapter 40, Water, Gas, and Power Cuts Vegetable Prints. I also want a chicken. My wife is pregnant and needs something nutritious. We've finished the frozen meat. If we don't buy more, we'll have to settle for rice with pickles today. Chicken King. Live ones are 150 per gene. Dead ones are 50 per gene. How many do you want? Spring blossoms. With vegetables, why have you raised the price so much? Chicken King. Is it too much? If it weren't for the risk of delaying even a day, I would have double the price. Do you know how much I've lost during this time? I'm on the brink of bankruptcy. Old Lee. The grain seller. Wealthy families don't count. So give me 2 live ones. I'll come to find you later. Vegetable prints. I want 2 as well. I'll stew them for my wife in the coming days. After a while, receiving a plethora of bad news, he rose to prepare the meal. The red beans had soaked sufficiently, and she was ready to make red bean buns. He first boiled the red beans, then returned to kneading the dough. Once the dough was well kneaded, she placed it in a space to rise slowly. Took out the remaining radishes, cowpeas, chili peppers, cucumbers, and turnips from her space. In her kitchen, there was always a jar for pickled vegetables, which was empty. Now, with some time on her hands, she decided to pickle a jar of vegetables. At this moment, most of the vegetables she had were nearly consumed. These vegetables were specifically reserved by her. After some thought, decided to keep 5 large white radishes and wash the rest clean. In the spirit of water conservation, she did not waste the water used for washing the vegetables. She collected it, just in case it could be used later for flushing the toilet. Looking at the clean vegetables, he felt that even if she filled the pickling jar with them, it would be quite a feat while washing the vegetables. She was continuously annoyed by the flies buzzing around. As the temperature rose, humans felt the discomfort, while the insects seemed to revel in their paradise, becoming increasingly rampant. He carried the washed vegetables into her space to dry, anxious that flies might land and lay eggs, rendering them inedible. During the waiting period, did not remain idle. She swiftly entered her space and began her tasks. Today, she intended to plant lotus roots in the lake. There were only a few lotus roots, and following the information downloaded on her computer, she planted them in the shallow water, believing that with the aid of her space, sprouting should not pose a problem. After completing her work, she found that the vegetables had dried sufficiently, and she took out coarse salt to pickle them. This coarse salt was from the supermarket. She had previously stocked only fine salt. While the vegetables were pickling, he began to make red bean buns. She had 2 pots, one for steaming the buns and the other for cooking porridge. Unbeknownst to her, time slipped by, and it was past 11 when the last pot of buns and porridge was ready. As he prepared to boil more water, she suddenly discovered that the gas had been cut off. It was an abrupt interruption, without any warning. No matter how hard she tried, she could not ignite the stove. Her heart sank as she sat down and pulled out her phone. People in the community chat were already inquiring. Director Sue, the gas pipeline has broken. Supply is temporarily unavailable. We will notify everyone once repairs are completed. Kiki's mom, we have no electricity and now no gas. How are we supposed to cook? Adults can go hungry, but children need nourishment. Family with 2 children. Exactly. Without gas, we can't even drink water. We can't resort to drinking raw water. Can we? Western ginseng, vegetables and meat in the supermarket are outrageously expensive. How are ordinary people supposed to survive? Who can afford those prices? Am I supposed to eat rice mixed with pickles? Kiki's mom. Not only are prices high, but there are also purchase limits. I can't even buy a gene of vegetables for 500 yuan. Have you all lost your minds? Director Sue. The difficulties are temporary. Let us endure together. You can eat instant noodles or hot dogs. Those are still relatively affordable. Kiki's mom. These are junk food, lacking in nutrition. How can we feed that to our children? Director Sue continued to patiently explain in the group. She had no viable solutions. Now, even if she wanted vegetables, she had to rush to the supermarket. The complaints from others could not resolve her predicament. The area was on the outskirts of the city, with severely aging infrastructure. It was a miracle they had managed to last this long. With the recent heat, many issues had arisen, and numerous individuals were spreading rumors outside the supermarket. The government was short-staffed and could only prioritize repairs in the most densely populated areas of the city center. He observed for a while, finding no solution. and ultimately had to return the water to her space. Thankfully, she had been diligent in preparing her meals, even with the gas cut off. She was not short on food for the time being. Before she could revel in her fortune, she realized that the water supply had also been cut off. Although she was not lacking drinking water for now, why did she feel such unease? With water, gas, and electricity all halted, and food in scarcity, how could there not be chaos? She didn't even need to check the chat group to know it was in an uproar. Everyone had altered their daily routines, now active at night, and many were still awake. Before he could devise a plan, she heard the familiar notification sound from the system. Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. Hello. The assistance game is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. The voice arrived suddenly, and he barely had time to put on her mask before darkness enveloped her, and she was transported into the game. When he opened her eyes again, she found herself standing outside a small forest. The temperature around her was pleasantly comfortable, neither cold nor hot, certainly much better than on Planet M. At that moment, he let out a relieved sigh, feeling utterly at ease. This sensation was so delightful that she wished to linger. Surveying her surroundings, just a few meters ahead lay a dense black forest, which appeared somewhat opaque even in daylight. Beside her stood people clad in various short-sleeved shirts and shorts, some even bare-chested. Oh dear, what an awful odor. Don't they know how to bathe? As he contemplated further, a pretentious female voice reached her ears. Instinctively, he turned to see a round-faced girl in a white dress, frowning with disdain as she looked at he. Upon noticing his gaze, the girl rolled her eyes in annoyance. Come on, that's a bit excessive. This outfit is new and freshly worn. What could possibly smell so bad? Just as the girl was about to say more, the system's notification tone sounded in his ears. Chapter 41. The Little Forest Pharmaceutical Factory. Greetings, esteemed players. Welcome to the Little Forest Pharmaceutical Factory. The land of Piclaria is abundant in resources and blessed with a temperate climate. It is inhabited by the mighty boar folk, who, due to their physical constitution, attract the incessant biting of the insectoid race, much to their chagrin. Utilizing their remarkable intellect, they have devised precious insect-repellent medicine, and the Little Forest Pharmaceutical Factory stands as the premier establishment for medicinal efficacy across Piclaria. Now, dear players, venture forth into the forest to gather the rare insect-repelling herbs and deliver them to the Little Forest Pharmaceutical Factory by dusk tomorrow. Note, you must collect 3 distinct varieties. None can be omitted. As the system's prompt concluded, each player received a slip of paper depicting 3 different herbs. He swiftly recorded the characteristics of the herbs in her possession and carefully stowed the paper away. After securing it, she discreetly glanced at the herb illustrations held by the player in the white dress beside her. Only one of her herbs overlapped with the others. The rest were entirely unique. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It appeared the system was not excessively cruel. Had everyone been tasked with finding the same 3 herbs, it would surely have turned into chaos. At that moment, a voice rang out. System, what are we to do about food? Others quickly echoed this concern. Indeed, 2 days were at stake, not mere hours as before. In such an extended period, sustenance would be essential. Yet, where could one procure food in the depths of the forest? Despite the clamor, the system remained silent, leaving the players to fend for themselves. Amidst the cacophony, several players had already memorized the herb information and set foot into the forest. He was among them. Ignoring the protesting crowd, she quietly entered the woods. She felt immensely fortunate to possess a spatial pocket and had stocked up on ample provisions. This would afford her the luxury of focusing solely on herb gathering for the next 2 days, free from the distraction of foraging for food. Moreover, in case of danger, she could retreat into her spatial refuge. Suddenly, he realized that the time allotted for their tasks was increasing progressively, from an initial 8 hours to 2 days now. Would even longer durations be imposed in the future? How would they secure food during those periods? Would they rely solely on themselves, or could they access the marketplace? He mentally summoned the marketplace, but to her dismay, there was no response. A wave of apprehension washed over her as she called out to the chat channel, only to be met with silence. It dawned on her that the system had restricted access to both. The players were left to scavenge for sustenance, or suffer the pangs of hunger. This game truly offered no loopholes to exploit. Ji pondered these thoughts while swiftly making her way through the forest, for she understood that the throng of players posed a greater danger. Who knew if there lurked any violent individuals among them? Entering the forest was inevitable. The sooner she did, the better she could gauge the situation within. The forest before her bore a striking resemblance to the primitive woodlands she had observed in documentaries. Towering trees, sturdy branches, and a thicket of undergrowth revealed no signs of human presence. Ji furrowed her brow and donned a long-sleeved shirt and pants, topping her ensemble with a hat. Having watched numerous jungle expedition documentaries, she was acutely aware that the forest harbored various threats, not merely from animals but also from insect bites. Any insect could potentially be venomous, posing a lethal risk. With the scavenger badge pinned to her side and her large shovel in hand, he cautiously ventured deeper into the woods, frequently glancing around to ensure her safety. As she navigated the eerie silence of the forest, devoid of even the most primitive sounds of insects or birds, the only noise came from the rustle of her clothing against the underbrush. After some time, Ji realized she could not continue in such a manner. She crouched down, hidden behind a tree, and began to gather grass with her shovel, seeking to camouflage herself. After over half an hour, she had fashioned a large, dark green cloak from the gathered foliage. In her haste, she had woven the top tightly while allowing the lower portion to drape loosely. Though it appeared rather unremarkable, Ji had tested its efficacy and found it surprisingly effective. Instinctively, she activated her innate talent. To her astonishment, it responded. Grass cloak. A cloak woven from grass, initially a worthless item, has now been imbued with new purpose. When donned, it grants a 50 chance of being overlooked by insectoids as mere underbrush. Ji's eyes lit up as she momentarily dismissed the preceding trivialities, her joy radiating. What a splendid find! With this cloak, she had a 50 chance of evading insect bites. The danger had been halved, truly splendid. Without delay, she draped the cloak over her shoulders. Despite its seemingly trivial nature, this innate ability proved invaluable in critical moments. As Ji donned the cloak, she beheld a large tree emanating a blue luminescence. Instinctively, she took her shovel and scraped off a plant growing against its trunk, glowing with a cerulean light. Upon securing her prize, a flurry of information flashed through her mind. Purulin, the most common plant in Piclaria, incapable of surviving independently, thriving only in conjunction with other flora. Its vitality is robust, naturally exuding a cooling sensation. It proliferates throughout the land, clearing in the morning only to regrow by night, an incessant nuisance that cannot be eradicated. A cooling sensation? What does that entail? Ji took a sizable piece of the blue luminescent plant and affixed it to her forearm. An involuntary shiver coursed through her, prompting her to swiftly remove it. It was freezing. While the sensation was not particularly pronounced in her hand, once pressed against her skin, it felt as if a large block of ice had been applied. Ji blinked and turned to survey the expansive thicket of trees behind her. The blue luminescent plants clung to the trunks, growing freely from the ground upwards, with a thick layer adorning nearly every tree. In an instant, her perception shifted. This was no mere oddity or eeriness. This was treasure. Retaining her rationality, Ji recognized that her primary objective was to gather herbs, and she resisted the temptation to become fixated on harvesting purulin. Instead, she resolved to gather as she progressed further. The plant was remarkably easy to scrape off. With a gentle stroke of her shovel, she could dislodge ample quantities. It was astonishingly effortless. As she lost track of how many trees she had harvested, Ji suddenly sensed something amiss ahead. Reacting swiftly, she crouched down, secured her cloak, and cautiously advanced. Carefully parting the underbrush, she discovered a herb standing at least 2 meters tall. Herb! Ji hastily retrieved the slip of paper she had stored in her spatial pocket that morning and meticulously compared the two. Indeed, the herb before her bore an exact resemblance to the illustration. Its slender branches were adorned with delicate, pointed thorns. The only distinction lay in its size. The drawing appeared to be a miniature version of this very plant. The paper detailed further specifications, noting that the white thorns on the branches totaled 60. He gazed upwards, her lips curling in surprise. Good heavens, what a remarkable find. Chapter 42. At this moment, the grass was vigorously waving, its branches adorned with dense, sharp white thorns, appearing particularly ferocious. It was far from the kind of plant that stood still, inviting one to pluck its thorns. Each thorn seemed to exceed the length of her palm. The question at hand was not whether the medicinal herb could be found, but rather how to extract it. This herb was immense and seemed quite formidable. Should one of those thorns pierce her, she would undoubtedly suffer numerous wounds. If a thorn were to break, it could be likened to using a borrowed arrow, and though she might bleed a little, she could treat herself. However, what if the thorn did not break? With each successive wave, could her skin endure unscathed? He crouched amidst the grass, her mind racing as she desperately sought a solution. Just as despair began to set in, the bushes ahead suddenly rustled. Peering intently, she discerned the presence of two individuals concealed within. Subsequently, a branch emerged from the foliage, adorned with a piece of cloth that pointed insistently in a particular direction. His eyes flickered. It seemed to indicate a path. She cast a glance at the perilous plant before her, contemplated, and decided to investigate. With so many thorns, even 10 individuals working together would not fear stripping it bare. The challenge before her was not one of competition for resources, but rather how to successfully obtain the white thorns through cooperation. Adjusted her mask to ensure it was secure, then gathered her cloak and cautiously approached the gathering point. Before she could draw near, she noticed 5 individuals already assembled, 2 women and 3 men, divided into 4 factions. Among them, 1 man and 1 woman stood close together, while the other 3 maintained their distance. As approached, all 5 turned to regard her, but upon realizing she was merely a frail girl, their gazes shifted away. Silence enveloped them as each stood alone, awaiting developments. Minutes passed without any newcomers. At last, the man from the pair spoke. "Greetings, everyone. I am Ima Ping Chuan, and this is Nian Yen Buwang beside me. Since we have all gathered here, I presume we aim to complete the task of collecting white thorns?" Ima Ping Chuan paused, waiting for a response, but when none came, he continued. "Before your arrival, I ventured to test the plant. Its branches are exceedingly tough. I struck it with a blade, and it did not yield, leaving only white marks on its surface. Completing this task solely through individual effort is impossible. We must collaborate." He surveyed the group, noting the continued silence, and furrowed his brow. "What are your thoughts? If anyone has ideas, please share. We are not rivals. Surely you can see the multitude of thorns on that plant. There must be thousands, ample for us to gather. As long as we cooperate, we can surely accomplish our task." At that moment, another voice emerged from the crowd. "I, too, believe we can work together. I counted approximately 20 branches currently waving, and relying on a single person to defend against it would be futile." The speaker was a young man with a youthful countenance, resembling a university student. "If we collaborate effectively, each person would face only about 3 branches, significantly easing our burden. I require 60 white thorns. How many do you need?" "I need 60 as well," came another reply. Ima Ping Chuan nodded in satisfaction and proposed, "Since we are prepared to cooperate, should we not introduce our abilities? It would facilitate our collaboration." This suggestion was met with another wave of silence. Even the previously vocal young man fell silent. Cooperation was secondary. Abilities were one's true trump card. The chaos of reality had made everyone wary. Who could guarantee that these individuals were not harboring ulterior motives? No one could afford to reveal their capabilities entirely. After all, this game had tangible consequences in the real world. Each person had loved ones. Should the conflicts in the game spill over into reality, it would transform a challenging scenario into a nightmarish ordeal, facing not only natural disasters, but also human calamities. As Ima Ping Chuan scanned the group in silence, he was about to speak when the woman beside him tugged at his sleeve. "Chuan-go, it's all right. It's fine if others are reluctant to speak. As long as we cooperate to obtain the white thorns, that suffices." After soothing her brother, she turned to the others, her smile gentle and sweet. My brother could be a bit impatient, but his intentions are good. His talent lies in combat, and he merely hopes to minimize casualties. Since others are hesitant to share, we won't force anyone. However, during the task, it may be challenging to ensure everyone has safety. Upon finishing, she surveyed the group with a warm smile, exuding an air of understanding. It was a clever strategy of retreating to advance. He regarded the girl clad in a pink tracksuit, instinctively lowering her gaze. For reasons unknown, she felt a subconscious urge to distance herself from this individual. Were it not for the formidable plant, she would have preferred to avoid collaboration altogether. The woman exuded a sense of danger that felt even more pronounced than the man beside her. Soon, someone else spoke up. My talent allows me to move faster. I can harden my skin. My hands can transform into sharp claws. When it was Jihe's turn, she confidently declared, my ability is to conjure a shovel for waste disposal. All eyes turned to Jihe, filled with palpable pity. It was the most worthless ability they had encountered. Nian Bu Wang also regarded Jihe, tilting her head as if genuinely curious. Waste disposal? Could you elaborate? The shovel has a chance to produce waste. It doesn't happen every time. I can throw it to attack others. He fabricated her story with conviction. In life, one defines their own identity. Who knows who? As long as she remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness belonged to others. He spoke with such assurance that the others believed her. A flicker of disdain crossed Nian Bu Wang's eyes as she was the first to divert her gaze. Worthless, not worth her energy, and likely to be the first to perish. The group chattered animatedly, brainstorming strategies. He remained silent, standing half a meter behind them, quietly listening to their discussions. Despite their deliberations, they arrived at no solid conclusions. Lacking trust, each person wanted the others to take the lead. Ultimately, they decided to adapt as circumstances dictated. He interjected, then why waste time discussing? Chapter 43, they all wished for the man with hardened skin to charge forward and shield them from harm, while the others remained hidden behind him to strike. When the time came, they would share the spoils of the white thorns they collected with him. Yet, the middle-aged man was not a fool. He did not know these individuals, so why would he risk himself on the front lines? What if they seized the white thorns and fled? Naturally, he refused to comply. The group failed to reach an agreement, creating an awkward atmosphere. Eventually, Nian Bu Wang stepped forward again, smiling, and suggested, shall we commence our endeavor? Let us gather the white thorns from this herb swiftly, as there are other herbs to collect. A few exchanged glances, and although they remained somewhat dissatisfied, they nodded in agreement. Among the crowd, a young girl stealthily approached Jihe, winking at her. As she passed by, she pretended to speak casually, whispering, be cautious of Nian Bu Wang. After that, she fell silent and hurried away. Jihe lingered at the back of the group, observing the few individuals ahead. Her gaze subtly drifted toward Nian Bu Wang, but she could discern nothing extraordinary about her, merely choosing to quietly distance herself from her. A few individuals stood amidst the grass, their feet seemingly glued to the ground as they watched the now motionless white thorn herb. Their breathing slowed, and they exchanged furtive glances, each silently urging the others to make the first move. No matter how well they had strategized, the sight of the dense thorns instilled a sense of dread. They stood there foolishly for a good 5 minutes, until Ma Ping Chuan could no longer contain himself. His arms morphed into the shape of blades, and with a fierce cry, he charged toward the white thorn herb. The branches and leaves, which had appeared dormant moments before, sprang to life upon his approach, dancing wildly in the air, creating a cacophony as they struck against surrounding branches. 5 tendrils shot toward Ma Ping Chuan simultaneously. The overwhelming onslaught startled him, prompting an immediate halt. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed back toward the crowd. The pursuing tendrils, quick to react, elongated rapidly without a hint of pause. Those standing by gasped in horror and scattered like startled birds. Don't lead it this way. It can grow longer. Ma Ping Chuan, keep your distance. The previously agreed tactics were forgotten in an instant as everyone fled in disarray, each focused solely on their own escape. Jihe, already positioned at a distance, saw Ima Ping Chuan retreating, and without a moment's hesitation, she crouched down and rolled into the grass, lying still. She realized these individuals were unreliable, always depending on others in critical moments. Peeking from her hiding place, she observed the chaos as the white thorns pursued the panicked individuals. The thorns whipped through the air with a sound like rushing wind, and she could easily imagine the pain they would inflict upon contact. Fortunately, the speed of the white thorn's attacks was not overwhelming. In fact, for someone with agility, evasion was quite feasible. The girl who had enhanced her speed was showcasing her nimbleness, skillfully dodging the thorns, indicating that for the moment, she was safe. Just then, one of the branches was struck by Ima Ping Chuan. After a few thorns were severed, the branch seemed to swell with rage, doubling in thickness as it swung violently towards Ima Ping Chuan. A strike from that would certainly result in a grievous wound. Frightened, Ima Ping Chuan hurriedly pulled Nian Bu Wang behind him for protection, determined to use others as shields. As the branch entered the attack range, it showed no signs of relenting. Angry shouts erupted around them. He noted the fervor in their voices, suggesting they still had tricks up their sleeves. They were far from being out of options. She remained low in the grass, continuing her observations as the group gradually found their rhythm amidst the flailing branches, no longer in a state of sheer panic. Although their movements were uncoordinated and erratic, fueled by sheer determination and brute strength, they appeared somewhat intimidating. Among them, Nian Bu Wang fared the best. Sheltered behind Ima Ping Chuan, she suffered no harm and occasionally directed others, employing subtle tactics. As Ji watched, it became evident that not only was Ima Ping Chuan not being honest, but others also harbored ulterior motives. Those claiming to transform into sharp claws conveniently omitted that their arms, along with their hands, would also enlarge. At that moment, his arms had grown robust, at least twice their normal size, with sharp claws sprouting from his fingertips as he furiously plucked the thorns. Indeed, he was not engaged in combat. He simply focused on gathering thorns, dodging the branches when possible and refraining from unnecessary strikes, pouring all his strength into harvesting the thorns. His efficiency surpassed that of anyone else. Though Ima Ping Chuan was formidable, he was hampered by the presence of Nian Bu Wang, whom he had to protect while also gathering thorns, inevitably causing some disarray. Ji realized she could no longer wait. If these individuals collected all the white thorns they needed, they would undoubtedly depart without a backward glance, leaving her to confront the troublesome plan alone. Resolute, he ceased her hesitation. Grasping a shovel, she leaped from the thicket, charging toward a branch she had previously identified as wounded and seemingly weaker than the others. As she approached, the herb noticed her presence, swiftly dispatching 3 branches toward her. He swallowed nervously, focusing intently on their trajectory. With her shovel in hand, she crouched swiftly as the branches swung down. They missed her, striking the ground with a resounding thud. Without pausing, she rolled away to evade the subsequent 2 branches. These 2 appeared considerably less vigorous than the initial one, allowing her to escape with relative ease. When she stood ready with her shovel again, she suddenly noticed that the 3 branches seemed to move more slowly and only targeted her side. The long tendrils swayed back and forth beside her. He cautiously adjusted her position, confirming that it was not an illusion. Wherever she moved, the branches followed, but they only waved in front of her, never making contact. Moreover, the once ferocious branches now seemed somewhat weakened. As he observed, 2 more branches extended toward her, encircling her with a total of 5 tendrils. Beneath the thick branches, the others could only make out his 2 legs. Chapter 44. In a small pharmaceutical factory, the girl hesitated, seemingly wanting to assist her. However, as others seized the opportunity to pluck the white thorns while the firepower lessened, she ultimately remained still, turning instead to pluck thorns herself. Weighing the safety of a stranger against the completion of her task, she chose the latter. He observed the several branches encircling her, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. While others had merely 3 branches, why did she suddenly have 5? Was this branch discriminatory? With a shovel in hand, he dodged the flailing branches, soon realizing that the wildly thrashing leaves seemed to deliberately extend their thorns toward her. The thorns that reached her were disordered, some even piercing her flesh. There were wounds inflicted by others, with some places continuously oozing a white viscous liquid. Jihi attempted to slow her evasive maneuvers, only to find that the branches before her mirrored her pace. Suddenly, she was struck by a thought. Could this herbal remedy be sentient? Had it mistaken her for a podiatrist? Jihi dared not retract her shovel. Instead, she reached into her pocket, retrieving a pair of pliers, and cautiously extended them towards the branches in front of her. The leaves appeared to understand her intent and halted. In swift succession, he extracted the thorns embedded in her flesh. The branches did not retaliate, merely swaying slightly during her extraction before resuming their stillness. Once she had cleared the chaotic thorns from that area, another set of disordered thorns quickly approached her, this time even closer. He felt a momentary daze, but acted without hesitation, swiftly rectifying the irregular growths. Before long, the first branch was repaired, and a second one was presented. While feigning jumps to evade attacks, she efficiently used her pliers to remove the irregular thorns from the branch before her. With the branch's cooperation, he soon gathered the requisite 60 thorns. Without a moment's hesitation, she hoisted her shovel and turned to leave. Just then, he felt an inexplicable force pulling at her, as if trying to draw her away. She felt as though she had become a wooden figure, unable to move. Even her eyes were immobile. Shock coursed through her, realizing she had been ensnared. In a frantic mental outcry, she struggled to lift her arms. Yet mere seconds felt like an eternity. Just as despair began to seep in, a sudden shout erupted behind her, followed by a man's anguished roar. "Ah!" With a man's furious exclamation, he discovered her ability to move had returned. She quickly turned to glance behind her, the previous immobilization seeming like a figment of her imagination. Yet, she knew it had been real. She had indeed been held captive. Without time to ponder further, her attention was drawn to a nearby scene. A young man, his arms now muscular, had been struck by a branch and was being dragged along the ground. "Yin Yin, you wretched creature," he grunted, his hands desperately clutching the ground, fingers digging into the earth. But this only exacerbated his torn wounds. Blood seeping from his back and saturating his clothing, painting a grim picture. "I'm not doing this on purpose. I'm sorry." Yin Yin's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to bear witnessing the man's suffering. She turned her head. "I'm doing this for my brother. This isn't my fault. Ignore him. He's simply outmatched, destined for this fate." Ima Ping Chuan's gaze was icy as he regarded the man on the ground, as if he were refuse. "You should be grateful for your life. Otherwise, that thorn would have pierced your artery." At these words, the man's eyes bulged with rage. "I curse your ancestors. You heartless scoundrel. If I don't die today, we shall have a reckoning." With a fierce determination, he tore himself from the branches, thorns still lodged in his body, fleeing into the forest. Not good. Ima Ping Chuan instinctively attempted to pursue him to eliminate any future threat, but the branches obstructed his path. If he chased after him, Yin Yin would surely be harmed. This hesitation allowed the man to vanish from sight. Enough. He injured so severely. He won't survive. Yin Yin bit her lip, a tinge of worry creeping in. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. The mission was paramount. They needed to gather the thorns. The time was tight. Agreed. From a distance, Jihi and Yin Yin exchanged a knowing glance. Was this her talent? A stand-in? Or control? Yin Yin had seemingly first controlled Jihi, only to switch to the young man for reasons unknown. Jihi furrowed her brow, looking at Yin Yin, who was safely protected behind Ima Ping Chuan, and scathed. Despite her regret, Jihi understood this was not the opportune moment for revenge. With Ima Ping Chuan present, she had no means to confront Yin Yin without risking a 2-on-1 situation. Without lingering further, Jihi swiftly turned and slipped into the forest while the others were distracted. Not far from where she had gathered the herbs, Jihi donned her green cloak once more. A hypothesis formed in her mind. If she was correct, this forest competition would be her domain. Though excitement surged within her, Jihi remained aware of her true capabilities. She carefully navigated through the woods, shovel in hand, bending low and observing the various plants around her. Yet, her talent fluctuated, yielding no response when she grasped other plants. Pondering this peculiarity, she resolved to uproot the blue bioluminescent plants she recognized from the trees. At least they would serve as a cold remedy upon her return. After wandering a bit further, he caught a whiff of blood. Her heart raced as she cautiously crouched and parted the underbrush, spotting a man lying motionless on the ground. It was the male student who had been attacked by Nian Yen. After a brief moment of hesitation, he prepared to assist him. It is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This man's survival would benefit her more than his demise. She approached swiftly, checking for his breath. He was still alive. That was all that mattered. If he had died, she would have been helpless. Producing her pliers, he quickly removed the thorns from his back. Chapter 45. The Little Sun Pharmaceutical Factory. As blood surged forth once more, she pressed her hand against the wound. A radiant light emanated from her palm, and the bleeding ceased at a visibly rapid pace, forming scabs. By the time all wounds had stopped bleeding, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, her limbs feeling somewhat weak. The energy she expended was proportionate to the size of the injury. Smaller wounds required less energy, while the deep lacerations on this man's body necessitated a considerable amount of her vitality to heal to the scabbing stage. He was reluctant to reveal her identity as a healer. Taking advantage of the man's unconscious state, she swiftly removed the white thorns and turned to leave. She considered this her reward for saving him. Although the system suggested that only 60 thorns were necessary, she suspected this was merely a minimum requirement. Offering more might yield additional benefits. This was merely her hypothesis, and only experimentation would reveal the truth. She hoped the man would survive, as enduring this ordeal would justify her efforts. As long as she could create some trouble for Nian Yen, her act of saving a life would not be in vain. Bidding farewell to the man, he continued her quest for herbs in the forest. Along the way, she encountered several groups engaged in battles with large medicinal plants. It appeared that everyone had realized the futility of relying solely on personal strength for this task and began to cooperate. However, such collaborations, lacking trust, were akin to a disorganized mass. Not only did they have to guard against the attacks of the plants before them, but they also had to be wary of betrayal from their own kind. Throughout the morning, he witnessed numerous instances of backstabbing, which sent her hurrying away. As noon approached, she still had not located her second herb. Time was of the essence, yet she remained unhurried. She found a thicket and quickly slipped inside, entering her spatial realm. Unfortunately, livestock required feeding. Even if she tried to minimize the frequency, it still consumed time. After tending to the animals, he exited her space. With 2 herbs still unaccounted for, she resolved not to waste too much time on meals. She retrieved the prepared, spicy shredded pork over rice, cradled the bowl, and within 5 minutes devoured it voraciously. Stowing the bowl back in her space, she marveled at the convenience of having such a realm. Earlier that morning, she had observed that the forest harbored none of the familiar wild vegetables or other plants, and she had not even found a water source. She wondered where these people intended to procure food and water. Those less fortunate might endure hunger for days. Starvation was unlikely, but they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Of course, with water element users present, she need not concern herself with such matters. He dismissed the thought, realizing it was impractical to share her food. Not only would she not give it away, but she also had no desire to sell it until she possessed sufficient strength. Accumulating more would only heighten the danger. Who knew if these individuals harbored ulterior motives? If a few nefarious forces united to hunt her down, she would be inviting trouble upon herself. After finishing her meal, he did not linger, emerging from her space to continue her search for herbs. She remained vigilant, carefully avoiding detection as she moved through the forest. By mid-afternoon, she had still not found her second herb, but she did see several individuals digging up roots, possibly for food. The peculiar growth of the plants made her question whether they feared poisoning. He dared not linger, merely casting a glance before continuing her quest. At last, as dusk approached, she discovered the second herb depicted on her paper. It was a sizable specimen, appearing even taller than the first. Each branch bore a lantern emitting a red glow, gently swaying in the air. Glanced at the paper's requirements, which specified red fibers at the root. Fibers, G's eyelids twitched involuntarily. What a farce. Did they truly consider this nearly half-meter-long thick hair to be fibers? Were they unaware of what fibers truly were? That coarse, dark red hair bore no resemblance to fibers whatsoever. Despite her internal outcry, He maintained a stoic expression as she stowed the paper away. Summoning her shovel, she cautiously approached the plant. A few individuals were already engaged in combat with the herb. When the plant attacked, it would unfurl its hanging red lanterns, attempting to strike the heads of its assailants. He was unsure of the consequences of such an attack, but judging by the caution of the others, it was likely not harmless. Upon her arrival, the others took note of her presence. Some averted their gazes, pretending not to see her, while others shouted excitedly, "Hey, beautiful! Join us! You fend off the lanterns while I grab the fibers." How shameless to ask someone else to bear the brunt of the attacks while they sought the rewards. The man's words were met with a retort from a middle-aged woman, who boldly brandished her oversized tennis racket. "What's it to you? Mind your own business, or I'll deal with you." He glanced at the two, but chose not to engage further. She bent down, attempting to reach the base of the lantern. Throughout her approach, she remained vigilant, ready to retreat at the slightest sign of aggression. At one point, a lantern had tried to approach her, but quickly retracted upon sensing her presence. The plant seemed oblivious to her, ignoring her entirely. The others, however, began to shout at He, urging her to join the fray. She pretended not to hear, quickly squatting down to grasp the coarse red-black fibers with her gloved hands. On her first attempt, she failed to pull any fibers. On the second try, she exerted too much force and fell onto the ground. Startled, He regained her footing. Nonetheless, the plant continued to disregard her, its lanterns swaying without attacking her. In fact, when others approached her, the plant redirected its aggression toward them. He felt a measure of relief wash over her. She set the coarse fibers aside, planning to bundle them up when she left. Squatting down, she resumed her efforts. With such thick fibers, she needed 50 in total. After managing to collect a few, she found herself struggling. Resorting to her shovel, she began to dig. At one point, she seemed to cause the plant discomfort. One of its lanterns lunged at her, pushing her over. Terrified, He hastily assured it she would be gentler next time. Only after a promise did the branch slowly retract the lantern. From then on, He refrained from using the shovel and relied solely on sheer strength. Though arduous, without the branches obstructing her, she successfully gathered all the fibers before darkness fully enveloped the forest. She had arrived last, but departed the quickest. Among the others, only one middle-aged man had gathered his required amount and left early. The rest remained locked in a struggle with the fibers. He patted the herb in gratitude before swiftly departing. Chapter 46. The Small Forest Pharmaceutical Factory. He walked swiftly, oblivious to the shouts behind her. At present, her capabilities were insufficient. She was entirely preoccupied with her own affairs and could not attend to others. After encountering these two herbs, he was already certain in her heart that these plants posed no threat to her. The items she had plucked were superfluous to the herbs, which seemed to welcome her assistance. However, the others, unfamiliar with these plants, reacted with fear and aggression upon witnessing their intimidating appearance. When attacked, the herbs naturally retaliated. This was an inevitable situation. After all, they were not local and did not even know the names of these plants. As night fell, he decided not to proceed any further, for there was still tomorrow. Her task was not particularly urgent. Finding a hollow in a tree, she quickly squeezed inside and cautiously blocked the entrance with the weeds she carried, leaving only a small opening the size of a bottle cap to observe the outside world. The hollow was small, and he curled up inside. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, she would spend the night here. Meanwhile, she remained blissfully unaware of the curses being hurled by others. The difficulty of this quest was astonishing. Not only was the task arduous, but it also provided no food. Most individuals had battled plants all day and were now starving and exhausted. While they would not die of hunger, how could they ensure they would be in good condition for the next day? Nian Bu Wang and Ima Pingchuan were also faring poorly. They had used 3 substitutes throughout the day to successfully complete their mission. Although they had collected 2 types of herbs, there was no trace of joy on their faces. Could this truly be edible? Would it be fatal? Nian Nian Bu Wang gripped the root in her palm, her face twisted in disgust. This was something even dogs would not consume. Having lived her life to this point, she had never imagined she would resort to eating roots. Ima Ping Chuan furrowed his brow intensely, unsure of what to do. He had observed others digging up roots. After several attempts to bring the muddy root to his mouth, he could not summon the resolve to do so. Frustrated, he tossed the root aside. Forget it. I won't eat it. It's just a couple of days of hunger, right? I won't die from it. Nian Nian Bu Wang, seeing Ima Ping Chuan discard the root, followed suit without hesitation, swiftly throwing her own away. It was nothing but dirt. She had no desire to consume it. Devoid of food, the two continued to battle the herbs for another day, their strength sapped, and now they leaned against the tree roots, their hunger gnawing at them. After resting briefly, Ima Ping Chuan stood up again. I'll go look for something else. No food means I can at least drink some water. Without waiting for Nian Nian Bu Wang to reply, he turned and left. Once Ima Ping Chuan had departed, Nian Nian Bu Wang leaned against the great tree, her face contorted in anguish. She was so hungry. This accursed game allowed no items to be brought in except for the clothes on her back. If only she had brought her backpack today, she would not have to endure this hunger. Ima Ping Chuan was utterly useless, unable to procure food for her. What a waste. In frustration, she struck her thigh and suddenly felt something in her pocket. Pulling it out, her eyes brightened. A piece of chocolate-covered nut, a small morsel. It was a snack she had casually placed in her pocket earlier. Discovering it felt like a stroke of fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Nian Nian Bu Wang quickly stuffed it into her mouth, unwilling to chew, savoring it slowly. Her persistently aching stomach finally experienced some relief. As for Ima Ping Chuan, he was already forgotten in her mind. Meanwhile, Ji He, having entered the tree hollow, did not rest but instead organized the supplies in her storage space with her consciousness. This was her joy. Although she had already organized them once, each time she gazed at the resources in her storage space, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was crucial for her future sustenance and indulgence. While she had believed she had ample supplies when purchasing, now that she was organizing, it felt woefully insufficient. There was not enough of anything. The food she had on hand was barely enough, consisting mainly of rice and flour, while everything else was lacking. Initially, her budget had been tight, and meat was expensive, so she had not bought much. At the time, she thought it would last her 2 years, but now it seemed insufficient. She did not intend to live only 2 years. Other snacks, instant noodles, and frozen foods were pitifully scarce, limited to what she had stockpiled at the supermarket. After examining her supplies, she dismissed the worry. Being anxious would not solve her problems. When the surroundings were completely enveloped in darkness, he slipped into her planting space, as usual, tending to her livestock and farming. After finishing her tasks in the fields, she ascended a small hill where the grass grew abundantly, indicating rich soil. She uprooted some and stored them away. She then retrieved the vegetable seeds she had purchased earlier and soaked them in water. Soaking the seeds aided germination, a technique he had learned from videos. She soaked all the vegetable seeds she had on hand. They were inexpensive, and she had bought plenty. If it were just for her, it would suffice for a lifetime. She planned to plant more radishes and cabbages, as both the pigs and she enjoyed them. Dried radishes tossed in chili oil were simply delectable. Once she completed her chores, he finally sat down at the table she had brought out at noon to eat. As was her custom to save time, she consumed 3 large buns and a bowl of porridge. Time in the space was limited, so she could not afford to waste it. After her meal, she quickly teleported out of the space. Upon re-entering the tree hollow, she immediately sensed something was amiss. The once tranquil woods had become alive with sounds, and the noise was alarmingly close. This caused her heart to race. Cautiously, she leaned closer to the edge of the hollow to peer outside. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with the only light emanating from the luminescent fungi on the tree trunks. By the faint glow, he saw a massive silhouette moving stealthily through the shadows, alarmingly close. It brushed against the tree trunk and the underbrush, producing rustling sounds. She held her breath, desperate not to be discovered. What could it be? He blinked, continuing to observe intently. From her vantage point, She could barely see a third of the creature. She had to tilt her head back to catch a glimpse, a position that was uncomfortable. Furthermore, she could not discern the entirety of a monster. Just as he strained her eyes to observe, the shadow before her suddenly ceased its movement. Vaguely, she thought she saw two slender appendages swaying in front of the creature's head. What were they? Antennae? G's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably as she watched the appendages move toward her in the darkness, growing larger in her view. Startled, she instinctively began to retreat. Yet even in her fear, she stifled any sound, desperately covering her mouth and pressing herself back. The hollow was small, and even if he wanted to hide, there was not much space to do so. She could hear the appendage scraping against the tree trunk, emitting a sound that made her teeth ache, as it precisely located the small hole she had left open. Following the gap, it began to extend inside, inch by inch. G's eyes widened involuntarily as she contemplated escaping into her space just a second too late. Chapter 47. The Little Sun Pharmaceutical Factory in the distance. A piercing and terrified scream suddenly echoed from the forest. Despite the considerable distance, the fear embedded in the voice was unmistakable. This was soon followed by several violent crashing sounds that resonated sharply in the otherwise silent woods. The massive creature's antennae abruptly halted, retracting swiftly. He remained motionless until the sounds faded into silence, at which point she slumped down, gasping for breath. Only then did she realize her forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Wiping it with her hand, he leaned against a tree hollow, too overwhelmed to rejoice in her narrow escape. A chilling thought gripped her. Those lengthy antennae must belong to some monstrous insect. Surely, nothing else could possess such appendages. If it hadn't been for the woman's scream echoing from afar, would she have had to retreat into her space? The sheer terror was maddening. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought. She must conserve time in her space as much as possible, saving it for critical moments. She nestled deeper into the tree hollow. Throughout the night, the forest was filled with the wails of humans and the rustling of insects, leaving he utterly unrest. Fearful of venturing outside, she wrapped her cloak tightly around herself, dozing fitfully. Each time she managed to drift into slumber, she was jolted awake, unable to find any peace. Eventually, dawn broke. He slipped in her space. Accumulating time in the space was no trifling matter. Despite her fears from the previous night, she had refrained from retreating. Now, however, she had no choice. She was bound by the necessity of feeding her livestock at least once a day. It was unthinkable to enter a scenario where her animals might starve. First, she fed them the grass she had harvested the day before. The cows, sheep, and pigs devoured it eagerly. Observing them eat contentedly, he proceeded to clean their dung. They were relatively obedient, having gathered their droppings in one place, making it easy for her to shovel it away. In no time, the area was spotless. In her earlier days of modest means, she had purchased merely one male and one female of each livestock type. Now, she lamented the insufficiency, fearing their growth might hinder her future meat supply. After feeding the animals, he re-emerged from her space to have her meal. To avoid any lingering odors that might attract unwanted attention, she opted for a dish of noodles, which dissipated quickly after consumption. She prepared 18 dumplings, adding a generous spoonful of chili before relishing her meal. They were delightful. The wrappers were thin and the filling abundant, infused with the aromatic essence of garlic chives. Each bite was a pleasure. The food soon quelled her anxiety, grounding her restless heart. After a night of unease that had drained her energy, he felt a sense of satisfaction only after finishing the broth as well. Once satiated, he returned to her space to plant vegetable seeds in the gaps of a small earthen mound. Upon arriving, she inspected the fruit trees, which thrived remarkably well. Even the tropical varieties like durian and mango, now towering impressively. After ensuring the trees were healthy, she bent down to pull weeds. The grass seed she had sown flourished abundantly, perfect for feeding her livestock. After cutting the grass, he began planting vegetables, choosing those that sprouted quickly. Between two fruit trees, she dug holes and sowed seeds, hopeful that this soil would be as fertile as black earth. After planting the vegetables, She remembered to sow the cacti, aloe vera, and sugarcane she had previously purchased. Additionally, she planted some grapes and strawberries, focusing on fruits that occupied minimal space. In less than half an hour, she exited her space. By now, the outside world was illuminated with the first light of dawn. He cautiously peeked out from the tree hollow, scrutinizing her surroundings. The monstrous insects that had haunted her the night before were nowhere to be seen, and the forest had returned to its tranquil state. Towering trees stood strong and robust, each too wide for he to embrace with her arms. Nonetheless, she was confident that these trees could not conceal those terrifying creatures. Just one glance the previous day had revealed that the insect's girth could rival that of a large tree. With numerous questions swirling in her mind, she chose to put them aside. The world was rife with mysteries, and not every enigma needed resolution. He waited patiently in the hollow for another 15 minutes to ensure no giant insects lingered before leaping out and resuming her search for medicinal herbs. Of course, she dared not remove her cloak. It was not just a garment, but a safeguard for her very life. The forest was now enveloped in silence as he cautiously navigated through the underbrush, pausing occasionally to collect pollens with her shovel. This was a valuable resource. The comfort of her life depended on it. After searching the forest diligently for over an hour, she encountered no humans, a stark contrast to the frequency of her previous day's encounters. With patience, she focused on finding the third type of plant. Fortune smiled upon her, as after 2 hours, she finally spotted the elusive herb. It was a striking red plant with thick, fleshy leaves, requiring the membrane from its leaves. The area was deserted, enveloped in tranquility. He carefully checked her chest for the badge, ensuring it was still there before approaching the herb with her shovel. The seemingly still plant suddenly appeared to awaken, its leaves rapidly closing before reopening and remaining motionless. He stood still for a moment, observing its lack of movement, before inching closer. As she approached, a few leaves slowly shifted towards her, revealing bite marks on the surface. Had the insects from yesterday gnawed at this? When she touched it, the leaves recoiled. The membrane was slippery and resistant, so she used her small knife to cut it open before pulling vigorously. Though it was not particularly challenging, the membrane kept slipping from her grasp. After considerable effort, she finally gathered the necessary quantity. Just as she wiped the sweat from her brow, she heard a rustling sound in the brush behind her. Was someone approaching? At that moment, she had no desire to encounter anyone. Without raising her head, hurriedly slipped through the foliage, fleeing in the opposite direction. As the newcomer parted the undergrowth, they spotted a fleeting green figure disappearing into the distance. Hey, wait, come back. Let us team up to complete the task. We're all players. We should help each other. Don't be so selfish. Chapter 48. The little forest pharmaceutical factory. Hearing the shouts, did not hesitate. Instead, she quickened her pace. Who wants to team up with you? She had gathered all her items, and now all she needed was to submit the task items to clear this level of the game. What was the point of teaming up with you? Nyen. Infuriated by G's retreating figure, stomped her feet, her expression darkening. What kind of person is this? How selfish. We all entered the game together. Is it wrong to help each other? A nearby chubby boy hurriedly comforted the goddess. Exactly. What a lack of manners. Nyen, don't be angry with her. If I see her again, I'll take care of her for you. Nyen's face remained grim, and at that moment, there were only 3 of them, including herself. The flat terrain wouldn't suffice for her to act as a bodyguard. Having just one chubby boy as a substitute was utterly inadequate. She glanced at the simpering boy beside her, feeling a deep sense of disdain, though her face displayed a sweet smile. Oblivious to the insults hurled behind her, he swiftly disappeared into the woods. Before her lay one final challenge, locating the little forest pharmaceutical factory nestled deep within the forest. He was not well acquainted with the path, having no prior experience surviving in the woods. She could only rely on her instincts, heading toward the most lushly growing parts of the jungle. Surely, this couldn't be wrong, could it? Cloaked in her green cape, he cautiously navigated through the forest, preferring to encounter herbs rather than humans. Others must have been starving for a day and a half by now. She wished to avoid these ravenous crowds. Throughout her journey, Ji diligently collected plowland herbs. Now free from task-related pressures, her enthusiasm for gathering plowland had intensified. She spared no attention to any patch of plowland she came across. As she moved through the forest, Ji spotted several individuals gnawing on tree bark and wild grasses. In this entire forest, she hadn't found a single water source. If she didn't eat something soon, she wouldn't even be able to reach the center of the forest, let alone engage in battle. Seeing them hunched over, digging for roots, she couldn't help but sigh in pity. How unfortunate, so very unfortunate. Thankfully, it wasn't her gnawing on tree roots. By noon, Ji nestled herself within some bushes to eat. As usual, she opted for something bland, taking a bite of her steamed bun. Thinking of those who were squatting and gnawing on roots, she found her bun paired with pickles to be exceptionally tasty. After finishing her meal, Ji didn't linger, continuing to wield her shovel with diligence in the forest. In the afternoon, she persisted in testing other plants, but it seemed her aptitude had inexplicably faltered. Ji no responses whatsoever. With no other choice, Ji focused solely on gathering plowland. It was more crucial to seize what was available than to chase after the unknown. That afternoon, after meandering through the forest, Ji finally caught sight of the little forest pharmaceutical factory. Her heart soared with joy, yet she did not rush inside. First, she carefully tucked away her green cloak, then bound the gathered medicinal herbs with vines she found in the woods, securing them on her back. Ensuring she had enough, she then approached the factory, shovel in hand. The factory's entrance was a towering steel door, standing 3 meters high, making Ji appear diminutive before it. Cautiously, she approached, but the door remained immovable. She could not find a place to open it. Was entry only permitted at a specific time? Just as Ji pondered this, a small door in the middle of the main door suddenly opened. Had it not been for this unexpected opening, she would have missed it entirely. Ji approached cautiously, when suddenly an electronic voice echoed, "Beep. Scanning in progress. Please wait. Congratulations on completing your task. Please place the medicinal herbs into the recycling basket." As the voice faded, a mechanical arm extended from before her, holding a bamboo basket. The basket was large enough for Ji to place all her herbs inside. After depositing her herbs, the mechanical arm scanned them with a laser, confirming their quality. "Qualified. Please proceed. You have a staff meal waiting. Please head to the staff cafeteria." Once the mechanical arm retrieved the herbs, Ji cautiously stepped through the small door. As she crossed the threshold, the door closed seamlessly behind her, leaving no trace of its existence. How impressive! As Ji surveyed her surroundings, she sought the cafeteria. The electronic voice had mentioned a staff meal, hadn't it? This pharmaceutical factory was quite different from a farm. It was modern, with expansive mechanical structures everywhere. If given the choice, Ji would prefer the farm, where she could gather resources. Here, what could she possibly gather? Could she harvest medicines? Medicines? A thought struck her. Perhaps she could visit the waste disposal area later to see if there were any substandard products that others deemed unworthy. Others might turn their noses up, but as long as it was usable, a few blemishes wouldn't deter her. With these thoughts in mind, Ji quickened her pace. She wished to eat quickly while there were fewer people around, so she could explore the factory afterward. The cafeteria was not difficult to locate. It was a small building with an open door. Ji lifted the curtain and stepped inside. A rush of cold air greeted her, followed by a spray of chilly mist that splashed her face. The scent was indescribable, a bit peculiar. Wiping her face with her hand, Ji opened her eyes to see several individuals scattered at tables, engrossed in their meals. 3 of them glanced at her briefly before returning to their food, while the others didn't even lift their heads, continuing to eat. Were these all players who had completed their tasks ahead of her? They all seemed quite capable. Ji merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting her attention to the food counter. On the counter lay a bowl of food and a portion of soup. The food appeared as thin, elongated strips, coated in a sticky, gooey sauce, congealed together in a manner that was decidedly unappetizing. The soup was a deep green, reminiscent of the potions brewed by witches in childhood films. In silence, Ji pondered her choices. Ultimately, she took a plate from the side and served herself a generous portion of food along with half a bowl of soup. She then carried her meal to a corner to eat. It was her habit, She preferred not having anyone behind her, as it made her feel somewhat insecure. Gazing at the unappetizing food before her, he felt her hands tremble. How much courage would it take to take a bite? But everyone had seen her enter. It would be inappropriate to simply turn and leave without eating. Everyone had been starving for 2 days. Why should she be the exception? Was it because she had food? At that moment, one of the earlier diners stood up, carrying an empty plate, and returned to the counter to heap a towering plate of food and a full bowl of soup before sitting back down to eat heartily. He thought. Gritting her teeth, she realized that if everyone else was eating, why couldn't she? With her eyes closed, she resolved to just eat. With trembling hands, she picked up a fork, closed her eyes, and shoved a bite into her mouth. As soon as she bit down, her eyes flew open. The taste? It was astonishingly delicious. Despite its peculiar appearance, the flavor was extraordinary, indescribable, yet undeniably delightful. Though it looked unappealing, it was surprisingly exquisite. Chapter 49. The small forest pharmaceutical factory. He savored the food, confirming its delightful taste. With renewed enthusiasm, she devoured her meal, gradually warming up to the verdant soup, which she relished with a hearty sip. It was sweet and refreshing, akin to a beverage, with a hint of fragrance upon closer inspection. She quickly polished off half her plate and rose to serve herself a second helping. It must be said that the flavor was quite intoxicating. Adopting the demeanor of a buffet enthusiast, she was determined to leave only after indulging herself to the fullest. Ultimately, he consumed 4 plates to the point of near saturation before placing her fork down and lifting the soup bowl to her lips. With a little room still left in her stomach, she used the soup to ease her appetite. As she sipped, she observed the others around her. Some had finished their meals and were resting on the tables, while others had sprawled on the benches. One person caught her attention and greeted her with a smile, prompting he to nod in response before averting her gaze, clearly signaling her disinterest. The individual, perceptive enough, refrained from approaching further. After finishing the last sip of her soup, he stood, returning her used plate to the designated area before making her way outside. Time was of the essence. She wished to explore the pharmaceutical factory further and could not afford to waste it. The buildings in this area were colossal, and the tightly sealed doors and windows made it impossible for her to glimpse inside. Drawing from her previous experiences of searching for items, she decided to focus on the factory's most secluded corners. The medications that were already manufactured and ready for sale would be of no use to her, as they would not simply be given away. Only the unwanted items might be within her reach. He was keenly aware of her objective and soon stumbled upon it. A massive red structure. Although the front remained closed, it appeared more dilapidated than the other buildings. She navigated along the wall until she discovered a rear entrance. The back door was unguarded, with only a small crack revealing an impenetrable darkness within. Summoning her courage, he gently pushed the door inward. To her surprise, it opened silently, and a metal cube beside the door began to rotate, swiftly assembling itself into a 2-meter-tall robot. The robot's eyes emitted a beam of light, scanning he from head to toe. Drawing on her earlier encounters, he remained calm, standing still. Soon, a gentle female voice resonated in her ears. "Garbage collector, safe." He replied, "Friend, that's rather impolite. I am a resource recovery and secondary utilization specialist." After delivering this retort, the robot shrank back into a cube, remaining motionless while he noticed it was recharging against the wall. "May I take items from the storeroom?" she asked, not truly expecting a response, but instinctively seeking permission. To her astonishment, a reply came. "Yes, this room is filled with garbage that requires periodic cleaning." Though the cube remained still, its voice conveyed a steady assurance. Upon hearing the first 2 words, Jihee's eyes brightened, and she hastily retrieved her flashlight, illuminating the room. What she saw was astounding. The space was crammed from floor to ceiling with discarded items. So much medicine, Jihee thought, rushing forward. Before her lay a lidded basket. She lifted the lid to find it brimming with broken green, elongated medications, clearly unwanted, most of them shattered and irregularly shaped. She picked up a small piece for closer inspection. Her dormant talent finally sparked to life. Bug repellent, for external use when lit. It can completely repel insects within a certain range. Note, who would buy such small fragments? Scraps. He selectively ignored the latter remark. It's free, requires no payment. What more could I ask for? Isn't this simply an enhanced mosquito coil? This is an excellent find. My stock of mosquito coils is insufficient. I could take a few more. Without hesitation, he gathered a basket full of bug repellent into her spatial storage. She then opened each container to inspect the contents. Unsurprisingly, they were all bug repellent, and without a moment's pause, she collected them all. Though these weren't edible, she felt a twinge of regret. However, with ample space remaining in her storage, she deemed it wise to seize the opportunity. After her hands grew numb from the effort, she finally discovered a basket containing different items, not elongated but small circular tablets. Most had tiny chips on the edges or were irregularly shaped. As she held one, her talent responded once more. Worm medication effectively removes internal eggs and larvae, particularly effective against parasitic insects. These failed products from outdated machinery cannot pass inspection. They are garbage. He chose to disregard the latter statement, swiftly storing the worm medication, pondering its potential utility in the future. In the following moments, he hurriedly filled her storage with supplies. In addition to the 2 previous finds, she also uncovered a liquid encased in a soft plastic bag. Insect repellent. When applied to the skin, it emits a scent that insects detest, instinctively causing them to avoid the wearer. A failed experimental product, it smells like grass. This is what clients despise. Unsellable, ancient refuse. He instinctively brought the bag closer to her nose to sniff it. It reeked of sweaty feet. No wonder it couldn't be sold. Who in their right mind would apply such a thing to their skin? Despite her distaste, he obediently stored the entire box of insect repellent into her spatial storage. The odor was indeed unpleasant, but considering her survival against that enormous insect the previous night, it was not entirely intolerable. Though foul-smelling, it possessed hidden merits. While he diligently collected items, her efforts were a mere drop in the ocean compared to the storeroom's vast contents. She had only slightly alleviated the room's burden. Among the pharmaceuticals she secured, bug repellent was the most abundant, occupying 7 out of 10 boxes, whereas worm medication filled 2 boxes and only 1 box contained insect repellent. If ranked by rarity, the insect repellent would take precedence, as it allowed for unrestricted movement. The worm medication would come second due to its internal application, while the bug repellent would rank third. Unbeknownst to Ji-hee, as she focused on her gathering, several disputes erupted outside. The cause was simple: food. Everyone was hungry and eager to eat. However, the food supply was finite, and no replenishments were forthcoming. Those who arrived earlier could eat their fill, while those who arrived later to complete their tasks found the dining hall devoid of food, naturally leading to discontent. But what could be done about it? Chapter 50. The Null Pharmaceutical Factory. This game instance is characterized by a dire shortage of sustenance, leading to a tumultuous scene as players confront one another. Unable to conjure food from thin air, a group of individuals convened, seeking the assistance of a robot. Remarkably, they indeed found one. However, the robot remained unresponsive, reiterating the same message. According to rational calculations, all food is sufficient. In the absence of waste, each of you can be adequately nourished. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, please resolve them independently. Regardless of their protests, the robot steadfastly repeated its statement. Those who had eaten to their fill remained seated in the cafeteria, while only the latecomers, who had missed their meals, caused a ruckus. Starved and parched for 2 days, their throats felt as if they were ablaze, resembling a band of refugees. A few, unable to contain their frustration, resorted to violence, but the robot showed no leniency. Anyone who dared to strike, it was promptly eradicated, instantly silencing the crowd. Yet, a few audacious souls persisted in their protests against the robot. This time, the robot refrained from any physical retaliation, merely repeating its singular phrase with unwavering monotony. After a while, the protesters began to feel faint, fearing that they might collapse just as the task was nearing completion. Gradually, the number of dissenters dwindled, and the remaining players, weary of arguing, found random spots to rest, awaiting the conclusion of the instance. As time expired, all players who failed to reach the null pharmaceutical factory within the allotted time were deemed unsuccessful and stripped of their qualifications, with a prompt teleportation out of the instance. He cast a final glance at the storeroom, still laden with supplies, and sighed. She longed to take it all with her, lamenting that time had been too tight. Next time, she would have to manage her tasks more efficiently. Upon returning home, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of heat, feeling as though she had stepped from an air-conditioned space into a sauna. Sweat quickly beaded on her forehead. She hurriedly shed her clothes while glancing at the clock. It was 1 a.m. It seemed she had spent about an hour in the game. Although the duration in the game was longer than before, the time outside had not stretched accordingly. Puzzled, he quickly dismissed the thought, overwhelmed by the heat. A notification chimed in her ears, borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. Congratulations on successfully completing the game. The instant settlement commenced. Task completion grade A. Rewards as follows: bread X1, bottled water X2, biscuit X1, bok choy X1, 1 silver coin, and 10 copper coins. The marketplace has opened for free trade. Players are welcome to experience it. The timing for the next game is yet to be announced, so stay tuned. As the notification concluded, several items appeared on the table before Ji. She stood to inspect them. The bread was an ordinary whole grain loaf, roughly the size of her fist, wrapped in paper. The bottled water bore no brand, merely a plain plastic container resembling a product lacking proper certification. The biscuits contained within a paper bag, numbered around 10. The bok choy was pitifully small, measuring about the length of her palm. If rationed, it might suffice for 2 meals. These provisions, if carefully consumed, could perhaps sustain an individual for 3 days, provided there was minimal activity. Combined with the given silver coin, one might manage for approximately a week. He waved her hand, stowing the items in a designated storage box, then retrieved her plowin from her space, affixing it to her body, which made her feel revitalized. Not long after her return, she felt the oppressive heat making it difficult to breathe. She pulled out a chair, sat down, and opened the chat channel. The channel was bustling with activity. It appeared that everyone had entered the game. Ibulika, damn it, after all that effort, I only achieved a C-level task completion, receiving just a bottle of water and a dry loaf of bread. Who can live off that? 10 years. Be grateful. I only got a pound of vegetables, barely enough for 2 meals for my family. I need some grain. Nien Nien Buwang. Brother, you're so strong. I envy you. Vegetables are so precious. Foggy Forest. I'm different from you lot. The system granted me 5 packs of instant noodles. Enough to last me 3 days. Spring breeze with you. If anyone is in need, feel free to seek me out. I may not be much, but my company is within the Fortune 500. As long as you ensure my safety and assist me in completing tasks, we can discuss provisions. Maintaining our pre-catastrophe lifestyle is not an issue. Yu Jiao, I'll guarantee it. What the boss says is true. Worry-free. In this game, I participated in a farm instance, and after completing the task, there was a cafeteria with food available. This is a benefit provided to formal players by the game. If all goes well, after each task completion, the game will provide us a meal. Nien Buwang. Well, I was too slow in completing my task, and by the time I reached the cafeteria, all the food had been consumed by other players. I had to go hungry. I just want to cry. The old blade is still sharp, what? They actually encircled us while we were in the game. Luckily, I was clever and hid beforehand. Just wait. This matter is far from over. Happy little genius. You brought this upon yourself. Did you think you were the only formal players? Let me tell you, there are plenty of formal players in the military, all belonging to the state. They understand the game far better than you disorganized rabble. Your fate is entirely deserved. The old blade is still sharp. Just don't let me run into you in the game. Happy little genius. I'll remember you. Fitness little master. Nien Nien Buwang. Why are you still pretending to be weak in the world? With your venomous widow talent, you're acting innocent? It makes me want to vomit. Tribute. Game currency can be used to purchase food. Everyone should refrain from spending recklessly. When resources run low, it might just save a life. Happy little genius. Tribute is right. Unfortunately, once in the game, the marketplace is inaccessible. These past few days nearly starved me. I even got poisoned from eating grassroots. Spring breeze with you. Everyone can trade their game currency with me. I can exchange it for real money. Please message me privately for the specific exchange rates. Fitness Little Master. Everyone be cautious of Nian Yen Bu Wang. Do not reveal your abilities to her. Otherwise, she can manipulate your body and control you. Don't say I didn't warn you. If it weren't for a kind-hearted person I encountered, I would have died. Chapter 51. Supplementing a batch of livestock. He, upon seeing the remarks made by the physically adept individual, speculated that this person must be the young man she had rescued, who had remarkably strengthened his arms. Clearly, he possessed commendable abilities to accomplish tasks successfully. However, she chose not to reveal her identity. Her combat prowess was lacking, and it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. As she continued to peruse the chat, no new information surfaced. Everyone was currently showcasing the rewards obtained from completing the task, which primarily consisted of bread, biscuits, instant noodles, and bottled water. There was no indication of any other items for the time being. Ji then closed the chat channel and opened the marketplace. The system had indicated that trading was now permitted in the marketplace. The marketplace interface was divided into two main sections. On the left was the system store, which contained the same items as before, with prices remaining exorbitantly high. After a brief glance, he lost interest. The right side featured a newly introduced trading interface, which presented two options: open a store or sell items individually. He clicked on the store option to take a look. Store. Opening a store incurs a fee of 10 gold coins. The store can display up to 100 types of items simultaneously, with the owner setting the prices, which must not fall below the system's pricing. However, a barter option was available, which would have the transaction tax for each trade. Such a nuisance. He swiftly closed the page and opened the individual selling interface. Numerous items were already displayed, including various bed linens, blankets, clothing, trousers, rice cookers, and more. All items were new, with prices matching those of the marketplace, and some even exceeding them. He spotted several luxury goods priced exorbitantly at 5 silver coins. They truly dare to ask such amounts. Disinterested, he glanced over the items and then searched for food. To her dismay, there were no sellers offering food. With a hint of hope, she tentatively clicked the upper right corner, which promptly revealed a new interface. The left side displayed listed items, while the right side showed items available for exchange. He retrieved a lamb's head from her storage space and cautiously placed a few cuts of meat onto the listing. The system quickly confirmed the transaction, advising her that the price must not be set lower than 1 silver coin, and that a processing fee of 30 copper coins would be automatically deducted upon completion. A silent scream. What a scheming merchant. A 30 processing fee, how dare they? Furthermore, could she truly sell it for 1 silver coin? In that moment, she realized the store's pricing was not as steep as she had thought. For merely 10 gold coins, one could have the tax burden, which was remarkably reasonable. The earlier one opened a store, the more advantageous it would be. Otherwise, engaging in trades would only incur greater fees. Unfortunately, he found herself lacking funds. 10 gold coins equated to 1,000 silver coins, and her reward for completing the task amounted to a mere 1 silver coin and 10 copper coins. How splendid! At this rate, it would take her 999 more tasks to gather enough to open a store. With a poker face, dismissed the interface before her and silently returned the lamb's head to storage. At present, her priority was not opening a store. She had other matters to attend to. Seizing the opportunity before dawn, he stealthily exited her dwelling. During this sweltering period, many had accumulated trash at their doorsteps, filling the hot night air with a dreadful stench. Donning a mask and wielding a flashlight, she cautiously made her way outside. Along the route, she observed several individuals driving out to purchase supplies. It appeared that many were experiencing a sense of panic. As walked, she noticed numerous bags of rice left at doorsteps, swarming with insects. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to pick up a bag and store it away. While humans could not consume it, it could serve as feed for chickens, and the insects would provide nutritional value. As she continued her stealthy trek, he suddenly spotted a mound of white material by the roadside. Upon illuminating it with her flashlight, she discovered it to be maggots. The decaying food was crawling with writhing white larvae, densely packed and impossible to count at a glance. Hastily, he quickened her pace, eager to distance herself from that unsavory location. Upon finding a secluded corner, she retrieved her tricycle from storage, mounted it, and turned towards the breeding base. He was uncertain whether the breeding center would be open or closed, but she wished to take a chance. Fortunately, her luck was favorable. From a distance, she spotted lights illuminating the breeding base. Is someone there? She wondered. Parking her tricycle aside, she hastened to the entrance and knocked on the door. After a moment, a middle-aged man's voice called out from behind the door. Who is it? Boss, I'd like to take a look at the poultry, he shouted back from outside. Creaking open, the heavy iron gate revealed the middle-aged owner, who cautiously peeked out. Upon seeing he alone, he visibly relaxed. He recognized her from her previous visit when she had come to purchase livestock. The young lady was quite the negotiator, having bought only a few items, yet insisting on lower prices and even securing free feed when the price could not be adjusted. As the owner smiled and nodded, said, Boss, I'd like to see the young livestock. The owner opened the door a crack, inviting her in. Upon entering, he was met with an unpleasant odor. She quickly retrieved her mask from her pocket. The owner, noticing her masked face, did not comment, but his expression was rather grim, marred by a frown. What are you looking to buy? Just so, it's been hot lately, and the livestock aren't in great condition. Many have perished. Don't blame me if you take some home and they die. Also, prices have increased. You're aware of the chaos from a few days ago, so expect to pay significantly more than before. Despite her lack of funds, he maintained a composed demeanor, replying, All right, uncle, let's have a look. The man, seeing G's determination to inspect the livestock, led her through the premises. The young livestock, with their weak resistance, were suffering greatly from the heat and frequent power outages, resulting in a substantial loss of life. The owner no longer harbored hopes of making a profit. He merely wished to avoid incurring losses. As he walked through, she observed the livestock. They were indeed lethargic, sprawled on the ground with no vitality. Their lack of response to her presence suggested they were nearing their end. The stark contrast to the lively animal she had seen during her last visit was striking. The owner, while escorting gauged her reaction, regardless of her expertise. Even a layperson could discern that these young livestock were in dire straits, likely on the verge of death. If they were fully grown, it might have been bearable, as they could still be sold for meat. However, not a single buyer appeared for these younglings. He could only surmise the reasons. The heat made it inherently difficult to rear poultry, compounded by a shortage of water and food. Raising livestock had become a losing venture. Purchasing them now would only lead to further losses. Yet, he could not afford to relent. All his assets were tied up in this venture. If the livestock at the breeding base perished, he would face bankruptcy. How could he support his family then? Yet, the notion of perseverance was far from simple. Daily, he required substantial water and feed to sustain them, and he had even procured a generator to power fans for their comfort. Despite his meticulous care, a significant number continued to perish each day. Chapter 52. Expanding livestock breeding each day begins with losses, leaving one utterly helpless. When he visited last time, it was evident that he could not procure much, merely a few animals. Yet, even a few are significant. If she can sell a bit more now, it would mitigate her losses. He surveyed the surroundings, acquiring a sense of the situation. Since there was a proprietor present, she had no intention of engaging in unlawful activities. Turning to the owner, she smiled and said, Uncle, we need not discuss the condition of these livestock. If the price is right, I would like to purchase more. I require 4 male pigs, 3 female pigs, 2 male dairy cows, 3 female dairy cows, and 2 male and 1 female beef cattle. Additionally, I need 3 young female sheep, totaling 18 animals. What price can you offer? The uncle pondered for a moment before responding. Girl, even if my livestock is not in the best condition, you could still take them home for meat. Each pig, despite its size, would weigh around 10 to 20 pounds. Seeing he nodded in agreement. He felt somewhat reassured and continued, You understand the current market situation. Supermarkets have been largely taken over, and purchases are now limited. To buy grain in larger quantities, one must rely on connections, and the prices have skyrocketed. He gestured to indicate a figure of 10. He nodded again, aware that this topic had been frequently mentioned in the morning market group. Grain and meat prices have surged significantly. There are indeed many astute individuals. Noticing G's lack of opposition, the uncle pressed on, "Look, I won't cheat you. You give me 100,000, and you can take the livestock." He fell silent. It was not merely 100,000. At this moment, she could not even muster 500 yuan. The uncle observed G's expression, noting her lack of response, and felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he set the price too high? Should he lower it? With the livestock appearing to be in poor condition, if he did not sell now, they might perish soon. Perhaps he should consider a more reasonable price. Could grain suffice as payment? He contemplated deeply, but was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity. The availability of goods through conventional channels was dwindling, and missing this chance could mean an indefinite wait for future purchases. "Uncle, since you mentioned weighing by the pound, let's not delve into the prices of beef and lamb. You are well aware of the condition of these animals. I cannot ascertain whether they will survive once taken home. If they die, that will be a total loss for me. If you are willing, I will offer you 100 pounds of rice for all of them." "That won't do," the uncle frowned. "You need to increase your offer. That is far too low, especially since these are live animals, and it is currently difficult to procure such stock." Although the uncle doubted G's ability to care for the half-dead livestock, it did not prevent him from attempting to raise the price. "This is not how it works." He shook her head, remaining steadfast. "These animals are in poor condition. There is a chance they could die as soon as I bring them home. I'm also taking a risk here. Even if I were to take them for meat, I would need at least 200 pounds of meat from them. Once skinned and deboned, you would be lucky to get 100 pounds. They negotiated back and forth until they finally agreed on 110 pounds of rice. The uncle's expression lightened. Although 110 pounds was not an exorbitant amount, it constituted a welcome addition to his earnings, marking one of the few pieces of good news in recent days. "Very well, uncle. Let us select the livestock first, and once we are done, I will go fetch the rice." "All right," the uncle agreed, pleased. This would yield him another 110 pounds of rice, saving him considerable expenses on feed and water. Truly a fortunate turn of events. With the deal secured, both parties felt a sense of satisfaction. In a good mood, the uncle made an effort to select the healthiest animals from the array of half-dead livestock for He also examined them, noting that they seemed warm and without significant ailments, and thus nodded in approval. Upon exiting the breeding center, she loaded the 110 pounds of rice onto her tricycle and rode back home. The uncle, overjoyed at the sight of the rice, promptly summoned workers to unload it and assisted he in placing the livestock in the back of the tricycle. One trip was insufficient. He had to make several round trips before the livestock was fully collected. Besides the cattle and sheep, the uncle also provided he with a number of fluffy, lethargic chicks and ducklings packed in cardboard boxes, all appearing on the brink of death. "Young lady, come back after you fed them well," he called out. He felt an inexplicable discomfort. After bidding farewell to the uncle, she rode for a short distance before finding a secluded spot to store the livestock in her space. The animals, upon entering, were still somewhat listless, sprawled on the grass without moving. Whether she could keep them alive remained uncertain. She offered them some water and decided to observe them in the space for a while. She stored the tricycle in the space and switched to her bicycle to ride home. She did not forget that her space required gasoline or diesel for upgrades. Intentionally taking a longer route, she hoped to find some opportunity. However, before she reached the gas station, she spotted several large green trucks parked there, along with numerous figures in military uniforms busily transporting something, accompanied by a fuel tanker. This has already been taken over. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned her bicycle around and left. She had no desire to linger. What if she were mistaken for a troublemaker and apprehended? After riding past 2 more gas stations, all resembling the first, he realized this was a nationwide arrangement and ceased her pursuit. She was simply not in a position to pilfer fuel under the watchful eyes of the military. Besides the gas stations, she encountered numerous large trucks transporting supplies, and she chose to keep her distance to avoid unnecessary trouble. The journey home, which typically took over half an hour, stretched to an hour. Upon finally arriving home, he cautiously closed the yard gate, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Chapter 53 Important notice: home is where comfort resides. Drawing the curtains, he turned to enter the space. Within, the climate resembled that of spring, with crops flourishing abundantly. He immediately spotted several livestock placed in the space. They had now recovered, appearing far healthier than when in the farm, leisurely wandering about the grassland. They did not shy away upon noticing He. Instead, they focused on grazing. He gently patted the little calf, attentively observing its eyes and limbs. Its condition was quite satisfactory, and it had been eating well. The owner had not deceived him. There were indeed no other issues, just an adjustment to the heat. Once in this space, it took little time for them to recuperate. He herded them into a pen, categorizing them appropriately. He then turned his attention to the ducks and chickens sent by the owner. Without even counting, the owner had delivered a large cardboard box filled to the brim with sickly yet lively chickens and ducks. Just a short while ago, they had seemed on the verge of collapse, yet now they stood in the box, loudly squawking. A few particularly spirited ones were running about incessantly. Witnessing their vivacity, he couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of life. Holding the box, he made his way to the chicken coop, counting as he placed the chicks inside. Initially, he had purchased 12 chickens, but this time the owner generously gifted him 28 chicks, surpassing his original purchase. He released the chicks onto the grass, allowing them to explore freely, then proceeded to the duck house, following the same process. A total of 21 ducks had been sent, tripling his original number. Upon finishing with the ducks, he discovered a few noticeably larger goslings. Although ducklings and goslings bore a resemblance, the geese were significantly larger. He placed 6 goslings into the goose house. By now, he had a total of 40 chickens, 28 ducks, and 10 geese. Looking at the poultry on the lawn, he felt immense satisfaction. While he currently lacked for meat, the sense of security that comes with having provisions at home was something no one else could provide. After all, he was uncertain if he could consistently procure food within the instance. Being at only a 1-star instance, who could predict what 2-star or 3-star would entail? After a mere minute of admiration, hurried out of the space to prepare meals for the livestock. The space contained several gas cylinders, yet he had no immediate plans to utilize them, as there was a traditional stove at home along with some firewood. He would make do with that for now. The pigs he had raised previously had grown considerably, and with the addition of 7 new ones purchased yesterday, he now had 9 pigs in total. Preparing meals required a substantial pot each time. Currently, he was mixing feed with grains. Until the vegetables in the space matured, he would combine the vegetable scraps and hay he had been reluctant to discard during previous meals, using the water from washing pots to boil it all, adding a few pounds of cornmeal to create adequate pig feed. Purely natural and untainted, it contained both oil and carbohydrates, a perfect blend. He had a large pot dedicated to cooking pig feed. Once ready, he would serve it directly. Continuing in the kitchen, he chopped vegetables, acutely aware that raising numerous livestock consumed considerable time each day just to prepare their meals. The diet for chickens, ducks, geese, and quails was standardized, a combination of grass and cornmeal, which required no cooking, merely chopping and mixing. Rabbits, cows, and sheep were even less demanding, feeding solely on grass, sparing him the need to cook for them. Whether it was due to the vigorous growth of the grass or the relatively small number of livestock, it appeared there was ample food, so he allowed them to graze freely on the lawn, merely adding hay each evening before bed. Entering the space once more to feed, he observed the poultry engrossed in their meal and sighed silently. Why did this space lack an automatic cleaning function? Each day, the limited time spent there was further wasted on tidying up. Such thoughts were fleeting, as he quickly dismissed them. Having the space was already a blessing. Greedy individuals often faced dire consequences. After feeding the livestock, he hurried to tend to the fish. The saltwater and freshwater fish fry had grown significantly during this period. While they were still far from being ready for consumption, their growth was visibly substantial, and they were consuming more feed as well. Despite his initial modest purchases, he had acquired a variety of species. Once the saltwater fish matured, they would be more than sufficient for his needs. He had already planned that after this harvest, he would plant soybeans and similar crops, allowing him to use the residue from oil extraction as fish feed. thus avoiding the need to seek out commercial fish feed. He conducted a final inspection of the space, confirming that there were indeed no tasks pending before exiting. Not feeling overly fatigued, he switched on the radio, eager to hear any new announcements. As soon as it powered on, the latest government notification was broadcast. Due to the sweltering heat, citizens are advised to remain indoors as much as possible to avoid heat stroke. Trust in the government. Our nation's material reserves are ample and will meet the basic needs of the populace, guiding everyone through the hot weather. An update was provided regarding the recent disturbances. It was revealed that citizens aged 18 to 40 had been drawn into another world by a game called the Assistance Game. Through 2 rounds of gameplay, one could become an official player, awakening unique abilities. The recent unrest was instigated by misguided official players. Citizens were urged to remain calm and approach the concept of special abilities rationally, maintaining a steady mindset and to refrain from spreading rumors. The nation called upon all official players to register their information at their local government offices. Those exhibiting exceptional abilities would be promoted to public service positions with generous benefits. Effective immediately, municipal supermarkets will be established across cities, allowing residents with no criminal records to purchase supplies using their ID cards and facial recognition. Specific arrangements will be made by each municipality. Citizens were reminded of their collective responsibility during national difficulties, and the government expressed gratitude to patriotic entrepreneurs donating supplies. Notable contributions included 100,000 bags of instant noodles and 100,000 bags of small bread from various donors. After the host completed the announcement, he began to reiterate the information. He was bewildered and profoundly shocked. He had not anticipated such a significant revelation from the government, delivered so bluntly. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the community group, where a notification awaited. Due to the heat, work hours had been adjusted. The community committee would now operate from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m., and residents were urged to inform one another. The former Mehua supermarket would be transformed into a municipal supermarket, operating from 7 p.m. to the following morning at 5 a.m. Residents with no criminal records could line up to purchase supplies, with a daily limit of 500 per person. Additionally, multiple free trade markets would be established, with the local market situated not far from Mehua supermarket, also operating from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m., monitored by police presence, allowing residents to buy and sell freely. Water, electricity, and natural gas supplies will be distributed in designated time slots. For their area, the supply would occur from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. daily for 2 hours. Residents were urged to remember to stockpile water. The local government had successfully eradicated criminal gangs, although a few members remained at large. Citizens were encouraged to report any sightings, with verified information rewarded with 10 pounds of rice. For the sake of public safety, the government had also provided designated shelters due to the heat, with specific locations listed. This information was shared as a group announcement to ensure visibility for all members. Coco's mom, 2 hours a day is hardly enough. We need to eat 3 meals. Family with 2 treasures. A purchase limit of 500? What a joke. Rice prices have skyrocketed to 120 per pound. What can 500 even buy? Gourmet enthusiast. Are you also composed? Is there no one concerned about the plight of the official gamers? They say it's all the youth. Beauty and nail art. What's the use? I couldn't even get past the first round. I sat in the corner for ages. This game has nothing to do with me. Brother Sean. Only 2 hours of water a day. Do you have any idea that bottled water is sold out at the supermarket? What are we supposed to drink? We're dying of thirst. Coco's mother. There are no vegetables or fruits available at the supermarket. We need to eat greens. Brother Sean. That underground shelter doesn't even have a restroom. How are we supposed to stay there? As soon as we step away, there's a crowd fighting for space. Is there anyone overseeing this? American ginseng. Here, a picture. I'm sprouting beans at home. If anyone wants greens, they can sprout beans at home. Director Sue. Everyone should learn from American ginseng. It's normal to face difficulties in life. We must learn to overcome them positively. If anyone has helpful life hacks, please share in the group, so we can support each other through tough times. Brother Sean. I'm willing to pay. Can I rent a spot? With elderly and children at home. If I bring too little, I'll find myself lacking, and if I bring too much, I need someone to keep watch. Director Sue. Let us endure a little longer. We're not providing rental services at the moment. Please be considerate of one another. Director Sue. I urge all talent holders to report to the street office and actively respond to the national call. American ginseng. If you're really craving vegetables, there's some wild greens outside that can be foraged. We could go together tomorrow to gather them. Coco's mother. It's so sunny outside. Haven tea, the wild greens withered away. Are there any left? Gourmet enthusiast. Oh no, why don't we give it a try? If we find some, we'll eat. If not, then so be it. Director Sue. The government has set up a window at Mayhua Supermarket to recycle infested grains. If anyone has grains at home that have insects, they can bring them for recycling. Coco's mother. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already thrown the grains away. Do not forget, it's too hot to stay at home. The elderly have suffered from heat stroke. We can only go to the shelter. There's no one left at home, and those 2 hours of water and electricity you provide are of no use. I still have to return home to get water. It's hot, and making the round trip requires driving. Gasoline is also rationed now. It's not even enough for the fuel costs. Can't someone do something about this? Brother Sean, have you considered the number 11 bus? The community group is filled with issues. Every household is struggling. Chapter 54. Introduction. He closed the community group and ventured online. The internet was ablaze with information released by the government, alongside the exploits of gamers, revealing a plethora of intriguing posts. In addition to the gamers gaining popularity, numerous bloggers were sharing clever life hacks, one of which involved using nitrate to make ice. This method could effectively cool a room even without air conditioning, simply by placing the ice inside. He recalled that she had purchased nitrate at one point, though it was now of no use to her. With her solar-powered generator, she had no need for nitrate. Perhaps she could sell it later to acquire more useful supplies for her stockpile. As she continued to scroll, he encountered a report from the government spokesperson announcing the list of patriotic entrepreneurs donating supplies. Many renowned companies were mentioned, and the host enthusiastically proclaimed these firms as patriotic contributors, urging everyone to donate generously. He understood that the government was exerting its influence. In times of peace, these individuals could indulge in their own little worlds, living lavishly. However, now that the nation faced adversity, it was their turn to contribute. It was likely that each company had been thoroughly scrutinized, but given their substantial resources, they would likely endure without significant harm. He kept scrolling and noted that several experts were predicting that the current extreme heat disaster would not cease anytime soon, advising the public to conserve water. She swiftly dismissed this as common sense. With water supply limited to just 2 hours a day, her household, being small, barely managed with 3 faucets running simultaneously. Families with multiple members would struggle to save any water after fulfilling their drinking and cooking needs. The citizens had long been accustomed to frugality. Not saving something would leave them uneasy. Rather than focusing on the populace, perhaps it would be more prudent to attend to the wealthy. As she continued watching, initially indifferent, suddenly sat up straight. A remarkable video presented the nation's introduction of gamers. Men and women clad in green military uniforms, donning masks, exuded an air of authority even while standing still. The host announced, "Today, I shall enlighten you about the gamers." Now officially designated by the state as gifted individuals. Each person will awaken to a unique gift, categorized initially into physical and mental variations, with more classifications to be added as necessary. Allow me to introduce the gifted individuals of our nation. This individual possesses the gift of foresight, a highly esteemed officer of the state. Thanks to her precognitive abilities, she has eradicated 22 criminal organizations and rescued hostages. Next, a man with lightning abilities demonstrated his powers as bolts of electricity crackled in his hands, illuminating a light bulb he grasped. The host's exuberant voice resonated through the microphone, proclaiming, "What astonishing abilities!" With the awakening of the gifted individuals, humanity's future is destined to ascend to unprecedented heights. This individual is a physical transformer. Upon transformation, his strength, recovery, and defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced upon finishing the introduction. The man in the green uniform shed his shirt, swiftly transforming. In the video, his arms visibly doubled in size, sprouting dark fur, while his nails became razor-sharp. He effortlessly hoisted a hefty steel rod and paraded around the studio with ease. The host continued, introducing 5 individuals in total, each possessing remarkable abilities, yet none were endowed with healing capabilities. Ji furrowed her brow, pondering whether the absence of healers was merely an omission or an actual lack. Unable to derive a conclusion, she momentarily set the thought aside. Her sources of information were too limited, and her understanding of the gifted individuals was insufficient to form a judgment. After only a brief viewing, her phone became uncomfortably hot in her hands. Concerned about the battery's lifespan, Ji powered down her device and stowed it away. She then lit an insect repellent incense. In that brief moment, she sensed mosquitoes buzzing around her ears. Despite having installed screens, the open doorway remained an invitation to pests. Chapter 55. Assistance G. He reached in her spatial pocket and lit the insect-repelling incense. The incense emitted an indescribable fragrance, and shortly after being ignited, she noticed that the swarm of insects that had been swirling around her had vanished completely. With a sigh, he reflected on how valuable this instance was. She found herself quite fond of the 2 experiences she had ventured into thus far. Despite the inherent dangers, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Lying on her bed, she gazed at the ceiling, allowing drowsiness to wash over her. It is often said that the unknown is the most terrifying. The government had made a bold move, exposing gamers and openly revealing the situation, leaving those who had hoped to assert dominance through their abilities utterly dumbfounded. Furthermore, with the government actively recruiting individuals with talents, many would likely seek allegiance, bolstering the military strength, thereby ensuring the government's continued supremacy. Those who wish to exploit the chaos would likely find their ambitions thwarted. With this thought in mind, he felt a sense of relief. She sincerely hoped for societal stability, as only in such a society could she find peace in her life. The idea of constantly evading threats and living in fear of intruders was distressing to contemplate. Of course, there would always be those who resisted authority and sought to challenge it. Such individuals exist in every era. Even in times of peace, many resorted to violence, and the current climate was no different. As long as their numbers remained manageable, there would be no significant issues. With a little caution, she could navigate life without much trouble. This feeling was certainly preferable to the apocalyptic tales she had previously read. It was a comfort to know that when calamity struck, there were those willing to shoulder the burden. Despite these musings, Ji had no intention of registering her identity as a gamer with the government. It was one thing for those around her to be aware, but a government inquiry would inevitably involve meticulous scrutiny. They would likely question the nature of her abilities, and there would certainly be officials assigned to verify her claims. Her talent was not like others. It was not something she could easily disclose. The primary concern was her lack of combat prowess. While others awakened combat-related abilities, hers was purely supportive. As for her talent as a scavenger, it was hardly worth mentioning. Without the use of her spatial abilities, it was little more than a burden, offering minimal utility. Even if she were to find discarded items in an instance, there was no way to bring them back. What then was the purpose of scavenging in the game? To be of use, her spatial abilities would ultimately be laid bare. If others were to discover her capacity to cultivate within her space, they would surely seek to exploit her. Moreover, one could never know what other peculiar talents might exist. Abilities such as possession or control. The mere thought sent a shiver down G's spine. There was no need to complicate matters. It was best to remain an ordinary person and survive. Only those with significant abilities could assist others, and given her current state, merely taking care of herself was commendable. Nevertheless, G was not overly anxious. There were likely many like her who chose not to register. As long as she kept a low profile and complied with the state's requirements, the authorities would not pursue her relentlessly. Hence, the recent supermarket robbery faded from the national discourse shortly after it occurred. The more she pondered, the more invigorated G felt, and sleep eluded her entirely. Thus, she decided to open the marketplace. She had not forgotten her intention to sell items before her departure. As usual, she searched for food, and to her surprise, The listings were not as barren as before. There were still a dozen or so options available, including dumplings and stir-fried dishes. However, the prices were exorbitant. 8 dumplings for 1 silver coin. Ji thought to herself, how audacious. Is there truly someone willing to pay such a price? Spending 1 silver coin for a mere 8 dumplings? Indeed, the marketplace offered food items as well, such as instant noodles for 20 copper coins per bag. While still not inexpensive, it was far more reasonable than the exorbitantly priced prepared meals. 1 silver coin could purchase 5 bags of instant noodles, enough for 5 meals. Chapter 56. Just 1 silver coin with wealth. One could indulge in dumplings, yet instant noodles or even bread would suffice. After all, bread cost merely 10 copper coins. As he lamented this, the dumplings before her inexplicably vanished. Silently, she accessed the trading interface and listed several portions of cucumber salad, subsequently setting a price of 1 silver coin. The system approved her listing. Should someone purchase, she would proceed. If not, she would consider further reductions. Naturally, she opted for anonymous trading, yearning for a tranquil existence devoid of exposure. He listed 10 servings of cucumber salad. When she hesitated over the 11th portion, she chose to barter, indicating 2 liters of gasoline on the right side. The system flagged her price as too low and rejected the transaction. After adjusting it to 5 liters, the system finally permitted the trade. Thus, she listed another 10 servings of cucumber salad in exchange for gasoline. She was resolute in retaining her space. If this method could facilitate an upgrade, it would be advantageous. After finalizing all her listings, fatigue washed over Ji. She closed the marketplace and succumbed to slumber. With an alarm set for 3 in the afternoon, she lay in bed, quickly drifting into sleep, oblivious to the frenzy ignited when others discovered that gasoline could be exchanged for food. Though gasoline was costly, the multitude of vehicles outside promised abundance. In stark contrast to vegetables, this was an enticing proposition. However, the craving for proper meals intensified as the populace grew weary of biscuits and instant noodles in just a few days. The prices of meat and vegetables had skyrocketed, becoming nearly unaffordable. The sight of cucumber salad was irresistible. People began siphoning gasoline from their cars to trade for food. Previously, when provisions were plentiful, they would select carefully. 10 pounds of rice could last several months. Yet, after mere days at home, their supplies dwindled alarmingly. Even those who usually counted calories found themselves abandoning diets, relishing bowls of rice mixed with pickles. Without meat, vegetables, or fruit, 10 pounds of rice could barely sustain a family of 3 for 3 days when paired with pickles. The mere thought of fresh vegetables was tantalizing. They feared not acting swiftly enough. With Dragon Country's prior announcements, several major nations followed suit, holding press conferences to inform their citizens about the existence of endowed individuals. Simultaneously, numerous gamers confessed to their families, becoming the subject of conversation among relatives and friends. The government's decision to be transparent was unavoidable, as the gaming recruitment targeted individuals aged 18 to 40 worldwide. It could be said that as long as one met the age requirement and provided consent, even those who had not cleared the first dungeon would possess some knowledge about the game. Concealing the matter would only exacerbate the situation. Hence, it was wiser to be forthright. This openness deepened understanding and alleviated the fear of the unknown. The identity of gamers gradually garnered acceptance among the masses, with an increasing number of people learning about the nature of official players and their quests. This led to a mix of emotions. Joy arose when players could procure food from the marketplace, while others struggled to find supplies. However, anxiety loomed as well, for the task carried inherent dangers, and failure could result in dire consequences. Chapter 57. Examination time. 1 test. No whispers in a villa district at the residence of her Uncle Ji-hua. Ji-in reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her mobile device. Her family was well off. Her uncle had procured a diesel generator early on, ensuring that their home remained powered. Air conditioning humming. Life barely altered since the natural disaster. However, their diet had grown monotonous. No cakes, no milk tea, and no outings for shopping, leaving the showy Ji-in feeling rather lackluster. At this moment, Ji-in was engaged in a conversation with friends regarding the formal players in a game. Her group, accustomed to playing together, had dismissed the game as a scam, unanimously opting out. Even those who had ventured in out of curiosity found themselves swiftly eliminated, with not a single formal player in sight. Yin furiously died, filled with regret. If only she had not declined, she was certain she could have become a formal player. Social butterfly G. If I hadn't dozed off back then, I would undoubtedly be a gifted player. Life is a breeze. I too lament. At that time, I was singing at KTV, hardly taking it seriously. I thought it was just tinnitus. T-egg superhero. How infuriating. I got in, but was eliminated right at the start. Strawberry cake. Hurry and tell us what the game dungeon is like. Social butterfly G. You missed such a splendid opportunity. T-egg superhero. What do you mean missed? Do you have any idea how cruel this game is? I was handed 2 thick tomes to memorize for an exam the very next day. Each of them was a centimeter thick. I am not good at memorization. How could I possibly retain all that? Life is a breeze. An exam? I've heard some say their game dungeons last only a day. T-egg superhero. Yes, for others it may be one day, but my first dungeon lasted 2. I spent an entire day studying, dizzy and famished. In utter desperation, I sneaked into the cafeteria at night for a bite, nearly caught by the patrolling guard. Social butterfly G. You're killing me. What did you steal? Ex superhero. I want to tell you. Strawberry cake. Let me guess, you didn't munch on raw rice, did you? T-egg superhero. Not telling. Yes, you. Only he could manage such a daunting dungeon. The rest of us are simply doomed. Social butterfly G. Her? Don't be ridiculous. If she passes, I will livestream myself washing my hair upside down. Life is a breeze. Indeed, we all failed. That bookworm has even less chance. Just as Ji-in was deeply engrossed in conversation, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She looked up to see her uncle Ji-hwa returning, his forehead glistening with sweat. His already sparse hair clung to his scalp, and his designer t-shirt was soaked, clinging to him uncomfortably. He bore little resemblance to the successful figure he usually embodied. Upon entering, he wiped his brow with his hand and let out a contented sigh. The air-conditioned room was a welcome relief. Father, you're back? You look quite hot. Go wash up, Ji-in exclaimed, rising from the sofa to greet him at the door. No need. Where's your mother? Ji-hwa replied, wiping sweat from his face, searching for someone. I'll phone. Come help me move some things. After calling out for a while without response, Ji-hwa frowned. On such a sweltering day, why are they not at home? Running around aimlessly? She probably went to Grandma's, Ji-in casually remarked, not giving it much thought. She felt the nation was somewhat overreacting. It was merely a hot day. Was it really necessary for everyone to stay indoors? Father, since you're back, could you drive me to Chien-chien's house? Ji-in felt a bit bored at home and longed to visit her classmate. Chapter 58. Uncle G, where are you going? It's scorching outside. Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? Ji-hwa frowned upon hearing that his daughter-in-law had returned to her parental home. He beckoned Ji-in, come help your father move some items. I've had a truckload of supplies brought back. In this sweltering heat, even the slightest movement made one break into a sweat. Ji-in hesitated, reluctant to assist. Hurry up. There are chips and cola inside that you want. If you don't help, you won't get any. Ji-hwa frowned again, thinking Ji-in should experience the heat outside. She was being quite delicate over a trivial task. Upon hearing cola, Ji-in felt a flicker of joy. Having been on a diet, the fridge had been nearly devoid of beverages, and she had only been drinking water for days, leaving her palate quite unexcited. Seeing Ji-in finally rise, Ji-hwa said nothing further and led the way outside. The moment Ji-in stepped out of the air-conditioned room, she rolled her eyes at the heat. Sweat instantly coated her body, making her dress cling uncomfortably. However, noticing her father's shirt drenched in perspiration as he continued to work, she dared not sneak away and begrudgingly moved items home while complaining. After making about 10 trips, the two finally returned all the supplies. Panting heavily as they sat at the doorstep, Ji-in squatted down to inspect the items. Father, why is it all instant noodles and biscuits? I want meat and vegetables. Having this much is already fortunate, Ji-hwa replied sternly. Do you have any idea how expensive food is outside? This little bit was obtained through connections. Be sure not to waste it. Jing pulled out a bottle of cola, twisted off the cap, and took a generous sip. Father, I also want beef jerky and duck snacks. All right, Jihua wiped the sweat from his forehead. I will figure something out. The government has requisition supplies. It's quite a challenge to procure anything now. At 3 in the afternoon, Ji was roused promptly by her alarm clock. Thanks to the air conditioning, she had not been awakened by the heat and had enjoyed a refreshing slumber. The sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, illuminating her surroundings. Lying in bed, she noticed an unusual silence. It was as if the world had dwindled down to just her. It seemed the oppressive heat had driven everyone either indoors or into underground shelters. She had recently watched videos of those shelters. The environment was tolerable, though not particularly cool, hovering around 38 degrees Celsius. Yet, compared to staying at home, the underground shelters provided the advantage of medical assistance in case of heat-related illnesses. Opening her phone, she began her usual routine by checking the news. Numerous experts were analyzing the causes of this extreme heat wave and offering advice for survival. They reminded the public to stay hydrated, be cautious of heat stroke, and know the emergency procedures if it occurred. After listening for a while, she switched to another video. This one featured an agricultural expert encouraging citizens to actively cultivate plants that thrive in arid desert regions, such as sandchives and cacti. He asserted that if people in desert areas could survive, then adapting to high temperatures could enable them to restore production and return to normalcy. In addition to these plants, he introduced several vegetables that could be grown at home with minimal water, such as garlic sprouts, mung bean sprouts, and soybean sprouts. Jihe found this information quite useful. She recalled having purchased a pot of cactus and a pot of aloe vera. Perhaps she could cultivate them at home. If cacti could thrive in the desert, they should do well here too. Once she felt completely awake, Jihe opened a shopping app to check on the items she had hung up for sale before bedtime. Chapter 59. The launch of Pralin, what a spectacle it was. All the food had been sold out. Jihe instantly perked up and hurried to collect the proceeds. Originally, she had earned a total of 10 silver coins, but after deducting a 30 tax, she was left with only 7 silver coins. The situation with gasoline was similar. She had a total of 50 liters, but only received 35 liters after taxation. The high taxes truly pained her. Jihe decided to store all the gasoline in her space. For the time being, she was not planning to exchange for more gasoline due to the exorbitant taxes. It simply wasn't viable. She aimed to focus on establishing her shop, which would also help her minimize tax payments. With this sales rate, if she saved diligently for a while, opening a shop would undoubtedly be within her reach. Jihe retrieved the prepared food from her space, ensuring that each portion was not too large. After all, if the quantity was excessive, the system would increase the pricing, making it less affordable for potential buyers. In a marketplace, selling food did not require utensils. She merely needed to display the food, allowing buyers to provide their own, which saved her a considerable amount of money. She carefully placed the stir-fried bok choy onto the display. Although her identity remained anonymous, Jihe understood that with the recent calamities, food was not particularly scarce. If people saw the size of the alien duck heads, they might hesitate to purchase. Her primary focus now was to save money for her shop, not to exchange for supplies or clear out her space. Those items stored in her space would not spoil. She could sell them later or consume them herself if they remained unsold. A total of 140 portions of bok choy were placed on display. Despite each order being modest in size, once everything was arranged, she found that more than half of her large container of bok choy had vanished. She stored the remaining food back in her space and calculated her potential earnings. If all went smoothly, she could make 98 silver coins. The goal of 1,000 silver coins felt incredibly distant. With a resolute determination, she pulled out Pralin. Indeed, this cooling artifact was now something everyone desperately needed. Outside, the temperature had soared to 55 degrees. Stepping out would certainly lead to severe sunburn. Jihe was unsure how long this area would remain cool, but there would likely be some time limitations. She had applied around 7 a.m., and by 3 p.m., it was still pleasantly cool. Jihe placed Pralin in the system marketplace to see how the system would evaluate it. It was soon displayed with a minimum price of 3 silver coins. Was this equivalent to 3 portions of dumplings? She pondered. Rarity enhances value, and this item was undoubtedly the most effective against the sweltering heat. Possessing it was akin to carrying a portable air conditioner, providing protection from heat stroke for many. It was certainly worth more than 3 silver coins. Thus, she decided to raise the price slightly, setting it at 5 silver coins for a palm-sized piece. It wasn't tea that she wished to set a higher price, but silver coins were scarce. Players currently had little money. Even her A-grade task only yielded 1 silver coin. This price of 5 silver coins was already quite considerable. She listed 10 pieces initially to test the waters, adding a note. Cooling artifact, portable air conditioner. Those who use it will understand its value. After completing all her listings, he stretched and got up to prepare a meal. It was now around 3:30 p.m., and the sunlight streamed through the curtains. As she approached the window and drew back the curtains, the blinding brightness dazzled her. It was astonishingly bright. She could vaguely see the air shimmering from the heat. The weeds that once lined the streets had all withered, lying parched on the ground. After a brief glance, he quickly shut the curtains. No one could venture outside in this heat, as prolonged exposure would likely lead to skin cancer. Entering the kitchen, she noticed numerous insects fluttering about. Frowning, she realized that even with the doors and windows secured, bugs still managed to infiltrate from various corners. Hastily, she retrieved insect-repelling incense from her space and lit it. As the incense burned slowly, the insects that had been flying about began to fall to the ground one by one, ultimately becoming motionless. He was quite pleased and began sweeping up the fallen insect bodies. She intended to gather them together to later feed to her chickens and fish. Once the task was complete, he finally sat down to eat. Although it was afternoon, it was her first meal of the day. She craved some porridge. Taking a plastic bag, she placed it over a large bowl, ladled some black rice porridge into it, and added a generous amount of sugar. She had a penchant for sweet porridge. The plastic bag was indeed a marvelous invention. With it, he wouldn't have to wash the bowl. After finishing, she could simply discard the bag, saving a significant amount of water. Proud of her ingenuity, she commended herself for being so clever. With water, electricity, and gas all cut off at home, found herself with little to occupy her time, so she wasn't in a hurry to eat. She consumed her meal while playing on her phone. It seemed the government had not been idle either. They had held discussions with numerous companies and apprehended many for tax evasion. The information released online had been ongoing for over 2 minutes without conclusion. It detailed donations and contributions from various enterprises, prominently displaying contact numbers at the bottom to facilitate timely donations of supplies. This was of no concern to her. The meager items she possessed would likely not interest the government. After finishing a bowl of porridge, she also devoured 2 large buns and a plate of pickled cucumbers before finally setting her bowl down. She stored the leftover plastic bag and disposable chopsticks in her space to prevent attracting insects, planning to dispose of them later that evening. He settled onto the sofa and opened the marketplace to check on her sales. Upon accessing it, she discovered the interface had changed, now featuring dozens of shops at the top with names like Dragon Country Shop, Beautiful Country Shop, Eagle Shop, and Daily Life Shop. He was taken aback. It was evident who had established these shops. Was it not a testament to the power of the state? In such a brief period, shops had already emerged. Their strength was indeed formidable. Curious, she clicked to explore further. The items for sale were rather mundane, consisting of everyday goods. Each shop also had a promotional slogan urging players from various nations to register with the official channels promptly. He closed the shop view and turned her attention back to her own offerings. While her food had only sold a few portions, Pralin had completely sold out. A wave of joy washed over her, prompting her to list another 50 pieces. It seemed the success of her shop hinged on the sale of Pralin. After listing the new items, he sat on a stool and retrieved food from her space to prepare meals for her livestock. Once the food was ready outside, she swiftly entered her space to feed the animals. Observing the dozens of small chickens scurrying about, she refrained from immediately presenting the prepared chicken feed. Instead, she pulled out some live insect feed she had gathered from the roadside, curious to see if the poultry would consume it. If they refused, she could exchange it with the government later that evening. The little chickens were ecstatic at her arrival, clearly recognizing her. and they eagerly flocked towards her. Although the newcomers were numerous, their small size prevented them from pushing through the larger ones. Ji smiled as she retrieved a large stainless steel plate, bending down to pour the live insect feed into it. Chapter 60. The shop. As soon as the feed was poured in, the first batch of chicks, taking advantage of their larger size, swiftly gathered around and frantically began to peck at the black larvae within. Their beaks tapped rapidly against the stainless steel dish, creating a cacophony that even he could no longer ignore. The second batch of chicks, unable to squeeze in, squawked anxiously from behind. Observing this, he poured a generous amount of cornmeal mixed with grass into a nearby feeding trough. Eat well, for only then will you grow swiftly. In comparison to the chickens, the quails were significantly smaller in both voice and size, and thus consumed less. He prepared a little extra for the chickens, which would suffice for the quails as well. After attending to her livestock, he wandered over to the small hillside to inspect the vegetables she had planted a few days prior. They had already sprouted and were thriving, indicating that harvest time would soon arrive. This sight brought her a sense of relief. The constant consumption without replenishment had left her feeling uneasy. Now that she could sell items in the market for gasoline, she was determined not to miss this opportunity. She pondered how much gasoline would be required to upgrade her space. Even though her current supplies were considerable, she could not guarantee a smooth upgrade process. After all, it was unthinkable to deplete all her resources for an upgrade and risk starvation. That would be utterly counterproductive. Bending down, began to pull out the weeds she had planted earlier, setting them aside. She retrieved seeds to continue planting vegetables and fruits. To ensure her livestock grew happily and healthily, the logistics must not falter. Upon leaving her space, started contacting the vendor from whom she had previously purchased gasoline via her mobile phone. She had acquired a substantial amount of saltpeter, now stored in her space. But with the presence of prolin, she no longer needed such a large quantity. Thus, she decided to sell some to exchange for a batch of gas canisters, which would be essential sooner or later. After some back and forth, the vendor agreed to trade 20 gas canisters for 3 tails of saltpeter, an arrangement he had never anticipated. The vendor planned to set up his stall at the nearby free trade market that evening, and he arranged to meet him at 7 p.m. She intended to store the 20 gas canisters in her space for future use, as cooking with gas was remarkably convenient. Simply turn it on, unlike other methods. On the other side, the gasoline vendor was also pleased. The recent heat wave had severely impacted his business. Initially, he struggled to procure grain due to purchasing restrictions, relying on various contacts to secure some supplies. Subsequently, a government crackdown led to the confiscation of a significant stock of gasoline and diesel. He felt fortunate not to have been arrested and dared not voice any complaints. After all this turmoil, his finances were nearly depleted, with expenses rising and no income. It was natural for him to feel anxious. Regardless of whether this business transaction was large or small, saltpeter was a valuable commodity, and a successful deal would bode well for future endeavors, potentially allowing him to exchange it for more grain. The world was indeed becoming chaotic. In truth, the market for gas canisters was not nearly as lucrative as he had envisioned. Many households were currently devoid of meat and vegetables. Even with a gas canister, they would primarily use it to boil water or cook noodles. The stockpiled food in their refrigerators had been wasted during the power outages, consumed hastily. Although they had been able to purchase some vegetables a few days ago, acquiring food had become increasingly difficult, with long lines at supermarkets. Managing to secure a small head of cabbage and 2 tails of meat was considered a small victory. Thus, even if the government did not cut off natural gas supplies, the frequency of use remained low. Chapter 61. Do not forget those who helped you in times of prosperity in recent days. The art of cooking has become a rare occurrence in many households. He opened the morning market group chat. Upon entering, she found that the usually bustling group had transformed into a discussion forum, with all members engrossed in conversations about the newly minted players of the game. Vegetable Prince. I inquired through a contact, and it seems that if regular players go to the government to register their information, they stand a chance to be promoted to civil servants. Not only does the government arrange jobs, but they also provide 2 meals a day at no cost. Electrical specialty, no way. Don't tell me you're one of them. Spring blossoms, No vegetables, brother. Remember our pact. Do not forget those who helped you in times of prosperity. Every time you arrived late, it was I who saved you a spot. Vegetable Prince. I wish I had thought of that. I was eliminated in the first round. My wife was pregnant, so I didn't even go. Prosper's bun. My son is in, and this kid is usually as quiet as a clam. I never imagined he would quietly achieve such a feat tonight. I'll accompany him to register, and once he becomes a civil servant, I'll treat you all to a feast. Oldly selling grain. Hey, we agreed. You must treat us. Prospero's bun, absolutely. From now on, our family will rely on my eldest son to carry us forward. Chicken King. Remember to save me 5 chickens for the feast. Chicken King, it's all over. All the chickens have died. He opened the message and was horrified to see the chicken coop littered with lifeless birds. An alarming number. Chicken King, it's a disaster. I'm bankrupt. I want to take a nap during the day, and when I woke up, all the chickens were dead. I've already contacted the relevant authorities. They said they would come by to collect and dispose of them to prevent an outbreak. Chicken King, it's not just my farm. I've messaged several peers, and they reported mass deaths among their livestock. Not only chickens, but also pigs, cattle, and sheep. The government can't keep up. Don't blame me for not warning you. Stock up on food quickly. Without vegetables and meat, what will we eat? Upon hearing this, the previously lively chat fell into a stunned silence. Alarmed, he hurriedly sent her consciousness into her space to check on her chickens and ducks. Fortunately, the livestock within her space remained lively and unharmed. Blissfully unaware of the calamity outside, she breathed a sigh of relief. She hoped they wouldn't succumb to any contagion. He found Chicken King in the group and added him as a contact to inquire about suppliers of fish feed and wheat bran. Chicken King was obliging and quickly shared the contact information, mentioning that this supplier was reputable and that fish feed prices had dropped significantly with a major sale underway. After thanking Chicken King, he swiftly exchanged half a pound of saltpeter and 50 pounds of rice for a warehouse full of fish feed and another full of wheat bran. The supplier was delighted and invited he to complete the transaction that evening. During this period, not only had many poultry perished, but a significant number of fish had also died due to rising water temperatures. With the fish dying off, no one was buying feed, leaving the supplier with stock he couldn't afford to discard, causing sleepless nights and a few more gray hairs. Finally, someone was buying, and with 50 pounds of rice to boot, he decided to treat himself to a bag of instant noodles and a sausage for lunch. He confirmed the evening transaction and then logged into the game's marketplace. Although she had posted quite a few food items, sales were slow, indicating that they were still deemed too expensive by current standards. Conversely, the 50 portions of Plowin had sold out in a flash. With numerous messages piling up at her inbox, he contemplated responding, but ultimately decided against it. The buyer seemed rather dim-witted, and she preferred to distance herself from such individuals. Silently, she listed another 50 portions of Plowin. During her time selling, many new shops had opened in the game's marketplace. He glanced at them and quietly closed the interface. There was no use in hurrying when she lacked silver coins. With some time left before the evening transaction, he retrieved the Plowin and entered her space. Although she had collected a fair amount from the forest, she realized that this supply would deplete quickly if she continued selling. He wanted to experiment with planting. As Plowin was a common plant in the Paclari continent, its growth conditions should not be too demanding, she reasoned. She prepared to plant them on trees, as she had harvested them from the branches initially. However, standing before the fruit tree, she felt uncertain about how to proceed. The Plowin resembled a moss-like plant. Light and airy, he attempted to stick it to the tree, but as soon as she released her grip, a small piece floated down. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Undeterred, she circled the tree several times, but the Plowin stubbornly refused to adhere. In a last-ditch effort, she dipped the Plowin in water, wondering if moisture might give it some stickiness. Alas, her attempts were in vain. The plant refused to bond. With no other options, he finally placed the Plowin at the base of the tree. Perhaps it possessed some unknown means of propagation. She decided to let it be, hoping for the best, and left the space. The Plowin lay quietly at the roots, emitting a faint glow. Upon exiting the space, he noticed the sun had set, plunging the outside world into darkness. Many households began to stir. Even without electricity, various lighting tools were in use. Checking the time, he saw she had half an hour before her meeting with the gas canister supplier. She donned her sun protection clothing, put on a hat and mask, and slung her bag over her shoulder, preparing to head out. The nearest beautification supermarket was an hour's walk away. As Ji stepped outside, she heard voices and quickly joined the crowd, making her way out. Many people were also leaving in groups, men and women alike, some clad in sun protection gear, while others wore simple t-shirts and shorts. Most were young, with few elderly, likely seeking refuge in underground shelters from the oppressive heat. He walked quietly among the crowd, feeling the scorching ground beneath her feet, even through her shoes. It was no wonder no one ventured out during the day. Despite the heat, everyone appeared to be in good spirits. Groups gathered, chattering animatedly, their excitement palpable, clearly intrigued by the talents of the newly appointed players. Without a doubt, the gifted players would become the hottest topic of conversation in the near future. Chapter 62. The free trade market. He quietly navigated through the crowd, striving to remain inconspicuous. Although the people around her seemed to be in decent spirits, their appearances told a different tale. The heat exacerbated the greasiness of their hair, with many strands plastered against their scalps. While the men fared somewhat better with shorter hair, the women typically resorted to tying theirs up, occasionally scratching their heads in discomfort. Even though the water supply had only recently ceased, the inconveniences of daily life were already becoming apparent. Not far ahead, a middle-aged man stood shirtless, animatedly discussing his child with a companion, his voice booming and impossible to ignore. "Let me tell you, my little rascal nearly drove me to my wits' end yesterday. P.S. a gifted one, and didn't he even inform me. If it weren't for the government announcement yesterday, I'd still be in the dark." Usually, even the most trivial matters are broadcast far and wide. Yet this was kept under wraps. What is wrong with that? Aren't you proud that your son has talent? If my boy were also gifted, I'd be overjoyed. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. I've heard that their tasks can be perilous. I don't care about the accolades. I just want my son to be safe. Come on, tell us more. Brother, what is his ability? Yes, I've heard that gifted individuals have their own personal marketplaces where they can acquire all sorts of supplies. Is that true? Indeed. My son even showed me he could buy things from there. Despite claiming to feel indifferent, the man's grin was unwavering, stretching almost to his ears. So, are you going to let our sons register? Why would T.I.? This is a matter of family honor. Since the government has called for it, we must respond. Can't you see I've got the household registration book with me? I'll accompany my eldest to register shortly. This is fantastic news. I've heard there's a chance to become a civil servant, which means daily meals and a decent salary. Haha, I'm not after that, not at all. The man clasped his hands behind his back, sweat soaking his clothes, yet his expression bloomed like a flower, radiating joy. His eyes crinkled with delight. Many gathered around him, inquiring further and offering their congratulations. As the group reached the intersection, they parted ways, with he and her companions heading to Mehua supermarket, while the jubilant man and his friends made their way to the local office to register. The crowd around them had thinned somewhat, granting he a breath of relief. However, she occasionally lowered her head, discreetly sipping water through a straw hidden in her clothing. Despite the protective layer of plowin, the oppressive environment quickly sapped her energy, leaving her parched. After taking a sip of lukewarm mineral water, she silently vowed to make ice cubes upon returning home. Her longing for a chilled beverage was almost unbearable. Upon arriving at Mehua supermarket, he glanced down at her shoes and noticed that the soles appeared slightly scorched. This outing would cost her a new pair of shoes. The heat had accelerated their wear far beyond her expectations. By now, darkness had enveloped the sky, and streetlights illuminated the surroundings as if it were still daytime. He observed several armed policemen patrolling nearby. The supermarket was ablaze with light, and a queue had formed outside with numerous patrons, some equipped with water and small stools, clearly preparing for a prolonged wait. He merely cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. The length of the line mattered little to her. She had no money, not even enough to meet the minimum standard. Wandering slowly through the crowd, He soon spotted the vendor selling gas. The man, his hair now streaked with gray, greeted her with a broad smile. He requested his assistance in transporting a gas canister to the adjacent street, and he readily agreed. They exchanged payment and goods, with the vendor placing the canister on the ground without a hint of reluctance before departing on his bicycle. He was not the only customer seeking gas that day. However, she had arrived first, and, after completing her transaction, he would still have deliveries to make. Standing in the shadows, he quickly stowed the gas canister in her space when she noticed no one was around. She then leisurely made her way toward the free trade market. The market occupied the site of a once grand square, where a fountain had previously stood. Given the heat and the scarcity of water, the fountain was now absent. As Jihi approached the entrance, she noticed a crowd gathered in a circle, engaged in discussion. She tiptoed closer and discerned a sign before them. It outlined the regulations of the free trade market. 1. A fee of half a kilogram of rice is required to set up a stall. 2. Theft and robbery are strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe consequences if caught. 3. Transactions within the market are based on voluntary principles. The authorities are only responsible for maintaining safety. Buyers are urged to exercise caution. 4. It was essentially a disclaimer, clarifying that the government merely provided a venue for people to barter and sell their goods, ensuring safety, but taking no responsibility for quality issues. For those concerned about product quality, they could visit the nearby Meihua supermarket, where standards were guaranteed. Jihi, lacking funds, intended only to browse. Unlike Meihua supermarket, the free trade market didn't require waiting in line. She meandered through the crowd, gradually making her way into the market. Though the area was dimly lit, the streetlights illuminated the ground sufficiently to discern the items on display. A variety of goods was for sale, though food was conspicuously absent. The items ranged from new to used. Many were second-hand goods people had brought from home in hopes of trading for something more useful. Vendors displayed an assortment of items, with prices generally low, often requiring goods in exchange rather than cash. The newer items came from small vendors who had previously sold in commercial areas but had now set up shop here due to the oppressive heat and the closure of businesses. Uncertain of when they might resume operations, clearing out their stock was essential as they needed funds to purchase food. G noticed several individuals pushing tricycles laden with various wares: clothes, shoes, socks, undergarments, pots, pans, and portable stoves. The sellers appeared to be in fair spirits. Although vegetables and meat were scarce, many still had ample supplies of instant noodles and biscuits at home, alleviating any immediate concerns and preventing heightened anxiety. He set her sights on a few pairs of athletic shoes. Her own were on the verge of falling apart. "How much for these shoes?" she inquired. "Miss, these are brand-name shoes that used to retail for 1,000. I'll let you have them for just 500, the seller replied. Without hesitation, G turned on her heel and walked away. Chapter 63. Fish feed. Oh, dear sister, do not leave. Come back. Business is a two-way street. Why are you walking away? How much do you wish to pay? The older sister quickly reached out and held on to He as she attempted to rise. He, with a willing spirit, squatted down and suggested, "How about 100? The shoe seller rolled her eyes. "Sister, are you jesting with me? Your bargaining is rather ruthless. 100 yuan can barely purchase half a kilogram of rice these days. Please provide a reasonable price. If it is acceptable, I shall buy. If not, then so be it." After a moment of contemplation, the seller replied, "All right, dear sister, I shall not deceive you. If you can offer 300 yuan, then the shoes are yours. What do you say?" He frowned, realizing this would deplete her entire savings. 300 for 3 pairs of shoes. If that is agreeable, I shall proceed. If not, I shall walk away. The seller hesitated, aware that this price was a significant loss for her. However, given the current market conditions, where clothing and shoes were notoriously difficult to sell, she felt pressured. If she hesitated, he might choose to purchase elsewhere. Yet the price was exceedingly low. "Dear sister, I truly cannot accept this. 300 is simply too little. Could you possibly increase it? Then I shall add a packet of pickled vegetables, 80 grams. He proposed. Fine, the seller conceded, gritting her teeth. The price was laughable compared to what it would have been before the current crisis. It will be a tale to tell. Who would have guessed that pickled vegetables would now be considered a luxury? He squatted down, pulling out 300 yuan and a packet of pickled vegetables, handing them over. I will choose 3 pairs. Very well, sister. Select as you wish and let me know when you are finished, the seller replied, placing the pickled vegetables into her pocket before attending to other customers. He nodded, focusing on her selection of 3 pairs in darker hues. After exchanging pleasantries, she packed the shoes into her backpack and continued to browse the market. The market was bustling with people, the air thick and stifling. He detected an unpleasant odor emanating from some individuals. The oppressive heat, coupled with a limited water supply, allowing only 2 hours of usage each day, made bathing a distant dream. It was no surprise that body odor was prevalent. With an impassive expression, he endured the scent, though it did not mean she relished it. She hurriedly concluded her purchases and retraced her steps, quickly exiting the market. On this trip, she acquired several bamboo products, such as winnowing baskets and bamboo baskets, along with disposable food containers, food-grade plastic bags, and a portable stove. Once her vegetables matured, she could dry any surplus using the winnowing baskets, ensuring she was well prepared for any future needs. Currently, food was at a premium. Her total expenditure on these items amounted to merely 3 taels of rice. The disposable food containers were particularly convenient. In this hot weather, water had become precious, and washing dishes consumed too much water. Utilizing disposable containers not only conserved water, but also reduced the need for washing up. Outside the supermarket, a long line snaked around the entrance, even longer than when he first arrived. Had it not been for the sweltering heat, she imagined they would have set up tents. After all, the official supermarket was currently the only reliable source of food. Online orders had become futile as manufacturers ceased to ship, and logistics had essentially ground to a halt. All the small supermarkets in her vicinity had closed their doors, leaving queuing as the only option to avoid hunger. With a winnowing basket in hand, he ambled homeward. Recently, a wave of criminal arrests had occurred near the supermarket, and the streets were well lit, ensuring a semblance of safety. Of course, it was also likely that the winnowing basket she carried deterred any thoughts of robbery. Reaching a darkened corner devoid of people, she paused for a few minutes to confirm no one was following her before concealing the winnowing basket in her spatial storage. She then retrieved her tricycle to collect the fish feed. The feed seller's warehouse was not far, and after a half-hour ride, she made several trips to transport all the fish feed and bran. The seller cheerfully bid her farewell, inviting her to return if she needed more. He nodded, surmising this was likely her last visit. Once this batch of feed was exhausted, she intended to experiment with creating her own fish feed. He parked the tricycle a couple of streets away from home and tucked it into her spatial storage. She planned to walk back to avoid drawing attention. As she walked, she illuminated her path with a flashlight, cautious of any hidden dangers. The streets, deserted during this period, were littered with refuse, emitting a foul stench. Along the way, she spotted some plastic crates, once used for fruit, discarded at the roadside. They appeared relatively clean, so she collected a few, tying them together with a rope, hoping to take them home to see if she could cultivate something in them. Chapter 64. Fiery after he entered the room. She carefully closed the door. The incessant buzzing of insects around her prompted her to bring a plastic basket inside. Once inside, she lit an insect-repellent incense, which finally brought a respite from the persistent buzzing at her ear. Rather than hastily diving into her work, he first opened the marketplace. As expected, all 50 portions of poulin had sold out, while only a few food items had been purchased. It appeared that people were still not affluent. Those who could afford instant noodles and biscuits hesitated to spend money in this venue. She had no intention of withdrawing the food items, as they were still good enough to be left hanging for display. Just as she was about to continue listing poulin, a notification from a system indicated someone was trying to contact her. Upon opening the message, she found a plethora of inquiries, far too many to count, all seeking to buy poulin from her. Perhaps they were aware of the system's minimum pricing, as none had attempted to purchase her poulin for a mere 1 silver coin. He casually browsed through a few messages, noticing some were from her own country, while others bore foreign names. She chose to focus on the domestic inquiries. After all, They shared the same nationality, and if they were not trying to exploit her, she would prefer to sell to her fellow countrymen. Having sold numerous portions globally, she believed people must have recognized the benefits of Pululin by now. He swiftly disregarded messages that seemed to be attempts at ingratiation or haggling. Finally, she selected a familiar name and clicked on it. Jing. Hello, I would like to purchase Pululin in bulk. What is your price? Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. No bargaining. Jing. 5 silver coins seems a bit steep. The current market price for silver coins has soared to several tens of thousands. Would you consider 4 silver coins? Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. Coincidentally, business is booming, and I was just about to raise the price to 8 silver coins each. Jing. Fine, I won't haggle anymore. Is 5 silver coins acceptable? Chose not to respond immediately, opting instead to test the waters. If feasible, she would prefer to conduct business with her compatriots. Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Jing. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. 28256. Jing. 28257. 282931. Pleased. He sensed they were indeed from the same nation. The historical and social development of their country seemed comparable to hers, making these exchanges common knowledge among their people. Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. My child has been coughing persistently. Jing. It's probably just a ruse. A good beating should suffice. Meanwhile, on the other end of the screen, Jing, whose real name was Su Jingyu, a military officer, instinctively grimaced after sending that last message. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. An anxious companion beside him inquired, "What did she say? Is she willing to sell to us?" Su Jingui, having discovered the game, had been working with a few others to report their findings. Once they learned that the game no longer restricted information from leaking, they promptly reported the relevant details. The authorities, recognizing the urgency, quickly established a special agency for talent, with Su Jingyu appointed as the deputy head overseeing talents within the Dragon Kingdom. He swiftly assigned dedicated personnel to monitor the game discussion forums and marketplace around the clock to stay abreast of developments. When Pululin appeared in the marketplace, they were among the first to notice and purchase it. Pululin was extraordinarily distinctive amid a marketplace filled with mundane goods for daily living. Not only were they aware of its uniqueness, but discussions about Pululin also dominated the game chat rooms. After experimenting with Pululin, Su Jingyu reported its effects immediately. The higher-ups decided to contact the seller, no matter the cost, to acquire all available Pululin. Unfortunately, silver coins were hard to come by, and the market price had surged to an astonishing 40,000. Even at that price, securing a purchase was uncertain. Prior to the emergence of Pululin, one could acquire a silver coin for merely 20,000, but now, even 40,000 could fail to procure a single coin, making completing marketplace tasks exceedingly arduous. Most players could only earn a few dozen copper coins after completing tasks, with some receiving as little as 30 copper coins, rendering it quite challenging to accumulate funds. After gathering 10 gold coins to unlock the marketplace, their remaining funds were quite limited, and they needed to set some aside for emergencies, naturally wishing to minimize their expenditure of silver coins. The man before Su Jingyu scrutinized his expression, frowning. "Can you tell which country they are from?" Su Jingyu shook his head. The man's heart sank. Did this imply reluctance to sell? But then Su Jingyu took a deep breath and added, "It's from our country." The man shot him an incredulous glare. "Then why did you shake your head? How did you figure it out? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, 28256, 28257. The man instinctively understood after he spoke. "All right then, negotiate with her, but don't post anything just yet. Give us some time to gather silver coins," the middle-aged man decisively stated. While many from their military had entered the game, not all had succeeded. Some with poor physical capabilities struggled in combat games and required assistance from stronger warriors, resulting in lower scores. Conversely, those physically fit often ended up in examination games, where memorization and answering questions took precedence over combat prowess, leaving many dizzy by the end of the test. Passing the game was an accomplishment in itself. Chapter 65. The grand opening. The man named Xie Chung worked for the talent agency, overseeing everyone within its jurisdiction. Despite not being a talent himself due to his age, his extensive years of experience commanded respect from his colleagues. When he made a decision, others naturally accepted it without question. The urgency of acquiring Pululin was undeniable. It provided significant advantages, enabling many soldiers to operate normally during the day and preventing heat stroke for those in fragile health. After all, not everyone could endure 24 hours of air conditioning, and even with the nation's ample supply of generators, it was not guaranteed that their bodies could withstand the heat, especially for those working outdoors. Su Jingyu nodded, continuing to type. May we have 5 minutes to gather silver coins? We will list them in the marketplace afterward. He calculated her current holdings, 405 silver coins and 40 copper coins, leaving her 594 silver coins and 60 copper coins short of her goal of 1,000 silver coins. By listing 170 items, after deducting taxes, she would have exactly 595 silver coins, perfectly meeting her target. Borrowing another 500 billion from heaven. All right, for the sake of our nation, I will not raise the price. He had previously observed this individual's speech, suspecting he was from the government. On the other side, Xi Jing noted he's relaxed demeanor. As long as you agree, borrowing another 500 billion from heaven, I will list 170 items shortly. Okay, notify everyone to find 180 people to seize the opportunity. Xie Chung agreed, noting that the amount was manageable for them to gather. 5 minutes later, he promptly listed the 170 pieces of Pululin. For each item she listed, one disappeared from the marketplace. Once she had successfully listed the final piece, she finally gathered 10 gold coins. Without hesitation, she swiftly clicked to open her shop, yet the freshly acquired 10 gold coins vanished almost instantly from her sight. A storefront backend interface appeared, prompting her to name her shop. Guaranteed satisfaction. Name approved. Congratulations on the opening of the 200th store. Guaranteed satisfaction. Store slots are now full, temporarily halting new openings. The last message echoed throughout the system. He felt a wave of relief. She had come so close to missing out. It turned out there were only 200 slots available, and the nefarious system hadn't given any prior notice. He exited the shop interface and returned to the homepage. The stores were listed in order of opening, with government establishments dominating the upper section. Only around the 170th listing did private stores begin to appear, each bearing distinct corporate names. Some were recognizable brands, demonstrating the enduring power of conglomerates regardless of the era. She scrolled to the very last shop, guaranteed satisfaction. Shop owner, borrowing another 500 billion from heaven. This behavior seemed somewhat self-deceptive, rendering her previous anonymity rather redundant. Out of sight, out of mind. She closed the interface once more and removed all her loose food items from sale, rearranging them within her store. Initially, the shop offered only 100 slots for items. He allocated 20 pieces of Pululin, leaving 80 slots for stewed food. The exchange items had changed. She opted for gasoline, exchanging 200 liters of gasoline for 1 piece of Pululin and 5 liters for food. Now, she only had to pay a 15 tax on each transaction, which left her exceedingly satisfied. With this marketplace, her aspirations for a space upgrade were within reach. After listing her items, she remembered to reach out to her major client. Borrowing another 500 billion from heaven. Pululin has been listed in the shop. Please place orders as needed. After a moment's thought, he sent a smiling emoji. Excellent. Her service attitude was impeccable. Today had been a productive day. Xi Jing received. Meanwhile, Su Jingyu was busy organizing personnel to assess how many Pululin had been acquired when he received the news. He hurriedly instructed his team to place an order in the shop. The staff wasted no time, quickly locating the final shop. After all, their daily tasks revolved around this, constantly refreshing their knowledge. They could recite the names of each shop by heart, and it was evident that the last store guaranteed satisfaction had just opened. They needed gasoline, so they rushed to find 4,000 liters. As someone called out, a few individuals jumped up and rushed out of the office. Within a minute, gasoline was delivered. The individuals quickly set down the gasoline and continued transporting it into the room. Inside, they hastily purchased the poololin with the gasoline. After several trips, the staff finally secured all 20 pieces of poololin. For them, it was preferable for the boss to seek gasoline. It was far more valuable than silver coins. Su Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. He anticipated that someone would want to trade for gasoline, leaving him unprepared and anxious. Deputy Director, I believe the shop owner might be a woman, someone reported to Su Jingyu. How did you discern that? Su Jingyu inquired, puzzled as to how the name suggested femininity. Guaranteed satisfaction and cure all ailments sound somewhat similar, don't you think? Perhaps you should consider sending her a bag as a gesture. Su Jingui. He found it to be nonsense, but couldn't he produce any evidence against it? He, having finished listing her items, paid no mind to the storm brewing in the game's chat channels because of her actions. Spring breeze with you. If anyone has listed poololin, please contact me. I'm willing to offer you a luxurious apartment in the heart of City A, ready to move in. Forgetful one, although I have never obtained it. Internal reports suggest that poololin is highly effective. A piece the size of a palm can be carried and immediately provides a cooling sensation that envelopes the entire body, allowing one to walk outside during the day. It is a rare and invaluable item. If poololin could be mass-produced, our society might restore normalcy in production and daily life. Young master, is the owner of the poololin shop present? Could you contribute some items for research by the relevant authorities? One should not be so selfish. Good things ought to be shared. Snow in the wind. I finally gathered enough silver coins, yet I didn't manage to obtain a single one. What kind of speed do these people have? I might as well remain single for a century to match their pace. Hot pot invitation. Wealthy individuals. We captured a wealthy person. To gather 5 silver coins? By the heavens, I only earned 20 copper coins for completing my tasks. How do you have 5 silver coins? Xiao. 1 silver coin has surged to nearly 40,000, almost 50,000. It's rising faster than housing prices. Someone is preparing to spend 200,000 on a mobile air conditioner. Poverty has truly limited my imagination. Chapter 66. Planting Cacti Yu Jiao. 200,000 is enough for me to enjoy air conditioning for a lifetime. I will never buy it, no matter what. Wang Yoja. Everyone, hurry to check the 200 store. I guarantee you will be satisfied. The owner must be the seller of pralin. She has just listed 20 more items in the store, which can be verified through the transaction records. This time she doesn't want silver coins. She wants gasoline. Quickly go and wait. Each pralin costs 200 liters of gasoline. Physical fitness enthusiast. Who is snatching them up? I transformed just to get gasoline and still missed out. This person must have practiced their speed to the point of leaving after images. Siberian marmot. I'm spitting blood. I watched it vanish right before my eyes. It was just a mere 0.00001 seconds away. From now on, I must carry gasoline with me. Nianbu Wang. The owner called upon the heavens to borrow 500 billion. Does anyone know who this person is? Feng Zhonggongshu. Wow. Yu Jiao. I'm going downstairs right now to siphon gasoline. Dine with hot pot. Didn't you just say you would never buy it, no matter what? Yu Jiao. If I'm not dead, I will buy it. Nianbu Wang. I know about pralin. In this dungeon, we need to find medicinal herbs in the forest, and pralin is a plant that grows on trees. I was curious and once tore off a piece, not realizing it could actually cool down the temperature. Foggy forest. I was in that dungeon you mentioned. I saw that plant too. But what good does it do to see it? I neither know its purpose, nor can I take it. Iberica. I lost 500 billion. Nianbu Wang. The shopkeeper must have a very special talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to bring the plant back. Nianbu Wang lay at home. Several heat rashes appearing on her skin. Seeing the chat in the region made her envious, her eyes turning red with jealousy. She recognized the pralin. It looked exactly like the plants that filled the forests in her previous game. At that time, she had even held it in her hand, but regrettably, she had discarded it without a second thought. Who would have thought that this plant could actually cool the surroundings? It had grown into an entire forest. Reflecting on how she had let so many silver coins slip through her fingers, Nianbu Wang felt a tightness in her chest, gasping in frustration. If only she had insisted on bringing a piece back, she could have been the one to prosper. Alas, this was all but a fantasy. The game forbids players from bringing items from other continents back to M-Star. He, an exception to the game's rules, was currently retrieving several used feed bags from her space, cutting them into suitable sizes, and laying them at the bottom and around the edges of plastic baskets. She then filled them with soil. He didn't venture outside. Instead, she dug some earth in her yard with a shovel and filled 5 plastic baskets with it. She also retrieved some fermented organic fertilizer from livestock waste from her space, layering it with more soil, and went to the kitchen to scoop some ash from the stove. Unsure if she was doing it correctly, he followed the instructions from a video she had watched, mixing the ingredients haphazardly. After stirring, she felt it was about right. He planted the cacti and aloe vera she had purchased, specifically choosing edible varieties. These two had been growing on a small mound in her space for a while and had grown considerably. After planting them, she worried they might not adapt well. So she decided to store them back in her space. This way, if anyone came to inspect later, she could present them. With 3 empty boxes remaining, he prepared to plant sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are a treasure. The vines can be consumed, and the resulting tubers are a precious food source. She directly cut several healthy sweet potato seedlings from her planting space and planted them in the plastic baskets. Then she moved the plastic baskets into her space. That concluded her tasks. Of course, did not forget to water the 5 baskets of plants. Since they were planted in plastic baskets, they could not compare to the other plants in her space. Did not expect a high yield or rapid growth. She only hoped they would survive. After completing her work, noticed it was almost time for the daily water and electricity supply. She hurried to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and prepared to fill containers as soon as the water arrived, not wanting to waste a single moment. She also rinsed the rice clean and placed it in the rice cooker, intending to start cooking as soon as the electricity came on. Originally, had prepared dozens of dishes. If she were to eat them all herself, she wouldn't have been in such a rush to cook. However, since food could be exchanged for gasoline, the previously ample food supply became somewhat strained. After all, she couldn't just eat everything raw. The market has a base price. If she wanted to sell her food, the price could not be lower than the market price, and it had to be at least equal to it. Given the same price, those with talents would undoubtedly choose to buy from the market rather than her shop, as the market guarantees quality. To sell her goods, she had to offer items unavailable in the market, such as cooked food or barter without silver coins. However, he wasn't very knowledgeable about the market yet. Perhaps once she understood it better, she could find other items to sell. She could certainly experiment more. But before that, she intended to make the most of the 2 hours of gas supply each day, wasting not a second. He still had quite a few sweet potatoes in her space. She washed them thoroughly and prepared to steam some to store in her space. Besides sweet potatoes, she also poured oil into the pot, intending to fry some frozen foods. Previously, she had focused solely on stir-frying and had neglected to prepare any fried foods, which felt rather sinful. This time, planned to fry a whole bucket of spring rolls, pumpkin cakes, chicken strips, and various frozen foods piled up in her space. Just as she was pouring the oil, the faucet behind her suddenly made a sound, and a small stream of water began to flow. He paused her actions, set down the oil container, and quickly walked over to the faucet. The stream was thin and weak. He sighed. At this rate, even if the water flowed for 2 hours, it wouldn't accumulate much. However, she didn't let her thoughts hinder her actions, adjusting the faucet to the maximum. Regardless of how weak the flow was, having some water was better than none. Turning around, she approached the stove, igniting the flame, ready to begin her culinary endeavors. At this moment, he was not the only one busy in the kitchen. Other households were also mobilizing. Those collecting water were doing so, while others were busy cooking, creating a bustling atmosphere. As dawn approached, those who planned to sleep in the basement were also preparing meals for the family to eat during the day. Fortunately, there were personnel on duty in the underground shelter, ensuring safety and allowing for a restful sleep. When the time came, they could lie down and sleep, waking up to darkness, which wasn't particularly difficult to endure. He worked tirelessly in the kitchen, standing for a full 2 hours, frying 2 large buckets of fried foods, steaming a large bucket of sweet potatoes, and preparing a large bucket of egg stew. The egg stew was delicious with egg sauce and chopped green onions. When paired with freshly steamed buns, it was heavenly. Ideally, she would have liked to add some small chili peppers, but unfortunately, the vegetables in her garden had not yet grown, and her home mess supply of chili had run out, leaving Ji-hee with no choice but to forego that addition with regret. Chapter 67. What a mess. Still need to repay regardless of whether the vegetables in the field had sprouted. Ji-hee was resolutely unwilling to squander these 2 hours of frustration, determined to make the most of it. At precisely 4 a.m., not a second later, the water and gas supply ceased. Ji-hee exhaled in relief. After 2 hours of relentless work, fatigue began to weigh upon her. However, rest was not yet an option. Though the gas was cut off, there remained tasks that did not require it. She retrieved mung beans from her storage space and soaked them in water, preparing to brew a comforting bowl of mung bean soup for the sweltering summer heat the following day. In addition to the soup, Ji-hee continued her culinary endeavors by preparing dough for steamed buns, as nothing could be simpler than steaming buns. Of course, one could grow weary of eating only buns, so she mixed half boiling water with half cold water to knead the dough, planning to fry a savory pancake the next day. Freshly cooked, the pancake would be smeared with sauce, filled with shredded potatoes, crisp lettuce, a sausage, and a fried egg. Taking a bite would be sheer bliss. She placed 2 large bowls of kneaded dough into her storage space, intending to transfer them to the planting area for fermentation once she awoke the next morning. Just as Ji-hee finished washing her hands and prepared to cook a pot of pig feed for her piglets with the leftover water from the white flour, a sudden commotion outside caught her attention. Swiftly, she stored the large basin in her space, stood up, changed out of her sweat-soaked clothes, and stepped outside. Upon emerging, she found a crowd gathered, engrossed in the spectacle. It was said that the elderly couple had been deceased for 2 days before being discovered. Alas, without the children around and no one to check on them, it was just the 2 of them, and as the heat intensified, they succumbed. Let us see if you still press me to have children. What good would it do? I'm too far away to care, she mused. Enough. Ji-hee soon learned that the couple had fainted at home due to heat stroke and passed away. It was a neighbor who noticed the absence of lights in their home and the foul odor emanating from it that finally alerted the authorities. The scene was reportedly gruesome, with their bodies crawling with maggots, utterly decomposed. Police officers moved in and out of the house, and shortly thereafter, the couple was carried out, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. A nearby woman pinched her nose and, upon turning, spotted Ji-hee, her eyes lighting up. "Girl, do you still remember me?" Ji-hee recognized the woman as the one who had exchanged meat for instant noodles with her. "Yes, Grandma. Child, you didn't finish the meat I traded you last time, did you? I have a pack of instant noodles left. Could we swap again? Last time you gave me so much, I couldn't possibly finish it all," Ji-hee replied, nodding and gesturing toward the corner swarming with flying insects. "Grandma, are you thinking of giving me a few bags of instant noodles back?" The elderly woman glanced in the direction Ji-hee pointed and involuntarily grimaced. The dark mass was unrecognizable, teeming with white maggots, an utterly revolting sight. "Who would want that? I'm referring to your meat. But that was all I had. Without a refrigerator, the meat you gave me sour by the next day. I've been eating at my uncle's house for the past few days," he said earnestly. "Grandma, you surely can't finish those 30 bags of instant noodles, right? Would you like to give me 2 bags? This revelation sparked understanding among the onlookers. It became clear that the young girl had traded frozen meat that could not be stored for instant noodles, and now, without meat, she sought to exchange noodles for meat once more. What a preposterous notion. To take 30 bags of instant noodles at once was certainly an act of bullying. Feeling embarrassed, the elderly woman muttered that she would not trade after all, covering her face as she hurried home. Ji-hee, feigning innocence, called after her grandma, "If you ever wish to trade again, do remember to find me." This elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd. The elderly woman fell silent, her retreat hastening. "Grandma, don't run. It's too hot. If you faint from heat stroke, don't blame me, for I warned you." The more he shouted, the faster the woman fled. As the body was taken away, the crowd gradually dispersed. At that moment, a loudspeaker's announcement echoed from a distance, capturing the attention of many. From today onwards, the water and gas supply will be available from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Please stock up on water promptly. Conserving water is everyone's responsibility. Do not waste it in your daily lives. Supermarket hours are from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. As the figure approached, he recognized Director Sue from the neighborhood committee, who was broadcasting the announcement through a large speaker strapped to her waist. Upon seeing her, the crowd that had begun to disperse quickly gathered around again. Director, the water flow is too weak. We can't make do. It's been ages since we had a decent bath. What is the point of bathing when there's barely enough water to drink? Can't you bring us more water? The prices in the supermarket are skyrocketing. Can you do something about it? Rice is nearly 200 yuan a pound. Who can afford that? I went to the supermarket today and was shocked to find no bottled water or beverages available. It's only been a few days. How can there be no mineral water for sale? I can't find any anti-hypertensive medication at the pharmacy. My mother is over 80. She must not run out of her medicine. When will we return to normal work hours? I still have a mortgage to pay. If I can't go to work, I'll have to survive on the wind. At the mention of the mortgage, he fell silent. She recalled that she still owed 800 M coins. In that moment, a sense of solidarity with the man earlier clamoring for loan repayment washed over her. Heaven knows, the temperature had soared to a staggering 54 degrees. How could one even think of repaying debts in such conditions? He remained mute, retreating into her home to retrieve her phone. How wonderful! There were still 2 days until the automatic repayment date, and her account balance was a grand total of 0. If she failed to repay on time, her credit score would suffer, and in a worst-case scenario, she might be labeled a delinquent. Moreover, to purchase supplies from the government-run supermarket, the most basic requirement was to have no criminal record. Would failing to repay debts be considered a crime? He was unwilling to take such a risk for a mere 800. She tucked her phone back in her pocket. Tomorrow, she would need to rise early to set up her stall at the market, aiming to sell at least 800 worth of goods. In truth, he was not overly distressed. Although she had no money at present, she possessed resources. If she were willing to part with them, repaying 800 would be a matter of mere moments. However, during her market visit today, she had not encountered anyone selling food. Ideally, she would not sell food tomorrow. But what then should she offer? Chapter 68. Fleeting moments. He sat in her chair, lost in thought, when suddenly she remembered the considerable stockpile of mosquito coils she had gathered. With the advent of a more effective insect repellent, the coils had become somewhat redundant. She mused that it might be more profitable to sell them instead. Though mosquito coils held value, they were not food, and thus unlikely to attract undue attention. Resolute in her decision, he retrieved the coils from her storage, discovering more than half a box. Selling these should yield at least 800, especially with the current abundance of flies and mosquitoes that plague the nights, making it the perfect time for the coils to prove their worth. He carefully stored the coils in a prominent spot in her storage. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 5 in the morning, with dawn's light beginning to filter through. She made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her chicks and piglets. She started with the chickens, ducks, and geese, as the chicks now had insect-infested feed to supplement their diet, allowing her to prepare less food. Just a bit of chopped grass would suffice. The ducks and geese, however, required more effort. She had to chop the hay and mix it with cornmeal. With their numbers increasing, she needed to prepare a large basin of food for each meal to stave off their cries of hunger. The quails were the easiest to manage. Their small size meant they required less food and space. After preparing the ducks' food, he bent down to start fire. Her home featured a simple earth stove that required only firewood, and she had been using it to cook pig feed during the past few days when gas was unavailable. She simply had to place the large pot designated for pig food on the stove before cooking, which proved quite convenient. The hot weather had dried the firewood thoroughly, and it ignited quickly. He stood up and poured in the leftover dough water from her previous baking, a clever way to avoid waste, she thought. After steaming buns, she had always found a significant amount of dough residue in her basin, which she had previously discarded. Now, she collected this water in a large bucket to use when cooking for the piglets. After all, it was merely water and dough. What was there to be fussy about? The pigs always seemed delighted with their meals. However, He was aware that a diet of grass and cornmeal lacked nutrition, and she hoped her vegetables in storage would mature quickly so she could prepare something more wholesome for the piglets. After cooking a pot of grass mixed with cornmeal and bran, he took it into her storage. Upon her arrival, the livestock greeted her with palpable excitement. Observing their plump figures brought her joy, and she hurried to feed them. After tending to the animals, he ventured to the black soil. The plants thrived here, with sunflowers and roses blooming around the perimeter. Diligent bees buzzed about, tirelessly collecting nectar, indicating that she need not feed them sugar water anymore. She inspected her precious grains, noting their healthy growth. This phase was somewhat experimental, and he was unsure how long it would take for them to mature. But they appear to be ripening much faster than those outside, given the considerable daily consumption of grains. She felt a sense of urgency to replenish her supplies to avoid anxiety. After inspecting the black soil, he went to the small hill to check on her vegetables. There were still some gaps in the hillside, which troubled her, prompting her to fill them completely. She planted a variety of radishes, cabbages, pumpkins, and winter melons, carrots, white radishes, green radishes, and water radishes, ensuring a diverse yield. These vegetables were high-yielding and ideal for cultivation. After planting, she meticulously checked the adjacent patch, noting that the leafy greens were growing rapidly, with many reaching a height that indicated they would soon be ready for harvest. Some plants were in need of support, and he realized she had been remiss in providing it. She made a mental note of this before moving to the water's edge to check on the fish fry and feed them. By the time she exited her storage, the clock read 6:30. The sunlight outside was blinding, and the streets were largely devoid of activity. Aware that it would be too late to purchase bamboo today, he decided to forego the effort. Instead, she retrieved the freezer she had taken from the supermarket and connected it to her solar generator. This machine not only charged her phone daily, but also provided ample electricity, and she intended to freeze some ice cubes. In the sweltering heat, a refreshing slush would bring immense happiness. With limited bottled water in storage, she opted to freeze the boiled water she had previously prepared. Lacking specialized ice cube molds, he poured the water directly into pots and placed them in the freezer. She carefully arranged several pots, ensuring nothing would spill, then closed the glass door and left it to freeze. Lighting a mosquito coil, she reclined comfortably in bed and opened her shop. To her surprise, not only had all the problem been sold out, but even the food items had vanished. It appeared that gasoline was far more valuable than silver coins. From the transaction records, it was clear that pralines sold out swiftly, suggesting that prices could rise again. While the vegetables had not sold out immediately, they had been available for a while. It seemed that the general populace understood the scarcity of gasoline, and food supplies were still somewhat plentiful, indicating that there was no dire need. He retrieved the remaining large bucket of baby bok choy from storage, dividing it into 100 portions for sale. Stir-fried bok choy was one of the dishes in her storage that required minimal seasoning, and given the current scarcity of food and condiments, she aimed to conserve her resources. After placing the bok choy on the shelves, she also prepared to list her cucumber dish. After collecting the empty bucket, he returned it to storage, closed her shop, and fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, the bok choy had barely been listed before it was discovered. The buyers were primarily ordinary citizens, with few officials or members of corporations present. For them, since cars sat idle outside their homes, it made more sense to trade gasoline for food. After all, even after siphoning their own gasoline, there were still plenty of vehicles parked on the streets belonging to others. In the dead of night, who would notice a little oil theft? A serving of stir-fried bok choy, which might have been deemed trivial in times of abundance, was now a coveted item. As vegetables withered and ceased to grow, it was the lower classes who suffered first. With supermarkets out of supplies and markets closed, they had no means of purchasing greens, even if they had the money. Meanwhile, the government elite, while facing some hardships, still had access to vegetable cultivation bases, utilizing various resources to create optimal growing conditions, ensuring a steady supply of greens without resorting to trading gasoline for food. Though the 100 portions of bok choy seemed plentiful, they barely made a ripple in the vast sea of demand, quickly fading into silence. However, the night saw a rise in oil thieves. Ji awoke from her slumber at 3 in the afternoon. She hadn't set an alarm, but had grown accustomed to waking naturally at this hour. As per her routine, she first checked her shop. All 100 portions of bok choy had sold out. He promptly retrieved a large bucket of cucumbers and listed another 100 portions for sale. The gasoline sheet collected was entirely allocated to storage, with no changes to the signboard. He returned half a bucket of cucumbers to storage and opened her phone to check the news. Experts stated that once the human body acclimatized to the heat, a return to normal life was anticipated. Chapter 69. Selling mosquito coils is being a gifted individual a form of evolution? What path remains for the ordinary person? The plant specialist addressed the phenomenon of withering vegetables, attributing it primarily to high temperatures and a lack of water. He advised measures to lower temperatures and increase watering, suggesting the cultivation of drought-resistant plants to guard against soil erosion. The Agricultural Science Institute of City B has successfully grown cacti, adding another dish to the tables of its citizens. He scrolled through a video showcasing numerous wealthy individuals flaunting their culinary delights and opulent lifestyles, replete with air conditioning, fine wine, and lavish meals. Life seemed unchanged, with tables overflowing with meat and only a meager portion of vegetables. Below, a multitude of followers commented, expressing envy, jealousy, and the myriad facets of life. He casually scrolled through a few comments before exiting. Opening the community notification group, she sought any announcements and stumbled upon a message from Director Sue. In recent days, mosquitoes have been rampant. Everyone, remember to purchase some floral water, mosquito coils, and essential oils for protection. Some individuals have been hospitalized due to mosquito bites. Also, ensure that flies do not land on your food, as they can spread diseases, especially in this heat, which favors their proliferation. If you spot any at home, remember to eradicate them promptly. A member chimed in, "Oh my, I woke up this morning to find my bed crawling with bugs. It nearly scared me to death." They shared a picture showcasing a yellowed bedsheet teeming with small insects, both black and white, which was utterly repulsive. Director Sue urged everyone to act swiftly against mosquitoes, warning that once they mature, they could devour everything in their homes. Another member exclaimed in panic, "They are even attacking me. Help!" and lamented about discovering bugs in the rice they had just opened, rendering it inedible. A user, Shanga, recounted, "I slept too soundly at the shelter last night and was bitten by mosquitoes. Now, my arm is red and swollen. I can't even touch it, and I have a high fever with diarrhea. I barely managed to get to the hospital under the sun, only to find they have no medication. I am truly at my wit's end." He sought anyone with medicine, offering high prices as he felt on the verge of dehydration. Another user, Keek's mother, pleaded for help as her child had multiple swollen bites on the face and arms, accompanied by persistent fever. She too was willing to pay dearly for medication. Silence fell over the group until Keek's mother, anxious from the lack of responses, directly called out to others. "Home, with two treasures doubt his mom. Are you there? We usually take the kids out together, and I often pay more. Now that my family is in distress, can you truly pretend not to see? Why are you speaking so harshly? Disaster strikes suddenly, and we can't always have a stockpile of medicine. My child has also been bitten by mosquitoes. How can I be glued to my phone at all times? We barely have any fever reducers at home, and with 2 kids, we simply cannot spare any," replied Home with 2 treasures. Keek's mother retorted, "You used to enjoy the free meals at my place, but now, when it's critical, you pretend to be oblivious. I see through you." Dowda's mom interjected, "I have the address." Keek's mom, "Hurry over. This pharmacy has fever and diarrhea medicine, and I'm in line right now. Each person can only buy 100, so if you hurry, you can still get some." Keek's mother responded quickly, "Received, I'm on my way." "Me too," said Shanga. Others echoed the sentiment, eager to join. Director Sue reminded everyone, in times of disaster, we must support one another. Medicine has an expiration date. Hoarding it is wasteful. If anyone has surplus fever reducers, diarrhea medicine, mosquito coils, floral water, or essential oils, please feel free to trade them for something useful. Western Ginseng affirmed, "Director Sue is correct. In times of crisis, we should help each other. I have 2 bottles of floral water for sale at 100 each. If anyone needs it, please contact me." "That's outrageous. It was only 10 yuan a bottle before, and now you're charging several times that. This is price gouging in a disaster, responded Shioli Katsan. Who is foolish enough to pay that? Don't you have anyone to manage your household? Shangu exclaimed. Isn't it true that the prices have risen for everything? If you can find a bottle for 100, consider yourself fortunate. Pharmacies are out of stock, he added, seeking a bottle from Western Ginseng amidst the chaos. Western Ginseng agreed to share. Ji contemplated for a moment before posting in the group. Hefamily joy. Pictures. I have mosquito coils, 5 pieces for 200. If anyone is interested, please contact me. Shioli Katsan shot back. You're worse than Western Ginseng. Those coils used to cost 1 yuan. Selling them for 200? Whoever buys is a fool. Ji chose not to respond, ignoring the comment entirely. However, several individuals privately contacted her to purchase the mosquito coils, and she arranged suitable times for transactions. Ultimately, Ji felt she was not taking advantage of anyone. With the soaring prices, she could not possibly sell at the original price. Those willing to buy could reach out. Those who weren't, well, she was not forcing anyone. She entered the morning market trading group, which was bustling with activity, with sellers offering various items and discussions about bugs. Most of the vendors were selling daily necessities, clothing, and cleaning supplies, with no food sellers present. The poultry sellers had also gone silent. One vendor selling window screens was experiencing an unexpected boom. Just days prior, business had been slow, but now people were lining up, willing to wait a week for the product, even at significantly inflated prices. With an increase in bugs and their aggressive nature, many needed to replace their screens, opting for stainless steel mesh. Ji observed for a while before approaching a vendor selling bamboo baskets. Do you have any bamboo left? She inquired. Yes. What do you need it for? I have bamboo baskets. Would you like some? Replied the vendor. I'm looking to make a simple stove and need some unprocessed bamboo for fuel. Can you offer a discount? Ji asked. The vendor felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing unprocessed bamboo wouldn't fetch a high price, but he kept that thought to himself. Yes. How much do you need? Don't you want any baskets? He prodded. Perhaps 300 pieces. Bamboo, ISNT, great for burning. I could take some baskets too, depending on the price. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it, he responded. You give me 2 jin of rice, and I'll throw in 15 large bamboo baskets. How about that? The vendor proposed. He considered this offer, although slightly pricier than the market rate. It was exorbitantly so. Chapter 70. Ice cubes and joy at the He family. All right. How shall we proceed with the transaction? Asked Wei, inquiring about the details. You name the location, and I shall deliver it to you, replied Ji. She suggested a spot not far from her home, and they agreed to meet at dusk. After which, she set her phone down. Previously, her online moniker had been Little He Sheep Awful, but now it felt rather misaligned with her current reality. If someone were to seek her out for Sheep Awful, she would be unable to provide it. Thus, she decided to change her name. Upon exiting her bedroom, Ji encountered the swarm of insects that had been discussed in the group chat. A multitude of black bugs crawled across the table, while the air was filled with the buzzing of more insects overhead, creating a dizzying spectacle for anyone who looked. Fortunately, her bedroom was scented with insect repellent, leaving it pest-free. However, the rest of the house, despite having installed screens, was still invaded by swarms of insects infiltrating from every corner. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji hurried to retrieve insect repellent from her storage space and lit it in several frequently used rooms. She also released a few larger chickens from her storage, believing it was time for them to fulfill their purpose. To prevent them from overheating, she made an exception and turned on the air conditioning. While it couldn't be described as cool, it managed to maintain a temperature above 30 degrees Celsius. She reasoned that it wouldn't be for long. Thus, it should be manageable. The young chicks, initially disoriented, quickly sprang into action upon spotting the insects. Ji, wishing to encourage their industriousness, opened the freezer to find the ice cubes she had placed inside the previous day were fully frozen. She stored them in her space. Intending to freeze more once, she turned off the air conditioning. Indeed, her solar generator was incapable of powering both the air conditioning and the freezer simultaneously. A consequence of her decision to purchase a budget model meant she had to choose one over the other. While the chicks feasted happily, he found her appetite diminished at the sight of the room teeming with insects. After some contemplation, she fetched a large basin from her storage to begin her tasks. She might not eat, but the pigs, cattle, and sheep still required nourishment. After half an hour, he had prepared meals for all the animals, and the chicks had managed to consume most of the insects in the house. Calling out to them, the chicks obediently gathered around her, circling her in a charming display. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned them all into her storage space before stepping in herself. She first attended to the chicks, her loyal helpers, ensuring they were well fed. After feeding the chickens, she proceeded to the ducks, geese, and quails, and lastly, the pigs. Once she had completed feeding them, he bent down to tend to the weeds in the chicken and duck pens. Indeed, it was weeding that she was doing. The grass in the yard had grown so lush that the chickens, ducks, geese, and quails could not keep up with it. Some of it was so tall that it concealed the animals, making them difficult to locate. Given the potential for egg-laying in the future, she worried about stepping on them during her visits. Thus, it seemed more prudent to regularly cut the grass, which could also be saved for feeding the cattle, sheep, and rabbits, ensuring nothing went to waste. Cattle and sheep were particularly voracious, although the grass grew quickly. Their incessant grazing meant that she had to store some for peace of mind. He worked swiftly, and within 20 minutes, she had cut the grass down to its roots. Satisfied with the cleared lawn, she no longer had to worry about losing track of the chickens and ducks. After weeding, she took out a shovel to clean up the manure. She was unsure how the space worked, but the air was always fresh and devoid of foul odors each time she entered, despite the lack of ventilation. However, she had to give a poor review regarding its failure to automatically decompose the manure. The cacti, aloe vera, and sweet potato seedlings she had planted yesterday were thriving. She noted there were no signs of wilting, and after watering them, she left them to their own devices, hoping they would flourish. Once he had completed all her chores, her stomach began to rumble with hunger. However, she remembered to check on the prawns on the hillside. Unfortunately, they remained nestled beneath the roots of the tree, showing no signs of growth. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Were they not supposed to be resilient? Why could she not get them to thrive? Surely, something was amiss, but what could it be? After pondering for some time and trying various planting methods to no avail, she ultimately decided to leave them in their spot, allowing them to grow freely while giving them a bit of water in hopes they would thrive. Exiting the storage space, prepared a meal of rice, accompanied by braised ribs with green beans and red braised beef ribs, which she found delectable. Everything was homemade. She had been willing to indulge in the restaurant food, saving it for whenever her craving struck. After finishing her meal, she gathered the plastic bags to dispose of later that evening. Retrieving the freezer from her storage, he resumed freezing ice cubes. With time still on her side before the agreed-upon trading hour, she poured out some mung bean soup, adding several ice cubes before lying back on her bed to continue monitoring her shop. Business was satisfactory. The freshly listed cucumber salad had sold half of its stock, prompting to take out the remaining half bucket of cucumbers to complete a total of 90 portions. After some thought, she decided to add 10 portions of fresh sweet potato leaves to her offerings, curious to see how they would sell. If they proved popular, she would consider selling them raw in the future. As usual, she opted to receive all payments in gasoline, transferring the gasoline she had earned from the back end into her storage before closing her shop. At that moment, her phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Glancing at it, she saw it was from her community group, where people were anxiously seeking to purchase mosquito coils. Peering out the window at the bright sunshine, she concluded that if they were unbothered by the heat, she would not mind them coming over earlier. With a change in the trading time, donned her sweat-soaked clothes, applied sunscreen, dabbed on insect repellent, put on a sun hat, and grabbed an umbrella. She placed the mosquito coils into her backpack, locked her door and windows, and set off slowly to the trading location. The members of the community group, all residing nearby, were already waiting when arrived, each shielding themselves with umbrellas. Upon spotting her approach, they eagerly inquired, "Are you he family, Joy?" Nodded, "Yes, that's me. Let's transact under the wall. At least it offers some shade." As she spoke, the sweaty individuals waiting hurriedly followed her to the wall. "You wanted 10 pieces, correct?" Yes. Please scan the code. It's 400. Thank you. Here you go. All right, here are your 10 pieces. I don't have a bag. so please be careful not to break them. I want 20 pieces. 800, thank you. G, he focused intently on selling the mosquito coils. But there were always those curious individuals eager to pry into her affairs. Girl, don't you have any bugs at home? Why are you selling these mosquito coils? Grandma, I have to eat. Food prices are soaring. Can these mosquito coils even compare? That's a fair point, the elderly lady nodded, standing nearby as if unaffected by the heat. Girl, where did you get so many mosquito coils? Do I have some special source? Grandma, haven't you noticed these coils are nearing their expiration date? They're for my household, leftover stock that piled up in the storage. G, he casually chatted while counting out coils for others. Chapter 71. If the debt remains unpaid, a credit blight awaits. Yet, she was not entirely mistaken. Indeed, the mosquito coils were nearing their expiration date. However, they were not simply left at home, but rather purchased intentionally as discounted items. She took advantage of her storage space to preserve freshness, acquiring items that were close to expiry at significantly reduced prices. This way, she could stockpile more goods with lesser expenditure. Why don't you lower your prices for these items that are nearing expiration? The elderly lady stood nearby, incessantly nagging without making any purchases. What is wrong with nearing expiry? There is still half a month left. They're not expired yet. If you can't sell them, just give me the remaining mosquito coils. I can make use of them. Otherwise, they might go to waste when they expire your place. After selling the final coil to the last customer, G, he carefully secured her bag and turned to the old woman. Grandma, I am so hungry. Could you spare me some steam buns? Your grain stock might go to waste if you can't finish it all. Upon hearing this, the old lady hurriedly turned away, eager to avoid being entangled in a conversation. She was well aware of the girl's antics. Not long ago, she had been taken advantage of and had since been visiting her uncle's house for meals. G, he shrugged as she watched the old woman depart, then headed home. The art of borrowing money proved effective. Borrowing food was equally advantageous. From now on, whenever someone uttered words she found displeasing, she would feign poverty and solicit food from others. Let us see how they would react. Upon returning home, with still some time before dusk, G, he took a moment to repay Mbae with the earnings she had made. She had earned a total of 2,800 yuan from selling 70 coils. Yet she still owed 4,000 yuan. It appeared she would need to visit the night market once more. Indeed, that was how everyone in the group referred to the free market, and G, he followed suit. Taking advantage of the time, G, he swept away the remains of insects. As the hour approached, she donned her small bag, locked the door, and made her way to the agreed meeting spot. After a brief wait, a tricycle laden with bamboo arrived. The proprietor, a young man, approached, his body already exuding the scent of sweat before he even came near. G's expression remained unchanged, as if she had not noticed at all. The transaction was completed seamlessly, with the man unloading the desired items before hastily leaving to set up his stall at the night market. G, he waited a moment longer, stowed the items in her storage space, and then made her way to the supermarket in the dark. The path to the supermarket was bustling, with groups of people maintaining a distance of half a meter to a meter apart. Initially, G, he found the odor unpleasant, but after a while, her nose seemed to acclimatize to it, rendering her almost oblivious to the stench. Upon reaching Meihua supermarket, she noticed the queue at the entrance was even longer than the previous day, with many individuals seated on benches waiting their turn. The line snaked in an S shape, with several people managing the order. A loudspeaker repeatedly announced not to hoard supplies and urged rational consumption, but to little avail, as everyone seemed intent on buying to the maximum. Today, a new counter had been established a few meters from the entrance of the regular supermarket, attracting a considerable crowd. G, he joined them to investigate. Beside the counter, a large poster displayed handwritten notices. Effective immediately, a redemption window would be opened where citizens could exchange items such as gasoline, steel products, rare metals, cement, and glass for credit points. These points could be used to purchase supplies, with specific standards available for consultation at the counter. G, he comprehended the implications. This initiative aimed to consolidate scattered resources within society. Despite the military's numbers, could they ever match the civilian population? Even with their relentless efforts, They could only manage the substantial resources from factories, neglecting the scattered supplies. Many of these resources were still under the control of various business owners, who was unaware of the current hardships. It was improbable for these magnates to relinquish all their goods. Their intent was merely to unify the scattered resources through credit points. Ultimately, when the populace faced starvation, they could not simply watch them perish. Relief supplies would be allocated. Offering points to citizens would allow them to sustain themselves, ensuring both resource acquisition and food security for the people, a win-win situation. Understanding this, he turned away. Although she wished to exchange some credit points, she had nothing to offer. The majority of her storage consisted of food, which she dared not present. It would be impossible to explain. Rather than watching others exchange for credit points with envy, it was more prudent to devise a plan to earn the 4,000 yuan. If the debt remained unpaid by tomorrow, a credit blemish would surely follow. As Ji arrived at the night market, she sought out the person in charge to deliver her grain. Looking up, she spotted Uncle Yin, the stern-faced man who had previously assisted her at the morning market. His full name was Yin Jun. Surprised, she inquired, "Uncle Yin, what brings you here?" "I'm a veteran, and they needed help here," Yin Jun replied, his expression as serious as ever. Upon seeing Ji, his demeanor remained unchanged. "What about you? Your previous business seems to have faltered." Fearing eavesdroppers, he refrained from directly stating Ji's activities. Though the populace had been starving for only a few days, the mention of food could easily incite excitement. Despite the market being officially regulated, it was still new and somewhat chaotic, and he preferred she not get involved. "I'm out of money and thought to sell mosquito coils for some cash." He replied obediently, knowing that even if she didn't mention it now, her stall would soon reveal her merchandise. "Mosquito coils?" Yin Jun's eyes brightened, his stern facade softening. He glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then gestured for her to step aside. "Do you truly have mosquito coils?" "Indeed, but they're nearing expiry." "What is the concern with nearing expiry? Having them is better than not." "How many do you have?" "Don't sell them at the market. Just sell them all to me." Yin Jun rubbed his hands together excitedly. Mosquito coils were indeed a precious commodity. He had awoken to a household nearly overrun by pests that morning. He pondered briefly, then replied, "Uncle, I have over 2 buckets of mosquito coils, about 40 in each bucket. Altogether, that's over 100 coils. Would 4,000 yuan be acceptable?" Yin Jun frowned. "That won't do. Mosquito coils are selling for over 60 each now. You'd be losing out. Let us stick to market prices. I won't take advantage of you." Chapter 72. Why are you here? "No need for that, uncle. This price is sufficient. Selling it to you means I still have to pay half a pound of grain." He shook her head, asserting that it was not calculated that way. She had sold to the community for 40 apiece. There was no reason for the price to increase here. Before Yin Jun could respond, someone called out to him from behind, prompting him to nod. "All right, girl. Wait for me here. I'll be right back." He lingered in the corner for another 5 minutes before Yin Jun approached, visibly sweating. It was evident he had been quite busy, with people constantly coming and going. Had it not been for the concern that he might grow impatient, he likely would not have found the time to attend to her. "Come, girl, follow me to the office," Yin Jun said, leading the way and gesturing for Ji to follow. Along the way, they encountered several hurried individuals, some of whom curiously inquired, "Old Yin, who is this?" "My niece. Brought me some supplies." Upon reaching the office, Yin Jun did not lock the door, but gently closed it and switched on the lights. They had electricity. He marveled at the strength of the state. Without delay, she swiftly unfastened her backpack, retrieving 3 boxes of mosquito coils and placing them on the desk. 2 boxes were unopened, while one had been partially used, having sold only a few pieces. Yin Jun wasted no time, quickly transferring 4,000 yuan to while simultaneously pulling out 2 large bags of chocolate and 5 sizable packages of beef jerky from the desk drawer, stuffing them into her arms. "Take these. You children love snacks." No, uncle, I cannot accept these." He hurriedly declined, placing the chocolate and jerky back on the desk. Though she had never been to a supermarket, she had heard enough chatter to know that chocolate and beef jerky were currently exorbitantly priced. They not only provided energy, but were also delicious, selling for more than rice. And often sold out quickly. Take them. Just accept it. Hurry, don't dawdle. Once we finish here, get home quickly. It's unsafe for a young girl to linger outside after dark. Uncle Yan's stern demeanor was quite intimidating. I was already taking advantage of you by buying the mosquito coils at this price. If you refuse them, I might reconsider the purchase. Though he said this, he swiftly opened the cupboard to lock away the mosquito coils, tossed the chocolate and beef jerky into Jihee's arms, and began ushering her out. Left with no choice, Jihee eventually walked out with 2 bags of chocolate, complying with his insistence. Since she was already out, Jihee contemplated visiting the night market to purchase some ice cube molds. While a pot could also be used to freeze ice, it was rather large and cumbersome, requiring a knife to cut the ice, which was not particularly convenient. The night market was bustling as ever. Aside from food vendors, a variety of goods were on offer. Jihee bought over 10 silicone molds, all food grade, which used to cost dozens each, but were now available for just 2 taels of rice, with ample options to choose from. In addition, she purchased a second-hand laptop and an empty external hard drive, spending a total of half a pound of rice. Although it was second-hand, the seller had barely used it, and it appeared quite new. After testing it briefly and finding no issues, she completed the transaction. When paying, she generously opened her backpack for those around to see that it indeed contained only a pound of rice and the inexpensive silicone molds. Those with unscrupulous intentions, upon noticing her situation, promptly shifted their gaze in search of easier targets. At present, grain was the most valuable commodity. Laptops were commonplace, and anyone who stole one might struggle to sell it. In other words, Jihee had nothing worth stealing. The young shopkeeper, observing Jihee, gave her thumbs up. Jihee smiled modestly, placing the laptop into her bag and exiting the market confidently. As expected, no one followed her. Just as she stepped out of the market, Jihee noticed from a distance a man in black snatch a backpack from a young girl before turning to flee. The girl, slender and clad in a pink dress, was knocked to the ground, momentarily stunned and unable to react. The woman accompanying her also fell, tumbling to the ground. As they hit the ground, they cried out in pain. "Ouch, that's hot. Stop that thief. Someone catch him." Despite their cries, no one rushed to assist. Bystanders merely stood and watched. Even the police glanced over but did not intervene. Their jurisdiction was limited to the supermarket and the adjacent free market. Anything beyond that was not their concern. The area was not particularly well staffed, and they feared it might provoke further issues. If they all pursued the thief, who would protect the supermarket supplies and the crowd? There were explicit regulations stating that they were mainly responsible for the supermarket's safety, and anything beyond that could be assessed on a case-by-case basis. This discretion was rather intriguing. Although the onlookers could not help catch the thief, they could assist in helping the fallen women to their feet. The mother and daughter were huddled together, weeping, while a crowd gathered, expressing their disdain for the thief's actions. Jihee chose to circumvent the scene and head home. After all, if the police were not intervening, what would she do? Moreover, the girl was dressed in a skirt and, in such an environment, would not be spared from mosquito bites. Just as Jihee prepared to bypass the commotion, a familiar voice called out from behind her. "Jihee?" Jihee felt utterly unfortunate. Since the weather had turned warm, nothing had gone her way. Recently, her father had moved a plethora of items into their home, filling an entire room. She had expressed that it was sufficient and did not wish to queue at the supermarket. But her father insisted that the entire family visit every evening to stand in line. Adding to her frustration, this location did not allow for proxy purchases, meaning she had no choice but to come. So, she had arranged for her father to queue while she and her mother timed their arrival to enjoy more air conditioning at home. For several days, things had been uneventful, but who would have thought that today she would be robbed? And to make matters worse, she had run into the person she disliked the most. When Jihee turned around, she saw Jihee flustered along with her aunt. She pursed her lips, striving to maintain a natural expression. "Did you need something?" Jihee's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected to encounter Jihee. Hastily wiping her tears, she lifted her chin and assumed her usual demeanor. "What are you doing here?" Although her expression seemed acceptable at a glance, it was lacking in substance. At that moment, Jihee's pink dress was smeared with dirt, rendering it particularly unkempt. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her cheeks bore two enormous welts from mosquito bites that were gradually swelling. Considering Ji Yin's temperament, Ji feared that mentioning the unfortunate incident might provoke a reaction, so she kindly refrained from bringing it up. I just came to have a look. Ji Yin felt a rush of superiority upon hearing this, lifting her chin even higher. Poor thing. After branding Ji He with that label, she continued, I bet you can't even afford it. Do you know how high prices are now? Given your previous state of poverty, you likely can't even meet the minimum standard. Ji He had no interest in remaining to listen to Ji Yin's boasting. Indifferently, she nodded. All right, daughter of a wealthy family. You keep your spending. I'll be on my way. With that, she turned without a hint of longing. Had this been before the disaster, she might have taken advantage of Ji Yin for a meal, but now it seemed unlikely. What a pity. However, Ji Yin was unwilling to let her go. She rushed forward and grabbed Ji He, exclaiming, Where do you think you're going? I haven't finished speaking. At this moment, the two mosquito bites on her face had grown increasingly swollen, their redness gleaming almost vividly. Ji Yin subconsciously scratched at them. Do you have any idea how fortunate I am now? My life resembles what it was before the natural disasters. I enjoy the luxury of air, conditioning, and indulge in ice cream. It was evident that she was faring quite well, as her temperament remained unchanged. Every time she encountered Ji He, she would eagerly boast. However, while the original owner was amiable and willing to stand still and listen, Ji He had little interest in such trivialities. In this sweltering heat, surrounded by the stench of sweat, what was there to linger for? It would be far more delightful to return home for some ice cream. No, I'm asking you a question. Can you not hear me? Pan Lifeng, trailing behind, rolled her eyes in frustration. This foolish girl insisted on crowding closer. What would happen if she got too close? She had not forgotten that Ji He still owed a considerable sum of money. With the intense heat upon them, who knew how challenging life could become? Chapter 73. The two big bumps. I heard you. Ji He nodded dismissively, her steps neither pausing nor slowing, but rather quickening. You can't leave. Clarify what you mean. Ji Yin insisted, her tone resolute, as if she would not let Ji He depart without a clear explanation. What do you want to say? The crowd stretched long before them, and Ji He, wishing to escape, could only take a longer route. If it weren't for Ji Yin's incessant chatter, she would have long since fled. Do you not believe me? Ji Yin observed Ji He's indifferent demeanor, her eyes reddening with frustration as she tightly grasped Ji He's arm. Let me tell you, I not only have chips, but also chocolate and beef jerky, and I won't share any with you. I'll make you crave it. Ji He, somewhat exasperated by Ji Yin's persistence, halted her steps. In her view, this girl's downfall was her excessive chatter and a touch of vanity. Turning to glance at her aunt, she then faced Ji Yin and delivered her ultimate retort. Your face looks like two red welts from mosquito bites. With that, she swiftly pulled out her phone and, in a flash, captured Ji Yin's current appearance, stashing the device back into her pocket. Ji Yin, momentarily stunned, failed to fully process the situation. Ji He reiterated her previous remark, and only then did Ji Yin erupt in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I be bitten by mosquitoes when I have floral water? Ji He cast a pitying glance at the Na'vi girl. All right. With that, she turned to leave. Ji Yin sensed a foreboding feeling in her chest, but her stubbornness urged her not to concede. Out of Ji He's sight, Ji Yin discreetly touched her face, and her heart sank. Something felt off. This was not the usual smoothness of her skin. Just then, Ji He spun around. A mosquito coil paired with half a bottle of floral water. 10,000. Do you want it? Are you robbing me? Ji Yin's attention was instantly diverted, her expression one of indignation directed at Ji He. How outrageous to demand such a sum. Uh-huh. Ji He nodded nonchalantly. Whether Ji Yin bought it or not was of little consequence to her. All she wanted was to return home. Goodbye. Ji Yin was left speechless. I'll take it. Although feeling humiliated, she gritted her teeth and accepted the price, thinking that at worst, she could take the mosquito coil and run without transferring the money to Ji He. Ji He was satisfied. This foolish girl truly needed to be kept at home to avoid financial losses. Observing Ji Yin standing idle, she quipped, Are you going to transfer the money? What are you dreaming about? Ji Yin felt exasperated, having just contemplated skipping out on the payment. Reluctantly, she pulled out her phone to transfer 10,000 to Ji-hee. Although her bag was lost, her phone was safe. Upon hearing the notification sound, Ji-hee double-checked the transaction, confirming its accuracy before opening her backpack. She swiftly retrieved 20 mosquito coils and half a bottle of floral water, thrusting them into Ji-in's arms before turning on her heel and leaving with a casual by that echoed in Ji-in's ears. Ji-in instinctively wanted to chase after her, only to be restrained by her mother. Hurry and switch places with your father so he can stand up straight. Having already lost 10,000, she feared pursuing Ji he would cost her even more. Reluctantly, Ji-in glanced at the mosquito coils, worried they might be taken from her, and pouted as she sought out her father. When Ji-bo turned around, he was met with the sight of 2 large mosquito bites on Ji-in's face, startling him. When did you get bitten by 2 big mosquitoes? Ji-in was taken aback. The words he had just spoken flashed through her mind, causing her to recall the swelling on her face. Go look in the mirror. Those bumps are quite pronounced. Ji-hwa's expression turned complex as he noted the size of the welts on his daughter's face, which had caused her eyes to narrow to slits. He had heard that this strain of mosquitoes was particularly fierce, with many being venomous, capable of spreading malaria or other ailments, leaving large swellings after biting. Ji-in felt a wave of panic at her father's authoritative tone. Hurriedly stuffing the mosquito coils and floral water into Ji-bo's arms before dashing to the nearby supermarket's glass to check her reflection. What she saw was alarming. Her face was so swollen it was almost unrecognizable, the 2 bright red welts resembling unsightly patches on her skin. Overcome with despair, she felt tears welling up. Her love for beauty was being shattered. Dad, I need to go to the hospital right now. Sweetheart, let us finish our shopping first. We've already been waiting for hours. Ji-hwa quickly reassured his daughter, reminding her that leaving now would render their wait pointless. Why is there only half a bottle of floral water left? Wasn't he at full when we left? And where did the mosquito coil come from? Mentioning these things only made Ji-in want to cry more. Her father truly had no understanding. He was striking at her sore spots. Ji-hwa suddenly realized that Ji-in's newly purchased backpack was missing, exclaiming, "Where's your bag? Didn't you just buy it? Why aren't you carrying it?" Ji-in was at a loss for words. "You just noticed my bag is gone." Perhaps it was just the mosquito bites, as Ji-in felt relatively fine. No fever, no upset stomach. Aside from the growing itchiness on her face, she felt nothing amiss. She decided to sit on the bench her father had brought while he took a stroll. Her mother had long since disappeared, chatting with acquaintances, leaving Ji-in alone to fend off the mosquitoes. Finding herself bored, she glanced at the floral water in her hands. It was the cheapest brand from the supermarket, and she wrinkled her nose at the thought of Ji-hee, who would refuse even if it were given for free. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, she realized what? It's only a week away from expiring? Ji-hee, you truly are the worst. Meanwhile, Ji-hee took an hour to return home. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she lowered her head and lifted her foot. When she raised her foot, she realized her shoe had stuck to the ground. With no other option, she hopped back into the house on one foot. Upon entering, her other shoe fell apart as well. How pitiful that the original owner had spent over 60 yuan on them, only to wear them for a year before they broke. Shaking her head, Ji-hee placed the shoes in a garbage bag, planning to throw them away the next day. Entering the kitchen, she first washed the silicone molds she had purchased with clean water, then placed them in the freezer to make ice cubes. She transferred the previously frozen cubes into her storage space and refilled the water to freeze again. Ji-hee discovered an excellent method for retrieving ice cubes. By accessing the marketplace and selecting the ice cubes, they would disappear from her sight. By clicking retrieve, the ice cubes would reappear before her, allowing her to collect them directly into her storage space. With this method, collecting ice cubes became incredibly convenient. After placing the water to freeze the ice cubes, Ji-hee sat on the sofa to pay off her debts to the bank. Feeling a newfound lightness without the burden of debt, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Opening her shop, she noticed that all the food items had sold out, leaving not even a trace of sweet potato leaves. Ji continued to pull sweet potato leaves from her storage to restock her store, maintaining the same prices. She noted that fresh vegetables would yield a greater quantity than cooked ones. The system was adamant about not allowing her to exploit loopholes, potentially even calculating the costs of seasonings. Even so, Jihi preferred selling fresh produce, as cooking required not only seasonings but also gas and time. Selling fresh produce simplified her efforts significantly. With only 80 servings of sweet potato leaves available, Jihi had to supplement the remaining 20 servings with garlic broccoli. With the vegetables in the field nearing maturity, she anticipated that within a week, she would not lack for greens. After a sufficient break, Jihi stood up, glancing at the clock, which indicated that it was already past 11 in the evening. She placed the dough she had kneaded yesterday into her cultivation space to allow it to rise. She rose and made her way to the bathroom, resolving to cut her hair. The weather was sweltering and water was scarce. Today, as she stepped outside, she noticed many people with hair so greasy it could be used for cooking. In such heat, long hair not only required more water for washing, but also drew unwanted attention. Although she had stockpiled water in advance, she remained uncertain about when the oppressive heat would subside. The amount of water she collected daily never seemed to match what she consumed, leaving her with a lingering sense of insecurity. Chapter 74. Short hair. Why not simply cut my hair short? Not only will it save water during washing, but it will also be less conspicuous when I go out. With this thought in mind, Jihi seized a pair of scissors, stood before the mirror, and with a few decisive snips, transformed her long hair into an ultra-short style. After completing the task, she gazed into the mirror and felt a sense of satisfaction. Quite nice indeed, it exuded a certain wild beauty. At this moment, it was still before noon, so Jihi decided to enter her space and set up supports for the vegetables. In just a single day, the vegetables had grown taller by a segment. Jihi felt a surge of joy, her work becoming more invigorating. In no time, she had erected all the necessary supports to ensure the plants did not stray. She tied their tendrils to the frames with twine. With this, they would no longer fear losing their way in the night. Humming a tune, Jihi flitted about the farm like a diligent little bee. Perhaps it wouldn't take an entire week. In just a few days, she would be able to harvest the greens from her garden, which filled her with immense delight. Timing her tasks, Jihi exited her space. At 2 in the morning was the designated time for water and gas. She could not afford to miss it. Before the gas arrived, Jihi prepared by placing the soaked mung beans on the stove. It was simple. She would boil them directly once the gas arrived, adding sugar just before they were done. Next, she retrieved a mixing bowl and began kneading the dough. Steam buns were particularly easy to make. She simply portioned the dough into suitable sizes and shaped them into rounds. Her movements were swift, and soon she had crafted 50 large buns, which she intended to steam in a large iron pot on the stove, 10 at a time, completing 5 batches. The stove required firewood, which she could ignite immediately without waiting for the gas. This occupied 2 burners, one for natural gas, another for the wood stove. While Jihi prepared to make pancakes on the induction cooker. Unlike boiling mung bean soup or steaming buns, making pancakes demanded her continuous attention. In addition to these 3 dishes, Jihi also planned to stew several large pork hocks. Once cooked, she would store them in her space, ready to be enjoyed with a touch of garlic sauce, sure to entice the neighbor's children. Jihi had originally purchased 20 large hocks and intended to stew them all today. If one pot wasn't sufficient, she would simply use multiple pots. Once the buns and mung bean soup were ready, she could place them in without wasting a moment. Just in time, she had 2 stainless steel buckets to fill. Otherwise, she would feel a sense of emptiness within. Jihi also didn't forget to toss a few sweet potatoes and potatoes into the stove. 4 baked sweet potatoes were delicious, sweet, and delightful with each bite. Just as Jihi completed her preparations, the sound of water flowing from the faucet echoed from the other room, and the lights flickered on automatically. She hurried over to turn the faucet to its maximum. But unfortunately, today's water flow was even less than yesterday's. Even with all 3 faucets open, it would take 2 hours to gather a sufficient amount. Jihi felt a sinking sensation in her heart, but there was little she could do except store as much as possible. Returning to the kitchen, Jihi remembered to press the cook button on 3 rice cookers simultaneously before turning her attention to the pancakes, determined to finish them all within the 2-hour time frame. Not just her household, But all the neighbors slowly began to stir with liveliness, a stark contrast to the daytime silence. Once the gas arrived, it seemed to signal everyone to turn their lights to full brightness and gather in their kitchens to prepare meals. Even though food was scarce at this time, as long as one was willing to spend and wait in line, it could still be obtained, although the supermarket did not offer fresh vegetables. Dried goods, such as mushrooms and seaweed, remained available. Such was the nature of the people. No matter how much they complained, as long as there was food to eat, they would not cause a ruckus. The aroma emanating from Ji-hee's home, against the backdrop of her neighbors, did not attract the attention of any prying eyes. After 2 hours, the water, electricity, and gas ceased promptly, plunging the house back into darkness. Finally, Ji-hee had a moment to sit and rest. After 2 solid hours of labor, she had steamed 50 large buns, prepared 12 pots of rice, made over 100 pancakes, and blended a bucket of mung bean smoothie. The large pork hocks on the stove would be ready in just a few minutes. Once the hocks were set aside, her work for the day would be complete. However, her supply of firewood was dwindling, and tomorrow, Ji-hee would need to gather more. Though her home had a wood stove, it wasn't used excessively, as most of the time, she relied on natural gas and the induction cooker, thus her firewood stock was minimal. Ji-hee contemplated making time to collect some firewood. As for the coal she had purchased for her space, she decided to hold off on using it for now, saving it for a rainy day when finding firewood might become inconvenient. In a villa at Ji-yin's home, her mother returned, chattering incessantly. We're all relatives. Yet Ji-hee expects us to pay 10,000 for some mosquito repellent. At such a young age, she is already so money-minded. Just 10,000. Is it really worth mentioning? Uncle Ji furrowed his brow. Is this amount worth discussing? It's a blessing to have any mosquito repellent at all. If not, you could do without it. Pan Li Feng, Ji-yin's mother, rolled her eyes at Uncle Ji's retort, huffed, and turned back toward the house. Why should I? I want 6 packs. I'm going to visit my family. Uncle Ji frowned but said nothing, turning to Ji-yin, whose face was swollen. You won't need that many. Share some with us. Reluctantly, Ji-yin complied, taking out 6 packs and dividing the remainder in half. 1/2 for each of us. With that, she abandoned her meal and turned back toward her room. Uncle Ji, upon seeing the mosquito repellent, felt a sense of relief. The mosquitoes had become frighteningly numerous lately, with swats able to send several flying. He had not anticipated such an explosion in mosquito numbers. The supplies he had prepared were primarily food and medicine, and he had not included any mosquito repellent. Today, he had sought out several connections, but had been unable to procure any, ultimately resorting to purchasing a few bottles of floral water at a high price, one of which Ji-yin had lost. Just as he lit the mosquito repellent, he felt the number of mosquitoes in the house diminish significantly. Previously, they had been so numerous it felt suffocating. Ji-yin lay on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The ointment on her face was uncomfortable, and her heart felt heavy, as though something were scratching at it. The mere thought of Ji-hee selling her near-expired floral water filled her with rage. After enduring her frustrations, she could no longer hold back and pulled out her phone to message Ji-hee. Hey, you heartless vendor. How could you sell me near-expired floral water? After sending the message, she waited, but 2 minutes passed without a reply from Ji-hee. Growing impatient, she sent another message. What's the matter? Realizing you have no justification for your actions, and thus remain silent? Let me tell you, I will expose this matter. I'll have my classmates mock you. Reply to me. I know you're not asleep. After 5 minutes had elapsed without a response, Ji-yin became increasingly anxious. Why won't you reply to me? I knew I was right about you. You always act so indifferent. After venting her frustrations, she found herself even angrier. Clenching her phone tightly, she waited some more. It still did not receive the notification sound. In a fit of rage, she sent several more messages to Ji-hee. Eventually, she lost track of when she finally fell asleep. Chapter 75. Breach of defense. This insect-repellent incense may appear small, but once ignited, it burns exceptionally slowly. A piece no larger than a fingernail can smolder throughout the night until reduced to powder. Ever since the introduction of prolin in conjunction with the incense, Ji-hee feels as though she has been transported back to the heat of summer, enjoying blissful sleep like never before. She awakens naturally, only to find it is already 3 in the afternoon. Groping for her phone on the bedside table, he opens it to find a plethora of unread messages, predominantly from Jean. Not only are there texts, but also a multitude of voice messages, dozens, several of which exceed 60 seconds in length. He ignores Yin's lengthy tirade. After all, the floral spray has not yet expired, has it? Knowing Yin's penchant for dramatics, she is certain that the half-empty bottle will be used before it reaches its expiration date. If it will be used, then it is not wasteful. He cannot fathom what has set Yin off this time. Perhaps it is merely a case of too much idle wealth. After pondering for a moment, transforms an unflattering photo of Yin from yesterday into a meme and sends it over, accompanied by the words, "Today is a splendid day. Everything you wish for shall come to fruition." Subsequently, she closes the chat and turns her attention to the news. Reports of mosquito-borne diseases flood hospitals, which are overrun with patients, and a shortage of medicine raises concerns. Could this be a harbinger of doom? Experts recommend consuming only 1 meal a day for better health. Amidst the sweltering heat, a massive die-off of poultry and fish has not only contaminated water sources, but also led to the influx of tainted meat into the market. Citizens are urged not to purchase unquarantined raw meat. Examines the accompanying images, which depict vast numbers of dead chickens and ducks strewn across the ground. Countless in number, while workers clad in protective gear gather the carcasses. The owner can be seen weeping, nearly on the verge of fainting, clearly heartbroken. Shakes her head. News of poultry deaths had already circulated in the chat group days ago. Why is it just now making headlines? Vegetables are already scarce, and with this revelation, prices will surely escalate further. As scrolls down, she encounters gruesome images of dead fish lying in the river, covered in swarms of black flies, a truly repulsive sight. With such a significant loss of fish, the water supply will undoubtedly become even more precious. She wonders whether this will affect her daily water usage. Despite her myriad thoughts, there is little she can do. She exits the webpage and continues perusing the news. The government has publicly released the identities of criminals, along with a bounty announcement. Raises an eyebrow and clicks to read further. The images reveal previously apprehended felons, all bald, shackled with heavy handcuffs and leg irons, laboring under the scorching sun. How ruthless, forced to toil in such heat. Even those with special abilities could hardly endure for long. Shakes her head at the images. Mistakes have dire consequences. Just look at their current fate. The intense heat has risen significantly in recent days, nearing 54 degrees. One cannot imagine what it must be like to work under such conditions. After a moment of feigned lamentation, she resumed scrolling through the bounty list, determined to memorize the names, as a potential encounter could yield substantial food rewards. The top name, Sun Chong, could earn her 100 gene of rice. He diligently notes several names from the bounty list before exiting. The subsequent news is no different from before. Either the government is calling for individuals with special abilities to register, or experts are proclaiming optimistic tidings. She quickly schemes through before shutting it down, opening the community group where numerous individuals are seeking to purchase incense from her. Declines each request. Having sold a considerable amount of incense the previous day, she realizes that those who are astute, like the elderly woman lingering nearby, are likely calculating her supply. Continuing to sell today would surely prompt speculation. Where did she acquire such precious incense? Not only does she have enough for herself, but she also has surplus to sell. This contradicts the impoverished persona she has crafted for herself. Thus, she decides against it. After all, she has no pressing need for money. Regarding the remaining incense in her space, she intends to keep only 40 pieces, selling the rest in her shop. She opts to trade for gasoline instead. Within no time, all the incense is sold out. Currently, the incense is selling faster than food. At that moment, Yin's message arrives unexpectedly. Society, it's your sister Ina. I'm going to kill you. Happy family, The image is already in the class group. It's only 50 away from being uploaded successfully. Society, it's your sister In. Transfer 10,000. Society, it's your sister In. Do not post it. Immediately retrieve the photo. Happy family, Please mind your tone. I'm not in a good mood right now. My hands are shaking. Society, it's your sisterine. I beg you. From now on, you are my sister. Please do not send that photo out. G teases Jean for a while, relishing her impending breakdown, before casually accepting the transfer. This skirmish concludes for the moment. Setting her phone aside, G resumes stocking her shop. As for food, households still possess a fair amount of rice and flour. It is not yet a time of dire scarcity. When it comes to buying, people still hesitate, but incense is an absolute necessity. Once the shelves are bare, G selects pure green vegetables from her space, preparing to restock with sought ed oil wheat and zucchini, aiming to sell 2 barrels today. Having completed the vegetable restocking, G enters her space. She checks the plastic basket containing sweet potatoes, cacti, and aloe vera. They're growing quite well, surviving despite the slower pace compared to those in the black soil, which pleases her immensely. In the black soil, the plants have noticeably grown overnight. The corn has begun to bear ears, and Jihi estimates that in just over a month, it will be harvest time. She is content with this growth rate. Otherwise, she would fear failing to sustain the livestock. It is imperative. She consumes over 10 pounds of cornmeal daily. Even though she has ample stock, a sense of anxiety lingers. They consume an astonishing amount. If they're not fed enough, they continue to cry out. Leaving the black soil, he heads to the mountain to check on the previously planted vegetables. The trellis she constructed yesterday is now adorned with climbing vines, showcasing a vigorous display of life. After surveying the area, he exits the space. She still needs to prepare a meal for the livestock, which will consist of a mixture of fresh grass, cornmeal, and bran. As for vegetables, she can only hope for the day when the hillside crops are ready for consumption. At this juncture, she feels fortunate that she does not keep too many livestock. Otherwise, the burden of care would be overwhelming. Currently, she must not only expend a significant amount of grain, but also utilize an exorbitant amount of water. The diminishing water flow from the faucet barely suffices for the livestock's needs. Even her own daily consumption relies on the water stored in her space. While it seems unlikely that water shortages will occur in the coming years, the future remains uncertain, prompting Jihi to conserve water instinctively. After all, if given a choice, she would prefer not to drink from the fish pond. Upon completing her daily chores, Jihi gazes out the window. Despite her 2-story house, just under 50 meters away, several tall buildings loom. If they so desire, the residents of these high-rises can observe her yard without obstruction. Therefore, she remains cautious and seldom spends time outside. Lost in thought, Jihi hears a notification from her phone, revealing it to be a message from the morning market trading group. Upon opening it, she sees a photo shared by someone who tagged everyone. Spring blooms. Image spring blooms. Bad luck. I spent a fortune on gasoline and water. Yet despite the perfect temperature and humidity, the seeds refuse to germinate. Who knows the reason? Lee, the man without grain, exclaimed, "Why haven't they sprouted? There are still a few, aren't there? When you intend to sell them?" He even highlighted the few seedlings that had begun to grow in the picture. Spring Blossoms retorted, "Nonsense. The germination rate hasn't even surpassed 30. How can you speak of sprouting? It's not enough to cover the cost of the seeds. It's a significant loss. Have you even noticed the seedlings that have emerged? They appear malnourished. It's uncertain whether they will thrive." Lee, the man without grain, replied, "If you're worried about their growth, why not sell them to me now? I won't mind." Spring Blossoms responded, "Sure, but you must trade me grain in return." Lee, the man without grain, lamented, "All the grain has been taken away. I still have to queue at the supermarket to buy some. Where would I find any grain?" The bankrupt Chicken King interjected, "Lee, that's rather inconsiderate. When I seek to purchase grain from you, why do you lament your poverty?" Meanwhile, G ignored the other's chatter and opened the photo posted by Spring Blossoms, revealing a sizable greenhouse. Chapter 76, Refusal, however. The plants sprouting on the ground were lamentably few compared to the vast area they occupied. This should not be the case. With the humidity and temperature suitable, there should be a flourishing of vegetation. Why then did they not grow? Was it perhaps too hot? He was no expert in agronomy and, after pondering for a considerable time to no avail, decided to cast the thought aside. Within the group, some had begun to seek water from Spring Blossoms. The bankrupt affluent individual inquired. Spring blossoms. Since the plants are not germinating, are you selling water? Unfortunately, the water I possess is only suitable for irrigation and does not meet drinking standards. How could I possibly squander drinking water on the land? I haven't bathed in days, replied Spring Blossoms. Electric appliance specialist. I have water. Care for a private chat? The bankrupt affluent individual responded. How much for a bottle? 500. Came a reply from electric appliance specialist. Forget it. I can't afford that, the individual retorted. 500 is too expensive? You truly have no idea how high the prices have soared outside. Electric appliance specialist exclaimed. I even saw someone swimming in an indoor pool on a certain app today. How is it that I'm being charged 500 for a bottle here? The bankrupt individual lamented. Whether you wish to buy or not is entirely your choice. You should consider how much wealth they possess. They could swim in mineral water without batting an eye, electric appliance specialist remarked. An impoverished elder, old Lee, added. If he won't buy, I will. Let's chat privately. He had also noticed numerous individuals sharing videos of their affluent lifestyles online. Some displayed their homegrown vegetables and meats, while others showcased their swimming pools. Even Jean had not refrained from posting her snacks online, lamenting the absence of fruits. It seemed as if everyone had entirely forgotten the chaos of recent times. With this thought, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger, realizing she had not eaten since rising. A strong craving for meat washed over her. So she retrieved a portion of the braised pig's trotter she had prepared the previous day from her space, carefully slicing off half and returning the remainder. The trotter was substantial. She could not consume it all at once and would have to divide it into 2 meals. He drizzled the rich broth over her rice, savoring each bite of meat interspersed with mouthfuls of rice. Feeling the absence of vegetables, she fetched a small plate of cold dishes, achieving a satisfying balance of meat and greens. Perhaps due to the arduous labor she had endured recently, her appetite had significantly increased. Previously, she could never have finished half a trotter. After her meal, she retrieved a large bowl of strawberries from her space, having saved the fruit she had purchased earlier, which would last her for 2 months if she was frugal. Cradling the strawberries, she settled onto the sofa to scroll through her phone, remembering to retrieve the ice cubes she had frozen earlier. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, with the sun setting, donned her clothes and prepared to step outside. Initially, she had intended to gather firewood from the mountain, but with the 20 Jean had given her, she decided to indulge herself first. She had yet to visit the newly opened supermarket, and it would be interesting to see what it offered. With a daily spending limit of 500, this sum would suffice for over a month. Before leaving, he surveyed her room, opting to store the unused bed and wardrobe in her space. The house contained a fair amount of furniture, and if she did not dust it regularly, it would soon accumulate a layer of grime. Water was scarce, and with the pest problem worsening, it seemed unnecessary to keep the furniture in the house. It was far better to store it away. Resolute in her decision, he swiftly cleared all the furniture from upstairs and downstairs, including miscellaneous items from the storage room. She left only a bed and a wardrobe in her bedroom, simplifying her cleaning routine to just 1 room each day. She truly was quite clever. Time was of the essence, so he carefully locked the door, donned her designated outdoor attire, and briskly made her way to the supermarket. The surroundings were not yet enveloped in complete darkness, and many pedestrians populated the streets, all heading to queue at the supermarket. Those living farther away needed to set off early to avoid delays in collecting water for dinner. Everyone seemed focused on their paths, with only a few engaged in casual conversations, appearing less vibrant than they had just days prior. The heat and water shortage, compounded by a recent infestation of pests in their food supplies, had left many feeling anxious. He remained silent, concentrating on her steps, grateful for the resilient prolin, which had provided a cooling respite for several days. She continued her brisk walk. After more than 50 minutes, she arrived at the supermarket, where a long queue extended far beyond her sight. Many individuals sat on small stools under the shade of umbrellas, yet he, unwilling to dally, quickly joined the end of the line. No sooner had she taken her place than several people stood behind her. Relieved, she opened her backpack, retrieving a folding stool, which she set on the ground to sit while waiting. As the line inched forward at a slow pace, Ji idly daydreamed while organizing her space in her mind. She was exceedingly careful not to disturb any items within her game while outside. To avoid wasting time, she decided to reorganize the contents of her space, ultimately freeing up considerable room. She set aside old furniture and worn cardboard boxes that were no longer of use. Should a precious item require storage in the future, these would be the first to go. Despite the crowd, the line moved steadily, and after more than 2 hours, Ji finally reached the front. Standing up, she patted her numb backside and followed the person ahead into the supermarket. Upon entering, she was promptly stopped by a police officer stationed at the entrance. "Please place your bag in the adjacent storage area. Bags are not permitted inside the supermarket," the officer instructed. Ji nodded and followed the officer's gesture to a newly established section at the entrance, where numerous lockers were available. Some lockers had keys inserted, while others did not. A few individuals were busy placing their belongings into the lockers, while others were stowing their bags inside. Due to the extreme heat, the supermarket had ceased selling plastic bags, compelling everyone to carry their items in backpacks. Ji approached one of the empty lockers with a key inserted, placing her bag inside. Her bag was rather dirty and contained only the folding stool she had just used, so she was not concerned about theft. After locking the locker, she tugged on it to test the mechanism, satisfied to find it secure. She tucked the key away and turned to enter the supermarket. Overhead, a loudspeaker announced, "Theft is strictly prohibited within the supermarket. Offenders will face revocation of purchasing privileges or worse, reformation. Please keep a close eye on your belongings. We bear no responsibility for theft." Chapter 77. The rush for supplies. Each individual is restricted to a purchase of 500, so please calculate judiciously. Exceeding this limit will result in a return, not even a dime over. As if to ensure clarity, loudspeakers overhead incessantly broadcast this information. The first floor of the supermarket is not particularly large, akin to that of an ordinary grocery store, yet it is brightly lit and stocked abundantly, evoking a sense of nostalgia from the time before the calamity. This supermarket comprises 2 levels. The first floor is dedicated to food, while the second floor's offerings remain a mystery. The store is bustling not only with patrons, but also with staff members who navigate the aisles, replenishing any depleted shelves from the storeroom. However, Ji is in no rush to ascend the stairs. Instead, she leisurely explores the first floor. The assertions of those around her are indeed accurate. The supermarket offers a plethora of food items, yet conspicuously lacks beverages and bottled water. Even dairy products, such as milk and yogurt, are nowhere to be found. It is possible that these items were simply snatched up by others. The only liquids available are soy sauce and vinegar. Before the calamity, upon entering a supermarket, one would find entire shelves brimming with beverages and bottled water, not to mention an array of yogurts and fresh milk occupying a complete wall. Now all of that is gone. After a thorough inspection of the supermarket, he has a clearer understanding of the situation. Although the variety of goods is not negligible, most items have a short shelf life, ranging from half a month to a month, with many nearing their expiration dates. Long-lasting products, such as beef jerky and canned luncheon meat, are virtually absent. With this knowledge in mind, she heads towards the expansive grain section. From a distance, she spots a massive sign declaring a daily purchase limit of half a pound per person. He thinks to herself, half a pound? That would barely suffice for 3 meals of rice. Despite her internal complaints, her curiosity compels her to approach and take a closer look. The shelves are stocked with various grains: rice, flour, millet, brown rice, cornmeal, red beans, green beans, and more. Essentially everything one would expect to find in a market prior to the disaster. However, her spirits plummet upon glancing at the prices. Rice is priced at 300 yuan per pound. Not only is there a purchase limit, but the prices are exorbitant. 500 yuan would barely allow for the purchase of 2 pounds. This sum hardly stretches far. Nevertheless, this section attracts the largest crowd. After all, even a half pound of grain can be stretched to last for 2 days when prepared as porridge paired with pickled vegetables, allowing for some to be saved. The Chinese have always been adept at frugality. He observes the queue ahead of her and decides to turn away. The supplies she has stored in her space are sufficient for the time being, so she refrains from joining this frenzy. In addition to the grain section, the snack aisle is also bustling with patrons. Consuming porridge daily has left many craving snacks, which offer a delightful diversion from their monotonous meals. Perhaps due to the recent disaster, the variety of snacks remains abundant, with many familiar items still available. Albeit at steeply inflated prices, some have surged by 20 or even 30 times. For instance, candy that once cost 2 yuan per pack has skyrocketed to over 50 yuan. Instant dried fish, which used to be sold by weight, now goes for 40 yuan each. The prices of these diminutive spicy fish are exorbitant, primarily because all items on sale are nearing their expiration dates. If not for the calamity, he would never have imagined the market being so flooded with near-expired products, all stacked high and sold at exorbitant prices. Yet, a throng continues to scramble for them. He watches in silence. Ultimately, she recalls that she has already stocked up on plenty of snacks during her visits to the supermarket and influencer warehouses, and she is reluctant to make unnecessary purchases. As she continues her stroll, she notes that other than the meat and vegetables, which have long been sold out, the remaining items are promptly replenished by staff, and there is currently no frenzied competition for goods. A middle-aged man pleads with a staff member, "Please, can you restock the cabbage? My elderly mother has high blood pressure and can't tolerate pickled vegetables." The staff member, visibly distressed, responds, "I wish I could, but we have no stock in the storeroom. Only a few are released each day, and even we cannot purchase them. If it's urgent, perhaps you can consider some dried mushrooms over there." Glances at the vegetable and meat counter, which presently appears woefully empty, before heading to the dry goods section, where prices have also seen a significant increase. Although not as steep as the grain prices, and without purchase limits, 500 yuan barely afford her much. Undeterred, he continues her exploration of the supermarket. At last, she discovers a counter offering spices, which have only increased fivefold, relatively modest compared to other items. Not feeling rushed, she peruses the first floor a bit longer, comparing prices, yet fails to find anything cheaper. Finally, she fills her basket with an assortment of spices, diligently calculating the total to ensure it aligns perfectly with her budget. An elderly woman nearby notices his extensive spice selection and remarks, "Why buy so many spices? They can spoil if not used quickly." He smiles and simply replies, "I have a large family," before returning her focus to her calculations. Soy sauce, vinegar, steamed fish soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, sesame oil, salt, chicken essence, MSG, broad bean paste, yellow bean paste, and chili sauce all find their way in her basket. During this time of cooking, soy sauce has been the most consumed, so she decides to stock up. Having gathered all her spices, does not forget to venture upstairs for a quick look. The second floor, dedicated to daily necessities, is sparsely populated, with prices remaining relatively stable compared to pre-disaster times. She picks up a few lighters and candles, ensuring her total reaches 499. 5 yuan. Satisfied, she proceeds to the checkout. After completing her purchase and exiting the supermarket, he carefully stows her spices into her backpack and saunters towards the exit. Nearby, the recycling counter appears to be less busy, with only a few individuals lingering, but not in large numbers. He casts a glance before redirecting her focus on her path. The incident with being robbed yesterday lingers in her mind, and she is not keen on having her freshly purchased spices snatched away. Those emerging from a supermarket likely share similar concerns. As many travel in groups, women and children at the center, with men forming a protective outer circle, wielding sticks and knives to deter potential thieves. Alone, he must exercise extra caution. Chapter 78. The supermarket, she truly discovered that someone was following her from behind, which startled her into hastily retreating to the corner of the house and slipping into her space. These thieves operated as a gang. Once they had stolen their loot, they fled. With her petite stature, she dared not pursue them. If a tender bun were to confront a ferocious dog, it would likely meet a grim fate. He hid in her space for 5 minutes, waiting until she felt it was safe to emerge. Transitioning from the brilliant illumination within to the enveloping darkness outside, her eyes struggled to adjust. Remaining stationary, she allowed her vision to acclimate before finally making her way home. This time, there was no one trailing her, and she returned home safely. Even with the presence of Prolin, he emerged from her excursion drenched in sweat. reluctant to waste water on a shower. She filled a basin to wipe herself down, finding this method significantly refreshing. She did not discard the used water, but saved it to nourish the plants in her plastic basket. Previously, she would flush the toilet, but now she considered it a waste, planning to procure some sand from the construction site in a few days to create a more sustainable solution for water conservation. Feeling revitalized and dressed in her work attire, He entered her space to commence her tasks. She toiled until the clock struck 1 in the morning. Having tended to the livestock, a final feeding before bed would suffice. Lying in bed, she opened her shop's interface to find that all the vegetables had sold out. She delivered the gasoline to the marketplace and proceeded to restock with fresh greens. With a steady supply, her worries began to dissipate. Once the new batch of vegetables was fully stocked, she anticipated that the produce in her space would soon be ready for sale as well. After arranging the greens, he turned her attention to the chat messages. Since the inception of her shop, countless individuals had reached out to her, some lamenting their misfortunes, others attempting moral coercion. There were those seeking her favor and others proposing alliances, even inquiries about her vegetable supply channels. The variety of messages was overwhelming, prompting her to remain silent, choosing to feign ignorance. Engaging further could lead to unnecessary complications. The current abundance of talents was diverse, not limited to combat skills, but also encompassing a plethora of peculiar abilities. She wished to avoid any conflicts, believing that ignorance was the best policy. For now, she did not require assistance from others in the game and would take things as they came in the future. After browsing through the news, she was met with a slew of disheartening reports. The soaring temperatures coupled with a lack of water had rendered the fields barren, and today, as harvest was entirely thwarted. The grains purchased for home consumption, if not sealed in protective packaging, would become infested with insects within a day under these conditions. Experts urged the public to purchase smaller packages of rice or share meals among several households. Trash needed to be disposed of promptly, otherwise, it would breed a haven for flies, which could ultimately contaminate food and incite a vicious cycle. He found this suggestion to be quite sound, though the practicality of communal meals was questionable. Who would collect the rubbish? Setting aside the laziness of the younger generation, how many elderly individuals would carry their waste to designated disposal spots? Previously, there were designated collectors, but in just a few days, neglect had set in, and the area outside her home was a veritable stench, overflowing with refuse. Each return home required her to hold her breath, and even inside, the foul odor seeped through the walls. For the past few days, she had refrained from disposing of trash at her doorstep, opting instead to take it to the waste station. Yet, even if she abstained, others continued to litter, and no one seemed to care. He shook her head and resumed her news consumption. Chapter 79. Very well, no more words. Mosquitoes breed rapidly, their venom becoming increasingly potent, and they transmit various diseases. Previously, a wave of heat stroke claimed the lives of numerous elderly individuals, and now these mosquitoes have begun to target children. The hospital corridors are now filled to capacity, and reports indicate a shortage of medications. It is hoped that everyone will take preventive measures to address the issue at its source. It has been reported that the government is urgently developing methods for sterilizing mosquitoes, alleviating public anxiety, with an assurance that once successful, these solutions will be made available in the market. In addition, a significant number of poultry have perished, and infected meat has found its way into the market, leading to hospitalizations after consumption, with some patients failing to survive. Before their families have had time to grieve, they too fall ill and are rushed to emergency rooms. The government is once again urging the public to refrain from purchasing meat of unknown origin, no matter how tempting it may be. Simultaneously, they recommend limiting daytime activities, encouraging more rest to reduce physical exertion, thus prolonging hunger. A chorus of discontent ensued. The existing mosquito troubles have now been compounded by an outbreak of avian influenza. He observed for a while, realizing that it was not all dire news. There were indeed some positive developments. For instance, several entrepreneurs had donated substantial supplies sufficient for many to sustain themselves for a year. Additionally, there were innovations in technology, such as solar power vehicles that could operate on both solar energy and gasoline, offering hope for a return to life as it was before the extreme heat. After observing the commotion for a while, he turned her attention to her shop. The vegetables were not selling quickly, so she decided to stock some insect-repelling incense, exchanging it for 300 liters of gasoline, curious about the market's response. With the current mosquito population, the incense should sell well. She had collected a considerable amount in her warehouse, enough to last her several lifetimes, so selling some for gasoline seemed prudent. Given the indefinite wait for space upgrades and the insufficient land for cultivation, she prioritized gasoline over simply storing incense. Once the incense was listed, he chose to wait instead of closing the back end immediately. To her delight, within minutes, all the incense was sold out. She hastily restocked. Although this insect-repelling incense was discarded by others, the quality was largely intact. It was merely broken into pieces and not particularly aesthetically pleasing. He herself used it, finding that even a small piece could burn for an extended duration. She felt no remorse in trading these items for gasoline, as it was a voluntary exchange, not a forced sale. Moreover, this incense was far more effective than conventional mosquito coils, repelling not only mosquitoes but also flies and cockroaches, leaving her home astonishingly free of pests. Shortly after the items were listed, Jing contacted her through the back end, expressing interest in purchasing all of it. After some consideration, he agreed, as per usual, to list everything after 5 minutes, allowing him to purchase it himself. As for whether he would succeed in acquiring it, she could not guarantee, given that the game lacked a private trading mechanism, requiring all transactions to occur through the marketplace. She could only agree on a time for convenience. He held a favorable impression of Jing. Despite his frugality and curiosity, he was fundamentally an upright person, not a member of the underworld, which was sufficient for her. Ultimately, despite selling to anyone, she privately hoped to sell to good individuals. The government's authority and societal stability were essential for her peace of mind. When the appointed time arrived, he opened the marketplace to restock. To her surprise, some benevolent soul had purchased all her remaining vegetables, leaving her with precisely 100 empty slots on her shelves. Thank you, benefactor. Chapter 80. Frenzy in a swift and fervent manner. He delivered all the gasoline to the space and returned to her shop to stock the insect-repellent incense. This incense was remarkably effective, with immediate results. Once lit, the visible pest would vanish before one's eyes, thus eliminating the need for a testing period. Anyone who had purchased it was eager to buy more. Soon enough, he found that her restocking pace could not keep up with the insatiable demand. She hurriedly replenished her shelves, while the incense rapidly disappeared, leaving her hands sore from the relentless effort. Yet the thrill of watching the money flow in was intoxicating. It was only when the alarm chimed that she finally paused, momentarily disoriented. A glance at her storage space revealed that the sold incense had merely scratched the surface of her stockpile, leaving her reserves untouched. Indeed, she relished this feeling of abundance. First, she decided to prepare dinner. To avoid others discerning her whereabouts from her sudden halt, he chose to fill the shelves with vegetables instead of leaving them empty. This would, at the very least, create some confusion for others. As joyfully busied herself in the kitchen, she remained blissfully unaware that the game's chat channel was ablaze with excitement due to her actions. This fervor was not confined to her nation alone. It was a global phenomenon, with countries worldwide grappling with a similar surge of pests. The situation was even more dire in certain African nations, where the insects not only proliferated rapidly, but were unusually large. After the efficacy of insect repellents was experimentally confirmed at the 200 store, chaos ensued throughout the game. Players frantically clicked on vacant stalls, desperate to procure the repellent for themselves. Regrettably, aside from the initial few pieces snatched by a few fortunate players, all subsequent stock was monopolized by various factions. The Dragon Nation had long recognized the opportunity, quickly stockpiling before others could react. Other factions, well-resourced and numerous, easily outpaced individual players. Some factions even reached out to allies, hoping to form alliances to seize all the repellent, but the shop owner, a mysterious figure known as borrowing 500 billion from heaven, remained aloof, ignoring all communication. Despite numerous pleas for higher prices, he remained focused solely on restocking, oblivious to the clamoring voices behind her. The crowd soon resigned themselves to the reality, dedicating their efforts to purchasing from the shop. They comforted themselves with the notion that at least the owner was fair, not granting any unfair advantages to select individuals. Otherwise, acquiring the repellent would have been even more challenging. Little did they know, he was not cold and indifferent to price increases. She was simply engrossed in the task of restocking, unaware of the temptation that such offers presented. As the night wore on, he had no inkling of the frenzy she had incited. With 20 minutes remaining until the water returned, she entered the kitchen to commence her preparations. She had long decided on the evening's menu, having procured a substantial amount of chicken wings from the game farm. She intended to coat them in flour and fry them to crispy perfection, envisioning the delight of savoring one when hunger struck. Previously, she had cleaned all the ingredients before the water supply was interrupted, and now she placed them in a large bowl to marinate, opting for ginger and other spices in the absence of green onions. While the wings marinated, she whisked a generous amount of eggs, utilizing the enormous eggs she had gathered from the farm. Soon, she would dip the wings in egg wash, coat them with a special batter she had learned about online, and fry them to golden crispness. She even repurposed the oil left from previous frying endeavors, adding a bit of fresh oil to replenish it. With the oil prepared for frying, he did not pause, swiftly retrieving 2 clay pots. Having purchased 50 chickens, she had only utilized a handful for stir-frying, leaving plenty in storage. Tonight, she planned to use 6, for would be simmered into a rich chicken soup, with the tender meat served separately and the broth used for noodles, while the remaining 2 would be roasted. Though her stock did not contain vegetables, she had an abundance of potatoes, which she diced and stuffed into the chickens, ensuring a delectable combination when cooked together. She wished to prepare more, but the chicken soup required considerable time, and with only 2 hours available, she could not manage more than a couple of chickens. This required the use of the oven, rice cooker, and induction stove all at once. The chicken soup was straightforward since the birds had already been cleaned, allowing her to place them directly into the clay pot. The roasted chickens would take slightly more effort, but since she had marinated them in advance, it was manageable. She simply wrapped them in foil and placed them in the oven, ready to start roasting once the electricity was restored. Just as he completed her preparations, the faucet began to signal her, and the lights that had remained on in the house flickered to life. She hurriedly dashed to open the oven and then turn on the gas and induction stove. With her firewood supply dwindling, she opted not to use the traditional stove today, knowing it could be utilized at any time without urgency. The water from the faucet flowed even thinner than the day before, and at this rate, she wondered how many more days they could endure. He mused briefly before the oil reached the desired temperature, prompting her to begin frying the chicken wings. With a substantial quantity to cook, she felt pressed for time. Between frying the wings, she intermittently brushed the roasted chickens with honey, remaining occupied for a solid 2 hours. By the end, she collapsed into a chair, feeling as though she had just run a bustling restaurant during peak hours, wishing she could split herself in 2 to manage the chaos. Yet, her work was not yet complete. She still needed to prepare ingredients for the next day. However, there was no rush. First, she needed to eat. It had been quite some time since her last meal, and her hunger was palpable. Considering that she would soon retire for the night, he decided not to overindulge and aim for a satisfying but modest meal. She took a large steamed bun, split it open, and filled it with succulent pork knuckle, feeling something was missing until she added a spoonful of chili sauce, finally satisfied. Was this not a steamed bun version of the beloved meat sandwich? It was perfect. Taking a hearty bite, the savory flavor of the meat mingled with the bun's doughy essence, filling her with contentment. Indeed, one must eat meat to truly enjoy life. He had steamed the buns to perfection, each slightly larger than her fist. After consuming one, she felt pleasantly satiated, neither hungry nor overly full, though she could have easily devoured another half. While not entirely stuffed, he refrained from indulging further and instead poured herself a bowl of dumpling soup, savoring it slowly. This bowl would suffice for the time being. Her plan was to eat twice a day, each meal comprising about 70% fullness. This approach was more in tune with her surroundings. After all, if everyone else grew leaner while she remained rosy-cheeked, it would surely raise eyebrows. Chapter 81. Snatching while cursing. Having satiated her hunger, Ji felt invigorated and began kneading dough. The last of the potatoes in her storage had been utilized, leaving nothing but dry goods behind. Although she had no intention of preparing meat dishes for the time being, the 2 hours of idle time were unacceptable. Thus, she resolved to make steamed buns and flour rolls, which would be exceedingly convenient to prepare. Once the dough was ready, Ji retrieved the jar of pickled vegetables she had prepared previously from her planting space. After observing it for a moment, she deemed the pickling time insufficient and decided to return the jar to its place. She then took out some fresh greens and began chopping them with a knife. Her intention was to prepare a larger quantity of feed at once, which could be stored without fear of spoiling, allowing her to conveniently feed her chickens later. The chicks were voracious eaters, having nearly consumed all the infested rice she had gathered. This time, she aimed to prepare an ample supply of chicken feed. Previously, she had encountered plenty of infested grain along her travels. However, ever since the government initiated a recycling program, such grain had become a rarity on the streets. As people were now returning it for government collection, although the compensation was meager, it was preferable to discarding it entirely. Merely feeding the chicks vegetables was insufficient for their nutrition, hindering their growth. Once the current supply of infested grain was depleted, he planned to venture outside to catch some insects for them. Fortunately, she need not travel far, as there were ample insects nearby, untouched by others. The high temperatures and decaying food led to a rapid proliferation of flies, with their larvae visible in the corners every day, pure white in color. Experts had even conducted lectures on the subject, demonstrating the nutritional value of these larvae, rich in protein, and encouraging the public to embrace this food source. She could collect some to feed her chickens, simultaneously curtailing the flies' population, a dual benefit. The more he contemplated this, the more she felt it was a splendid idea. Thus, she resolved to seize the day and set off tomorrow. After completing her tasks, she took out an apple and lay on her bed, perusing her phone. Upon opening it, she stumbled upon a news notification. A woman had been robbed while returning home after purchasing grain. Not only had her belongings been stolen, but she had also suffered multiple stab wounds and was found dead. He was taken aback. The implications of big data were somewhat chilling. She scrolled through her group chat, witnessing exchanges of goods. The most sought-after items were food, generators, mosquito coils, medicines, and water. Food and medicine were uniformly confiscated by authorities, and even those who possessed some were unable to circulate it in the market. As for water, it arrived punctually for 2 hours each day. While insufficient for bathing, it remained adequate for drinking. Generators were available for purchase, but their exorbitant prices were far beyond his means. The most popular item in the trading group was mosquito coils, which had surged to 100 yuan each. People within the group were quick to insult those profiting from the crisis, while simultaneously scrambling to snatch up the goods. He had a decent amount of money, but relying solely on the supermarket's daily allowance of 500 yuan would take an eternity. As currency continued to lose its value, she planned to reserve 10,000 yuan for herself and spend the remainder. If she did not purchase food, the prices of other items had either stagnated or decreased significantly. He contacted merchants within the group, selecting daily necessities and purchasing a considerable haul. Items included glass bowls, jars, fishing nets, clothing, disposable containers, bed linens, quilts, plastic sheeting, ropes, hardware accessories, lighters, matches, candles, and more. As she made her purchases, the vendors appeared more anxious than she was. After some discussion, they decided to forego waiting for the next day and instead chose a central location to complete the transaction under the cover of darkness before dawn. Thus, he ventured out once more before daybreak, returning with a substantial supply of resources to store in her space. Chapter 82. As the sun began to rise, casting a dim light over the surroundings, the temperature steadily increased. He felt the warmth of the sun and adjusted her sun protection clothing, striving to shield her skin from its rays. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few individuals hastily making their way home. With her bag slung over her shoulder and wariness in her gaze, he kept her distance from others, her head bowed as she quickly returned home. Before sleeping, she glanced at her shop, pleased to see a decent sales volume. All the vegetables had sold out, prompting her to restock. However, she fell short of her target, having sold only 1.5 barrels of greens. Yawning, she closed the interface, set her alarm, and succumbed to slumber. Days passed in a monotonous rhythm. For days slipped by, yet the situation showed no signs of improvement. The temperature continued to rise. It had reached a blistering 59 degrees, leading to an uptick in heat stroke cases and numerous incidents of heat-related illnesses. The underground shelters were overcrowded, conditions deteriorating as people jostled uncomfortably close to one another. Government officials were tirelessly engaged in soothing the populace's growing anxiety, overwhelmed by the mounting chaos. A cohort of gifted individuals, after undergoing selection, had begun to assume roles as public servants, aiding the government in managing the citizenry. The state formally recognized the gifted, allowing them to coexist with the general population. Their involvement significantly alleviated public disorder, granting he a brief respite of stability. However, as life grew increasingly challenging, this tranquility felt more like the calm before a storm. An undercurrent of unrest simmered beneath the surface, palpable yet unaddressed. News broadcasts incessantly reported on unscrupulous manufacturers being shut down. One day a firm was closed for failing health standards, the next for excessive preservatives that endangered public health. There were also reports of individuals hoarding goods, exploiting the crisis for personal gain, all of which led to confiscations and the seizure of property. Celebrities and influencers were not spared either. Those caught evading taxes faced the forfeiture of their assets. The narrative was one of confiscation and chaos, with authorities relentlessly pursuing wrongdoers. Interspersed were disturbing videos from abroad depicting lawlessness, such as $0 purchases and armed takeovers. In stark contrast to the domestic situation, where firearms were prohibited, the international scene was rife with violent confrontations, particularly where the gifted were involved. The sight of them, coupled with weaponry, evoked a sense of dread reminiscent of dystopian tales. Yet for the citizens witnessing these developments, their own frustrations seemed to diminish in light of the turmoil elsewhere. The sweltering heat had transformed into a breeding ground for mosquitoes, which thrived despite the oppressive temperatures. Swarms of insects darkened the skies, leading to a surge in hospitalizations due to bites. The government's promised solutions remained elusive, leaving the populace in a state of discontent. He had once possessed enough provisions in her space to sustain herself for over 6 months, but she had already sold off a significant portion. All her greens had been exchanged for gasoline to upgrade her space. Even the offal she had procured from the farm had been mostly sold, leaving her with scant remnants. Despite the influx of gasoline, her space showed no signs of response. To her surprise, the plant known as poulin had finally ceased to function after enduring for several days without nourishment, a testament to its resilience. As it failed, he was asleep, only to awaken feeling as though she had been thrust into a steam pot, struggling to breathe. Even in slumber, an intense discomfort pervaded her senses. Gasping, she thrashed on her bed, soon drenched in sweat, until finally she opened her eyes. Desperate, she retrieved a piece of poulin from her space and applied it, feeling revitalized. The heat was unbearable, and without air conditioning, it was a torment. The nightly temperatures reached 48 degrees, making it unbearable even for the young and healthy. Had been diligently queuing for several days to expend her daily allotment of 500 yuan, observing the line diminish gradually as the heat kept many away. One night, at the supermarket entrance, after scanning her ID to enter, she heard a loud announcement behind her. "You have a negative record. You are not permitted to make purchases." Turning instinctively, she saw a balding middle-aged man attempting to enter, only to be restrained by the police. "Please, let me in. I have 2 children at home. If I don't buy food, what will they eat tonight? I have the money. I can pay the 500 yuan at checkout. I promise I won't default. I'm not intentionally falling behind on payments. Once my workplace resumes and I receive my salary, I will repay immediately. Food is so expensive now, and with so many mouths to feed, I'm under immense pressure. Please let me in." It's too hot. The elderly can't come. If I don't bring food home tonight, my children will go hungry. I have a loan of 9,000 yuan each month, and with my workplace shut down, I'm truly at my wit's end. I'm not deliberately defaulting. Chapter 83. Dispersal. The incoherent and hoarse shouts of the man echoed into the distance. The surrounding crowd watched in silence, not a single word exchanged among them. Such scenes occur daily, and the onlookers had grown numb to it. Who didn't he know that essentials had become exorbitantly priced? Who wasn't he feeling the pinch of dwindling funds? Yet abstaining from purchases was not an option. In the absence of meat, eggs, and other snacks, everyone's appetite had surged. Even if they only managed to eat until half full each day, little food could be saved. What could they do but buy? As the man's voice faded, the crowd began to turn and head towards the supermarket. During this scorching spell, many had lost considerable weight, and Ji-hee, with her naturally slender frame, seemed just right among the throng. She could not help but empathize with the man's plight. Was it wrong for him to prioritize paying the mortgage to provide food for his family? Not at all. Was it wrong for the government to fail to collect mortgage payments, thus rendering him a defaulter? It was difficult to say. After all, no one had forced him into purchasing a home. The agreement was signed, and obligations were to be honored. It was simply unforeseen that circumstances would lead to this day. Fate can be cruel. Natural disasters struck, halting the world's operations, yet the demand for timely mortgage payments remained, an utterly tragic predicament. At this moment, the supermarket had become a battleground for salted vegetables, now deemed essential by all. Not only could they be preserved for extended periods, but they could also be consumed immediately upon opening. They replenished salt and vitamins. Nothing could be more suitable. Concerns about the nitrite levels in the pickled vegetables were no longer on anyone's mind. While the sales of dry goods were also decent, they paled in comparison, as dried items required water for rehydration. With the water flow from faucets dwindling, no one knew when it would cease entirely. Purchasing dried items without the means to soak them was less practical than opting for pickled vegetables. Today, Ji bought several jars of her favorite chili sauce. Despite the price hike to 45 yuan per jar, she could accept it. Besides the chili sauce, she also purchased some tremella, dried fish, and dried shrimp. Everything was costly and in limited quantities. Only 3 packages of each sufficed to meet her allocation for the day. After paying, she pretended to stow her items into her backpack and quickly exited the supermarket. Unsurprisingly, several individuals followed closely behind her. The number of those tailing her had increased, now comprising 3 distinct groups, each day featuring different pursuers, as if it were a rotation. Sticking to her usual routine, Ji-hee accelerated as she neared the dimly lit district, retreating into a corner to evade her followers. 5 minutes later, she emerged, and the individuals who had been tailing her had all dispersed. With so many people exiting the supermarket daily, as long as one did not appear as an obvious target, they would not waste time shadowing a single person. After all, in the heat, walking and moving required energy, and lingering too long was impractical. Even robbery now required a calculated approach. Once she had shed her would-be robbers, he felt secure as she continued down the road. The darkness concealed the identities of those around her. No one could discern if the person across from them possessed any food. If they lacked provisions, it would be a futile waste of effort. As for cash, it was becoming increasingly irrelevant. One could only spend it at government-run supermarkets. While many private business owners had begun bartering instead, demanding goods rather than currency. What use was money? Daily limits capped purchases at 500 yuan, with excess being unspendable. Cash had effectively transformed into mere numbers on a phone, less useful than toilet paper. Rather than robbing for money, it was far more sensible to rob for food directly. With ample time before her return home to prepare a meal, Ji-hee, halfway along her route, began to take out a shovel, scooping up maggots from the roadside into black plastic bags to store. The chickens at home had devoured all the insects, and to ensure their nutritional needs were met, he felt liberated in her endeavors. Having grown accustomed to a rustic lifestyle since childhood, she possessed no particular aversion to dirt, even when illuminated by her flashlight. Seeing the wriggling maggots elicited no revulsion. A more delicate young woman might have found it unbearable. Strangely enough, since he had taken to collecting maggots, Many people had begun to avoid her, maintaining a distance of at least 2 meters. This newfound sense of security was quite exhilarating. The sensation of having others instinctively retreat from her presence was surprisingly pleasant. Unfazed, he continued her task, deliberately targeting areas abundant with maggots. Ideally, she should have raised mealworms for the chickens, but she hadn't thought of it initially. Now, unsure of where to procure them, she opted for the resources at hand. After all, what would eventually be digested was the same regardless. Moreover, it spared her the trouble of raising them. As she approached within a few hundred meters of home, a woman from the group that had been following her stepped forward. Covering her nose, she hurried towards G, initially expecting a swarm of mosquitoes in this area. However, to her surprise, no flies or mosquitoes hovered around the peculiar young girl. Just as she was lost in thought, he interrupted her. "Auntie, what can I do for you?" The woman, startled from her reverie, instinctively smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing significant. I just wanted to chat. We've met before, haven't we? I live right behind your house." He had a good memory. Aided by the faint light of her flashlight, she recognized the woman as indeed her neighbor. "I remember, Auntie," she said, resuming her task of scooping up the maggots. This was a spot where discarded waste had led to an infestation, with countless maggots writhing about. Some unsuspecting passersby, likely stepping on them. The woman, still pinching her nose, cautiously shone her flashlight on the ground, anxious about stepping on something unsavory. "Girl, may I ask what you're doing with these maggots? Are they being collected by the government?" The woman's eyes sparkled with hope. If the government were indeed collecting them, they would join in, for such an abundance could yield hundreds of pounds overnight. He cruelly shattered the woman's illusion. Shaking her head, she replied, "The government isn't collecting them. I'm collecting these maggots to eat at home." The woman, taken aback, struggled to process the notion of consuming maggots. "Eat? What do you mean?" Upon realizing what he had said, she instinctively gagged. Clutching her nose tightly, she took a large step back, forcing a stiff smile. "Girl, don't joke around. How would you eat those? Why not? They're non-toxic, high in protein, nutritious, and essentially meat." He spewed forth, sounding as if she were stating facts, thoroughly repulsing the neighbor. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I'll take my leave now," she said before hastily retreating, as if fleeing from a swarm of maggots. Watching the woman's receding figure, he shook her head. Was it truly so unbearable? If the government truly ran out of food, they might very well end up eating maggots. What a fanciful thought. Chapter 84. The heist. He asserted that this was no baseless rumor. The daily expenditure of 500 yuan had rendered an increasing number of individuals unable to cope. Presently, in supermarkets, countless people were being evicted for their inability to repay mortgages and car loans, leaving them unable to procure food as their supplies dwindled. What were they to do? Surely, they could not simply starve to death. Hence, they resorted to theft and robbery. Such turmoil would inevitably lead to societal unrest, a scenario the government dreaded most. They would undoubtedly devise means to distribute relief supplies. Yet, in a situation where the land could not yield harvests, how much food could the state possibly provide for its citizens? With so many people, the daily food consumption amounted to astronomical figures. Even if the government wished to sustain them, how long could they manage? Furthermore, the soaring temperatures had compelled more individuals to seek refuge underground, where they incessantly complained about the inconveniences of cooking amidst the commotion. Additionally, the water flow from taps had diminished to a mere trickle. It was not implausible that one day, water, electricity, and gas would be abruptly cut off. Who could predict the ensuing circumstances? It might well be worse than the present situation. Suppressing her thoughts, he focused on her work. Upon returning home and closing the door, she exhaled in relief. Home still offered a sense of security. Just as she sat down to sip water, her phone chimed. It was Uncle Yin, alerting her to a robbery occurring in the city center and advising her to seek shelter with some food. He furrowed her brow, responding briefly before setting her phone aside. She was not surprised by the news. She had sensed an escalating tension in the air during her outings. Seated in her room, he pondered the situation and concluded that she could not simply sit idly by. She needed to devise a plan. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was only noon and the water would arrive at 2 in the morning. If she hurried, she still had time. Rising, she grabbed her keys and was about to lock the door when she suddenly halted. She could not leave like this. What if those criminals were indeed so brazen as to target their area? Wouldn't everything she had at home be at risk? Turning swiftly, he hurriedly began to store items in her space. The condiments and food were already there, so she focused on packing up the bowls, chopsticks, and appliances left outside. Previously, she had removed items from other rooms, leaving little behind. As she passed the solar generator, she ensured to take it along with the nearby freezer. These were the two most valuable possessions in her home. Once she had finished packing, G took a moment to survey her empty abode. The kitchen now contained only a large iron pot, a disposable food container, chopsticks, and some old furniture. She had even taken a firewood and water tank. In the bedroom, she left behind the bed linens and a few pieces of clothing, as removing them might raise suspicion. These garments and linens had been used by the previous occupants for years and held little value. If someone were to take them, so be it. Confident that her home was barren enough to deter thieves, He locked the door and set out. She aimed to procure some cement and sand to excavate a basement. In the event that reckless robbers descended upon this impoverished district, she would have a place to hide. Not far from her home was a construction site that had been developing before the extreme heat began, and she had often passed by, noticing piles of sand and cement through the fencing. After the heat wave, these materials would not be in high demand, and, for the time being, no one would likely claim them. However, over time, that could change. After all, recycling centers accepted anything. Should someone grow desperate, they might exchange cement for points. He walked briskly, avoiding any signs of life until she arrived at the construction site. The partially built structure was surrounded by a chaotic expanse of torn earth, and the fencing was askew, creating an eerie atmosphere under her flashlight's beam. He secured her flashlight to her waist and cautiously slipped through a gap in the fence. Once inside, she did not rush. Instead, she illuminated the area with her flashlight, quickly discovering unguarded piles of cement and sand. Upon locating the materials, she navigated carefully around obstacles, using the beam to guide her path, and soon approached the sand mound. She shone her flashlight around, confirming the area was deserted. Enveloped in silence, bending down, she began to lift bags of cement. Even in the dead of night, she refrained from utilizing her spatial abilities directly in the open, for they were her foundation. To be discovered due to carelessness would be too great a loss. He meticulously watched her footing, making multiple trips to transport the cement through the narrow gap. Fortunately, her strength allowed her to manage the weight of each bag, and after several trips, she decided to carry more to avoid future returns. Oblivious to the chaos that had erupted outside that night, he diligently moved cement in this desolate place. Since the government had commenced nightly operations at the supermarket, many citizens had formed long queues outside, leaving their homes empty. Initially, the situation was manageable, despite the rising temperatures. The populace still held faith in the government's capabilities and adhered to the law. However, as natural disasters intensified and food supplies dwindled, the government had yet to implement effective measures. Consequently, an increasing number of individuals, whether driven by desperation or desire for chaos, began to band together. They lurked in the shadows, akin to rats, ever ready to pounce. Chapter 85. Capability to act. Inability to return home. The situation has escalated as temperatures rise. The dwindling food supplies leave only the elderly, the weak, and the infirm to guard homes. Is it not the perfect opportunity? If they wait a little longer, the food will be entirely consumed, and what can they seize, even if they resort to theft? Among these individuals, there are not only the gifted but also the ordinary, who have formed several small factions. The previously unruly Qingtian gang and the Dragon Slaying Society have re-emerged, alongside Brotherly Help, Mutual Aid Society, and more than a dozen others. After years of education and the influence of television dramas, they are aware that they cannot take the entire city by force. Thus, they convene to strategize, dividing territories based on their strengths. The more powerful factions, possessing greater talents, occupy wealthier areas, while the weaker ones settle for less affluent neighborhoods. Having reached an agreement, They decided to coordinate their actions today. This way, even if the authorities respond, the simultaneous chaos across numerous locations would stretch their resources thin, facilitating their retreat. Consequently, in various neighborhoods, gatherings began after 7 o'clock in the evening, starting from the wealthiest communities and gradually spreading to areas of average condition. Countless families were shattered in the wake of their swift actions. By the time the government received reports, it was already too late. Their manpower was limited, as they needed to assign personnel to guard supermarkets and resources while also dispatching others to monitor hospitals to prevent disturbances among patients. They were stretched thin, struggling to manage the situation. As the criminals, driven by desperation, began to lose their humanity, their violence escalated. Initially, they only stole goods without inflicting harm. However, as time passed and their anxiety grew, they resorted to lethal force against any vigorous resistance. By the time law enforcement arrived, there was little left to do but collect the deceased. Fortunately, casualties remained manageable. Most people had taken refuge in underground shelters, leaving only a handful who returned home to cook. Most understood the practicalities of the situation, despite their reluctance to let thieves ransack their homes. As long as they could hide away, they felt a semblance of safety. This was not due to the thieves' compassion, but rather because killing was a waste of time. Meanwhile, at the supermarket entrance, the queue of patrons gradually learned of the robberies occurring at home, triggering instant chaos. Some sought police assistance, others dashed home, and a few attempted to seize the opportunity to loot the supermarket. The entire supermarket and the free trade market descended into turmoil. Under the dim lights, shadows of darkness proliferated. A stampede ensued, with many people trampled underfoot, their cries echoing throughout the chaos. It was only when the police shot a looter that the agitated crowd began to calm. The police had resorted to lethal force. They had killed a civilian. Who would dare attempt to loot now? You ignored warnings, so I will shoot. Now leave the store. Those who have not checked out, put down your items and exit. The supermarket is temporarily closed. Business hours will be announced later. Move swiftly. I shall not repeat myself. A middle-aged armed police officer, gun raised, shouted in a hoarse voice, commanding authority that silenced the previously riotous crowd. Other officers seized the moment to draw their weapons and stand firm. The supermarket was quickly emptied, and, after 3 thorough inspections, it was confirmed that no one remained inside. With the news that supplies could not be procured from the supermarket, the crowd saw no reason to linger and dispersed back to their homes. Those who fled quickly had long since departed. Yet, how fast could they truly run? In the sweltering heat, a few hurried steps left them breathless, and despite their urgency to return home, their bodies betrayed them. Upon arrival, the fortunate might reunite with family, while the unfortunate were left to mourn over lifeless bodies. And even for those reunited, what solace could it bring? Their food was plundered, their homes vandalized, furniture shattered. No one could foresee the path ahead. That night, the triumphant laughter of the criminals intertwined with the mournful cries of the people, creating a haunting symphony. In the municipal office, silence hung heavily in the air. The mayor, furious, slammed his palm on the table. Speak up. Who will take responsibility for this? The provincial police chief's expression was equally grim. While the matter fell under his jurisdiction, he felt utterly powerless. All available personnel had been dispatched to secure supplies, leaving only a scant few to guard supermarkets and hospitals. What could he do? Silence was not an option, as all eyes were upon him. He rubbed his face, exclaiming, "You see, my hands are tied. I know the numbers. Everyone has been deployed. If you don't believe me, I have records. My officers work 18-hour shifts, and if pressed further, it will cost lives. Yet, you idle bureaucrats seem to thrive in this chaos. Shouldn't we consider dismissing some of you?" The police chief had long harbored disdain for certain individuals. Since the calamity struck, he had been too busy to return home, sleeping in his office. Meanwhile, others indulged in leisurely tea breaks, maintaining departments of little utility while enjoying lavish meals. Why should they not be held accountable? How dare you speak to me like that? The room erupted into a cacophony, resembling a bustling marketplace. The mayor's face turned pale. Amid the chaos outside, these individuals continued to bicker. With a forceful slam of the table, he rose. "Silence. What are you doing at a time like this? Get to work, or go home. I inform you, the calamity will not resolve swiftly, and the government will not support idlers. From now on, go back and identify any slackers among your ranks. All must be dismissed. Those unwilling to leave will be integrated into the police force for grassroots patrols. You, regardless of your personnel, find a way to apprehend the criminals. Our city cannot descend into chaos. Otherwise, we shall all be culpable. The police chief hesitated. We captured a batch of troublemakers last time, and you insisted their crimes did not warrant death. Now, another group emerges. What shall we do with them once captured? Not only will we need to allocate additional officers for their custody, but we must also provide for their sustenance. With so many citizens starving, I feel guilty feeding them. Furthermore, you have drawn all my personnel away to seize supplies, leaving my precinct a mere shell. You, despite the uproar in the office, ultimately, the police department mobilized personnel. The gravity of the situation demanded action. If they did not intervene, Harbin would descend into utter chaos. Chapter 86. A stroke of misfortune. Previously, many households were reluctant to use gasoline, but when faced with such circumstances, they prioritized urgency and rushed their families to the hospital, resulting in a significant increase in traffic, which posed challenges for the police. Fortunately, upon spotting the police vehicles, everyone instinctively made way, preventing any traffic accidents. As Ji gathered sufficient cement and sand and made her way back home, she noticed a police car parked in front of her house, surrounded by several neighbors who were lamenting to the officers. Frowning, she pondered whether the gang of robbers had become so desperate that they would steal from any impoverished area. As she approached, she saw several elderly women sitting on the ground, wailing with wrinkled faces that bore the marks of hardship. Although they were unbothered by the heat of the ground, their cries yielded no tears, as recent days had seen a scarcity of water. Their tears were not easily summoned. Why didn't you come sooner? They've robbed everything from my house. Our food is gone, and the water we had stored is depleted. How are we supposed to survive? I wish I were dead. Take me with you. My home has been robbed too. Do the police even care? When will we get our things back? We've paid so many taxes. You officers are sustained by us taxpayers. Now that we need you, not one of you is here. We demand an explanation. When will the criminals be caught? What if they come back to rob us again? You said you were searching, yet after all this time, no one has been apprehended. What are you officers doing? There are only 3 of you. How is that sufficient? Why can't more of you come? The robbers outnumber you by several times. With a barrage of questions, the police officer furrowed his brow, unable to provide any answers. Please remain calm. We too do not wish to witness such situations. The entire city as police and military forces are currently mobilized. Kindly be patient. Please return home to assess your losses. Our personnel will visit to investigate shortly. Upon hearing this, he felt a jolt of anxiety. Had that group truly come to her home? Without a moment to spare, she turned and dashed homeward, eager to ascertain the state of her residence. However, after just a few paces, she abruptly halted and began to walk briskly instead. Why was she in such a panic? While others might fret over lost provisions, her home was devoid of any food. Even her furniture had been stripped down to a mere few pieces. Could the thieves possibly have taken her bed? Surely, they would arrive with elation and leave with despair. Reassured by this thought, he steadied her nerves, though her expression remained one of urgency. Along the way, she encountered numerous neighbors whose doors stood wide open, with faint cries emanating from within. Father, Mother, I'm so sorry. I regret not bringing you both to the supermarket. Oh, how you suffered. I can't go on. Our food is gone. How can we survive? Cursed thieves, I hope you suffer for your deeds. Listening to the lamentations of her long-standing neighbors, he felt a pang of discomfort. Although they occasionally quarreled, they generally coexisted harmoniously. How much better it would have been without such calamity. However, her fleeting empathy vanished upon reaching her own doorstep. What had once been a sturdy iron gate now bore a gaping hole, a testament to some wicked act. The door, which should have been securely closed, now stood wide open, welcoming all. The lock was conspicuously absent. He stood in stunned silence. The elderly woman had chosen her words carefully, but these individuals were indeed without morals. Why was no one here to hold them accountable? Hastening inside, She neglected to close the gate behind her. Upon entering, she was struck by the sight of her security door, marred by several deep dents, standing ajar. Clearly, some among the thieves possessed a certain skill. Otherwise, how could they have breached such a robust stainless steel door? He recalled that her father had insisted on installing only the finest quality doors. Pulling the door open, she swiftly made her way to the kitchen. The cabinet doors had all been flung open by the intruders, yet to her dismay, they were entirely bare, resembling a model home. Nearby, an iron pot lay shattered on the floor, and the dining table had been upended, a leg broken, with chairs scattered haphazardly throughout the kitchen. The aftermath of the robbery was a scene of utter devastation. Evidently, the thieves had not found any food and had taken out their frustrations on her kitchen. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had removed her belongings before this incident, or her utensils would have certainly been lost. Surveying the kitchen, she felt somewhat reassured. The losses were not catastrophic. Ignoring the overturned table for the moment, she proceeded to the bedroom. The other rooms were devoid of any contents, rendering them unworthy of inspection, but her bedroom still held her bed and wardrobe. However, her bedroom had also been ransacked, clothes strewn across the floor, the bedspread tossed about, and even the mattress bore the marks of multiple footsteps, now soiled with dirt. All the wardrobe doors had been flung open, and the bedside table lay toppled on the ground, the room resembling a battlefield of looting. She illuminated the space with her flashlight, noticing insects flitting about in the beam of light. In just a short span of time, a multitude of bugs had infiltrated her home. Although they did not swarm around her, they landed haphazardly throughout the room. He sighed. It was time to clean up. She first returned to the kitchen, picking up the overturned pot and placing it back in its rightful position. The iron pot, though dropped, remained intact, ready for use after a quick wash. With minimal loss from the intrusion, he considered herself fortunate. The thieves had met with misfortune in their attempt to rob her. After setting the pot back, she righted the table, which was less sturdy than the pot. One leg was broken and unstable, so she scavenged the hallway for the broken piece and retrieved some wire from her space to secure it. After reinforcing it, she tested it. It still wobbled significantly. He folded paper into small squares, placing them under the shorter leg. After a gentle push, the table steadied. Though not as firm as before, it would suffice for now. Having addressed the kitchen, she turned her attention to the bedroom. Lighting an insect-repellent incense, she watched as the small stick emitted powerful fumes, causing the insects to either drop to the floor or flee through the open door. Only then did he bend down to collect the dirty clothes scattered about. The top layer was heavily soiled, but beneath it lay some that were still usable, albeit in need of a wash to ensure cleanliness. Who knew how much filth clung to the soles of those thieves' shoes? For now, she chose to wait. She would tackle that chore when time allowed. According to protocol, individuals would be coming to inquire about the events of the day. Chapter 87. Starting without the game his bedroom was quite simple. Aside from the clothes and the wardrobe and the bedding, there was little else. After a brief tidying up, she quickly finished organizing. She stored the duvet into her space and retrieved a clean set to replace it. Fortunately, before water usage was restricted, she had managed to wash and store the sheets. Otherwise, she would have had nothing to change into. The room was sparse, and with minimal belongings, he completed her tasks in no time. After securing the bedroom door, she stood before the security door. "Oh, security door, what use are you? You can't even fend off a petty thief. How dare you call yourself a security door?" He silently cursed the unscrupulous bandits while her hands worked diligently on the door. Despite being pried open, the door remained intact, merely marred by a few large dents. After some effort, she successfully closed it, breathing a sigh of relief. At least it's shut, or she would have had to venture out to find a new door. Gazing at her phone, she noted it was 1:40 a.m., and water would soon arrive. He lit some insect-repellent incense and placed a large water bucket under the faucet. The incense was essential. Without it, insects would contaminate the water, and mosquitoes might lay eggs in it, rendering it undrinkable. Once the insects were driven away, she washed her hands and retrieved the dough she had prepared the previous day. As was her routine, she was steaming buns, today opting for brown sugar steam buns. Though she was alone, her stove had 2 burners, She needed to manage both simultaneously, which was a challenge. She rolled the buns into shape and placed them in the steamer. The remaining dough was stored in her space. In about an hour, she could produce 3 steamer batches, totaling 6 in 2 hours. For the other burner, she prepared to boil dumplings. Her cold storage had a considerable amount of frozen dumplings she had not yet had the time to cook. The dumplings would not emit a strong aroma, and given the house's good insulation, she was untroubled about the smell escaping. Once everything was ready, he sat on a stool, awaiting the electricity. Regardless of the extent of her losses, no one would feel joy after being robbed. She had only managed to buy a few clothes due to her limited funds, and now they were sullied by the thieves. The mattress was one she had grown accustomed to, albeit a bit saggy, and now it was filthy. Did they not realize how precious water was? Weren't they just tormenting her? Finding food scarce, they had tossed her clothes about in their fury. How despicable! Jihee's anger grew as she pondered these thoughts. Unable to suppress her frustration, she decided to distract herself by serving a portion of braised meat. Adding some chopped cilantro, eating something delicious could lift her spirits when feeling down. After consuming the dish, she felt considerably better. At precisely 2:00 a.m., the power returned, and he sighed in relief, having feared the thieves might have damaged the wiring. She promptly connected her rice cooker and phone to the power source, plugging in 3 phones simultaneously to charge, 1 old and 2 new. Anticipating someone would soon arrive to investigate, she refrained from using her solar generator for now. With the electricity restored, 2 hours would suffice to fully charge her devices. After ensuring all electrical appliances were plugged in, he returned to the kitchen, igniting the stove and pouring in oil to start frying pancakes. As the water and electricity arrived punctually, the cacophony of cries and wails from outside gradually subsided, returning the atmosphere to calm. Everyone had hurried home to collect water and prepare meals. Though much of her food had been stolen, she still had some hidden away. The instinct to hoard and prepare for adversity was ingrained in her. Despite the kitchen's losses, there remained food tucked away in the corners of her home. Life, though fraught with challenges, must be faced with resilience. He boiled dumplings while enjoying them fresh out of the pot, each bite a delight. She had initially planned to stir-fry chili sauce and meat sauce today, having prepped both pork and beef fillings. Yet, plans are often disrupted. Who could have predicted that someone would come and rob the neighborhood today? With supplies likely running low for everyone, it was impossible to prepare anything extravagant. If she were to cook sauce now, the enticing aroma could waft far and wide, drawing unwanted attention. Why should she be the only one enjoying a delicious meal while others starved? Without a moment's hesitation, after boiling the dumplings, she swiftly switched to cooking noodles. She preferred the hand-cut noodles sold in the market over the packaged kind. She had often bought them when she had her stall at the morning market. Although machine-made, they were still far superior to the dried kind. She had stored plenty in her space. This mild-flavored option was perfect for today. As for the dried noodles, she would save them for later, once she had finished the hand-cut ones. While the noodles cooked, he took the opportunity to check the chat channel, curious about what mischief was brewing among the other players. This chat channel was national, bustling with conversation daily. Though she regularly checked in, her time spent there was limited due to her numerous responsibilities. When will we enter the next round of the game? The food and coins I obtained last time have long been spent. Have you heard? There has been unrest in Harbin, with multiple gangs involved. They've swept away most of the citizen supplies. I'm not sure. I just know that our city was looted yesterday and we lost all our food. Thankfully, my parents are safe, but now my family depends on my 1 silver coin to survive. I don't know how long we can last. Those people have no choice. If they don't steal, they starve. It's hard for everyone. Let us be understanding. Hard for them. Are you out of your mind? How can they justify breaking into homes and stealing, even killing? Exactly. These criminals deserve to be condemned to the lowest depths of hell, never to be reborn. Your words are rather harsh. Do you need to curse others like that? I don't care about the state of other cities. If the game doesn't start soon, I will starve. I've only eaten 1 meal today and am so hungry. He continued to observe for a while longer, noting several individuals from Harbin condemning the robbers. However, no thieves appeared, nor did anyone share supplies in the chat. Chapter 88. I heard you went out again? I wonder where all those people have hidden themselves. G glanced at the screen for a while longer, but found no useful information, so she closed the chat and lowered her head to retrieve her noodles. Her storage space was exceptionally well organized. Dumplings and buns remained in perfect condition, and she was unperturbed by the prospect of the noodles clumping together. G did not bother to portion the noodles. She simply scooped them all into a stainless steel bucket. When it came time to eat, she could easily serve herself a bowl. G fished out every last noodle from the pot and quickly continued cooking more. These 2 hours were invaluable. Opportunities to exploit governmental resources were scarce, and with no announcements regarding natural gas charges, every little gain counted. Cooking noodles was effortless. He stirred the pot while browsing her phone. Those like He, who had been robbed, were indeed quite unfortunate, as many other neighborhoods in the city had escaped such fate. After all, robbers needed time to steal and move items. It was utterly impossible to ransack the entire city without significant manpower. Yet, despite this, the online outcry was deafening. People berated the government, condemned the criminals, and lamented their misfortunes. The public anger silenced many who had not been robbed, as they feared they might be next. However, there were still plenty who relished the misfortune of others, and the two factions clashed vehemently online. This tragedy had a profoundly adverse impact. Following the extreme heat, the number of people falling ill for various reasons surged, and hospitals were overwhelmed, working around the clock to manage an influx of trauma patients. The medical system was nearly at a standstill. Videos shared online depicted the dire situation. Not only were patients lying in corridors, but the overcrowded lobbies could not accommodate them, forcing some to lie in outdoor courtyards. Yet, patients continued to arrive in droves. Tragically, many succumbed due to delayed medical attention, leaving their families in utter despair. Even in death, they could not retain the bodies of their loved ones. The sweltering heat bred mosquitoes, causing corpses to decay rapidly in such an environment, creating a breeding ground for maggots. Without timely cremation, the scene would become utterly revolting. He had witnessed this gruesome reality numerous times since the extreme heat began. In her neighborhood, many families lacked the resources to afford generators for air conditioning and had to rely solely on their physical resilience. The oppressive heat had caused many elderly individuals to perish, often without their families knowing until it was too late. A mere few hours of neglect could lead to decomposition and a complete transformation of the bodies. The crematorium had become the busiest place during this period, rivaled only by hospitals and supermarkets. Each day, vehicles from the crematorium could be seen bustling along the roads. He glanced at it for a moment before scrolling away, her current concern being whether the supermarket would be affected and if those desperate individuals would turn to looting it. After some time watching, she found no reports of supermarket theft. Pondered for a moment and realized that they had likely stolen enough for now and were not in immediate need of food, thus choosing not to take risks. However, the absence of looting now did not guarantee future safety. As He surfed the internet while cooking noodles, time flew by. Just after 4 o'clock, the utilities were cut off as scheduled. She scooped the last pot of noodles into the stainless steel bucket, ensuring to save the noodle broth in the same bucket for later use in cooking for her piglets. Nothing could go to waste. Turning around, she switched on a small night light and began transferring the freshly steamed buns from the pot into the stainless steel bucket. Over the past few days, she had nearly sold all the vegetables in her storage, freeing up several buckets. This was perfect for storing her buns, although she had initially prepared enough food to last herself for half a year. The quantities she placed in her shop barely made a ripple in the vast sea of demand. Within just a few days of listing, more than half of her stock had vanished, leaving only meat and staple foods remaining. The staples she had not sold as they were intended for her own consumption. Consequently, today her shop only offered a few items of poulin and insect-repellent incense, and after selling out, it remained empty without new listings. Planned to list some fresh vegetables soon, as they had matured nicely in her storage, and she intended to sell them raw. Although their price would be slightly lower than cooked vegetables, it would save her a great deal of effort. Cooking would only become increasingly inconvenient, and she did not want her neighbors to constantly catch a whiff of the delicious aromas wafting from her home, which contradicted her persona as someone who consumed maggots. Began to list the harvested vegetables in batches, noticing that they did not sell out in an instant before she closed the back end and left it unattended. While fresh vegetables were hard to come by for ordinary citizens, they should not pose a significant issue for those in higher echelons of society. There will always be a privileged class, a world of excess that the common populace could scarcely imagine. Just as Ji grabbed a broom to tidy up her room, she heard a knock at the courtyard gate. Holding the broom, she stood up, opened the door, and stepped outside. The gate was ajar, and with her flashlight illuminating the path ahead, she quickly spotted a uniformed officer standing outside. "We are here to conduct an investigation. Please cooperate." Ji nodded, resting the broom on her shoulder as she stepped out. "We are aware of your situation. We only wish to ask where you were this evening." He raised an eyebrow, suspecting they were trying to locate the robbers. But could they be found so easily? She remained skeptical. "I went to the supermarket to buy some items." "After shopping, where did you go?" "I went straight home." The officer frowned. "Someone saw you leave your home after you returned." Chapter 89. Exoneration of suspicions. He nodded graciously as she recounted how an acquaintance had sent her a message warning of a robbery, advising her to seek refuge. Alone and unable to fend off a group of assailants, she realized that even if she fought back, the odds were not in her favor. They could easily overpower her and still make off with her belongings. The police continued their interrogation, questioning her whereabouts during the incident. She directed their attention to a nearby construction site, a desolate area devoid of any valuable items, asserting that it was unlikely that thieves would venture there. He spoke mostly truths, 9 parts genuine, 1 part fabricated. It seemed the officers were too pressed for time to delve into the details. "If you doubt my words, you may examine the footprints. Moreover, my home has suffered significant losses." "What have you lost?" one officer retorted, suggesting she was out of provisions. The police appeared somewhat awkward, struggling to maintain their composure in front of such a young girl, until a colleague chimed in with a crude remark about her eating maggots. He shot a sidelong glance at him, her expression unyielding. As long as she maintained her poise and resilience, no one could bring her down. "What of it? Am I committing a crime by consuming maggots?" She countered, relishing the moment as the officers fell silent. "Maggots are nutritious and high in protein, and they cost nothing, allowing me to eat my fill. Besides, I do not consume them plain. I purchase plenty of spices from the supermarket to enhance the flavor, particularly with chili sauce. It's quite delectable. Furthermore, even if I lack food, I still possess clothing and shelter. My garments lie scattered across the floor, and my door has been battered with several large dents. You may enter and see for yourselves. The state of my gate is evident. Such a large gaping hole leaves me at a loss for what to do." The 2 officers exchanged glances, nodding in understanding before following Ji inside. From that point on, she became even more cautious after the robbery. Even during her brief outing, she had stored away the pot she had used in the kitchen. She also tossed her dirty clothes onto the floor. The emptiness of her home was pitiful. She had little to fear from prying eyes. Leading the way, Ji opened the door wide, inviting the officers to inspect her abode. They shone their flashlights around, gaining a deeper understanding of her impoverished circumstances. The phrase "bare walls" aptly described her situation. Yet, even such a destitute household had not escaped the clutches of robbery. Those rogues truly lacked decency. One officer noticed G's rickety table, a look of sympathy crossing his face. "It's truly unfortunate," he remarked. Eventually, they dispelled their doubts, advising Ji to repair her gate as soon as possible for her safety before moving on to investigate another case. After bidding farewell to the officers, Ji stared at the gate, uncertain of how to fix it. Ultimately, she settled on a straightforward approach. She threaded a thick iron chain through the openings of the doors and secured it with a large padlock, concluding her makeshift repairs. Closing the door behind her, she returned to the kitchen, not to rest, but to prepare a meal for her piglets. She chopped up a mixture of vegetable leaves and grasses, adding cornmeal and noodle broth. Each time she cooked, she produced several large bowls, yet they only sufficed for 3 days. The pigs were in a growth phase, consuming more than she did. Since pig feed needed to be cooked, he noticed that her firewood supply was dwindling. She planned to gather more from the mountains when she had the chance, as it was free and likely unmonitored. As her livestock grew, so did their appetites. The fish were also thriving. What had once been slender little creatures were now visibly plump. Their feed consumption had increased exponentially. Fortunately, G had stockpiled a warehouse full of provisions prior, or she would have faced dire shortages. After preparing the pig food, G entered her space. She fed her livestock and then ventured to the small hillside where she had planted vegetables some time ago. The fast-growing crops were ready for harvest. As she picked the larger ones, she refrained from stripping the plants bare, leaving several behind for her own consumption and for future planting. Once she had gathered a batch of greens and stored them away, she hurried to sow more seeds. Despite the abundance of greens, they sold quickly in the market, and if she did not plant more promptly, she would run out. Leafy vegetables matured swiftly, while others like radishes and cabbages took considerably longer. Had she known of the impending disaster, he would have certainly stocked up on more greens, radishes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. However, dwelling on what could have been was futile. He focused intently on her work, aware that her planting space was limited. Excluding the grassy areas, there was only a finite amount of arable land, and the black soil was already fully utilized. He had even filled the gaps between her fruit trees with more crops. After finishing her planting, he exited her space. She wiped herself down with water, changed into clean pajamas, and lay on her bed. With one hand, she hung the vegetables in her shop, while with the other, she retrieved a box of nuts to snack on. These pistachios were from a popular company, as she had not raided the supermarket. Her current supply was limited, and each box represented a precious resource. She savored each nut, only allowing herself 15 before reluctantly putting the remainder back into her space. The thought of running out of nuts from her stock filled her with melancholy. After some contemplation, she decided to list her insect repellent for trade. The quantity was limited, and she couldn't part with more than enough for 3 days' worth of use. She carefully selected items for exchange, 2 each of pistachio, cashew, Brazil nut, macadamia, almond, pecan, hazelnut, paper shell walnut, chestnut, cocoa, and coffee trees. This would also allow for some leeway regarding taxes. She noted that all traded items must be of the highest quality, warning that any subpar goods would lead to being blacklisted. After reviewing her listing, he finalized the transaction. These items were not particularly rare. Many were available in the marketplace. However, he lacked precious metals and sufficient silver coins to acquire them. During this period, aside from fuel, she occasionally traded plowin and insect repellents for various goods she lacked in her space, without restriction on the types. He was not alone in this endeavor. Many others were also exchanging their supplies in the market. After all, the calamity was a gradual onset, and it was the lower classes who bore the brunt of its effects, while the upper echelons remained largely unaffected. Chapter 90. Insecticide. Upon closing her shop, he picked up her phone and accessed the trading group, searching for the older sister who had sold clothes at the morning market. She intended to purchase some garments from her, but the sister informed her that she too had no clean clothes available, as the stockpile had been ransacked by miscreants, leaving the garments in a filthy state. The sister offered to give them away for free, but he declined. Why would she buy dirty clothes when she already possessed a pile of them? After cursing the miscreants for a while, he lay on her bed, gazing at the ceiling under the soft glow of the night lamp. She was not in a rush to reinstall the solar generator. Her neighbors were particularly vigilant at this hour, and the sudden appearance of the generator would be difficult to explain. After resting sufficiently, she rose and carried some wood to the backyard. She then fetched tools from inside and began constructing a framework. Her backyard was adjacent to another household, a 2-story building where the residents could easily see into her yard from the second floor. Working during the day was out of the question, and digging at night would inevitably attract attention. Thus, she resolved to build a simple shelter, draping a layer of black plastic over it to obscure her activities from prying eyes. He had contemplated various locations for her excavation, even considering her bedroom. However, her lack of construction experience left her apprehensive about damaging the house's foundation. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to dig in the backyard, believing that with caution, she could avoid any structural harm. She worked diligently, laboring until her usual bedtime. The framework of a shelter was nearly complete, effectively concealing her backyard from external view. The materials were rudimentary, leftover sticks and cardboard, topped with an old bedsheet and a layer of black plastic. Though it appeared somewhat crude, it served its purpose admirably. And he felt a sense of satisfaction. Having toiled through the night, her curious neighbor shouted from his balcony, "Girl, what are you building?" He hesitated to comment on the ramshackle appearance of the shelter, likely fearing it would be easily toppled by a strong wind. "It's useful," he replied, raising her voice cheerfully. "With food supplies dwindling, I plan to raise some." The man rolled his eyes. "Don't kid yourself. In this weather, what can you possibly keep alive? Are you planting outside?" His wife, overhearing, elbowed him, pulling him back inside. What a clueless fool. Was she raising? Maggots, of course. Everyone knows she's been eating them. She scoffed, leaving him bewildered. Later, as he lay in bed, she checked her shop and noticed that the insecticide had yet to complete its transaction. She felt a twinge of uncertainty. Was she asking for too much? It shouldn't be difficult for the wealthy, she reasoned. The bulletproof vests might pose some challenges, but surely they were not out of reach. After pondering for a while without resolution, she decided to close the shop and sleep. If the transaction did not succeed by the next day, she would lower her asking price. Little did she know, countless individuals worldwide were losing sleep over the insecticide, fervently urging logistics to procure the necessary supplies. At the headquarters of the ability users in City A, Commander Xie Cheng wore a grave expression as he observed the bustling personnel. "Have we not gathered everything yet?" he inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, his aide quickly replied, "We're nearly there, just making a few more calls to expedite the process." Xie Cheng's demeanor remained stern. Acquiring this insecticide was of utmost importance. While 3 days' worth of insecticide alone might not yield significant utility, its immense research potential was undeniable. Successfully obtaining a sample could lead to invaluable mass production. They had previously experimented with insect-repellent incense, which proved effective against flies and mosquitoes. But regrettably, they had not achieved a thorough understanding after extensive research. The sought-after cocoa fruit trees were also in demand, but they had received minimal responses from potential sellers, making it difficult to acquire more. The aide adjusted his glasses, muttering, "If only they weren't so insistent on the highest quality. We could have finalized the deal ages ago." Xie Cheng shot him a sharp glare. "When did you become so verbose? Hurry and make those calls." The aide, shrinking under his gaze, hurried off to make the calls. At that moment, Su Jingyu burst in with an exuberant expression. "Chief, we just need the cocoa fruit trees, and we'll have everything." "Excellent," Xie Cheng exclaimed, urging him, "Quickly, we must secure our acquisition before others do." The shopkeeper's rare note indicated the importance of this transaction. Given their commitment to quality, they could not afford to present anything less than their best. Meanwhile, he enjoyed a restful sleep, awakening to find it was already 3 in the afternoon. The first thing she did was check her shop, discovering that everything she had listed before bed had sold out, including the insecticide. A sigh of relief escaped her as she glanced at the buyer. "Respect," she murmured. It was the same individual again, clearly someone of means. After a brief look, she closed the shop's back end. The flood of messages, 999 in total, was overwhelming. She skimmed through them without finding anything particularly noteworthy and promptly closed the notifications. Ji transferred the gasoline she had received that day into her storage space and stored the fruit trees as well. The storage was becoming overcrowded, and she planned to wait until the vegetables were harvested to make room for planting more trees. Chapter 91. Temporary closure upon entering the space. He had no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, she lowered her head and began her tasks. The poultry were growing rapidly, and he estimated that within a year, the pigs in her space would be ready to give birth. Although she wouldn't be able to enjoy pork in the short term, there was still hope to look forward to. The chicks were lively. Even the smallest batch had begun to molt. He first fed the maggots, which they eagerly competed for, relishing the feast. After feeding them the insects, she proceeded to give them chicken feed, ensuring they consumed enough grains to grow healthily. The rabbits were surprisingly obedient, typically known for their burrowing tendencies. However, they showed no inclination to dig in the grass, merely frolicking about, unafraid of even approaching her. They had certainly endured some hardships. Previously, they could indulge in vegetable scraps, but since the space's vegetable roots had been depleted, they were left to nibble on grass. Fortunately, He retained a sense of compassion, providing them with half a carrot daily. Otherwise, their existence would have been akin to languishing in bitter waters. With the vegetables now ripe, he offered them some lettuce leaves. Enjoy. For your treatment here far exceeds that of the outside world. Cherish it. The rabbits, showing gratitude, devoured the offering. He then made her way to the small hill to gather the matured greens. After finishing her tasks, she exited the space to prepare for breakfast. A bowl of thick black rice porridge accompanied by a steamed bun, along with spicy stuffed peppers and beef ribs. While she ate, she perused her phone. Upon opening the community group, she stumbled upon some disheartening news. Director Sue. Due to insufficient police forces in the city, supermarkets will temporarily cease operations until further notice. Though water, electricity, and gas will continue as usual. Family with 2 kids, what nonsense is this? Our food has been stolen, and now the supermarket is closing? Are they trying to starve us? Brother Sean, will you catch those thieves? When I returned home yesterday, everything had been cleared out. Even the water that couldn't be taken was dumped. Director Sue, please, everyone, try to cope and believe in the government. Family with 2 kids, believe? How can we believe when our homes have been ransacked and we face starvation? Western ginseng, let us all endure. This calamity affects nearly half the city, and the government is under great pressure. Family with 2 kids, are you pretending to be a good Samaritan? What does this have to do with you? Are you trying to act important? Who do you represent? Western ginseng, you are truly unreasonable. Director Sue, the government has decided to expand recruitment for talented individuals and veterans to establish a security organization. There will be dedicated personnel leading the teams, and we encourage everyone to sign up. Director Sue, we also ask everyone to trust in the government and the nation. These difficulties are only temporary, and the government will not ignore such behavior. The group erupted into chaos, with many expressing their frustration vehemently, typing furiously at the slightest provocation. He observed for a moment before exiting the discussion. With the supermarket closed, she resolved to gather firewood from the mountains today. Her home needed kindling, and given the heat, there would likely be ample dry wood on the mountain. At 6:30 in the evening, he donned her sun protection attire, tightened her backpack, and pushed her bicycle as she headed outside. This time, her route diverged entirely from the direction of the supermarket. Approximately half an hour's ride from her home lay a small hill, adorned with numerous trees. Today, he intended to see if she could collect some firewood. Ideally, she would gather a substantial amount in one trip to avoid returning later. Moreover, she needed to manage her time well, ensuring she returned home before the water arrived at 2 in the morning. Contrary to her expectations of an empty path, he encountered several individuals carrying plastic bags and wielding flashlights, occasionally swatting at insects with electric fly swatters. Are they heading up the mountain? Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to dawdle. She focused intently on her cycling, pedaling swiftly towards her destination. As darkness gradually enveloped the area, the absence of streetlights made visibility difficult. She secured a flashlight to her bicycle handlebar and, after a bumpy 30-minute ride, finally reached her destination. She was not among the earliest arrivals. At the foot of the mountain, 4 or 5 individuals cast wary glances at her before turning away, hastily making their way up the hill, quickly disappearing from sight. He thought, is there really a shortage of firewood for so many people? Initially feeling somewhat relaxed, the atmosphere created by these individuals heightened her urgency. She found a secluded spot to store her bicycle in the space, retrieved some rope, and began her ascent up the narrow path. The trail was not easy to navigate. He sought to climb higher in order to gather firewood from above. While she was engrossed in her ascent, an elderly woman approached her, exclaiming, "Girl, why are you moving so fast? Are you going to forage for wild vegetables?" Wild vegetables? He echoed softly, realizing that these individuals were indeed foraging for wild greens. Of course, what else would bring you here? The old lady, wearing an expression of knowing, grabbed his arm. Foraging for wild vegetables requires teamwork. With your small stature, you might not be able to fend for yourself. Why not join us? You can keep half of what you gather. He replied, I think I'll pass. I'm really not here for wild vegetables. I'm just here for firewood. She was determined to be alone today. The old woman, unwilling to relent, attempted to persuade her further. When he remained resolute, the elderly woman huffed, tossing a harsh remark, "You'll regret this one day. Don't come looking for me then." With that, the old lady turned and left, joined by 3 burly men who were waiting with flashlights. As they walked away, he overheard them murmuring, casting several curious glances her way. Unfazed, she continued her ascent up the mountain. Though her combat skills were mediocre, she was not one to be trifled with. Should trouble arise, she would not hesitate to wield her shovel against any aggressor. It would ultimately depend on the resilience of their skulls. Having spent considerable time in the orphanage, he was well aware that persuasion alone was not her strongest suit. Faced with 10 or 8 strong men, she would certainly flee, but against 2 or 3, she held her ground without fear. Chapter 92. Kafka's fishing grounds. After wandering for over 10 minutes, he found herself in a densely wooded area. Shining her flashlight around revealed a plethora of dry branches scattered across the ground. She bent down and began collecting them. A group of elderly women trailed behind her. Observing with bewildered expressions as he focused on gathering firewood instead of foraging for wild vegetables. Unfazed by their judgment, he persisted in her task. The elderly women exchanged glances, realizing if he continued to ignore the wild vegetables, their time spent following her would be in vain. They decided to spread out and search for edible plants on their own. Whether it was his misfortune or simply the harsh conditions of the area, the wild vegetables were nowhere to be found. The elderly women searched in vain for any edible greens. Meanwhile, he had successfully collected a considerable amount of firewood. After a lengthy discussion among themselves and a final glance at the women turned to leave, fearing another fruitless day. Convinced they could find something better elsewhere, they departed. As soon as they left, he noticed their absence. She shook her head, content to avoid conflict as long as they did not provoke her. With no one around, she felt liberated in her movements, collecting firewood and stowing it away in her spatial storage. The ground was littered with dry branches, making it easy to gather. The heat had dried many of the twigs, making them ideal for burning later. He relished the satisfying abundance of firewood she was collecting. Initially, she had started her search at the outskirts of the hill, but as she continued, she ventured deeper into the forest. She marked her path to avoid getting lost in the dark woods. Despite being alone in the pitch-black surroundings, he felt no fear. As she wandered deeper, she noticed that the landscape shifted. The ground began to show hints of green amidst the dry branches. These must be the wild vegetables the elderly women had mentioned. Having lived a life of hardship, he was familiar with foraging and crouched down to examine the plants closely. To her delight, she discovered dandelions, perfect for dipping in sauce. Summoning her shovel, she dug them up with ease, shaking off the soil and placing them into a plastic bag at her waist for later cleaning. Throughout the evening, not only collected firewood, but also diligently identified and harvested wild vegetables, adding to her modest haul. While it wasn't a large quantity, it was certainly better than none. Life was full of surprises. Even in a place where others failed to cultivate, nature thrived. Perhaps it was the dry conditions and high temperatures that caused the wild vegetables to wilt, but he collected them all regardless, carefully storing them in her spatial storage. The night was busy for as she first gathered the firewood and then searched through the dead leaves for signs of wild vegetables. In the deeper parts of the hill, beneath layers of branches, she found resilient green life clinging to existence, even if it appeared on the verge of wilting. She lost track of time and was jolted back to reality when her phone vibrated, realizing it was nearly midnight. She had a habit of setting an alarm on her phone, preferring the vibration over sound, to prepare for her nightly game session. With no specific preparations needed, he stored her gathered firewood and vegetables, donned a mask from her spatial storage, and quietly waited. As the clock approached midnight, she thought perhaps she would not enter the game tonight, after all. Suddenly, the familiar notification chimed in her ears. "Greetings. The assistance game is about to commence. Please prepare yourself." 3, 2, 1. Drawing from her previous experiences, remained calm and stood still, waiting. When her vision returned, she found herself standing before a sandy beach, the familiar scent of the sea filling her nostrils. A long pier stretched before her, dotted with countless small boats. He felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to return to the farming instance. In her past encounters, she felt she had not made the most of her time in the storage room, taking far too little. The farming instance was generous, offering a plethora of items: sheep organs, beef, pork, chicken wings, and more, all right for the taking. Returning her focus to her surroundings, he observed a crowd along the coastline. Some wore light summer attire, while others were clad in long sleeves. The disparity between the well-groomed and those in tattered clothing was stark. A system notification broke through her thoughts, congratulating her on entering the one-star instance, Kafka's fishing grounds. This was the largest fishing area in the Peklari continent, owned by the illustrious fisherman, Kafka, famed for raising the plumpest fish that captivated the giant cat tribe. However, the sea was free, and greedy escapees often sought to indulge in Kafka's exquisite fish, threatening their well-being and hindering their growth. Players were instructed to dive into the depths of the ocean, capture 100 plump fish, and eliminate 10 escapees, presenting their enormous eyeballs as proof of completion. The task was to be completed within 3 days, with the deadline set for the evening of the third day, when players were to return their boats and report back to the fishing grounds. Once the system notification concluded, he received a map depicting a round fish alongside what appeared to be a crab. Could this crab signify the escapees? Upon closer inspection, she realized this creature merely resembled a crab, but had 2 pairs of pincers, over 10 legs, and only a single eye, looking far more menacing than any crab. Before 5 seconds had passed, the paper in G's hand vanished, and the area erupted into chaos, filled with shouts and curses from the crowd. System, you provide a 3-day task without food or water. Are we to suffer for 3 days? This game should be called Survival in Despair, not an assistance game. What are we supposed to do about our basic needs? Instead of immediately seeking a boat, he chose to locate the fishing grounds, pondering where she would need to return to complete her task in 3 days. Chapter 93. Kafka's fishing grounds. How could she ensure that the 100 hefty fish she caught would survive the journey back? How would she manage to carry 100 fish? As he turned back repeatedly in search, she spotted a row of red houses in the distance. This must be the fishing grounds, she thought. Aware of the task's location, he pivoted and strode forward, determined to find a reliable boat. The gifted individuals around her grumbled for a while, realizing that there was no way to alter their fate, and began to accept their situation. Some sought familiar faces within the crowd, believing that working with known companions would be safer. Others attempted to form temporary teams, pulling together those they found agreeable. Yet, no one approached Her slender frame was clearly not the preferred choice among this group. People gravitated towards a burly man standing at nearly 6'3", vying for his attention to join their ranks. He felt relieved that no one sought her out. Her current predicament made her ill-suited for teamwork, as it would only expose her vulnerabilities. She resolved to go solo. Upon reaching the dock, she beheld a lineup of small boats, many of which had already been taken. However, not everyone possessed the skill to row. Numerous individuals paddled aimlessly, merely spinning in circles without making any progress. He focused intently on her search. The vessels were primitive wooden boats devoid of engines, requiring manual effort for movement. Each boat featured a substantial wooden platform at both the bow and stern, with a long bench in the middle for seating while rowing. The sizes of the boats varied slightly, with a maximum difference of half a meter. Ultimately, he chose a slightly more spacious wooden boat. With plans to remain at sea for 3 days, comfort was a luxury she could not expect. But she at least desired some space to stretch her legs. Having made her selection without hesitation, she quickly boarded. Once seated, she discovered that both the front and rear platforms served a purpose. One bore the image of a fish. As she gently pushed the wooden panel, it opened to reveal a dark cavity inside, obscured from view. Was this where she was expected to place the fish? He shut the panel, turning to inspect the rear, which simply depicted a toilet sign, an indication for restroom use. Curiosity piqued, she cautiously pushed open the rear panel, revealing a small basin. A basin? He found herself speechless, recalling her prior disbelief. This game was truly something else. Was it designed to prevent pollution of the ocean by requiring players to use a basin for their needs during the 3-day stint, with no food or water provided? Was it anticipating personal issues to arise? She harbored serious doubts about the game's intentions. After a brief internal monologue, Ji adjusted her mindset and began rowing. Drawing on her previous experience from a confined space, she felt no anxiety, gripping the oars and quickly orienting herself to steer the boat outwards. Behind her, more individuals boarded their boats, gradually making their way into the open sea. The ocean stretched endlessly, a vast expanse without boundaries. Small boats glided across the calm surface, but soon some halted, preparing to fish in the vicinity. The closer one was to shore, the easier would be to return. Plus, being nearer to land provided a safety net in case of emergencies. Many calculated their strategies, opting to anchor near the coastline to fish, as the game required only that they catch fish, not specifying where. While some chose to remain close, others ventured further afield. Many, like Ji, rowed steadily onward. She clearly understood that as long as there was even one person nearby, her ability to perform would be hindered. She did not seek distance, but rather solitude. Thus, she rowed and observed her surroundings, and after an hour of determined rowing, the number of people around her began to dwindle. After persistently rowing for an additional 10 minutes, she found herself utterly alone. Humans are inherently social creatures, and being on a solitary boat in the vast ocean imbued her with a profound sense of isolation. Just as she contemplated her inner turmoil, she suddenly noticed ripples forming on the water's surface in the distance, capturing her full attention. Instantly, she sat upright, straining to see what lay ahead. What could it be? Ji summoned her shovel, gripping it tightly as she stood, anxiously watching the expanding ripples on the water surface. Surely, there couldn't be sharks in this fishing ground? As her heart raced, the ripples reached their peak, and a large fish, measuring 1.5 meters in length, leapt from the water. Though it was a fish, its rounded body shimmered in the sunlight with silver scales reflecting radiant light. Its entire physique was plump, with a pointed head and tail. The ripples had been caused by its dorsal fin cleaving through the water. The moment Ji laid eyes on the creature, she realized that this was the hefty fish she was meant to catch. Indeed, it was a hefty fish. Despite its girth, the fish displayed remarkable agility as it leaped out of the water, splashing Ji and soaking both her and the boat. Ji merely sighed, "It's all right. Sooner or later, I'll get wet." She leaned forward to inspect the designated spot for storing the fish. Could such a hefty creature truly fit inside? Wiping the seawater from her face with her hand, she resignedly retrieved a pair of goggles from her supplies. She had no intention of changing into a swimsuit. The goal was too ambitious, and a pair of goggles would suffice. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to keep her eyes open underwater. With a target of catching 100 of these large fish, she feared that if she didn't act quickly, she might fail the task. Ji's swimming abilities were average. She had never dived before, having only swum a few times in the river near the orphanage during her youth. As an adult, she had been too preoccupied with work to swim again. Rather than diving immediately, Ji decided to eat 2 buns from her supplies. As several hours had passed since her last meal, swimming on empty stomach would surely sap her strength. Chapter 94. Kafka's fishing grounds having refrained from overindulgence. Ji completed 2 buns before standing aboard the vessel to commence her warm-up exercises. In a brief span, several fish leapt above the water surface, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Once she finished her warm-ups, Ji shed her t-shirt, donning only a tank top, equipped her diving goggles, took a deep breath, and plunged into the water. Hesitant to dive immediately, she floated for a moment, acclimatizing herself to the sensation of swimming before finally submerging. With her goggles in place, her vision remained unobstructed. The surrounding waters were indeed teeming with plump fish, a testament to the rich bounty of the aquaculture farm, where one species predominated. However, the ocean floor revealed an array of shelled creatures. Among them, Ji spotted a creature resembling a crab, its dark green body extending over 2 meters. Equipped with 4 massive claws and menacingly raised eyes, lending it a fierce appearance. Some lay camouflaged in the sandy bottom, with only their claws exposed, while others scuttled sideways. brandishing their formidable pincers as if to display their strength. 10. To confront such colossal crabs in the water. Their hard shells were palpable even from a distance, indicating they were far from fragile. Although her spatial abilities could contain living creatures, it did not imply they would surrender without resistance. She could not risk her crops or livestock if she attempted to capture them. These crabs could decimate her resources. Moreover, her storage space presented its own limitations. She could not enter it, and the process of containment required direct contact. Any crab she managed to collect would remain alive upon retrieval, making it impossible to sever their eyes without a struggle. Suppressing her trepidation, he steeled her resolve, holding her breath as she swam down to explore the shells, prioritizing the immobile shellfish she intended to bring back. The shells were oddly shaped, a deep green hue unlike any she had encountered in her hometown. The moment she touched one, her innate talent reacted promptly. Black mussel, a bivalve found abundantly in the sea, edible flesh with a mediocre taste, often utilized for seasoning. Note: wild specimens are plentiful and disregarded by others. Excellent, she thought, I shall take them. Swiftly, she navigated through the water, gathering the immobile shellfish while also capturing the crabs whenever she passed by. While she could not overpower them, it did not preclude her from collecting them. After securing the black mussels and crabs from the area, she lifted her gaze to the plump fish darting through the water, contemplating how to catch them before turning her attention to the crabs. Standing on the boat, he observed the fish gliding through the water, her mind racing with strategies. The fish swam with remarkable speed. During her time in this area, their velocity had remained unchanged despite their bulky forms. He had attempted to approach them, but as she drew near, a single flick of a tail sent the fish darting 10 meters away. At this rate, it was futile to try capturing them, as her spatial abilities required physical contact. Reclining on the boat, she recalled the fishing nets she had purchased, now conveniently at her disposal. She retrieved a cast net, tossing it a few times to gauge its feel. As soon as the fish leapt from the water, she would ensnare it. Fully prepared, he remained vigilant, awaiting the next fish to breach the surface. Soon, another hefty fish soared into the air, and seizing the moment, she swiftly cast the net, ensnaring it with precision. Her eyes sparkled with triumph. Success! She activated her spatial ability, and in an instant, the fish was transferred into her storage. The force of the fish's movement, however, catapulted he backward, sending her splashing into the water. Fortunately, she had anticipated this and held her breath, avoiding the risk of swallowing water. She oriented herself and swam upward, breaking the surface with a gasp. Wiping the seawater from her face, she scanned for her small boat. It was not far, and using a frog kick, she swiftly made her way back, climbing aboard and catching her breath while glancing at the lively fish still leaping above the surface. As she rested, ready to continue using her net, she heard the sound of oars slicing through the water behind her. Turning, she spotted 2 boats approaching, each carrying a pair of muscular men. Their robust physiques and tightly coiled muscles suggested they were not to be trifled with. Upon their first glance at their expressions shifted to excitement, particularly when one of them noticed her waterproof goggles. "Photon, look, she has swimming goggles. Valuable gear," exclaimed the tattooed man, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Don't worry, she'll be ours eventually. I'll have my fun first. I've been itching to let loose after days of restraint." The bald man grinned lecherously, akin to a rat lurking in the sewers. "All right, buddy, you go first and I'll follow," he chuckled, dismissing he as a mere trifling obstacle. They had dispatched numerous ordinary individuals before, and even enhanced individuals had fallen to their might. With their physical enhancements and a diet of 5 hearty meals a day, their strength was formidable, evident from their well-defined muscles, far from what a meager diet could produce. Seeing he poised for confrontation only amused them. An ant shaking a tree, they laughed uproariously, unleashing a torrent of crude remarks as they hastened their approach. As their vessel drew nearer, he could hear their vile banter, and she understood their intentions were far from benign. Her gaze darkened, her demeanor remained stoic, and she maintained her composure, undeterred by their provocations. Chapter 95. Kafka's fishing grounds with precision, she extracted valuable information from the mundane chatter of the two men before her. They were both physical enhancers, formidable in combat, known for their nefarious activities outside, including robbery and thievery. Given this, she thought it permissible to strike them hard. Besides, she had already caught their attention. Even if she attempted to escape by boat, she might not have time. It would be better to engage in a confrontation. Ji donned her swimming goggles to shield her eyes from the water, then extended her right hand, conjuring a shovel seemingly from thin air. Gripping it firmly with both hands, she assumed an offensive stance, crouching low to stabilize her posture on the boat. She adjusted the angle of the shovel, letting its glimmering edge face the two men, ready to deliver a devastating blow. She had tested this shovel before. It could shatter concrete. What could a human head withstand? No matter how strong the physical enhancers were, could they surpass the resilience of concrete? From now on, she would refer to this shovel as H400. The two men, initially bearing lewd expressions, tempered their demeanor upon witnessing Ji manifest the shovel. Its peculiar design featured an oversized head, several times larger than a normal shovel, with a concave section in the middle, its purpose unclear. The shovel's obsidian hue reflected a menacing glint under the sunlight, signaling that it was not to be trifled with. "Hey, this looks like a combat tool. That shovel seems quite sturdy," the bald man remarked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone, sensing the gravity of the situation. "What is there to fear? We've faced combatants before." The tattooed man, lacking in foresight, dismissed the shovel as merely a gardening tool. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease as he observed the shovel's ominous sheen. "Let us not risk it. There are plenty of women at sea. Why confront this one?" The bald man hesitated, not wanting to attract trouble, especially since he couldn't swim. "How long are we supposed to wait? If we don't catch fish soon, we'll starve," urged the tattooed man, growing impatient. "Stop dawdling. Let us just do it. If you're scared, I'll take the lead." The bald man hesitated further, noting Ji's calm demeanor, a stark contrast to the panicked reactions of others. Was it possible she was a formidable opponent? After weighing their numbers, 2 against 1, he steeled himself. "Fine, let us go." The tattooed man nodded in satisfaction. "Exactly. What is there to fear?" They swiftly maneuvered their boat, preparing to flank Ji from either side. As their vessel approached, the bald man shouted, "Surrender. We might let you live a little longer. Otherwise, you'll find it hard to escape our grasp." "Yes, if you drop your weapon, we'll spare you," chimed in the tattooed man. Ignoring their taunts, Ji calculated their distance as the first boat entered her attack range. Without uttering a single word, she hoisted the shovel and summoned all her strength, unleashing a fierce strike aimed at the tattooed man's head. As the adage goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch perilous. In this instance, it perfectly applied. Despite their prowess, they were forced into close combat, but Ji had the shovel. Her strength made her a master of mid-range combat. With swift precision, she struck without hesitation. Had the tattooed man delayed, lowering his head by a mere second, he would have lost his life. Instead, her strike severed a portion of his shoulder, blood gushing forth, a chunk of flesh plummeting into the water, quickly devoured by hungry fish. This sequence of events transpired within mere moments. As the tattooed man screamed in agony, the bald man entered Ji's attack range. She pivoted, swinging the shovel with the force she had once used in school's discus throwing, and the shovel, glinting ominously, arced towards the bald man. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block, but his forearm was instantly mangled, a gaping wound exposing bone. My arm, my arm," he wailed, clutching his bleeding injury. Ji remained expressionless, swiftly turning her attention back to the tattooed man. His face twisted in rage, he appeared ready to attack, having lost his composure. He had transformed, his upper body significantly bulkier, hair bristling, even the bleeding wounds now scabbing over. Yet his eyes were bloodshot, betraying a lack of intelligence. At this moment, the tattooed man's boat was a mere half a meter away. Ji's gaze hardened, her expression steely, and she swung the shovel like a mallet, targeting the tattooed man's head. He attempted to grasp the shovel, but the sharp edges inflicted deep lacerations on his hands. Even as he swiftly withdrew the shovel, She unleashed another flurry of strikes. The tattooed man, despite his newfound strength, found himself unable to close the distance. In a desperate bid, he tried to charge forward, but upon bracing his head against the shovel, he heard a resounding crack, followed by excruciating pain, before darkness enveloped him as he was submerged in the water. Damn it! This woman is impossibly strong. She's a veritable female Tyrannosaurus. After dispatching the tattooed man, he turned to the bald man, only to find him frantically paddling away. Having managed to transform as well, his hair had grown thicker and longer, and sharp teeth glinted menacingly as he furiously rode away, calling out, "Huizi, hold on. I'll come to save you." He felt a strange sense of familiarity with those words. Observing the bald man's retreating figure, she realized it was too late to pursue him. Glancing at the now tranquil sea, she hesitated but ultimately decided against diving in to chase him down. Her advantage lay in range combat, and facing the tattooed man's muscular arms and claws up close could yield unpredictable outcomes. Instead, she retrieved a rope and secured the tattooed man's boat to her own. "I may not be able to catch you, but I can deprive you of your vessel." Once her boat was secured, she sat and grasped the oars, beginning to row towards the horizon. This area had become perilous. She needed to find a more secluded expanse of water. As he rowed away, the calm surface of the sea suddenly revealed a head breaking through the water. Chapter 96. The tattooed man, who had been holding his breath underwater, had undergone a transformation. Not only had his strength increased, but his physical condition had improved significantly, allowing him to hold his breath for extended periods. His gaze, fixed on the retreating figure of he, was filled with malice. In the distance, he seemed to sense something amiss. She halted abruptly and turned around, causing the tattooed man to hastily submerge himself, not daring to resurface until some time had passed. When he finally emerged, he had vanished from the waters, having left the area. The tattooed man exhaled quietly, surveying his surroundings to confirm they were safe. He then reverted to his original form and swiftly swam back in the direction he had come from. With the boat gone, he needed to find another vessel. And he was extremely hungry. Hunger gnawed at him, a torment that could drive him mad if not alleviated. The transformation came with its price. Their appetites grew exponentially, several times that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, he navigated her boat to a more distant area of the sea. Throughout her journey, she encountered no one, ensuring a sense of security. She anchored the boat, preparing to explore the waters. After donning an oxygen tank and diving mask, she stored the boat in her space and plunged into the sea. This new area mirrored the previous one, with crabs and cuttlefish adorning the seabed. Although their numbers were not overwhelming, they were plentiful enough. Diligently set about collecting crabs and cuttlefish, occasionally tossing a few cuttlefish into her space, as these defenseless creatures thrived in her domain. As for the crabs, she decided against keeping them. Despite their abundance of meat, maintaining them would be impractical. Her space was already limited, and raising such formidable creatures would only complicate matters. After gathering her catch, he swiftly resurfaced, scanning the area before releasing the boat. With arms outstretched, she boarded without delay. She intended to rest briefly before resuming her fishing endeavors. Unlike the relaxed ambience of a documentary, swimming underwater was exhausting. Even without engaging in combat, merely collecting shells and crabs left her feeling utterly fatigued, as though her body might collapse. She summoned a gentle white light from her right hand, which she slowly moved around her body, rejuvenating her senses. From her spatial fishing net, she prepared to catch fish. Swimming in the sea was not conducive to speed. He could only cast her net when the fish leaped above the surface. Fortunately, they were quite mischievous, frequently breaching the water. After a short wait, she seized an opportune moment. A hefty fish leaped near her boat, arcing gracefully as it prepared to land on the opposite side. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly cast her net, successfully capturing the fish in an instant. This time, her experience allowed her to time the capture perfectly, avoiding being dragged underwater. She turned around and sat on the boat, extending her hand forward. With a flick of her mind, she released the fish from her space. Before it could comprehend its new surroundings, she aimed it forward and gave it a firm push. In a flash, The plump fish vanished from view, leaving the small boat unperturbed. He pondered, "Is this it? How do I prove I've caught a fish?" As she contemplated, she noticed a subtle change on the back of her right hand, revealing the number 1. A slight twitch of her lips indicated her surprise at the game's thoughtful design, providing a translation for her convenience. Following the same method, she soon captured a second fish, and the number on her hand changed to 2. Understanding the process, He approached her task with renewed enthusiasm. She was the type of person who preferred to complete tasks ahead of time rather than procrastinate until the last minute. For the next few hours, she focused intently on catching fish. Although the large fish appeared abundant, he discovered that, due to their size, she had only managed to catch a little over 10. And the remaining fish in this area were notably scarce. The remaining fish were clever and cautious, quickly evading her approach. Even their leaps became distant from her vicinity. He found it increasingly difficult to chase them, let alone catch them. After several unsuccessful attempts, she reluctantly returned to the boat, deciding to eat first. If the fish continued to resist after her meal, she would have to explore a different area. After swimming for hours, fatigue and hunger weighed heavily upon her, and she craved meat. With no one around, he retrieved a ceramic bowl from her space, filling it with 5 generous scoops of rice, followed by 3 large spoonfuls of tomato beef stew, and finally 2 golden, crispy chicken wings. Her lunch was nothing short of perfect. She mixed the rice with the stew and savored a large bite, relishing the delightful combination of sweet and sour tomato with tender beef. Eating when hungry made the meal all the more satisfying. As she dined, he reflected on how the substantial stock of food she had prepared was nearly depleted. All the vegetables had been sold, leaving only meat dishes. Even the spinach soup had been sold, necessitating fresh preparation for any vegetable dishes. Yet, she held no regrets, as cooked dishes typically commanded a higher price. Having benefited from her efforts, she felt no need for complaint. Moreover, she was not out of resources yet. The remaining cooked food in her space was sufficient for 2 months. With this buffer period, there was no need for undue panic. While eating, he calculated her next steps, realizing she would need to continue cooking during the 2 hours each day upon her return. After all, during peak cooking hours, she could blend in with others, making her own tasks easier. As for the future, she would take it one step at a time. Life is long, and she couldn't possibly prepare every meal in advance. Solutions would present themselves in due course. Thinking positively, she mused that her space might even upgrade by then. Spending more time in her space would afford her greater ease, alleviating the need for meticulous planning. Besides, if necessary, she could always cook in the vacant buildings nearby. Before she knew it, he had polished off an entire bowl of tomato beef stew mixed with rice. After finishing, she picked up a chicken wing and began to gnaw on it. These wings had been marinated ahead of time, and the flavors had thoroughly permeated the meat. Apart from the slightly tough bones, they were delightful. He carefully gathered the leftover chicken bones, knowing they could be ground into powder for the fish later. Satisfied and full, she dove back into the water and entered her space. She had eaten her fill, but the piglets and chicks were still hungry. Fortunately, her habit of preparing in advance meant she didn't need to cook fresh meals for the poultry. She could simply take out their food, saving considerable time. Chapter 97. Kafka's fishing grounds. After ensuring that the panting individuals were well fed, made her way to a small hillock, bending down to harvest vegetables. Ever since the first batch of greens had matured, a new bounty had been ready for picking each day. If it were merely for her own consumption, it would certainly suffice. However, if she were to sell them to the market, they would hardly make a ripple. Even if she filled her entire space with produce, it would not keep pace with the demand of others. Found herself at an impasse regarding this matter, opting instead to adopt a nonchalant approach. She would display what she had available for sale, leaving the rest untouched. Besides the vegetables, he also regularly showcased a batch of insect-repelling incense and prollen. Although her attempts at cultivating prollen had failed, there remained a sufficient quantity in her space to sell for a while. These items sold even faster than the vegetables. Practically as soon as he listed them, they would vanish, and numerous individuals left comments urging her to replenish her stock. All these pleas went unnoticed by She had come to realize that even if she were to list everything in her possession, it would still fall short of demand, so why rush? Within a mere 20 minutes, she completed her tasks for the day and, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly exited her space. Having learned from a previous ambush, Ji remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings as she surfaced. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she spotted several small, dark figures in the distance, gradually enlarging. Furrowing her brow, she instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. How can anyone venture to such a remote location? Climbing aboard her boat, she crouched low and retrieved a pair of binoculars from her space to observe the approaching figures. There were 5 in total, 4 men and 1 woman. Among the men, she recognized 2, the bald man and the tattooed one. The other 2 bore brutish appearances, exuding a menacing aura. The woman was none other than Yin Yin, whom Ji had encountered in a previous instance. Ji frowned, turning away without a moment's hesitation. She swiftly severed the rope binding her boat and began to paddle furiously. It was not that Ji wished to abandon the boat. Rather, these vessels belonged to the fishing ground's owner, and they were not permitted to be taken away. Even if Ji were to store it in her space, it would vanish upon exiting the instance. In her last endeavor, she had attempted to keep a fork from her meal, only to discover it could not be taken back. Ultimately, they were merely workers. How could they casually appropriate their employer's belongings? Even the items Ji had taken previously were merely designated refuse within the game. Ji paddled with remarkable speed, having distanced herself considerably before the group could react. Initially, the 5 had been stealthily advancing, but upon spotting Ji leaving in her boat, they realized they had been discovered. The tattooed man cursed under his breath, bending down to row with all his might, determined to pursue her. Flee. Let's see where you can run this time. This time, he had brought along several comrades, and they were intent on making this insufferable woman pay dearly. As he sped up, the other 3 robust men followed closely, showing no signs of lagging behind. Only Yin Yin fell behind significantly, unable to keep pace. She was not accustomed to physical exertion, often relying on others to clear levels within the game. Now, she struggled to row by herself and soon found herself exhausted. Initially anxious, she ultimately resigned herself to waiting in place for the others to return. Meanwhile, Ji glanced back while paddling, intending to ascertain whether she had shaken them off. To her horror, she saw 3 of them had transformed in their pursuit. Their hairy forms were utterly unsettling. Ji quickly turned back, paddling with all her might. This was a test of endurance. Having just eaten, she absolutely could not afford to lose. Thus, Ji furiously paddled ahead while her pursuers relentlessly chased after her. After 15 minutes of frantic pursuit, the men began to tire. Their hunger was becoming increasingly unbearable. Despite having reduced the distance to about 20 meters, their stomachs were gnawing at them, distracting their focus and compelling them to seek sustenance. Given their feeble willpower, this sensation was driving them mad. Moreover, after paddling for so long, they felt parched. Food was easily obtainable. They could catch fish in the water, but what about drinking water? They hadn't had a sip all morning. Now, they were both hungry and extremely thirsty. Upon glancing up, they noticed that the woman ahead showed no signs of slowing down. At this rate, they would surely fail to catch her. The tattooed man felt a pang of regret. Had he known this woman would be so troublesome, they would have never provoked her. Now, they found themselves in a predicament. To give up would be a loss of face, yet their arms were beginning to falter. Observing Ji, who seemed tireless as she paddled furiously, the tattooed man turned to the one who had not yet transformed, signaling him with a glance. It's time for you to unleash your strength. The man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Although he was strong, he had merely been a fitness instructor, lacking the combat prowess of the others. To fulfill their mission, they would need to rely on him. The man looked towards Ji, who was diligently paddling, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind before it settled into resolve. My apologies, but it seems fate has dealt you a poor hand by crossing paths with Brother Hui. He extended his arms, directing them toward Ji. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped up around her. At first, it was a gentle breeze, but it quickly intensified, making her paddling increasingly laborious. A chill ran through her as she realized this was the manifestation of her pursuer's abilities. Before she could devise a strategy, the wind grew stronger, sending her spinning wildly on the water's surface. He swiftly stowed her oars in her space and clung tightly to the boat. This vessel was crucial for her mission. She could not afford to lose it. In the next instant, both she and the boat were violently tossed into the air. He was flung off, desperately clinging to the boat, though her hands were slipping. Soon, both she and her vessel vanished into the vortex of the wind, drifting further away. The remaining men erupted in boisterous laughter. Meanwhile, the man who had utilized his ability lay exhausted on the boat, unable to move. Though his power was formidable, it came at a steep price. He would be incapacitated for 15 minutes after its use, leaving him vulnerable. Typically, he refrained from employing his abilities, but now, as he contemplated whether he would survive these next 15 minutes, 3 menacing, hairy faces suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 98. Kafka's fishing grounds embrace your final worth. Under his terrified gaze, the faces of several men transformed into grotesque masks of fear. His last thought before death was one of regret. He lamented that he should never have conspired with a tiger. He should not have recklessly exposed his evident shortcomings, nor should he have harmed that innocent girl. These scoundrels were the ones truly deserving of hell. With a heart laden with remorse, the man closed his eyes forever. As he soared into the air, she spun in the sky, unable to open her eyes or discern the scene below. Yet she was acutely aware that she could not abandon the boat. In the fleeting moment before her hands were completely severed from it, she swiftly drew the vessel into her spatial realm. Then, she herself vanished into the void. Seated on the ground, he gasped for breath, waiting for her heart to steady before exiting the space. The next instant, she found herself suspended in mid-air, hundreds of meters above the ocean floor. Suddenly, she began to plummet, descending into the water with an ever-increasing velocity. Adjusting her orientation mid-fall, she kept her eyes wide open, fixated on the approaching surface, mentally calculating the distance. Now was the moment. In a flash, she entered her spatial realm, standing at the edge of the darkened land. She inhaled deeply, her heart racing. Truth be told, this sensation of free fall was far from pleasant. She felt no thrill. Instead, it was as though her heart might cease at any moment. Having seen others parachuting on television, she had assumed the experience would be similar. Once she had regained her composure, she prepared herself, donned her diving mask, and with another flash, emerged from her spatial realm. In the next heartbeat, she plunged into the sea, creating a splash that startled the nearby fish. The last place she had entered the spatial realm was not far from the surface, and having mentally prepared herself, she did not sink too deeply, quickly surfacing. Upon opening her eyes, she brushed her bangs back with her hand and surveyed her surroundings. To her relief, she found herself utterly alone. She truly wished to avoid masquerading as a talent with spatial mobility. No one was safe. These talented individuals were far beyond her reach, unleashing their formidable powers at will, rendering her own abilities pitifully weak in comparison. With a wave of her hand, she released the boat from her spatial realm, climbed aboard, and leaned against its side, exhaling deeply. These people were utterly deranged. Was a mere game enough to drive them to forsake years of education and resort to murder? This was merely a game devoid of any conflict of interest. How would they behave in a life-or-death scenario? Before encountering the tattooed men, he had never fathomed that humanity could sink to such depths of madness. These individuals had entirely reshaped her worldview. While there were indeed murderers in reality, she had never witnessed it firsthand, and the sensation of being hunted was entirely different. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her spatial realm, twisting the cap off forcefully and drinking deeply. Her mind churned with thoughts, perhaps upon her return. She should acquire some lethal weaponry. If only she had grenades earlier, she could have dispatched them all. Perhaps she should also procure assault rifles and smoke bombs. When the time came, she would unleash a barrage upon them, and see what bravado they possessed then. After draining half the bottle, she recapped it and returned it to her spatial realm. Next, she took out a long bar of milk chocolate, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. The rich, sweet flavor of the chocolate soothed her agitated spirit, significantly uplifting her mood. These snacks were usually doled out sparingly, but now, in her fury, she was consuming them without restraint. With a single bar of chocolate consumed, he felt invigorated. Sitting up, she scrutinized her surroundings more carefully. Her previous glance had been too cursory. She was most eager to ascertain whether the wind had carried her beyond the fishing grounds. If she had indeed exited the fishing grounds, how would she return? Turning her head, she spotted groups of plump fish leaping from the water, a wave of relief washing over her. It appeared she remained within the fishing grounds, which eased her concerns. However, she soon noticed that this area differed from the previous one. The earlier region had been characterized by a still, placid sea and the occasional leaping fish, whereas this surface was alive with long, green glowing plants. These plants resembled dandelions, their tender, pale green forms nearly covering the entire surface of the sea. Surrounding them were numerous plump fish, incessantly nibbling and causing the plants to sway. He dipped her paddle into the water to examine one of the plants, discovering it extended over 2 meters in length, and she could not see its end even as she grasped it. Deciding against searching for its tip, she extended her fingers to touch the plant. The moment her fingers made contact, her talent provided her with an insight. Billiton, the fastest-growing plant in the Peklaria Ocean, entirely non-selective regarding its growth environment, rich in nutrients, with a singular flavor, edible, and a favorite delicacy of fish, often used as fish feed. Note, once cultivated, it can rapidly dominate your ocean and is classified as an invasive nuisance in certain regions. He raised an eyebrow. Rapidly dominate my ocean? How swiftly can it do so? Show me the evidence. Without a moment's hesitation, she tossed the billiton she held into her spatial ocean. Previously, she had purchased some seaweed along with fish fry, intending to cultivate it, and had even designated a specific area for this purpose. Yet, the seaweed grew too slowly. Thus far, it had only reached a minor length, barely sufficient for her own consumption. The notion of selling it or using it to feed fish was a distant dream. While she had cultivated some other sea grasses, there were too few to satiate her hunger, leaving her reliant on fish feed most of the time. After tossing the billiton into her spatial ocean and observing it for a moment without visible growth, she shifted her focus. She hoped this billiton would prove itself as a stable source for her shop. Once again, she reached out, tossing more than 10 additional plants into her spatial ocean, each measuring over 3 meters long, effectively covering half the area. The rest, she stored away. She would first taste the flavor. If palatable, she would sell it. If not, it would serve as fish feed. After all, as long as it was food and edible, she would not waste it. Abundant billiton thrived in this section of the sea, and he need not use her paddle. She could simply reach out and collect plenty with her hands. She continued to gather them into her spatial realm. Yet the surface showed no significant depletion. She resolved to postpone further collection of billiton, as completing the quest assigned by the game took precedence. Thus, he donned her goggles and prepared to catch the plump fish. The plump fish here were entirely different from those in her previous area. They were completely engrossed in their feeding, with even those leaping from the water being a rarity. Chapter 99. Kafka's fishing grounds. Jiha found herself in an extraordinary situation where she did not even need to disembark. Simply seated on the boat, she could effortlessly cast her fishing nets to gather an abundance of fish in her spatial realm. In this moment, she felt a twinge of gratitude towards the wind elemental adept who had led her to this splendid location. Observing the fish, she noted their lack of resistance, which brought a smile to her face as she fished. It was a delightful arrangement. They were comfortable, and her task was made easy, saving her considerable time. With the cooperation of the hefty fish, Jiha was able to split her focus and also catch the billy fish. She efficiently maneuvered between spots, casting her nets until the sky darkened and the sea deepened, at which point she ceased her efforts. She had long lost count of the large fish she had caught, having thoroughly emptied the area of billy fish as well. As night enveloped the ocean, it took on a somewhat daunting aspect. The temperature began to drop, and her damp clothes clung uncomfortably to her skin. Jiha first shed her wet garments, then retrieved a basin of clean water to wipe herself down, changing into dry attire that brought her a sigh of relief. Unconcerned about her wet clothes, she cast them aside, planning to wear them again when she resumed her activities the following day. Fearing the attraction of strange creatures, Jiha opted not to light a lamp. Instead, she retrieved a large bun from her spatial realm. This bun was delightful, filled with pork and cabbage, and bore a subtle aroma. Initially, she had prepared only this flavor, but she resolved to create a variety of fillings once this batch was consumed. After retrieving the bun, Jiha poured some aged vinegar and scooped out a spoonful of chili oil and garlic paste. The combination was simply exquisite. Yet, as she devoured the bun, she felt something was missing. Thus, she filled a bowl with 8 treasure porridge and added a touch of pickled vegetables, achieving satisfaction at last. Each bite of bun paired with porridge and a few nibbles of pickled vegetables created a truly delightful experience. While Jiha relished her meal, other players were engaged in a survival game. Some resorted to consuming raw scallops, tearing into them without regard for taste, driven by the need for sustenance to complete their tasks. Those with fire elemental abilities fared slightly better, using torches to cook their seafood, albeit without any seasoning, yet still warm. Others sought to learn from online videos how to extract fresh water from the sea. A few clever individuals managed to bring in cling film and similar items, successfully distilling fresh water throughout the day. There were also those who thrived in this environment. The water elemental adepts flourished like they were in paradise. They formed alliances, trading water for large fish, enjoying far better sustenance than others, alleviating their fears of dying from thirst. Their quests progressed smoothly. Having satisfied her hunger, Jiha stored her dishes in her spatial realm and began to release the fish. One by one, she transformed into an unyielding fish-releasing machine. Once the last fish was freed, the number displayed on her right hand reached 73, indicating that capturing 27 more the next day would suffice. With 2 full days remaining to complete her task, Jiha felt a sense of relief. Seated on the boat, with the salty sea breeze brushing against her, Jiha felt a chill and reached for a thick garment from her spatial realm. Lying back on the boat, the confined space made it difficult to stretch her legs. She gazed at the sky, initially expecting to be restless, but soon succumbed to deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was the following day. The weather had cleared, and the sky was unmarred by clouds. Jiha sat up, surveying her surroundings. The ocean lay calm and serene, lifting her spirits unexpectedly. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Living on such a continent could be quite pleasant. Yet she quickly shook her head, dismissing the idea. As the temperature rose, her thick attire became uncomfortably warm. Jiha stored her clothing back into her spatial realm and began to stretch her body aboard the boat. Having not slept well, her body felt sore from the curled-up position she had maintained throughout the night. She decided to employ her healing abilities, gently touching her body, and soon the discomfort vanished, leaving her feeling revitalized. The energy consumption during healing correlated significantly with the severity of the injuries. Yesterday's treatment had drained her considerably, leaving her fatigued and ravenous. In contrast, today's minor soreness required only a small amount of energy, and she felt no residual discomfort afterward. Returning to the boat, Jiha prepared for breakfast. Recognizing that her recent experiences at sea had tested her resolve, she desired a substantial meal to soothe her troubled heart. The 5-star chef's dishes she had procured during her visit to the Sleep Experience Center remained untouched, reserved for this pivotal moment. While her own cooking was far from inedible, it barely reached the level of a home-cooked meal, lacking the finesse of a professional chef. Jiha retrieved a large ceramic bowl designated for her meals, serving herself 3 scoops of rice, as she was not particularly hungry in the morning. She then presented the dishes prepared by the chef. Half a crispy skin pigeon, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, and steamed fish. The sight of these 3 meat dishes elevated her spirits immensely. Beginning with the lighter fare, Jiha used her chopsticks to select a piece of the steamed fish. Although she could not identify the type of fish, its deliciousness was undeniable. There was no trace of fishy odor, and the flesh was tender and seemingly bland. Yet the flavor was astonishingly rich. Each bite was a revelation, and there were no bones to contend with. With such culinary skill, Jiha mused that she could never achieve the same. After finishing her blissful breakfast, Jiha felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Regrettably, her previous financial struggles had prevented her from indulging in restaurant meals. Now, although she would not starve, emptying her spatial reserves meant that her next meal might only exist in her dreams. With lingering thoughts of exquisite food, Jiha entered her spatial realm to feed her livestock. In the game, she had been unable to frequently visit, fearing her animals would go hungry, so she opted to provide a larger portion at once. Arriving at the seaside, she gazed at the billy fish in which she had placed great hopes. They had not disappointed her this time, having survived and grown slightly, just a smidge, measuring approximately 5 centimeters. Though this growth hardly aligned with their reputation as the fastest-growing plants in the ocean, it was still an improvement compared to the plowin, which lay dormant underground, showing no signs of life. Jiha had attempted numerous methods to encourage its growth, yet for now, she would have to set it aside. When she had first collected the plowin, she had considered transplanting the large tree into her spatial realm, but she needed the capability to do so. Those trees had trunks with diameters of at least 1 meter, and even if she could conjure a shovel, she doubted she could transport it even with an excavator. Exiting her spatial realm, Jiha took her time before plunging into the water, opting instead to find her fishing net and prepare for another round of fishing. Chapter 100. Yesterday, a small patch of billeting was depleted by Jihi, but today it was once again spread across the surface of the sea. More plump fish than yesterday were now fervently feasting on the billeting. Similar to the previous day, these fish were completely absorbed in their meal, showing little reaction to Jihi's approach in her boat. As long as she did not disturb their billeting, they remained unfazed even when her fishing net brushed against them. This allowed Jihi to scoop several fish with a single cast of her net. She silently counted the plump fish, capturing a total of 27 before retracting her net and turning her attention to gathering billeting. After nearly 40 minutes of diligent work, Jihi had emptied the sea of billeting once more. She also found the time to gather all the plump fish required for her task and submitted them. The number displayed on her right hand turned to 100, indicating the completion of her task involving the plump fish. However, in order to fulfill the next task, she needed to collect 10 crab eyes. As for the other plump fish, she chose not to disturb them. They belonged to the owner of the fishery, and she was unwilling to take any risks. Jihi retrieved her diving mask and oxygen tank from her space. Originally, she had not purchased many oxygen tanks, and it was likely that few remained after this outing. She mentally noted to acquire a few more tanks once she exited the game, as it is always better to be prepared. After donning her gear, she steeled herself for the challenge ahead, diving into the depths to confront the formidable crabs. Collecting 10 crab eyes would be no small feat given the size of those crabs. It would undoubtedly be a tough battle. He was not entirely confident. Crabs were encased in hard shells, rendering them nearly impervious to harm. Even in their M-star, where the crabs were relatively small, weighing no more than a couple of pounds, one had to exercise extreme caution when capturing them, let alone these giant crabs. After conducting a final equipment check and storing her boat in her space, he lowered herself into the water. Unlike the plump fish, which favored the upper layers of the water, crabs roamed the seabed and could even bury themselves in the sand. He descended slowly. This location was significantly deeper than where she had initially plunged, and after swimming for a while, she had yet to reach the bottom. After a brief adjustment period, she focused on searching for crabs. To her astonishment, she did not need to search diligently. A mere glance revealed a dense congregation of crabs at the seabed, some even stacked atop one another. G pondered if the density of crabs at this fishery could rival those in her own breeding area. If her crabs were this plentiful, she need not worry about scarcity. Suppressing her scattered thoughts, she observed intently. With so many crabs, she feared that attacking one might incite a swarm to retaliate. She was uncertain if these crabs possessed any long-range attack capabilities. After a moment of observation, he noticed that solitary crabs were quite active. They either scuttled about or engaged in fierce battles with one another. The fighting crabs displayed a brutal ferocity, wielding their formidable pincers with reckless abandon, as if facing a sworn enemy. The other crabs paid no heed to the violent confrontation, quietly distancing themselves, while a few even gathered to watch. To her left, he spotted a pair of crabs nearing a decisive clash. One, particularly aggressive and measuring nearly 3 to 4 meters in size, relentlessly assaulted its opponent, a 2-meter crab, shattering its shell. The latter barely managed to fend off the attacks, and it was evident to any observer that its strength was waning. The larger crab continued its barrage, striking the injured crab until it could no longer move. Only then did it triumphantly raise its pincers, circling around the onlookers in a display of dominance. Before finally crawling away, the two crabs remained motionless in their place. He thought to herself. Suddenly, everything clicked. Her extensive knowledge and experience had illuminated the situation. Just as she was about to shift her gaze, something compelled her to look back. She observed the lifeless crab at the bottom, and a small idea sparked within her. Could she possibly attempt to collect the spoils? He resolved to give it a try. She cautiously maneuvered closer to the two still crabs, but the one beneath began to show signs of movement upon sensing her approach, raising its pincers defensively. In that moment, he froze, uncertain of her next move. Before she could react further, the larger crab shifted and pinned down the one below, its pincers clamping down, rendering he immobile. Thanks, mate, he thought, assessing the situation for any imminent danger as she continued to approach. Soon, she found herself near the massive crab and observed the two crabs ahead, sensing the eager presence of several others behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly stowed the dead crab in her space and propelled herself away from the area. She had already noticed that in the mere seconds she had spent at the seabed, 5 large crabs had converged behind her, clearly perceiving her as a potential meal. Their pincers snapped with remarkable agility in her direction. Despite her best efforts to escape, she was unable to fully evade their grasp. One of the pincers clamped onto her thigh, slicing deeply and causing crimson blood to spill into the surrounding waters, agitating the crabs below. Jihee's heart raced as she pressed her hand against the wound, hastily initiating her healing process. Fortunately, her innate abilities proved effective, and within seconds, the gaping wound had closed. With a sigh of relief, he realized that bleeding in the water was far from ideal. She wished to ascend to the boat for a moment of respite, but restrained herself. Descending was no easy feat, and it would be wiser to capture as many crabs as possible before her energy waned. Given her recent experience, she no longer held high hopes of confronting the crabs on her own. There were simply too many. As soon as she descended, several would close in on her. The sheer number was overwhelming. While she might consider a one-on-one encounter, facing multiple opponents was a fool's errand. Before she could slay a single crab, she would likely be torn to shreds by dozens. With renewed focus, Ji resumed her search for opportunities. Before long, she spotted another pair of crabs, one significantly larger than the other, with the smaller one being thoroughly dominated.